Chapter 742. Female literature. Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yan, but for some reason, his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yan Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yan Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with two choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface Su Yan did not care about it at all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless swordlight. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon Sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demons sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless Demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the earth demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The earth demon's sword was a powerful move passed down from the earth demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the earth demon's sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the Earth Demon's sword possess the great and mighty power of the Earth Demon, but it also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, the most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Lu Tao immediately noticed the change. At this moment, he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time, he let out a roar, and the earth demon's sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the earth demon's sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Lu Tao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You, die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment, he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Lu Tao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Lu Tao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yen Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Lu Tao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop. Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Lu Tao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yen Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today? Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil's Sect was enough for the powerful Devil's Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret. To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil Sect, even the Taihang sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this. At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word. As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now. He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition, Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Fan Yueshan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the demon god armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme, and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luosan could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again? Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, he knew too well about the feud between Su Yan and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? Oh, isn't this Su Yan? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier, Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Meng Yang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yan at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. He did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the ghost-killing hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the devil's sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the ghost-killing hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had to plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil's Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil's Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Feng Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Feng Yueshan. Although Feng Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yan. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yan and had no choice but to betray the Devil Sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yan at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yan did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yan. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. Alright, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. Hee, I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time. As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil's Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with them. Wang Baichuan said directly, "Alright, you two take care of Su Yan. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan, even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing sword master, but now, his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Meng Yang, I'll leave Su Yan to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yan." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Meng Yang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Sigh, Su Yan, oh Su Yan, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time, his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages, one of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the Godslayer God's word directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the Green Lotus and Bright Moon. When these two things appeared, the Godslayer sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the God-Slayer God's word had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Tao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Anshang. It was the same for Bing Ju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bingju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bingju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment, they were furious. They had just woken up, only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the Godslayer sword. If not for the deterrence of the Godslayer sword, Su Yan would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Dao Master was once a 6 Essences Dao Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bingju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Dao Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Dao Master. At this moment, the masks suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful. Especially the source of the three lights, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these three powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these three powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling, at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment, they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Dao Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment, his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? No. We're not dead, we're really not dead. At this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bing Ju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Dao Master was also disappointed. Bing Ju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, the two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said, "Forget it, at least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact, at this moment, it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Dao Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation. Chapter 745. Female Literature. Ghostface entered their bodies and did not do anything else after that. Of course, they didn't think that this was the end of it. They knew clearly that this was just the beginning. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Now that they had woken up, the most important thing was to get rid of the seal. Only then would they have a chance to do other things. While Su Yan was in a deep sleep, the battle situation outside had changed. The Boundless Demon Sect's lineup was indeed powerful, but it was a trap set up by the Blazing Flame Sect and the Taihang Sword faction. Although Feng Li of the Taihang Sword faction and a venerable from the Blazing Flame Sect had died in battle, the Demon Sect's losses were definitely much greater. Not to mention the two venerables killed by Su Yan and the two who had died earlier, the rest of the Demon Sect's venerables had all died. Apart from the two Four Essences sovereigns and the Tao's sovereign Yan Shao, everyone else who had been bitterly holding on had died. This was the most disastrous loss the Boundless Demon Sect had ever suffered. Moreover, the two Four Essences sovereigns and even Yan Shao had fallen into a crisis at this moment. Among the two Four Essences venerables, Bai Tianqing was not from the Demon Sect, but from the Huangji Sect. He was the one who followed behind them. Fan Yinlin knew his son very well. He knew that even with the help of the three heroes of heavenly ghosts, it was impossible for him to subdue Mu Tiansheng. Therefore, he had already made arrangements. Whether it was Yin Zhongshan or Bai Tianqing, they were all part of his arrangements. However, he didn't expect that even with such arrangements, there would still be a huge change in the situation. At this time, the Huangji sect was inexplicably involved in the war between the Boundless Demon Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, and the Taihang Sword faction. Of course, Bai Tianqing wouldn't fight against the Taihang Sword faction for the Boundless Demon Sect. His opponent was only Mu Tiansheng. However, at this time, he was also in great danger. Mu Tiansheng's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if he couldn't use all his strength was already very terrifying. In such a state, he could only retreat in defeat. Only now did he realize that he had been too careless. If he hadn't let the Jade Phosphorus Beast fight the sea-splitting demonic snake, then he wouldn't be under so much pressure now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, even if he wanted to summon the Jade Phosphorus Beast, he couldn't because the Jade Phosphorus Beast had been dragged to the bottom of the sea by the sea-splitting demonic serpent to fight. It had to be said that since becoming Su Yan's mount, the wisdom of the Jade Phosphor Beast had become more and more extraordinary. He directly dragged the jade phosphorus beast to the bottom of the deep sea. Although the jade phosphorus beast was also a water attribute monster beast, how could it compare to him? Once he entered the deep sea, the jade phosphorus beast would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. It could only become his rations. At this time, the jade phosphor beast was constantly struggling. Obviously, it had also realized that it was in a bad situation. His strength was originally above that of the sea-rending demonic snake. In the beginning, he had the absolute upper hand. After all, his master was a powerful four essences sovereign. After becoming a monster pet, the master's strength had a lot to do with himself. Therefore, at the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was almost beaten black and blue by him. As a result, the two powerful monsters quickly entered the deep sea. However, after entering the deep sea, the sea-rending demonic snake finally launched a counterattack. In the beginning, the sea-rending demonic snake was indeed no match for the jade phosphorus beast. However, its strength was not so weak. At that time, it had swallowed its pride just for this moment. In the face of the sea-rending demonic snake's desperate counterattack, the jade phosphorus beast was instantly suppressed. This was the deep sea, and the strong water pressure brought a lot of trouble to the jade phosphorus beast. Mu Tianxing looked at Bai Tianqing and said calmly, "Bai Tianqing, you can't do it anymore." She had everything in her hands. At this time, Bai Tianqing was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. At this time, he remembered that his opponent was the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Although Mu Tianqing's terrifying strength was not all from her own cultivation, she was an extremely terrifying genius herself. Even if their realms were now the same, and he even had some advantages. However, when it came to fighting, he was still no match for Mu Tianxing. If his jade phosphorus beast was here, the current situation might not have reached such a state. However, he was too careless at the beginning, and he actually let the jade phosphorus beast leave directly. At this time, he was completely suppressed. On the other side, Ghost Dragon, who was fighting with the frenzied Blade Venerable, was in an even more miserable state. His Ghost Dragon was directly suppressed by the Oriole. The power of thunder and lightning controlled by the Oriole was very terrifying, and it was almost natural to restrain the Ghost Dragon. Therefore, at this time, he was like Bai Tianqing, without his partner. On the other hand, the frenzied Blade Venerable had always been known for his violence and unrestrained. He was a complete madman. In a battle with him, if he took the initiative, he would have almost no advantage. After all, this guy would fight with his life on the line even when there was no hope. The name Frenzied Blade was not given for nothing. At this time, he really hoped that someone could come to help him. Unfortunately, when he scanned his surroundings, he found that almost everyone on his side had died. Bai Tianqing, who was also in the Four Origin realm like him, was also being suppressed at this time. As for the others, they had already started to die at this time. At this time, he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He clearly understood that if this continued, he would only be in a worse situation. After all, if his people died, it meant that the people on the other side would be free. Now, he could not even deal with one of them, let alone several of them. At this time, a huge force was constantly operating in the sky. Lord Yen Xiao was also in a very bad situation at this time. Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect was an extremely terrifying figure. Although he was not the current fire god of the Blazing Flame sect, everyone knew how powerful he was. As a Dao master, he had terrifying power. At this time, his flames were constantly sweeping, and this part of the sky was almost completely surrounded by the power of the flames. Of course, if he was alone, Yen Xiao would definitely not be in such a difficult situation. He would even be very calm and at ease and directly counterattack. But the problem was that his opponent was definitely not Qiu Zifan alone. The one who really made him feel troubled was Xue Xingchuan, who had not stepped into the Dao Master realm. This guy was his demon when he was young, and he was still the same now. He was really too powerful. He had not reached the Dao Master realm and had not undergone the Dao Mark baptism. But the lethality of each of his sword strikes was so terrifying. A casual swing of his sword contained extremely terrifying destructive power. That kind of power could cut through the void. This time, Qiu Zifen actually didn't participate in the battle. The only thing he did was to prevent Yan Xiao from leaving the battlefield. Xianxia had pieced together his strength and injured Yan Xiao. This was an extremely difficult battle. After so many years, it had been a long time since he had experienced such a terrifying battle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any hope. As one of the vice sect masters of the limitless demon sect, he was in such a difficult situation. Yan Xiao, what's wrong? Why don't you fight me head-on? Could it be that you're already feeling afraid? You're a Dao master, and I'm just a 5-origin realm venerable. Xianxia mocked him. While these big shots were fighting, the situation of the small fries had naturally changed. This time, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. Wang Baichuan directly joined the battle, followed by Feng Yuhai. At this time, the Dragon Realm venerables of the limitless demon sect were once again impacted. Even a powerhouse of the 7 Dragons realm was in a very miserable state. Then Feng Yuhai directly joined the battle. At this time, both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were filled with anger. This was because they realized that their strength was too far away from Su Yan's. This made them feel very uncomfortable. Therefore, they were extremely eager to fight. Originally, it was just a plan that Su Yan had come up with on the spur of the moment. But now, it had developed to such an extent. This sea had completely turned into an ocean of war. Beside the sea, there was a tall and handsome man. He looked at the terrifying battlefield with a slight smile on his face. He softly said, "What a beautiful sky. A world filled with the flames of war is a beautiful world." The limitless demon sect, there was a figure behind him. It was Hydralisk. Compared to before, Hydralisk's aura had become even deeper. His entire person had almost merged into this world. Formless and traceless. This was a realm that he had dreamed of. His body and even his aura had become one with this world. This feeling was really good. Since he was Hydralisk, the person in front of him was naturally Jianghu. This was the crown prince of the limitless demon sect from thousands of years ago. After the last ruin, he had directly disappeared. At this time, he finally appeared again. At this time, his aura had become so deep that it was like the sea in front of him. Chapter 746. Female Literature. For Jianghu, this was a big show. This vast sea was a big stage, and he was the only audience. He didn't know when he appeared here, but he seemed to have seen all the previous battles. Hydralisk, did you see that? Our friend has become so powerful. Jianghu said. Hydralisk understood that he was talking about Su Yan. Indeed, Su Yan had become very powerful. At first, he thought that he could easily defeat Su Yan. However, it was only now that he realized that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Ghost-faced Su Yan didn't appear for long. Besides Wang Baichuan, no one else seemed to have seen Su Yan like this. Therefore, they agreed to keep this matter a secret and not leak it out. But they didn't know that Jianghu and Hydralisk had seen everything. He was a bystander here, and he was watching everything. Ghost-faced Su Yan's strength shocked Hydralisk. Of course, Jianghu was the same. Although from the very beginning, he had already regarded Su Yan as a strong opponent and highly recognized Su Yan's potential, Su Yan's strength was still very weak. But he never thought that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. However, Jianghu was an extremely proud person, and he had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Su Yan had become extremely powerful, and ghost-faced Su Yan had even reached the venerable realm, he still didn't put it in his heart. He was a determined powerhouse. A person like him had absolute confidence in himself, and he would never let anything affect him. So what if Su Yan was strong? He would be defeated by him sooner or later. At this time, Hydralisk suddenly said, Su Yan's previous state was really strange. Master, should we announce this matter? Hydralisk wasn't a stupid person, on the contrary, He was very smart. He understood what it meant if Su Yan's previous performance was announced. It was likely that all the experts would have a strong interest in Su Yan. How could Su Yan be so strong? He was actually able to kill 2 venerables with his own strength? Even if those powerhouses didn't believe it, as long as they had doubts in their hearts, it was enough. This was definitely a huge threat to Su Yan. But at this time, Duan Wulonghu said, "No, this is not the right time. He is still our ally, his strength is only good for us." After Duan Wulonghu finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Let's go. The show is over." This time, the Sublime Flow Sword Sect and the Scorching Flame Sect have done a good job. I'm really surprised. However, after this battle, the world will really be in chaos. Haha, just as he had said, in his opinion, this world full of war and chaos was the most beautiful. Blood was the best dye to paint this world. A world without war was a pool of stagnant water. If he wanted to rise again, then this world must be in chaos. At this time, he didn't say anything, because at this time, he was completely convinced by Duan Wulonghu. He knew how terrifying Duan Wulonghu was. He had the strength of a dragon, and the wisdom of a fox. He was an extremely strong and even terrifying person. Since he had made a plan, then this plan wouldn't fail. He would go to a faraway place. And what he had to do now was to follow behind him. Su Yan's recovery ability was really abnormal, even Meng Yang was dumbfounded. He had suffered such a heavy injury, especially that bowl-sized wound, which contained the power of a venerable. At first, the terrifying energy of the Earth Demon's sword was still constantly destroying Su Yan's body. But at this time, Su Yan's injury actually started to heal. Even with the help of some divine medicine, it wouldn't be so fast. But at this time, Su Yan's condition was right in front of him. "My goodness, Su Yan, you're simply an undying monster." This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. As the disciple of the Frenzied Blade Venerable, his body was actually very strong and abnormal. But compared to Su Yan, the difference was too big. Previously, he had estimated that if he had suffered such a heavy injury, he would have been dead already. Most likely, he was already dead by now. However, Su Yan had already begun to heal. There was even a ray of light visible to the naked eye at his wound. That ray of light was healing Su Yan's body. Under this kind of power, new flesh grew out from his wounds. At this time, he was bored and walked out of the warship. He looked in the direction of his master. "Even though you brag every day, you better not die this time around." At this time, Meng Yang suddenly felt that he was too weak. At this moment, he suddenly had the determination to cultivate properly. This time, it wasn't just talk, but real motivation. His master was fighting with a powerhouse. Big Sister Mu, whom he liked, was also fighting. Meng Yang couldn't interfere in the battle between the two. Even when Su Yan was fighting to the death, he could only watch from the side. He watched as Su Yan faced off against the power of the powerful venerables. Then, he watched as Su Yan turned into a ghost face under the pressure of Yen's song. Then, Su Yan killed the 2 venerables before falling unconscious. During this series of events, he could only be a bystander. To him, it was simply a kind of torture. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't watch his good friends suffer like this, but he couldn't do anything. This time, I must cultivate properly. I must. At this time, the battle in the sky gradually stopped. Everything seemed to have calmed down. This time, the Devil's Sect fled in defeat. Hee, Ghost Dragon won. This time, you're going to become a dead ghost. Ha ha ha. The Frenzied Blade Venerable had completely gone crazy at this time. Similar to Wang Baichuan's cold state, the Frenzied Blade Venerable also had his own extreme state. When his fighting spirit burned to the extreme, he would directly go berserk. After going berserk, whether it was strength or speed, it would directly increase at this moment. This was already terrifying enough. What was even more terrifying was that he would almost directly shut off his sense of pain. He could almost directly ignore the damage his enemies' attacks caused him. Such an enemy was truly terrifying. For anyone, facing such an enemy was an extremely troublesome matter. Ghost Dragon had been in the Four Origin realm for a long time. He was extremely powerful. The Frenzied Blade Venerable hadn't broken through to the Four Origin realm for a long time. Logically speaking, Ghost Dragon should have the upper hand no matter what. Unfortunately, the Frenzied Blade Venerable couldn't be viewed with common sense. He was just too powerful. At this time, the power he possessed was almost unimaginable. He was a powerful madman from head to toe. Each of his blade strikes posed a tremendous threat to the Four Essence Demonic Sect Venerable. Ghost Dragon clearly knew that it was impossible for him to defeat the Frenzied Blade Venerable today. At this time, he already had thoughts of retreating. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't have the determination to fight to the death. He knew very well that only by living could he have everything. If he died in battle, everything would be gone. At this time, he directly contacted his Ghost Dragon with his mind and issued an order, wanting his Ghost Dragon to leave. However, when he transmitted his consciousness over, he only received a very weak response. Such a performance simply gave him a huge shock. This meant that his Ghost Dragon was in a very bad state. It was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, his Ghost Dragon should clearly be stronger than the Yellow Sparrow. Even if it was innately restrained by the Yellow Sparrow, its cultivation realm was still there. Why did the battle fall to such a state? At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable slashed down again. The terrifying blade constantly vibrated in the sky. The powerful force almost tore Ghost Dragon Ying's mind apart. The Frenzied Blade Venerable said arrogantly, "Hee hee, you old fart. You actually dare to be distracted while fighting me. Looks like you're really tired of living." The Frenzied Blade Venerable's mocking smile made him feel very unhappy, but there was nothing he could do at this time. The Ghost Dragon was his beast pet after all. It was also a part of his power. He absolutely couldn't watch the Ghost Dragon die. Therefore, he finally disregarded everything and directly rushed into the sky. The Frenzied Blade Venerable said, "Our battle isn't over yet. Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the Frenzied Blade Venerable naturally couldn't let his prey escape. He directly followed Ghost Dragoning into the sky. High in the sky, strong winds were constantly blowing. Two extremely terrifying beasts were constantly fighting. One of the giant beasts had the body of a dragon. This was naturally the Ghost Dragon. His opponent was the Yellow Sparrow, Su Yan's Yellow Sparrow. The battle between the two was so cruel. At this moment, the Ghost Dragon's body was extremely miserable. Thunderbolts were still flickering on the surface of his body. It was the Yellow Sparrow's power, which was constantly eroding his body. Of course, the Yellow Sparrow was also extremely miserable at this time. There was a hideous wound on one of its huge wings. There were also countless bloodstains on its body. Chapter 747. Female literature. The danger of a fight between formidable beasts was simply unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible for two humongous creatures to be unscathed as they fought in the boundless sky. The spectral dragon was severely injured, so the Oriole was not much better off. Nevertheless, the Oriole took the initiative at this moment. The higher the sky, the more powerful it was. In such a place, apart from true dragons, there were too few races that could contend with the Oriole. The spectral dragon was indeed a formidable creature, but just like how the jade phosphorus beast could not contend with the sea-splitting demonic snake in the deep sea, it could not do the same in such a sky. As the two fought, the strong wind in the sky became extremely terrifying. It was like a meat grinder. Ordinary creatures dared not approach this place at all. Otherwise, once they got close to this place, only death would await them. However, right at this moment, a figure charged straight towards this place. It was the spectral dragon. After sensing the crisis of his demonic pet, he immediately made a decision. He actually charged into the sky at the cost of taking a hit from the furious saber venerable one. Needless to say, he did not only do this because he loved his demonic pet, although it was also a part of it. He had analyzed that if he only relied on his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit. This was because the Furious Saber Venerable One's saber was fast and powerful enough. He could pull away from the Furious Saber Venerable One in a short time. But at this time, as time passed, he would definitely be caught up. The only way to truly escape the Furious Saber Venerable One's pursuit was the spectral dragon. The significance of a demonic pet was not that there was an additional demonic beast. If the demonic pet and its master cooperated well, the strength that it could unleash would definitely be terrifying. If both of them fought together, as long as they cooperated well enough, their strength could be unleashed to an extremely powerful extent. By then, not to mention escaping successfully, the spectral dragon even had the thought of killing the Furious Saber Venerable One. Therefore, at this time, he rushed into the sky without any regard for anything else. His only chance to turn the tables now was the spectral dragon. At this moment, he released all of his power, which was almost a suicidal method. Therefore, even the Furious Saber Venerable One could not catch up to him during this period. At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable suddenly understood his purpose. Damn thing, are you trying to escape? How can I let you escape, you damned guy? Even if he was fearless, he still didn't want to implicate Su Yan, that Oriole. Thus, he immediately pushed his speed to its limit. But in the end, he was still a step too slow. The two of them were at the same cultivation level. Although his strength suppressed the other party, it was impossible for him to completely suppress the other party. Therefore, he was unable to catch up to the Oriole at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragoning laughed. Hee hee, you want to stop me? No, it's already too late for you. I will definitely kill that Oriole. After that, if possible, I will definitely kill you as well. And that precious disciple of yours will also die. Gui Longying deliberately said those words. He wanted to make the Wild Blade Venerable angry. A battle at their level was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just a contest of strength, but also a contest of mentality. At this moment, if the frenzied Blade Venerable's heart was in turmoil, be it anger or strong murderous intent, it would be a rare opportunity for him. Of course, he didn't know if the frenzied Blade Venerable would be infuriated by his words, but he was willing to try as long as there was a chance. After all, he didn't know if some things would succeed after doing them, but if he didn't do them, they wouldn't succeed for sure. Soon enough, he penetrated through layers of strong winds. At this moment, he also saw his demonic pet. The moment he saw his ghost dragon covered in injuries, his heart was filled with anger. It was his demonic pet, but it was in such a miserable state at this moment. At this moment, Ghost Dragon roared in excitement. He sensed the arrival of his master. If he and his master joined forces, they could definitely kill the Oriole directly. He, damned beast. I'll take your life today. The Oriole's bloodline was extremely powerful. If Ghost Dragon could devour the Oriole directly after killing it, it would be greatly beneficial for his evolution. However, the frenzied Blade Venerable was behind him at this moment, so he didn't seem to have such an opportunity. But it didn't matter. Although it was a pity, it was a good thing to be able to kill the Oriole. Moreover, if he was fast enough, it would be great if he could retrieve the demon core from the Oriole's body. At this moment, his strength skyrocketed, and a pitch-black force enveloped the Oriole. The battle between the Oriole and Ghost Dragon had entered a critical period. At this moment, both the Oriole and the dragon were exhausted to the extreme. And at this moment, Ghost Dragoning almost didn't have the strength to resist Ghost Dragon Ying's attack. Boom! Ghost Dragon Wind's attack directly hit the Oriole. This caused the Oriole's body to tremble. Even though it tried its best to flap its wings, it couldn't help but fall down. His body fell downwards, which meant that he couldn't even control his own body. Ghost Dragoning, how dare you! At this moment, the frenzied Blade Venerable's voice sounded directly. His tone was full of anger. But how could Ghost Dragoning care? As long as he killed the Oriole, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Frenzied Blade, you idiot! Don't you know whether I dare to or not? Ha, you really don't want this Oriole to die, right? But I'm going to kill it right in front of you. At this time, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. His power continued to revolve. Such a terrifying power continued to revolve. Obviously, he was going to attack the Oriole again. At this time, the Oriole was in extreme pain. It was already injured to begin with, and the attack from Gui Longying earlier was even more unbearable for it. It only felt like it was going to die in the next moment. At this point, he had nowhere else to go. If it wasn't injured, it could naturally use its terrifying speed to avoid this attack. But now, its wings were extremely heavy. At this moment, he couldn't even stabilize his body. At this moment, he let out a cry of despair. It was at this moment that his emotions were directly transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness through the mysterious existence. Su Yan's physical body was almost recovered. His injuries were gradually stabilizing. As long as there was a little more time, Su Yan would be able to wake up. This made Meng Yang heave a sigh of relief. And at this time, Meng Yang began his cultivation. Since he had already made up his mind to cultivate seriously, he wouldn't give up any time. He, Meng Yang, was a man of his word. At this time, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes. There was a connection between the demon pet and its master. At this time, the Oriole's despair was transmitted to Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Almost instantly, the blood essence of the demonic beast's heart in Su Yan's body began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan was actually enveloped by a layer of blood light. Oriole. At this moment, the demon blood was activated. The supreme sword soul in his sea of consciousness actually burst out with endless light. The radiance that seeped out of his body gave Meng Yang a shock. Damn, Su Yan, you're a zombie. Previously, Su Yan looked like he was on the verge of death. But at this time, he actually burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura. Su Yan didn't pay attention to Meng Yang at this time. He just said, "Wait for me to come back." At this time, a terrifying divine sword appeared in front of him. It was the Godslayer sword. Previously, the Godslayer sword wanted to invade Su Yan's sea of consciousness and then make Su Yan its scabbard. But at this time, it actually appeared and was used by Su Yan. It turned out that at the moment when Su Yan sensed the danger of the Oriole, he directly communicated with the Godslayer sword with the Supreme Sword Soul. He wanted to borrow the power of the Godslayer sword to directly tear space and then go to the Oriole's side. Even a Tao master would find it difficult to tear space apart. Only a venerable sovereign had the ability to easily tear space apart. But Su Yan knew that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. One must know that when he fought with the evil sword Cold Jade last time, countless cracks appeared in the sky. So, he believed that the Godslayer sword would definitely be able to do it. Everything had a price. The Godslayer sword didn't treat Su Yan as its master. Its will was above everything. It agreed to help because Su Yan passed his will to it through the Supreme Sword Soul, to become the scabbard. Su Yan agreed to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Using one's own body as the scabbard was a very terrifying thing. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade wanted to use Xianxia as the scabbard. Xianxia was sealed for more than 10 years because of this. Later, the evil sword Cold Jade's eyes fell on Su Yan. But at that time, Su Yan directly released the Godslayer sword from the seal of the red fire sword case, and thus escaped the disaster. But at this time, he actually agreed to it willingly. Because, now, he wanted to be the Oriole. Although they were only demon pets, Su Yan would never give them up so easily. At this time, the space crack appeared, and Su Yan directly entered it without hesitation. With a flash of light, Su Yan directly disappeared. It was as if he had never appeared. Meng Yang looked at all this and was even more shocked. Damn it, it's tearing space. This guy, how many hidden cards does he have? Chapter 748. Female literature. At this moment, he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. How many more tricks did Su Yan have up his sleeves that he was unaware of? Isn't this guy hiding a little too many things? Just what level had his strength reached? He could actually tear space apart. However, he could vaguely guess that this had a lot to do with that strange sword. After all, he had never seen that sword before today. Gui Longying's attack finally erupted. At the same time, he had already reunited with Gui Longying. After reuniting with Gui Longying, the two powers began to merge. This made his attack even more terrifying. He had absolute confidence that he could kill the Oriole with this attack. Just as he had said, the frenzied blade venerable couldn't do anything at this moment. The only thing he could do was to admire how Gui Longying had killed the Oriole. As for the frenzied blade venerable's anger, Gui Longying didn't care about it at all. After all, he had already reunited with his beast pet. With the help of Gui Longying's speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave. Of course, he hadn't thought of fighting the frenzied blade venerable to the death yet. After all, that wasn't his style. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred at this moment. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in front of the Oriole. It was as if glass had been shattered. Then, a sword appeared out of thin air. Gui Longying frowned and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's going on? What's happening? Even he couldn't react at this moment. But then, he immediately saw a person emerge from the crack. He immediately cried out in alarm, "How is this possible? This is a space-tearing technique." At this moment, he was really terrified to the extreme. One had to know that tearing space was a powerful technique that only sovereigns could use. Sovereigns that could frighten seven essences. Sovereigns were mythical existences. Although he was currently at the four essences realm, he clearly knew how huge the gap between him and a sovereign's was. A sovereign's wouldn't need to expend much energy to kill him. However, he didn't understand why a sovereign's would descend at this time. However, he soon got a clear look at the person who appeared. "It's not an overlord, it's you, brat." At this moment, his eyes emitted a cold light. Previously, he had seen Su Yan, so at this time, he directly called out Su Yan. It turned out that the one who appeared this time was not an ancestor, but a dragon realm brat. He stared at Su Yan and said directly, "How could you tear space? How did you do it?" That's not right. It's that sword. I understand now. There's something strange about that sword." Ghost Dragon Ying's eyes were extremely sharp. Almost at the first moment, he had already seen how terrifying the sword in Su Yan's hand was. It was also because of this that his greed immediately emerged. As a four-origin venerable, his battle prowess was already extremely formidable. However, if he could obtain that terrifying and mysterious sword, his strength would immediately increase. By then, why would he be afraid? The frenzied Saber Highness could just kill him straight away. Therefore, at this time, his greed had reached an extremely high level. A brat like you won't be able to control such a divine sword. Let me take care of it for you." He directly stretched out his hand. A huge black shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a terrifying palm formed by the condensation of his power. It possessed extremely terrifying power. At this time, a powerful light directly enveloped Su Yan. If it was the frenzied Saber Highness, he naturally wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. However, Su Yan was only in the dragon realm. What was such a person in his eyes? These so-called young geniuses were nothing more than trash before they grew up. Moreover, being able to kill such a person was something to be happy about. The spatial crack behind Su Yan disappeared, and he stood in front of Yellow Sparrow. At this time, his gaze was so cold that it was almost the same as that of Ghost-Face Su Yan. At this time, he directly raised the sword in his hand gently. His movements were so slow that it was as if he was a child lifting heavy steel. However, at this time, Yellow Sparrow let out an extremely uneasy sound. It was a kind of fear, a kind of fear. However, it wasn't afraid of Ghost-Face's attack. It was afraid of the sword in Su Yan's hand. In this space, he felt an extremely terrifying power. The degree of the power was so terrifying that even he couldn't come into contact with it. Moreover, he had experienced this terrifying power before. Back then, when the four great demonic beasts appeared, all of them wanted to devour Su Yan. Later on, even the evil eye tyrant appeared. However, at that time, Su Yan finally took out the sword. The appearance of such a terrifying divine sword made them unable to breathe. In the end, they had no choice but to give their heart's essence and blood to Su Yan. Although it wasn't long back then, the respect they had for the sword was deeply engraved in their hearts. Yellow Sparrow originally thought that he would definitely die this time. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to appear at this time. Moreover, he was holding the extremely terrifying divine sword in his hand. When he saw Su Yan, he already knew that he would be able to turn the situation around this time. However, the respect he had for the Godslayer sword still made him tremble continuously. Gui Longying's attack finally arrived in front of Su Yan. At the next moment, it engulfed Su Yan entirely. The enormous black power drowned Su Yan's body. Yu Longying cruelly smiled, "Ha, and here I thought you were something special. So it turns out that you can't even withstand a single blow. However, I'll be taking your sword, ha ha ha." Ah! His laughter stopped abruptly at this moment. In the end, it turned into an extremely terrified sound. At this moment, his body even began to tremble. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the midst of his enormous power. The plain and cold trace was so inconspicuous at the beginning. However, in the next moment, the trace tore everything apart. The power of his attack dissipated in an instant. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a sword mark. The sword mark was so arrogant that it was as if everything in this world would be vulnerable in front of it. At this moment, Ghostface felt that his life was like a candlelight in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Go quickly. He was really afraid when he saw this. He immediately urged the ghost dragon to leave as soon as possible. However, how could he escape at this time? The spectral dragon's speed was indeed fast, but how could it compare to Su Yan's sword light? The difference was too great. The sword light flashed, and it was already not far behind him. Although it had not come into contact with this sword chi, that terrifying power had already torn his clothes, causing countless wounds to appear on his back. There was a mouthful of blood in his mouth. At this moment, he was about to collapse. Under the threat of death, he made a decision. Block him, you stupid idiot, block him for me. At this time, he actually directly used his own demon pet as his shield. Poor Ghostface. The master that he had trusted so much earlier had actually abandoned him at this moment. Don't blame me. You're just my demon pet. At this moment, a trace of viciousness flashed through Ghostface's heart. Was he reluctant? Of course he would. This Ghostface had been with him for decades. He was his best friend. But so what? Weren't friends used to be sold? For the sake of his own life, what was the sacrifice of a ghost dragon? As long as he could continue to live, then all of this would be worth it. The sword attack that Su Yan had unleashed was truly terrifying. Even though Gui Long was extremely powerful, he was still unable to withstand a single blow from this sword attack. His huge body was directly torn apart in front of such a powerful sword momentum. It was like a rag that was instantly shattered. Seeing his demon pet die, Ghostface's heart trembled violently. However, he was a ruthless person after all. He deeply understood that this was not the time for him to continue staying. That brat was too terrifying. He had to leave immediately. Moreover, the further the better. Without Ghostface's help, he would be in much greater danger. Even if he could escape this moment, he would still be pursued by frenzied Saber Venerable. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not intend to let him go. You can't escape. He took a step forward. This simple step shattered the space once again. At the next moment, his figure had already appeared in front of Gui Longying. How strange was that? Gui Longying immediately stopped his body. At this moment, he looked at this young man. He was really afraid. This expressionless young man was simply a devil. His strength was too terrifying. Was he really a person in the dragon realm? No, it was that sword. That's a divine sword. No matter how powerful a holy sword was, it was impossible for it to reach such a level. Then, there was only one possibility. This sword was a divine sword. Go to hell. Su Yan did not give him a chance to say too much. After all, this was not his own strength, but the Godslayer sword's. He used the condition of himself becoming the scabbard to use the power of the Godslayer sword. However, this kind of time could not be too long. Otherwise, under the impact of the Godslayer sword's power, he might even be torn to death. Die. This was the final judgment for Ghostface. Chapter 749. Female literature. When the frenzied Blade Venerable arrived, he was in time to see the last scene. Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan with a single sword strike and was cut in half. How unbelievable was this? As Meng Yang's master, he naturally knew Su Yan. Last time, they had even killed a venerable from the Limitless Demon sect together. He had a very high opinion of Su Yan. His talent was outstanding. He was young, but his realm was not low. Moreover, his combat strength was strong. More importantly, his mind was very calm, and he was also very tenacious. To be able to receive such a high evaluation from him was already very impressive. However, he never thought that Su Yan would be able to kill Ghost Dragoning. He still saw the scene before Ghost Dragoning died in his heart. This deeply shocked his heart. Even for him, it would not be so easy to kill Ghost Dragoning. At this moment, the Godslayer sword in Su Yan's hands suddenly moved towards Su Yan's body. When the frenzied Blade Venerable saw this, his entire body jumped. That's a divine sword. A divine sword in a scabbard. He was immediately alarmed. The Godslayer sword was clearly going to enter Su Yan's body at this moment. A powerhouse like him knew a lot of things. He deeply understood how tragic it would be if a person became a scabbard. As a senior, he could not watch Su Yan do this no matter what. Therefore, after the initial shock, he did not hesitate and directly attacked. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab the sword and prevent it from entering Su Yan's body. However, just as his palm approached, an extremely terrifying sword chi immediately rushed over. Facing this sword chi, even the powerful frenzied Blade Venerable had no choice but to retreat. What a terrifying sword chi! What a terrifying divine sword. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Dragoning was killed by Su Yan despite his realm. It was true that Su Yan was powerful, but the true power was this divine sword. Su Yan. There was nothing the frenzied Saber Venerable One could do. He could only watch as the Godslayer sword pierced Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's face was pale. However, he said to the frenzied Blade Venerable, "Senior, don't worry. I'm fine." His smile was so forced. It was obvious that he was in great pain. At this time, the Oriole that felt its master's pain directly flew towards Su Yan. The Oriole approached Su Yan's body and let Su Yan stand on its back. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense that Su Yan had paid a huge price for him. From this moment onwards, he finally and wholeheartedly followed Su Yan, determined to become Su Yan's demon pet. For the sake of his own life, Ghost Dragon directly used his demon pet Ghost Dragon as a shield. And Su Yan, for his sake, did not hesitate to pay such a huge price. A demon beast like the Oriole also had extremely high intelligence. At this time, he was truly moved. Su Yan, you need to know that becoming a scabbard is like carrying an unbreakable curse. Perhaps, you will not die a good death. The frenzied Blade Venerable One's expression was very solemn. Su Yan said, "Senior, this is my own choice. However, I ask Senior to help me keep it a secret." Su Yan said very calmly, as if he was just talking about a trivial matter. One had to know that if the news of him becoming a scabbard was known, then he would be in great trouble. How great was the temptation of a divine sword! When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it directly set up a trap. At that time, even the sect master of the Taihang sword faction and the sect master of the Divine Wind sect had arrived. At this time, the news of Su Yan becoming a scabbard was leaked. Then, he would immediately become everyone's target. One had to know that there were only the 10 great divine swords in the entire Jianghu continent. Moreover, at least 4 of the divine swords were already in a broken state and were not complete. When the evil sword Cold Jade was born, it had attracted a lot of attention. After all, the frenzied blade Venerable One was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Su Yan and said, "You little brat, do you understand that if I used a sword instead of a blade, I would have already made my move? However, don't worry, I will keep this matter a secret for you. Of course, you must also remember this. You must not reveal it in front of others." Su Yan knew that this senior was thinking for him. He smiled and said, "Senior, don't worry. Su Yan is not a stupid person. Of course, I know the importance of this matter." In fact, Su Yan was already sighing in his heart. He had too many secrets. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Today, the frenzied blade Venerable One was here. He would keep it a secret for him, but what about another day? Sooner or later, his secret would be exposed. Moreover, he might not be ready to deal with everything by then. No matter what, he would not shrink back. He was still not powerful enough at the moment. If he could become as powerful as Xianxia, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, so what if everyone knew that he had a divine sword? Would anyone dare to plot against him? At the end of the day, everything in this world was built on one strength. Only those who were truly powerful could live freely in this world without being restrained. Su Yan understood this very well. The frenzied blade Venerable One did not say anything else. He knew that the young fellow had his own thoughts, and many things did not need to be repeated, especially for someone like Su Yan. He naturally had his own mind and judgment. After all, not everyone was as brainless as his disciple. Nevertheless, he began to have a headache when he mentioned his disciple. If that lazy fella could be more diligent, his cultivation base would not be like this. I really don't know what to do with that mischievous boy. However, he did not know that after this incident, Meng Yang had begun to make up his mind to cultivate hard. The Oriole carried Su Yan directly toward the warship. On the other hand, in the deep sea, the sea-splitting demonic snake finally killed the jade phosphorus beast and began to devour its body. After all, the sea-splitting demonic snake had once devoured a void beast, and its strength had become extremely powerful and terrifying. If it devoured the jade phosphorus beast this time, its bloodline would become even more powerful. Su Yan, who had received this news, was relieved. Whether it was the Oriole or the sea-splitting demonic snake, since they had become his demon pets, he would not give them up. In order to catch the Oriole, he even chose to become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. At this time, he had completely calmed down. He remembered clearly that the second elder of the boundless demon sect's ghost-killing hall, Ghost Fork, had become the scabbard of the evil sword Cold Jade. After becoming the scabbard, all his will was the will of the evil sword Cold Jade. What a terrifying thing this was. Now, what he was most afraid of was that he would be like Ghost Fork and forget himself in the end. This was not the ending he wanted. However, although the Godslayer sword had entered his body at this time, his will did not change because of it. Su Yan understood that this must be related to the regal sword soul in his body. The magical regal sword codex had brought him to this world, and at the same time, it had allowed him to survive one crisis after another. Su Yan had always believed that everything in this world had its own unique meaning and mission. Even a blade of grass was like this, and the regal sword codex was so powerful, so it was even more so. It was just that until now, Su Yan still did not know the meaning of the regal sword soul's existence. However, it did not matter. As long as he did not die, as long as he could live, he would know sooner or later. The Oriole fell directly from the sky, and then staggered into the warship. At this time, there was one more person on the warship, and that was Mu Tianxing. Bai Tianqing was defeated by her in the end. However, Bai Tianqing was, after all, a member of the royal sect, and Mu Tianqing's strength had reached its limit. If she wanted to kill him, Mu Tianxing would have to pay a certain price, so she gave up in the end and let Bai Tianqing go. However, although Bai Tianqing survived, he was in a miserable state. He had already been seriously injured in the battle with Mu Tianxing. More importantly, his monster pet, the jade phosphorus beast, was directly killed and devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. To him, this was an extremely huge blow. The jade phosphorus beast was extremely important to him. The jade phosphorus beast was inseparable from the fact that his cultivation had reached such a level. But now, the jade phosphorus beast had died in an incomparably miserable way. Everything had been devoured by the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this time, Su Yan landed on the warship and immediately half-knelt on the deck. His body was too heavy. After all, the power of the Godslayer's sword was too terrifying. This powerful pressure was almost more terrifying than his 3 hearts releasing at the same time. He directly ordered the Oriole to leave by himself and heal himself carefully. Of course, he also gave the demonic core of the ghost dragon to the Oriole. Although he couldn't devour the ghost dragon's entire body, he still obtained the most important demon core. The Oriole had narrowly escaped death this time, but once he could digest what he obtained this time, his strength would increase even more. Although the benefits he obtained could not be compared to the sea-splitting demonic snake, it was still extremely great. Seeing Su Yan in such a state, Mu Tianxing directly came over. Su Yan, are you okay? At this time, Meng Yang also ran over and said directly, that's great. You're actually still alive. Su Yan took a deep breath to stabilize his condition. However, at this time, he suddenly said, there seems to be one person missing on the warship. Where's Fang Yueshan? Chapter 750. Female Literature, Where's Fang Yueshan? Su Yan asked again. At this time, Meng Yang said, he was taken away by Rosen. Meng Yang didn't know Fang Yueshan at all, and Fang Yueshan himself was a member of the Devil's Doctrine, so he didn't care much about Fang Yueshan. Therefore, when Rosen wanted to take him away, he was almost too lazy to stop him. Anyway, in his opinion, it was just a dog-eat-dog matter, and it had nothing to do with him, Rosen. But he didn't expect that Su Yan would be so concerned about this matter. Hearing that he was taken away by Rosen, Su Yan frowned tightly. He promised Fang Yueshan to protect his safety. However, not long after he finished speaking, he was directly taken away. Although this matter was definitely not Su Yan's fault. After all, at that time, he fell into a coma and couldn't protect himself. Moreover, he also understood the thoughts of Meng Yang and the others at that time. Rosen, what is this guy going to do? He pondered for a while, and finally said, no, I promised to protect Fang Yueshan, so I absolutely can't let him be taken away by Rosen. No matter what, I have to try to save him. Su Yan's tone was calm, but it was extremely firm. Meng Yang knew that since Su Yan said so, he would never change his mind. Of course, at this time, he didn't want to persuade him anymore. Well, you have a good rest first. When your injury is better, we'll go save him together. At this time, Mu Tianxing also said, Su Yan, since Rosen didn't kill Fang Yueshan on the spot, it means that he needs Fang Yueshan, so I think Fang Yueshan will be fine for a while. Meng Yang continued, that's right, I don't think that Luosen would have the guts to do such a thing. Not to mention, your body is so abnormal, you won't be able to recover for long. With your current appearance, you can't even walk properly, so how can you save people? At this time, Su Yan sighed. He naturally understood that these two people were right, and he could only do so at this time. Don't worry, I understand. I won't be reckless. He also knew his own situation. At this time, his body was still in a mess. When the 3 hearts were beating at their peak, the sudden appearance of ghost-face Su Yan, as well as the god-punishing sword that had already entered his body, was a huge problem for him. Now, he had to immediately understand his own situation. Of course, he didn't have any fighting strength at the moment. Just as Meng Yang said, if he went to look for Rosen at this time, let alone whether he could find him, even if Rosen was standing in front of him, so what? How could he be a match for Rosen at this time? That guy probably didn't even need to lift a hand to kill him. Okay, Meng Yang, help me. I want to go back and sleep. Su Yan said. At this time, he was really sleepy. It was a kind of fatigue that came from the depths of his mind. As soon as this fatigue appeared, it immediately made his entire body feel extremely fatigued. Previously, he was holding on with all his strength. However, when this strength dissipated, his entire person was dispirited in an instant. Rosen carried Fang Yueshan and kept moving forward. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. Obviously, he was in a very good mood at this time. Hee, Fang Yueshan, I really didn't expect that you would be Fang Wuhui's descendant. How could someone like you be Fang Wuhui's descendant? He said softly. Although he was asking, he obviously didn't intend to pay attention to Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan was almost unknown in the demon sect. His cultivation wasn't strong, and he didn't have any courage. He just guarded his own worship and lived a quiet life. But if one were to mention the name Fang Wuhui, the entire Limitless Demons sect would probably know him. The Limitless Demons sect had experienced countless years of ups and downs in the 9 provinces. The Demons sect had its glory and naturally had its decline. Around 1,200 years ago, the Limitless Demons sect had already fallen to an extremely low level. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was suppressed by the righteous faction. At that time, the Limitless Demons sect was so miserable that it almost fell out of the 10 great sects. The righteous faction directly attacked the Limitless Demons sect's mountain gate. If not for the appearance of Fang Wuhui, the Limitless Demons sect would have been eliminated from the 9 provinces by now. Fang Wuhui was a disciple of one of the 10 great sects of the righteous faction, King Tai. Of course, at that time, he wasn't called Fang Wuhui, but Fang Yulua. At a young age, he had outstanding talent and was a genius of King Tai. Such a genius naturally had to participate in the encirclement of the demon sect. Originally, everything was very normal, but an accident happened to this young man. He fell in love with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect. The two of them fell in love and even had a child of their own. For this woman, Fang Yulua was even prepared to leave King Tai. Unfortunately, the cultivation world was an even more terrifying place. People in the cultivation world were helpless. He was a disciple of King Tai. How could he leave just because he wanted to? King Tai quickly found out about this matter. How could a righteous faction disciple have an illicit relationship with a witch of the Limitless Demon sect? Despite Fang Yulua's protection, King Tai's experts still made a move. His wife was directly beheaded and her corpse was hung at the entrance of the Limitless Demon sect. At that moment, Fang Yulua's entire person collapsed. King Tai's headmaster gave him a chance to let go of the past and return to the King Tai. After all, he was a first-rate genius. But at this time, how could he accept such a fate? In his anger, he directly killed the elder who had called for him to return to the sect. He swore that as long as it was someone from King Tai, he would kill them on sight. He was a genius to begin with. King Tai's techniques had been cultivated to an extremely powerful level. His wife was the Limitless Demon sect's holy maiden, so he knew about the Limitless Demon sect's demonic techniques. Originally, he still remembered his identity as a righteous faction disciple, so he never touched the demonic techniques. However, after his wife's death, he only felt hatred for this world. So, he turned to the demonic path without any scruples. From then on, King Tai's disciple Fang Yulua no longer existed in this world. Instead, it was the murderous demon Fang Wuhui. He cultivated both the righteous faction and the demonic faction's powerful techniques. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and he directly reached the sovereign realm. The powerful King Tai suffered heavy losses under his crazy revenge. It was rumored that this powerful Fang Wuhui even directly killed his way into King Tai's ancestral hall. Of course, in the end, he still fell, and the whereabouts of his descendants were unknown. But it was precisely because of his strong killing that King Tai began to wither. It was said that in the great battle that year, almost dozens of King Tai's venerables fell. Among them, there were 2 sovereigns and 5 holy venerables. Fang Wuhui was definitely a fierce person. Later, it was said that this fierce person did not actually die in King Tai, but escaped from inside. He even brought out one of King Tai's most precious treasures, the Taishan bead. The Taishian bead was a divine artifact. Although it did not have extremely terrifying killing power like the divine sword, its value was above the divine sword. It had endless magical uses. In the past, King Tai was able to suppress all the sects and become the leader of the top 10 sects because of the Taishian bead. In this era, although King Tai was still in the top 10 sects, it was already at the bottom. It was on the verge of collapse, and it might even be kicked out of the top 10 sects. Rosen heard this rumor in the past. Not long ago, he began to search for the Taishian bead, and inadvertently learned that Fang Yueshan was actually a descendant of Fang Wuhui. That was why he directly took action. Since he was a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he must know something about the things left behind by Fang Wuhui. After some investigation, he had already grasped some information. If he could get some information from Fang Yueshan, then he believed that he would not be far from the treasure left behind by the powerful Emperor Realm expert. Fang Yueshan, I advise you to tell me about this matter. You should know that if you don't tell me this news, then you will die a miserable death. Furthermore, I will find out about this news in the end. My ghost-killing hall is best at obtaining information from the mouths of the dead. Rosen directly threatened. What he said was not wrong. The ghost-killing hall had an extremely powerful ability to control the soul. As long as Fang Yueshan knew about this news, then no matter how hard his mouth was, he would still have a way to get information from Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed. Rosen, I know you are a genius of the ghost-killing hall. Many people even think that you will be the second ghost fork. You've always been a swift and decisive person. If you only wanted to know some information, you wouldn't waste time talking nonsense with me. However, since you didn't attack my soul at this time, it means that you're afraid of something. Fang Yueshan continued, let me guess, since you already have some clues about Fang Wuhui, then I'm afraid you also know some information. For example, some things are related to my soul, and once my soul is damaged, you will no longer be able to obtain what you want, am I right? At this time, Rosen's expression became even colder, because what Fang Yueshan said was right. This Fang Yueshan actually hit the nail on the head, and directly saw through this matter. This guy was indeed worthy of being a descendant of Fang Wuhui. You are a smart guy. But believe me, if I, Luo Sen, want something, then I will definitely get it. Humph. Chapter 751. Female Literature. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already understood one thing, that is, no matter what he said, it was useless. A person like Rosen, who was as cunning as a fox and very cruel, would definitely not have a good end if he fell into his hands. But of course, he was unwilling to tell the secret in his heart. After all, it was a secret that belonged to the Fang family. For this secret, the Fang family had been guarding it for generations. Although Fang Yueshan and his father thought that it was just nonsense, they still passed down this secret. 1,000 years was a long time, passed down generation after generation. Even if this treasure itself had no meaning, this secret had its unique value. In the past 3,000 years, perhaps Fang Wuhui had killed too many people, so the Fang family suffered retribution. Their family did not have a first-class genius, and it was precisely because of this reason that the Fang family finally disappeared in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, Rosen was actually able to find him. His means were also very powerful. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly had an unrealistic thought, that is, Su Yan will come to save him. After all, Su Yan said that as long as he did not die, he would definitely protect him. However, he quickly tossed this unrealistic thought aside. Fang Yueshan, when did you become so naive? How can such a promise be trusted? What's more, the current Su Yan, even if he wants to save me, he can't. Even if he believed that Su Yan was a man of his words, he knew that Su Yan was injured at this time. When Meng Yang carried him back, Su Yan was unconscious and almost died immediately. How could Su Yan save him in this state? What's more, Wang Baichuan and the others had allowed Luo Sen to take him away without any obstruction. From this, it could be seen that in these people's hearts, Luo Sen was just an insignificant character. He believed that if Su Yan was awake at that time, he would definitely save him. But now that he was kidnapped by Rosen, even if Su Yan woke up, he would probably be too lazy to save him. In a fit of helplessness, Feng Yueshan fell unconscious again. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flames sect had already started searching for Rosen at Su Yan's request. In this battle with the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan had contributed greatly. After he told Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan of his wish, they happily agreed. Then, the two of them made requests to the Taihang Sword factions Xue Xingchuan and the Blazing Flames sects Qiu Zifan, and the order was passed down. The disciples of the two great sects immediately began to search for Luo Sen's whereabouts. Very soon, the locations where Luo Sen had appeared and where he might have gone were continuously reported to them. This time, he slept for 3 days and 2 nights. For Su Yan, sleeping was the best way to heal his injuries. The 3 hearts in his body maintained a strange balance at this time, beating peacefully in his body at the same time. This was a good signal. At least at this time, this power was under Su Yan's control. Moreover, after the Godslayer sword entered his body, it didn't cause any disturbances. It was as if it just wanted to find a place to sleep. This made Su Yan feel a lot more at ease. After all, this thing was simply too powerful. Its power was simply too terrifying. If it wanted to change Su Yan's consciousness at this time, it would definitely cause another terrifying battle in his sea of consciousness. Although Su Yan's sea of consciousness had already formed a strange phenomenon, Su Yan was still very wary of this godly sword. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. However, for safety's sake, after he woke up, his divine sense continued to sweep through his sea of consciousness. In the end, he discovered that the Godslayer sword had entered the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. There, the revered sword's soul was quietly existing, and the Godslayer sword was actually next to it. This was a strange scene, but Su Yan didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, the Godslayer sword was now a lord to him. He didn't have the ability to fight against it, so at this time, he could only let it be. However, at this juncture, he discovered something. The seal on Darkness Holy Man and Extreme Ice seemed to have loosened. It was obvious that these 2 guys had woken up. However, when Su Yan's divine sense swept through them, they remained in a state of deep sleep. I really didn't expect these 2 guys to wake up. However, looking at them now, I know that these 2 guys are definitely up to no good. Su Yan sighed, but he didn't care about these 2 guys anymore. For the current him, these 2 guys couldn't pose a threat to him for the time being. There were many things that needed to be prepared for a rainy day, but now was not the time. Since his body was fine, he woke up from this false state of deep sleep. Now, he needed to track down Rosen. He didn't understand why Rosen wanted to make things difficult for Feng Yueshan. After all, although the 2 of them were both disciples of the Devil sect, they were not people of the same world. Rosen was a dragon that could overturn rivers and seas, while Feng Yueshan seemed to be just a small fish waiting to die. This analogy was suitable. If the 2 of them had interacted, then the dragon naturally wouldn't mind eating this small fish. But in fact, the 2 of them didn't have any interactions at all. However, at this time, the dragon came specially to eat this small fish. There was always a reason behind everything, let alone a person like Lawson. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Rosen must be up to something. Even if it wasn't for Feng Yueshan, Su Yan felt that he needed to know what this guy was doing. After all, he and Rosen were destined to be enemies. If there was a chance, Rosen wouldn't mind killing him. Of course, he was the same. Since they were enemies, it was necessary to know what the enemy was doing. Of course, it would be even better if he could disrupt the enemy's actions. After Su Yan woke up, he immediately sent a message to Feng Yuhai, hoping that he could give him useful information. In fact, Feng Yuhai didn't disappoint him. A disciple of the Taihang Sword faction finally saw Rosen carrying a person in the direction of the Dark Abyss. The Dark Abyss was a dangerous place in the world of the 9 provinces. When that place appeared, there were no clear records in the world of the 9 provinces. Su Yan directly asked Mu Tianxing, Sister Mu, do you know if anything big happened there? Since the Dark Abyss was a forbidden area, why did Rosen go there? There was only one reason, and that was because there was something he wanted there. And this thing might be related to some things in history. Mu Tianxing frowned, and then she said, "It seems that nothing big happened, but if I remember correctly, about 3,000 years ago, there was a small-scale battle there. At that time, King Tai's traitor, Fang Wuhui, directly killed their elder there." Su Yan's eyes lit up. Fang Wuhui. Fang Wuhui, Fang Yueshan, I roughly understand some things, but these are all my guesses. Now, I have to go there immediately. Now, the Oriole was severely injured, and the sea-splitting demonic snake was still in a deep sleep. However, this didn't matter. After all, he was a man with 4 demon pets. Of course, he didn't want to summon another demon pet in front of everyone. After all, it was already an extremely shocking thing for him to have 2 demon pets. If others knew that he had other demon pets, it would make everyone jealous. Although some things had to be known sooner or later, in his subconscious mind, it was better to wait a little longer. Su Yan directly spread his dragon wings and left. At this time, his fire dragon's power had been exhausted, so his wings were covered in black. This was the real devil dragon's wings. At this moment, his speed was extremely fast, and he directly went to the distance. Meng Yang originally wanted to follow Su Yan, but in the end, he gave up. Because now he was very clear about one thing, and that was that Su Yan's strength was already above his. Now that he followed Su Yan, he might become a burden to Su Yan. He directly went to find the frenzied Blade Venerable. At this time, the frenzied Blade Venerable was barefoot on the deck, basking in the sun. Fighting was a very difficult thing, so after the battle, he naturally wanted to enjoy life. He was a person who knew how to enjoy life. At this time, Meng Yang directly walked over. Then, he said to the frenzied Blade Venerable, "Let's go, we should leave here." This time, Meng Yang's voice was very calm, and even a little low. The way he spoke made the frenzied Blade Venerable very uncomfortable. Shouldn't his disciple be a joker? Why was he speaking so low at this time? He was really not used to such a voice. "Meng Yang, you little brat, what did you just say?" He felt that he must have been hallucinating. How could Meng Yang, a born joker, speak like this? "I said, we should leave." Leave? Leave for what? He felt that his brain was not enough to understand. Did his disciple go crazy? This was not a good thing. For the rest of his life, he was still counting on his disciple to take care of him when he was old. If his disciple went crazy, what should he do? Meng Yang looked at his master snappily, then suddenly thought, "I'm such a joker, and this old man must be closely related to me." Chapter 752. Female Literature. This was an extremely dangerous place in the continent. Legend had it that this was the homeland of the underworld race. But later on, the underworld race suddenly disappeared from this world, and this place was cursed by them. Because of the curse, this place was unable to be illuminated by sunlight. Very few people were willing to enter this place, because according to legend, anyone who entered this place would not have a good ending. Most people died inside. And even if they didn't die inside, after coming out, they would contract a strange disease and eventually die. The most famous case was that a paragon had entered this place in the past. In the end, he successfully walked out of the dark abyss alive. When he first came out, he was fine, only slightly injured. But 3 months later, this paragon actually committed suicide. After his death, his body strangely began to turn black, and then began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. This made the curse even more terrifying. After all, that paragon was not someone who had just stepped into the paragon realm. He was a 5 essences paragon. Back then, he had entered the dark abyss to find an opportunity to break through to the 6 essences realm and become a Tao sovereign. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Even a 5 essences paragon had died. Who else would have the guts to enter this place? However, Su Yan had looked through some information during the past few days of recuperation. This information was related to Fang Yueshan. No, to be more precise, it was related to Fang Yueshan's ancestor, Fang Wuhui. Back then, Fang Wuhui had directly announced that he had left King Tai, and then began to brandish his butcher's knife to kill King Tai's people. Here, he had completely degenerated into a demon. Fang Yueshan was nothing more than a hoodlum, eating and waiting for death to come. Rosen had absolutely no reason to attack him, so it was obvious that he had done it for Fang Wuhui. For someone as powerful as Fang Wuhui, his methods were definitely extraordinary. Thus, Su Yan believed that even if Fang Wuhui had died, he would have left something behind. Although there were very few records about him, Su Yan could see that he was a person who was very affectionate. He was deeply in love with his wife. He was one of King Tai's most outstanding disciples, and had an incomparably beautiful future. But for the sake of his wife, it was obvious that he was willing to give up everything. It was impossible for such a person not to make arrangements for his descendants. In summary, he must have left something for his descendants in the dark abyss. Lawson didn't know where he got this information from and deduced it. Furthermore, since he had kidnapped Fang Yueshan, it meant that Fang Yueshan was of some use to him. Now, I can only hope that Fang Yueshan is smart enough. However, Fang Yueshan was a smart person. He was very clear about this. That was why he felt that he still had hope to rescue Fang Yueshan. The Nine Regions continent was vast and boundless. Even if Su Yan directly flew over with the demonic dragon wings, it would take a lot of time. More importantly, although he had already recovered, he had yet to reach his peak. Although he had defeated Rosen several times, he had to admit that Rosen was a tricky opponent. Moreover, he had the demonic god armor. It was a very powerful armor. After equipping the armor, Lawson's strength would soar. Even if Su Yan's realm had increased again, he did not dare to say that he could defeat him. At this moment, Su Yan began to summon his other powerful demon beast, the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger was the same as the blood-winged flying dragon. They were both powerful demon beasts that were extremely close to sacred beasts. Its strength was stronger than the sea-splitting demonic snake and the yellow sparrow. To put it bluntly, even if the yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake joined forces, they might not be a match for the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Therefore, in the beginning, Su Yan did not dare to summon the double-winged heavenly tiger or the blood-winged flying dragon. Because they were too powerful. Their existence would strongly stimulate the demon beast blood essence in Su Yan's body. The demon beast blood essence was of great benefit to Su Yan. However, there was always a limit to everything. When the demon beast blood essence was completely stimulated, his strength would reach its peak. And this strength would definitely exceed Su Yan's current limit. If that was the case, then Su Yan would probably have to pay a huge price. Just like this time, when the power of the three hearts was stimulated at the same time and exceeded Su Yan's current limit, it actually allowed Ghostface Su Yan to be born. Su Yan had once killed a version of himself in the evil sword Cold Jade's small world. However, Ghostface Su Yan and the other version of himself at that time were different concepts. The other version of himself at that time was a copy of Su Yan. Their strength was almost the same. However, Ghostface Su Yan was not. Ghostface Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. He could directly kill a venerable, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Of course, the conditions for his existence were even more harsh. However, no matter how harsh it was, since he had already appeared once, then he would definitely appear again the next time. Regarding this, Su Yan was very sure. When Su Yan flew to an extremely high place, the double-winged heavenly tiger's body directly appeared. Su Yan's realm continued to increase, which was also beneficial to his demon pet. Of course, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was far above Su Yan's, so Su Yan's realm increase did not benefit it as much as imagined. However, it was finally able to increase its strength a little. One had to know that at the double-winged heavenly tiger's realm, the increase in strength had become very slow. It was indeed very close, or even infinitely close to a holy beast, but perhaps it would never become a holy beast in this lifetime. However, the increase in Su Yan's realm gave it hope. And Su Yan's strength continued to increase, especially after he reached the venerable realm, the increase in strength of the double-winged heavenly tiger would become even more obvious. Su Yan directly landed on the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was stronger than Oriole and the others, so it was easier for it to communicate with Su Yan. Powerful master, where do you want to go? The reason why the double-winged heavenly tiger had submitted back then was because of the strength of the Godslayer sword. If it had not chosen to submit at that time, then it would have died. Under the threat of death, it had no choice but to do so. However, at this time, it did not have that rejection in its heart. After all, not to mention other things, Su Yan's strength had increased very quickly. And as long as Su Yan's strength continued to increase, its realm might continue to increase. This was what it wanted to see the most. Su Yan said, "You should know about the Dark Abyss, right? Let's go there." As soon as Su Yan's words fell, it immediately looked very surprised. Even if it was only a ferocious beast, it also knew how terrifying the Dark Abyss was. After all, it was not only a forbidden area for humans, but also for powerful beasts. In that place, there was an extremely terrifying curse. Not only human powerhouses, but even powerful beasts were the same when they entered. Not many beasts could resist the invasion of this curse. However, at this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger could not go against Su Yan's will. So at this time, it roared without hesitation and flew directly into the sky. The eternal Dark Abyss had existed for a long time. There were mountains everywhere in that area, but only this place seemed to have collapsed directly. Rumor had it that there was an extremely terrifying curse here. Rumor had it that as long as one stepped into this place, they would embark on the path of death. No one knew how long it had been since anyone dared to take a step into this place. But today, there was actually a guest here. This is the Dark Abyss. This is really an unpleasant place. Hee, back then, your ancestor fell here. He directly killed King Tai's powerhouses and then began to step into the devil's path. Only such a man is worthy of living in this world. Compared to him, you incompetent juniors are really too weak. Rosen ridiculed mercilessly. However, along the way, Fang Yueshan did not speak, not even a sigh. Rosen was not angry because there was no need for it. In the end, he was the victor and he would control everything. Now that he had arrived at this place, it meant that he was even closer to victory. He stood at the intersection of this dark road, feeling the power that floated out from it. This power was really terrifying. He actually felt a sense of trepidation standing here. However, he never believed in the nonsense of curses. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in himself because he had the Devil God armor. This Devil God armor was bestowed to him by the First Elder. At that time, he had a superstitious worship for the First Elder. However, when the First Elder of Divine Devil Island appeared directly and was about to eat his body, he already knew that the First Elder did not have good intentions towards him. If it was not for the help of the fairy from Divine Devil Island, he was afraid that he would have become a walking corpse by now. From that moment on, he swore that he must become stronger until he could kill the First Elder. He wanted to control the entire limitless demon sect. This was Rosen's ambition. This time, he found that the inheritance of Fang Wuhui could help him, allowing him to achieve his goal faster. As for whether Fang Yueshan would die or not, it was not within his scope of consideration. As long as he could achieve his goal, Fang Yueshan's life and death had nothing to do with him. He was that selfish. However, humans were selfish by nature. Finally, he got rid of the distracting thoughts in his heart and stepped directly into it. Chapter 753. Female Literature. The abyss was filled with faint wails. It was as if a person was about to die. Even Rosen felt a ripple in his heart at this moment. "Humph, you think you can scare me with this?" Rosen was obviously disdainful of these. Right now, he was extremely determined. In order to increase his strength, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, he had the Demon God armor. Once he realized that something was wrong, it would not be difficult. He immediately put on the Demon God armor. Even the curse of such a mysterious place would not be able to do anything to him. Rosen walked for a long time with the Feng Yuashan empty. Everything around him was so quiet. Every step he took was as if he was stepping on water. However, at this moment, eyes appeared in the darkness one after another. These eyes stared fixedly at him, as if countless evil spirits were crazily roaring and shouting. It was a terrifying and frightening scene. It was as if they would suddenly appear and tear Rosen's body apart. Rosen was experienced and knowledgeable, but he was sure that he had not seen this kind of creature anywhere else. His eyes were filled with disgust. Due to the appearance of this kind of creature, there was an additional aura that made him very unhappy. With a wave of his hand, a surge of power surged out. When this power appeared, it spread out like a wave. After coming into contact with this wave, those creatures began to die directly. It turned out that it was a mysterious plant. However, this plant actually had its own life. They could move, and there were pairs of eyes at the top of the plant. Moreover, they would emit a foul smell. He quickly killed these plants, but at this moment, the foul smell wafting from the plants made him very unhappy. Rosen had no choice but to speed up. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It was a long whip, and it lashed at Rosen fiercely. When the long whip was waved, there was an intense sound of the air being torn apart. Rosen could naturally tell at this moment. A cold light surged from his eyes. Then, he snorted coldly and struck out with his palm again. "Get out of my way." Although he didn't know what it wasn't important. What was important was that he was very unhappy now. The appearance of these damn things made him feel like he was going crazy. Demon God armament. At this moment, the surface of his body began to change. Finally, the devil god armament appeared on the surface of his body. There was a crimson light in his eyes. Under the gaze of this light, he saw everything clearly. The whip was just another type of plant. On the outside, the plants were just decorations that didn't matter much. However, in this place, these plants possessed extremely terrifying destructive power. "How troublesome," he muttered under his breath. Then, he pressed his palm down forcefully. At this moment, an endless amount of power gushed out and turned into endless flames. The flames started to spread in front of him. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would be killed immediately. At this moment, he looked coldly at Feng Yuashan and said, "Do you see that? This is true power. You're simply tarnishing your ancestors' names." Rosen said proudly. In fact, he was qualified to do so. With the help of the devil god armament, his body was becoming stronger every minute and every second. The mysterious power of the fiend god armament was constantly tempering his body. And when this kind of tempering reached the extreme, his strength would undergo another evolution. At that time, his power would be unimaginable. When he thought of his current state, he felt extremely pleased with himself. He was the most powerful person in the world. He would become the dominator. When his power reached a certain level, he would find the divine demon island again and take that woman out. Then, he would make her his wife. However, a person soon appeared in front of him. It was Su Yan. This kid, I wonder if he died last time. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were both present and that he wanted to take Feng Yuashan away, he would definitely have made a move. However, now that he thought about it, it did not matter anymore. It did not matter even if Su Yan was still alive. No, this was even better. After all, he had to take revenge for his humiliation. If Su Yan died just like that, wouldn't he lose some fun? He firmly believed that he would be able to gain enough benefits from this operation. Once he gained benefits, what was Su Yan to him? Such a person was never worthy of being his opponent. The flames continued to move forward. Feng Yuashan's eyes flickered. Although he did not say anything, he had to admit that the guy in front of him did have the qualifications to be arrogant. As expected of an elite of the ghost-killing hall. He even believed that the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was not as strong as Rosen. The strength of the enemy was not a good thing for him. The hope in his heart became more and more uncertain. Rosen was like a king of destruction. Wherever he went, everything would be swept away. His terrifying power disregarded everything and directly tore everything apart. He was incomparably terrifying. He was like a demon from the Shura. He continued to move forward, his eyes exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Just as he was charging forward, Su Yan and the double-winged sky tiger finally arrived outside the dark abyss. The double-winged sky tiger did not land. He was just floating in the air. His eyes were filled with light. It was an extremely vigilant light. "Master, are we really going to enter? I can feel a very terrifying aura. If we enter, we will die." He directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. Su Yan did not say anything. Of course, he knew that the double-winged sky tiger was not lying. He believed that there was definitely something powerful inside. Even the double-winged sky tiger could not contend against such an existence. However, since he had come here, there was no reason to leave halfway. He directly said, "Double-winged sky tiger, you stay here. I'll go in alone." After a short moment of thought, Su Yan directly made this decision. "No, my master, I'll go in with you. You must understand that your life is our life. If you die, we won't be able to continue living." The double-winged sky tiger's words were very straightforward. This made Su Yan feel somewhat helpless. He naturally understood what the double-winged sky tiger meant. Su Yan might die inside alone. If it followed him, it would at least have a chance to escape. However, Su Yan did not think so. He directly rejected the double-winged sky tiger's opinion and said, "I think you should also sense that the existence inside is powerful beyond your imagination. Since that's the case, if you follow me in, I'm afraid only death will await you. Moreover, you are indeed stronger than me, but your aura is too obvious. In a place like this, the more obvious one's aura is, the more dangerous it is. However, I can completely seal my aura. Moreover, if you are outside, I will have an additional layer of insurance. Therefore, this matter is decided." Su Yan explained and comforted the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger finally agreed. It also knew that Su Yan was right. It was indeed stronger than Su Yan, but at the same time, it would be easier to provoke those powerful existences after entering. After all, the territorial awareness of monster beasts was very strong. If there were any powerful existences in the dark abyss, then the double-winged sky tiger's rash intrusion into their territory would be a provocation to them. At this time, he let out a slight roar of unwillingness and finally gave up his insistence. "Although it's outside the dark abyss, you still have to pay attention to your concealment. Don't expose yourself so easily." With that, Su Yan directly stepped into the dark abyss. The dark abyss was a very vast place, so Su Yan did not step into the place where Rosen had entered. Otherwise, Rosen's barbaric path would have brought a lot of convenience to Su Yan. This is really an ominous place. At this moment, a faint radiance began to appear in his eyes. This was his blood dragon pupil and Aureole's eyes of truth. Because the blood dragon pupil had a dragon soul, it had a special effect. As his strength continued to increase, in the last battle, he directly obtained the Aureole's eyes of truth. These two talents were stacked together, causing Su Yan's eyes to become even more powerful, allowing him to see through even more things. At this moment, a shadow directly appeared in his life. That shadow silently tried to assassinate Su Yan. Of course, this kind of assassination was not in Su Yan's eyes. What surprised him was that this shadow actually had a life of its own. At this moment, he suddenly cried out in alarm. This is a shadow creature. When he was in the Taihang sword faction, he spent a lot of time reading books. There was an ancient record of shadow creatures in an ancient book. These special creatures were not common, but they were very dangerous. A long time ago, shadow creatures were very rampant, but they would not attack ordinary people. Their targets were those with powerful cultivations. Of course, they were like inner demons. They would only appear when powerful cultivators were very weak. It was just that a long time ago, these shadow creatures seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and they had not appeared for a long time. Chapter 754. Female literature. As time passed, many people had forgotten about the shadow creatures. Just like how they had forgotten about the evil eye tyrant and the demon race. Humans had always been forgetful creatures. Perhaps it wasn't just humans. All in all, everything would be buried deep in the river of history. Of course, there would always be some people who would remember everything. If Su Yan didn't have the eye of truth, then this shadow creature might be a little troublesome. Unfortunately, Su Yan was now far more powerful than before. His existence was simply the natural nemesis of the shadow creatures. Therefore, even though the shadow creature was incomparably powerful, it couldn't do anything in front of Su Yan at all. The instant the shadow creature approached Su Yan directly attacked. His power surged and swept out, directly strangling the shadow creature to death. I actually encountered a shadow creature here. This is really interesting. I wonder what else exists here. I hope this place will bring me a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's gaze changed, revealing an extremely wise light. After killing the shadow creatures, he went straight into the depths of the abyss. Shadow creatures didn't exist alone, so Su Yan had already killed many shadow creatures along the way. However, the shadow creatures he killed were all terrifyingly weak. In front of Su Yan, they couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, when Su Yan was extremely deep, he finally encountered a powerful opponent. This shadow creature was surrounded by 9 halos. The existence of these halos made this shadow creature look exceptionally powerful. If it wasn't for the Eye of Truth and the Blood Dragon pupil to rely on, Su Yan would have had no choice but to face this creature. It was very powerful. According to Su Yan's estimation, its battle strength had reached the realm of the 8 dragons venerable. Of course, realm didn't represent battle strength. Although many people had reached the same realm, their battle strength was far from being able to keep up. However, the shadow creature in front of him was absolutely the opposite. Its battle strength was above its realm. Moreover, the shadow creature was illusory and real, making it even more powerful. This was definitely an extremely terrifying opponent. When the shadow creature approached, Su Yan felt a sense of oppression. That was the powerful pressure of the shadow creatures. This was an existence similar to a negative halo. Humph, you're courting death. Facing such an existence, Su Yan would not be polite at all. His scorching sun sword appeared, and a crimson glow appeared within the sword chi. When Su Yan circulated the sword chi, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the scorching sun sword seemed to be different from before. Although the difference was not obvious, as the owner of the sword, he could clearly sense the changes in the sword. The fusion between his sword chi and the scorching sun sword had become even more tacit. This was definitely a good sign. This meant that his strength had risen to another level. At this moment, the corners of his mouth moved, and his entire essence, energy, and spirit had changed. Although the fusion of sword chi had only deepened a little, it also meant that his sword chi would become more unrestrained and his strength would become more stable. Of course, this was not the only benefit. This also meant that the scorching sun sword seemed to have improved. Ever since he obtained the scorching sun sword from Ugly Uncle, and then when he had enough strength to use this sword had accompanied him through countless dangers. Moreover, as Su Yan continued to use it, this sword seemed to have begun to evolve on its own. Although the evolution was really slow, Su Yan was very sure that this sword was definitely changing. This was definitely a good sign. Su Yan directly slashed down with his sword. The dense sword slashed down, and a blazing light shone directly. At this moment, the shadow creature directly erupted with another halo. The ring of light appeared between Su Yan and the shadow creature, and actually managed to block the attack. The halo that had suddenly appeared was completely out of place in this environment. This was the first time Su Yan had fought with such a high-level shadow creature, and it was also the first time he had seen such an attack method. Just as Su Yan's strength was about to clash, the halo directly became illusory, and then in the next moment, it actually passed through Su Yan's sword chi and smashed towards Su Yan's body. Interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not have time to withdraw his scorching sun sword, but he did not want to withdraw his scorching sun sword. The crimson sword Qi continued to slash towards the shadow creature. At the same time, he directly raised his other hand, and then forcibly grabbed the halo in his hand. When the halo crashed into Su Yan's hand, it immediately erupted with an extremely powerful force, as if it was going to directly cut Su Yan's hand. At this moment, Su Yan's expression turned cold, and he directly shouted coldly, and then suddenly slapped down with a powerful force. At this moment, the halo was directly crushed by Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's palm fiercely slapped down, and it was as if a violent wind directly swept up at this moment. The shadow creature was suddenly flipped over. And it was also at that moment that Su Yan's sword abruptly descended. If this sword landed, this shadow creature would be directly cut in half. How powerful was Su Yan's sword, and how fast was its speed? If it was an ordinary person, how could they dodge Su Yan's sword? Unfortunately, Su Yan's opponent now was not an ordinary person, but a strange shadow creature. Just as his sword Qi directly descended, the shadow creature actually strangely twisted. Although its twisting speed could no longer keep up with the speed of Su Yan's sword, it still allowed it to directly dodge Su Yan's attack at the most critical moment. Of course, it still paid a price for this sword. One of its arms was directly chopped off. Then, its body suddenly floated backward. It was like a kite floating in the air. Su Yan looked at this guy, and a light burst out in his eyes again. This guy's strength really exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Of course, its survivability shocked Su Yan even more. At such a close distance, it was actually still able to dodge Su Yan's sword. If it was an ordinary person, it would be impossible, but this shadow creature did it. This was already an extremely amazing thing. But this was nothing. So what if it did it? It was still destined to die today. Su Yan knew too little about this shadow creature. Now, he could use this opportunity to study this shadow creature. After all, the shadow creatures he killed before were too weak and had no research value. However, this one was clearly much stronger. Only such a guy had value and significance in studying it. At this moment, Su Yan's sword turned, and the Eye of Truth activated, locking on to the shadow creature. The shadow creature seemed to sense it and began to roar restlessly. Then, its severed arms suddenly fluctuated like a wave of light, and in the end, the arm actually grew out. It seemed like it had an immortal body. However, Su Yan didn't put it in his eyes at all. Severed arm growing back? Unfortunately, there's absolutely no such thing as an immortal body in this world. So what if your severed arm grows back? You're still going to die today. Su Yan ignored it and slashed at the shadow creature with his sword again. The violent power flickered like a storm. The crimson sword light slashed down, and the shadow creature almost collapsed. In the end, Su Yan swung his sword once more. At the same time, he activated his demonic dragon wings. Now, even the terrifying shadow creature had nowhere to run. Even if it wanted to use its previous distortion skill, it could no longer do so. Through the previous attack, Su Yan had discovered the flaw of the shadow creature's body distortion skill. He could indeed directly change his body structure to deal with a sudden crisis. However, this kind of distortion didn't reach the point of changing at will. As long as Su Yan was fast enough, it was absolutely impossible for the shadow creature to dodge. Of course, nothing was absolute. If this shadow creature was a little stronger, Su Yan wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was a pity that its strength hadn't reached that level yet. If it could really achieve that, the role of the hunter and the prey would have to change. Moreover, this shadow creature had a huge weakness, and that was, although it could be reborn, it had a huge weakness. But it wasn't without a price. Every time its strength was reborn, its strength would weaken a little. From the beginning of the battle with Su Yan until now, it had been reborn at least 7 times. By then, its strength was no match for Su Yan at all. Su Yan could easily crush it. Such an existence naturally couldn't be Su Yan's opponent. Finally, Su Yan slashed out with his sword again. At this time, this shadow creature finally couldn't resist and was directly destroyed by Su Yan's powerful and terrifying strength. This time, it didn't have time to merge into a new body, and Su Yan directly caught it in his hand. It's a life form like this. How strange. Su Yan's divine thoughts swept through this shadow creature. After being directly pinched, this shadow creature turned into a sphere the size of a soccer ball, which was full of dense shadow energy. This life form was like a sponge. When this sponge absorbed enough water, it began to expand. Now, it was directly pinched flat by Su Yan and then shrunk. Su Yan directly sealed this shadow creature into the scarlet sword case because he felt that there would be a new relationship between him and this shadow creature. Chapter 755. Female literature. Su Yan and Rosen were both triumphantly advancing on their respective paths. This place was indeed the dark abyss. When they first entered, although it was dark, at least they could see some light. But now, they couldn't even see the slightest bit of light. That's right, this place was completely dark. Such a world made people feel fear in their hearts. At this time, all the terrain had disappeared. The two of them seemed to be walking on the same horizon. Step by step, they moved forward to find their way forward. At this time, Su Yan couldn't see any light even if he activated his true sight. At this time, the two of them stopped here at the same time. Because at this time, a large tomb appeared in front of the two of them at the same time. It was a large tomb. The words inscribed on the tombstone shocked Su Yan and Rosen. Su Yan saw through his true sight, Tomb of Taxing Sword Su Yan. And Rosen saw through his demon god armament, Tomb of Limitless Demon Sect Rosen. They actually saw their own tomb here. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they didn't have the slightest doubt. They were very sure that this was their own anger. It was said that this place was very strange, but they didn't expect it to be strange to this extent. Does it mean that moving forward means death? Su Yan looked at this large tomb. It was impossible to say that he was very calm at this time. No matter who it was, the first reaction to such a situation would be shock. Why would such a thing appear in this place? If this tomb had existed for a long time, did it mean that his death was already destined? However, after a short moment, Su Yan had already thrown away these thoughts, and the fear in his heart had all been thrown away. This was the advantage of discovering his true self, and that was fearlessness. The thoughts in his heart would be thrown away in an instant. Without fear, he could move forward better. If one had fear in their hearts and found it difficult to move forward, then it was very likely that they would die on the way forward. This was what Su Yan got from knowing his true self. If this is fate, then what's the harm in dying here? He smiled freely and walked forward. The tombstone of the great necropolis suddenly opened. It was clearly a door, but it looked like a face that was staring directly at Su Yan. Su Yan no longer cared about these thoughts because he knew that they were all meaningless. He walked straight ahead. Then, his whole body became full of energy. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped into the great tomb. On the other side, it was the same for that person. Of course, there was a difference between the two. Su Yan had found himself, which was why he was able to walk without fear. On the other hand, Rosen was different. He was unscrupulous and didn't put anything in his eyes. Without any misgivings, he could do whatever he wanted. As time passed and he gained a deeper understanding of the demon god armament, he became more and more confident in himself. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't put anything in his eyes. At this moment, he was doing what he was doing because of this. At this moment, he directly walked forward. After he passed by, the gigantic tombstone directly shattered. You want to bury me? Humph, then you'll be destroyed first. He arrogantly walked past, and everything was directly shattered by his power. The two of them entered the great tomb at almost the same time. However, they didn't notice that after they entered the great tomb, a faint green smoke appeared. The green smoke followed closely behind them as they entered the cave. As the green smoke floated in, the great tomb became even more eerie. Then, everything started to change. The great tomb seemed to have disappeared from this world. In reality, if one looked closely, they would find that it didn't disappear. Instead, there was a strange spatial ripple. In other words, this place had directly sunk and seemed to have fallen into a chaotic space. Outside the dark abyss, the double-winged celestial tiger's eyes stared straight at this place. At this moment, he became even more uneasy. Because at this moment, he suddenly found that the connection between him and Su Yan had faded. It was as if Su Yan's existence had been directly erased. Of course, he was sure that Su Yan wasn't dead. It's actually spatial turbulence? Su Yan said in surprise. It was actually spatial turbulence that existed here. This was something he never expected. However, now that he thought about it, he wasn't surprised. Firstly, this world was a very unique one. There was nothing strange about the existence of spatial turbulence. Secondly, this place had always been very dangerous. According to the records, almost no one who entered this place could leave unscathed. It could be assumed that these people were lost in the turbulent flow of space, which was why they were like this. Spatial turbulence was actually an even larger and more complicated maze, and it was extremely terrifying. If one didn't have spatial ability, almost everyone would die here. And if one wanted to control spatial ability, they had to be in the Emperor realm. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Su Yan was one of them. His one sword to settle the universe was the most superficial spatial force. Although this kind of spatial force couldn't be considered special, it was enough to give Su Yan a little more confidence here. Su Yan directly established a spatial coordinate in this place. This coordinate could allow him to sense something, and it could almost prevent him from getting lost in this place. While they were talking, Su Yan had already disappeared. That was because he was directly swallowed by the space. He walked forward in the long spatial corridor, but he didn't know where he would go. This feeling was very strange and strange. It was as if he was swimming in the sea at this time, but it wasn't. There were no waves here. Although the small whirlpool and the space existed, it was indeed extremely dangerous. If one approached it rashly, it could even directly cut one's body in half. Facing such a situation, even Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, a strong blue light shone directly. The bright light almost blinded Su Yan's eyes. This was such a terrifying power that Su Yan couldn't open his eyes. But at this time, he also realized that he seemed to have arrived at his destination. The moment the blue light dissipated, his hair suddenly stood on end, and then a sense of danger directly appeared in his body. Not good. He immediately realized that there was an attack coming at this time. At this time, he felt a chill all over his body. This feeling was extremely bad, but of course, it was very similar to what he felt. Because not long ago, he felt such a change. That was the attack of a shadow creature. There was no sound of the air being torn apart, and there were no signs. It directly launched an attack. Only a shadow creature could do this. Previously, Su Yan thought that the appearance of a shadow creature couldn't be a coincidence, and there shouldn't be only one shadow creature here. However, after he killed the shadow creature that was equivalent to a dragon realm level 8, no other shadow creatures appeared, which made him suspicious. But now, everything seemed to have a good explanation. Because he was only at the periphery, he didn't go deep into this place. Only when he went deep into this place could he discover the real shadow creature. Speaking of which, Su Yan was lucky. If he hadn't captured that powerful shadow creature and studied it, perhaps he wouldn't have been so sensitive to this kind of attack. When this powerful attack came, even if he could discover it, he might not be able to dodge it in time. But now, since he was prepared, he could easily dodge it. The moment the shadow's attack was about to land on his head, he suddenly exploded. Crimson red light filled his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a small moving volcano. The rolling power directly rushed down. In the end, such a powerful and terrifying power exploded, and the shadow was directly torn apart and disappeared. Shadow creatures seemed to be different from the ones outside. The shadow creature outside was in the form of a human, but this shadow creature was in the form of a beast. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. He realized that there were many auras around him, and they were all shadow creatures. It seems that I've entered the home of the shadow creatures. At that moment, he finally understood why so many people entered this place, but almost none of them survived. Normally, even if a venerable one was caught off guard and was directly besieged, one would die right away. At that moment, Su Yan's dragon scales appeared all over his body. His dragon scale armor had an extremely powerful defense. This kind of defense wasn't only able to withstand attacks, but it also had a strong defense against fire and other unnatural forces. It could even defend against shadow attacks. The current dragon scale armor's power was indeed limited. Compared to Rosen's demon god armament, it was indeed much weaker. However, Su Yan firmly believed that as his realm and strength increased, the power of the dragon scale armor would increase again. One day, not to mention other things, the power of the dragon scale armor and the demon god armament would not be impossible. It was even possible that the dragon scale armor could become his own armament, and eventually surpass the demon god armament. At that moment, facing the endless shadow creatures, Su Yan's body immediately burst out with lightning arcs, and powerful energy was directly released from his body. Chapter 756. Female Literature, Rumble of Thunder. It was at this moment that the raging power of thunder burst out. Countless thunderbolts weaved into an extremely terrifying electric net, shrouding everything within. The power that was close to doomsday severed everything in this world. Countless terrifying forces that were drawn into the shadows were torn apart. In terms of yin and yang, the power of the shadow creatures was the power of yin. Although they were powerful and dangerous, they also had their nemesis, which was the power of yang. Whether it was the power of flames or the power of thunder, as long as they were powerful enough, they could easily destroy them. When countless thunderbolts swept across, the shadow creatures were immediately cleared out. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then, he continued to move forward without hesitation. At this point, the dark path seemed to be no longer as dark as before. The little bit of light also shone brightly at this moment. Su Yan's thunderbolts didn't stop, just like how Rosen started. However, this kind of advancement finally came to a stop because at this time, Su Yan encountered a person. The reason why Su Yan used this word to describe him was because he was very sure that this person wasn't a shadow creature. He had the aura of a human. How could there be a human in such a place? You shouldn't have barged into this place. Before Su Yan could speak, the person's voice sounded. There's no such thing as should or shouldn't. Anyway, I'm already here, so let's just leave it at that. Su Yan's reply was also very calm. Su Yan, don't you see the words there? You will die if you barge into this place. The person suddenly turned around. At that moment, Su Yan finally saw his face clearly. If one only looked at the left side of this person's face, this person was an extraordinarily handsome man. But if one looked at the other side of this person's face, they would be shocked to discover that this person's face was extremely terrifying. This was because the other side of this person's face was only left with a gap. This gap looked like a very disgusting worm that was constantly crawling around. Such a terrifying and disgusting scene was really rare. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to bear seeing such a scene. However, Su Yan had long passed this stage. He just looked at the person in front of him. The last 4 words of this guy kept echoing in this space, "You will die, you will die." Originally, it was just a simple sentence, but at this time, Su Yan found that under the influence of these 4 words, his body seemed to have become heavy. At this point, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Curse. He had heard that a very long time ago, a powerful heavenly sovereign had safely left this place, but in the end, he still died. At that time, he didn't know why, but now he immediately understood. Back then, he definitely wasn't poisoned. Instead, he was cursed. That terrifying curse was simply too terrifying. These 4 words gradually condensed into a pattern that Su Yan could not understand. Then this pattern directly attached to Su Yan's body, like a poisonous snake that wanted to directly enter Su Yan's body. Even his dragon scale armor was unable to block the power of this rune. It seemed that this cursed power could penetrate everything. These 4 words finally directly invaded Su Yan's soul, and then began to attack him tightly. At this time, Su Yan discovered that this strange sword power could actually attack his soul and body at the same time. In this world, there were indeed many very strange things. However, the thing in front of him was still beyond the scope of ordinary cognition. If it was a poison, then it was obviously a curse. However, if it was a curse, then it was not completely so. Su Yan could only be sure of one thing, and that was that the existence of this thing was definitely not a good thing for him. If he could not directly remove this curse at this time, then he would definitely be in a lot of trouble. What made Su Yan feel fortunate was that the person standing in front of him did not directly attack him at this time. Otherwise, he would definitely be in even more trouble at this time. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly overflowed with light. That was the golden holy light. The sudden appearance of this light was something that even Su Yan himself did not react to. The moment this golden light appeared, the terrifying light of the curse actually stopped just like that, and could not invade at all. At this time, this light flowed gently and finally turned into the shape of a long sword. That was the Godslayer sword. The appearance of the Godslayer sword directly caused the strange power to begin to dissipate. At this time, Su Yan gently exhaled. This was because he was very clear that if it were not for the sudden appearance of the Godslayer sword, he would definitely not be able to resist such power. Now, to a certain extent, he was the Godslayer sword scabbard, and he was using his own body to nourish the Godslayer sword. However, now it seemed that this was also a good thing. At least because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, his life was saved. In fact, speaking of which, this was not the first time the Godslayer sword saved his life. Many times, he had almost died directly, and it was always the Godslayer sword that saved him. It was like this when he faced the evil sword Cold Jade, and it was also the same when he faced the evil Eye Tyrant in the sea. The Godslayer sword was found in the sword well by Suya, and then Su Yan took it and sealed it in the red sword case. At this time, he suddenly thought of a sentence in his original world. In this world, everything was related to cause and effect. Was it the same between him and the Godslayer sword? Su Yan was not sure if there was really such a connection between the two, but now he was more and more convinced of it. At this time, Su Yan was like a traveler, and he was exploring everything step by step. However, Su Yan also knew that the most important thing now was to deal with this mysterious half-faced man in front of him. Because these 4 words were released from his voice. This man must be a very powerful person, at least in front of him. After a while, the 4 strange curse words disappeared, and the Godslayer sword also disappeared. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a determined light. The Raging Flame sword appeared. The Raging Flame sword's sword chi was unstoppable. Although it could not be compared with the Godslayer sword, the powerful sword chi that erupted when Su Yan activated it was absolutely not to be underestimated. At this time, Su Yan directly turned into a whirlwind, and then slashed at the half-faced man. Su Yan had focused all of his power on this one point. Not to mention, the power of the Scorching Sun's sword was incomparably fierce. In order to better deal with this guy, Su Yan had even urged the power of thunder. Su Yan firmly believed that even if this sword could not kill this man, it could at least make him suffer a little. He wanted to see what ability this man had to escape from his pursuit under the impact of such a powerful attack. But at this time, something mysterious and strange happened. Su Yan's sword directly penetrated the man, and the powerful sword chi directly swept out, but the man still stood there quietly, as if all this had no effect on him at all. This is a real illusion. At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. One had to know that although the shadow creatures he killed before were all illusory existences, Su Yan's power could still hurt them. At that time, although they were shadows, they still had real attributes and were related to this world. As long as they were related to this world, they would be directly killed. But the figure in front of him, all his strength could not cause any harm to him. This kind of power could be called terrifying. At this time, Su Yan could not forget the extremely terrifying eyes of this person. He put so much effort into this attack, but in the eyes of this person, it was like a child playing. Su Yan, remember that this is the place of your death. I will wait for you at the end of the darkness. After the man finished speaking, his whole figure suddenly turned back. His pitch-black cloak was constantly moving about. Then his figure completely disappeared. Su Yan stood in place. The aura of the scorching sun sword was still activated. At this time, his aura had gradually calmed down, but at this time, Su Yan's heart was absolutely not calm. The guy in front of him was really too terrifying. Just a glance from him was enough to make Su Yan feel incomparable fear. Among the many enemies he had encountered, this guy was definitely one of the most terrifying. Su Yan simply could not describe the feeling he had when he felt his gaze. The only thought in his mind was that it was terrifying. This guy, where did he come from? Also, did he say that he would wait for me at the end of the darkness? He knows my name. These questions suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. Whether it was the tombstone from before or his shout now, it showed that the other party knew his name, but this was clearly the first time he had set foot here. Precognitive ability? Was there really such a thing as precognitive ability in this world? Even if Su Yan had already taken a step on the path of finding his true self, at this time, his heart still could not help but waver. This kind of power was really hard for him to imagine. In the great tomb, a blood-red light directly appeared. That blood-red light seemed to be a curtain that directly extended into the distance. Chapter 757. Female literature. Perhaps in the unseen world, there was really a thread of fate that was guiding them. Su Yan and Rosen were both walking in this world at the same time. Su Yan encountered the mysterious man in black, and Rosen was in a similar situation. However, unlike Su Yan, Rosen did not encounter the man in black with only half a face. The person he met was an extremely refined green-robed man. The green-robed man stood there quietly. His gaze landed on Luo Sen's body. It was like a gentle ripple of water flowing through his body. In the beginning, Rosen did not feel anything. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. One had to know that he was wearing the demon god armor. However, that feeling still appeared in the bottom of his heart. In other words, this power could ignore his defense. The demon god armor was very powerful. However, he was very clear that it was not omnipotent. At least, the demon god armor had not reached that level yet. Even so, his demon god armor was powerful enough. Generally speaking, since this power could penetrate the demon god armor, he would not underestimate it. After fighting his way out of the demon path, he clearly understood that any carelessness would cost him his life. However, it was fortunate that the power did not seem to cause any real harm to him. Perhaps it was because this power could only reach this level, or perhaps it was because this power did not have that intention. At this moment, Rosen was worried about Fang Yueshan. He had already used his power to envelop Fang Yueshan. However, this power that suddenly appeared could even penetrate the demon god armor. Therefore, it was not impossible for it to attack Fang Yueshan. He lowered his head. At this moment, he immediately discovered a strange scene. That power had indeed penetrated his defense. However, that power did not cause any harm to Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's body was surrounded by a faint white light. His injuries were actually gradually recovering. This made Rosen's eyes light up. No wonder this power did not seem to have any malicious intent towards me. So that's why. He finally understood that the reason why he was not harmed by this powerful power was because of Fang Yueshan. That light must have felt Fang Yueshan's aura. Therefore, it did not directly harm him. It seemed that bringing Fang Yueshan in this time was indeed a very wise decision. Fang Yueshan, it's all thanks to you. Ha ha ha. He laughed and directly walked forward. However, at this moment, the man in white's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light. This ray of light looked straight at him. Rosen suddenly felt like he could not move an inch. There was no killing intent. However, Rosen felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling, but he couldn't get rid of it at this time. At this moment, the man in white suddenly waved his hand. The milky white power directly wrapped around Rosen. No, to be more precise, it directly wrapped around Fang Yueshan in Rosen's hand. Almost at the next moment, that power continued to grow stronger. At this moment, Rosen could no longer grab Fang Yueshan. Damn it! Rosen shouted angrily. He wanted to grab Fang Yueshan in his hand. However, under this power, he could do nothing. He could only watch as Fang Yueshan was directly captured. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Rosen. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with boundless resentment. During this period of time, he had suffered many losses in Luo Sen's hands. However, he had suffered a lot. All of this would be returned. He would definitely take revenge. He would definitely make Rosen pay the price for his ambition. Rosen's eyes were so cold. After all, Fang Yueshan was his prey. However, at this time, this prey flew away. Naturally, he could not tolerate it. The power of the demon god armament was fully unleashed. At this moment, the man in white attacked again. His white light directly formed a milky white vortex of spiritual power. The powerful spiritual power directly suppressed Rosen, causing him to continuously retreat. Damn it! Compared to before, this power was much stronger. In front of this power, not only was he unable to move forward, but even retreating became very difficult. He could feel that his demon god armament was enduring a terrifying amount of power. Get out of my way. However, he was not willing to admit defeat. At this time, with his furious roar, the demon god armament directly burst out with an unprecedentedly powerful power. The devil god armament was a very powerful treasure. It was something that the first elder had refined. Although the mysterious old man was very hateful, Rosen had to admit that the demon god armament was indeed very powerful. At this time, with the increase of Rosen's anger, the connection between him and the demon god armament directly strengthened. At this time, the anger in his eyes was even more vigorous. Rosen was the person who would be in charge of the devil's doctrine in the future. How could he be forced to retreat by such a white light? Demon god armament, I know you're not willing to give up, right? Since that's the case, let's work together and break this annoying power apart. At this moment, the demon god armament suddenly burst out with a roar. It seemed that it had understood his words. This power directly rushed out of the body, and then fiercely challenged the milky white light. The two powers, one black and one white, were fighting at this time. However, as time passed, the power gradually dissipated. Then, the demon god armament directly released a shadow. When such a shadow appeared, the final decision was made. The white light was completely defeated. Rosen directly moved forward. Since this place would protect Fang Yueshan, it was obvious that this place was the land of inheritance prepared for Fang Yueshan. If he wanted to obtain the things here to increase his strength, the easiest way was to directly control Fang Yueshan. Fang Yueshan, you can't escape. I will let you know how terrifying I, Rosen, am. At this time, the light on Fang Yueshan's body became more and more intense. On the surface of his skin, lines began to appear. The appearance of these lines made Fang Yueshan even more mysterious. Those were formation lines. In just a short period of time, Fang Yueshan's body was actually covered with formation lines. Previously, everything clearly did not exist on his body. However, at this time, it actually appeared directly. The appearance of this power immediately made Rosen feel that something was wrong. At this time, he suddenly realized that Fang Yueshan's power was actually increasing crazily. Previously, Fang Yueshan was just an ant that he could crush at any time. However, it was completely different now. Fang Yueshan's aura had become so powerful. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. In just a short 15 minutes, Fang Yueshan's aura had directly increased to the 7 dragons realm. Such a cultivation speed was simply incomparably shocking. No genius cultivation speed could be compared to Fang Yueshan's. At this time, Fang Yueshan's body became even more mysterious. The light in his eyes seemed to no longer belong to him. Rosen, I will be back. When that time comes, it will be the time of your death, Fang Yueshan said very calmly. He was naturally full of hatred and anger towards Rosen, but at this time, he actually said this so calmly. Of course, calmness did not mean forgiveness. In fact, most of the time, calmness was only due to extreme hatred. In the end, Fang Yueshan disappeared from Rosen's sight. A trace of hatred flowed out from Rosen's eyes. He originally wanted to track Fang Yueshan and directly find the thing left behind by Fang Wuhui. Damn it, I actually let him escape. Although he was not sure, he already had an idea. What Fang Wuhui left behind was definitely a good thing. Once he obtained it, he would be able to greatly improve. At that time, his boundary would soar, and he might even be able to directly become a venerable one. This was a huge attraction, and he would definitely not give up just like that. So be it. Even if you disappear, so what? Do you think you can escape from my grasp? You're dreaming. Hee hee, what a stupid thing. At this time, an extremely strange insect suddenly appeared in his palm. This insect was somewhat similar to a beetle. The light little insect gently fluttered. Suddenly, a halo flashed directly above its antennae. After this halo appeared, he suddenly became excited, and then directly rushed in the direction in front of him. Corpse-eating insect. As long as it's here, let's see where you can escape to. Rosen smiled sinisterly. The corpse-chasing bug was an extremely detestable thing. Once it entered a person's body, it could slowly erode the person's body. In the end, the person who was invaded could only slowly and tragically die. Of course, this corpse-eating insect also had a characteristic that many people liked, and that was its ability to track targets. Generally speaking, as long as a female corpse-eating insect was placed in the target's body, a male corpse-eating insect could be used to track the target. Once the insect sensed the aura of a female, it would desperately track the target. The insect's sensing range was extremely wide. What was even rarer was that it could even sense a small space turbulence. Fang Yueshan, this trash, probably still doesn't know that I have already placed a corpse-eating insect in his body. However, I still have to act quickly. After all, Fang Wuhui was once a peak Emperor Realm Master. His means are not trivial. He might be able to erase this corpse-eating insect. Having said that, Rosen directly sped up and chased after Fang Wuhui. Chapter 758. Female Literature. Fang Yueshan finally arrived at a place under the guidance of Bai Guang. It was a small tower. There was a ray of light shining above the tower. He was brought to the front of the tower just like that. Am I finally here? Fang Yueshan had a complicated expression on his face. As a descendant of Fang Wuhui, he naturally knew some things. How could he not know about the inheritance of the Dark Abyss? However, his ancestor had left behind a message that if possible, he should never go near the Dark Abyss. Fang Wuhui was indeed a powerful venerable sovereign. He was a powerful figure who stood at the peak of the Jianghu continent. However, he was definitely not a hero to the Fang family. Only the members of the Fang clan knew about this matter. Therefore, for so many years, the people of the Fang family had always been very ordinary. There were even a few generations where the people of the Fang family were just ordinary people without any cultivation. Fang Yueshan was very smart. His talent was also very strong. That was why he was able to cultivate to this realm. However, even so, after reaching this realm, his cultivation could no longer advance. It was as if there was a barrier that blocked his cultivation and did not allow him to advance at all. It was like a curse. When Fang Yueshan was young, he naturally wanted to enter the Dark Abyss. He needed to know what Fang Wuhui had left behind. Back then, for this moment of his heart, his father directly paid the price with his life. From then on, he knew that the thing that Fang Wuhui had left behind was very unknown. It was not something that people of his level could come into contact with. However, after so many years, he still returned to this place. Fate was so mysterious. It was as if everything was predestined. Gradually, as he looked at the tower, his eyes began to blur. The depths of his eyes began to emit a different kind of light. It seemed to be the light of extreme worship. At this time, he gradually walked forward. Fang Yueshan seemed to be unable to control himself at all. The mysterious force was calling him forward. In a trance, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was not tall, but there was an extremely dignified aura emanating from his body. This aura was so grand that Fang Yueshan was filled with awe. Although Fang Yueshan's consciousness was gradually fading, he clearly knew that this was the most powerful ancestor of the Fang family in all these years, Fang Wuhui. When he was young, Fang Yueshan worshipped his ancestors like a madman. At that time, he even thought of a way to join the Limitless Demon sect because of this worship. If it wasn't for his father's death that changed his mentality and made him choose to muddle along and wait for death, he definitely wouldn't be so unknown right now. However, back then, his father had died because of his ancestor. Back then, he had sworn that for his father's sake, he would absolutely not set foot in this place. But in the end, he still came. He had betrayed his father. His consciousness gradually blurred. He knew that he was becoming more and more powerful, but he also knew that this was definitely not a good thing. At this time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This pain was so terrible that it actually broke his trance. At this moment, his consciousness was so clear. The sudden pain made Fang Yueshan sweat profusely. He immediately guessed the reason. After all, he was also a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Rosen, what a good Rosen. He actually planted a corpse-eating bug in my body. Ha ha ha, this damned guy. Huff huff. The intense pain made Fang Yueshan unable to speak completely. However, at that moment, he started to laugh. He didn't go crazy because this sudden pain was exactly what he needed. Rosen, but now, I should thank you. If it wasn't for your corpse-eating bug, I'm afraid that I would have stepped into this tower unknowingly. Like this, I would have become food for my ancestor. That's good, that's good. At this time, Fang Yueshan felt that his strength had become even stronger. It seemed that in the next moment, he would directly break through the limit of the dragon realm and directly become a venerable one. Of course, he understood that the reason why he had such strength was not because of how amazing he was. All of this was a gift from his ancestor. It was all because of his ancestor. However, this was definitely not a good thing. This was because he had seen this scene before. His father had walked into this tower in his place. At that time, his father's cultivation hadn't even reached Fang Yuan's level. But after he stepped into this tower, he actually directly became a venerable one. Then, his father was directly eaten. As the saying goes, fatten up before killing. Fang Wuhui summoned his descendant and made him stronger. In the end, he directly swallowed his descendant. Fang Wuhui wanted to be resurrected. This was the method that his ancestor, Fang Wuhui, had set up. Therefore, to the Fang family, this was definitely not a good thing. Instead, it was a curse. Back then, he had witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Father, am I going to follow in your footsteps again? This damned curse, this damned curse. His heart was filled with misery. At this time, he suddenly paused. That's right, it's his aura. With the influx of power, his strength directly increased. His divine thoughts also became extremely terrifying. At this time, he was no longer the weak Fang Yueshan of the past. Now, he had become a venerable one. Moreover, due to the infusion of Fang Wuhui's power, he was also a very powerful venerable one. His divine thoughts became extremely terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a person's aura. It was not Rosen, but Su Yan. He suddenly remembered a sentence, as long as Su doesn't die, he'll definitely protect you. Back then, Fang Yueshan actually didn't take this sentence to heart. This was because he understood that the most unreliable thing in this world was a promise. But now, Su Yan had actually appeared here. At this time, he would rather believe that Su Yan had come to fulfill his promise. He's here, he's really here. Good, no matter what, he's my last hope. Huff, huff, fortunately, Rosen and his corpse-eating insects woke me up. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly channeled his power. The corpse-eating insects were indeed very terrifying, but one should not forget that Fang Yueshan had now become a venerable one. The power of a venerable one was so powerful that it was not something that an ordinary dragon could imagine. Although the corpse-eating insects had entered his body, it was not impossible for Fang Yueshan, who had become a venerable one. As long as he channeled his power, he could directly refine the corpse-eating insects, but he needed some time. He did not move forward, but sat down cross-legged. Fang Yueshan's expression was solemn. At this time, a white light suddenly appeared on his body. This white light finally formed an illusory figure. If one looked carefully, one would find that this illusory figure was so similar to him. That was his divine thought clone. After becoming a venerable one, he had the ability to do so. Of course, this would consume a lot of his divine thought. Ordinary venerable ones would not do such a thing. However, he had no scruples at the moment, or rather, he had to do so. Under such circumstances, if there was one person who could save him, it would be Su Yan. Fang Yueshan decided to bet his life on Su Yan. However, this world was too big and too dangerous. Without guidance, it would be very difficult for Su Yan to come here. No, in other words, there was a high chance that he would die here. This was because through the power passed down by his ancestors and the records in his family, this place was connected to the mysterious shadow world. Back then, the powerful Netherworld clan disappeared overnight, which was also related to shadow creatures. This dark abyss was a place where space was chaotic. If Su Yan directly entered the shadow world, he was very likely to not be able to return. He knew that Su Yan was very strong and was stronger than most of the geniuses he had seen. Even Rosen might not be as strong as Su Yan. Since Su Yan had entered this place today, he had hope. Taking a step back, even if Su Yan came for the treasure, compared to Rosen, he hoped that Su Yan would succeed. At this moment, his divine thought clone immediately went to find Su Yan. He wanted to guide Su Yan here. Now, with the help of the pain caused by the corpse-eating insects, he could stay awake and stand at the entrance of this cave. However, as time passed, the corpse-eating insects would definitely be refined by the venerable one's enormous power. At that time, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself. Fang Yueshan's worry was not wrong because Su Yan was indeed moving in the direction of the shadow world at this time. The half-faced man's words kept calling out to him. For some reason, although he knew that the path ahead was extremely dangerous, he had a strong obsession to go forward at this time. At this moment, with every step he took, the ground under his feet changed directly. Space crisscrossed. This was the space promenade. In such a place, no matter who it was, they would lose themselves. Fortunately, Su Yan had a preliminary grasp of the power of space and established a coordinate for himself at the beginning. Even now, he could still sense the existence of this coordinate. As long as he could sense this coordinate, he would not let himself be completely lost. After the half-faced man in black left, it was very quiet along the way, not a single shadow creature appeared. Who is this black-clothed man? Why did I feel a power calling out to me after he left? Chapter 759. Female Literature. It was a very strange feeling. He knew that there was endless danger ahead, and it might even lead to death. However, he was so determined to go forward. Su Yan walked all the way, and even he did not know how far he had walked. Finally, Su Yan's footsteps finally stopped. Because at this moment, he saw a broken door. It was a huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. The structure of the door was actually very simple, which was that it was piled up by 3 huge stone pillars. There were many mysterious carvings on the stone pillars. When Su Yan's gaze fell on the carvings, he found that they were actually very attractive. It seemed that the carvings recorded something extremely mysterious. After seeing this, Su Yan's mind unconsciously fell into it. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness swayed gently. At this moment, he woke up. How terrifying! He was truly shaken at this point. The mysterious attraction from before was so terrifying that he did not even have the strength to waver. If it was not for the movement of the green lotus that woke him up in time. He did not know if his soul would have been attracted. However, at this moment, he was also very clear that this door was so extraordinary. Then, there must be something extremely extraordinary hidden behind this door. Moreover, there was something hidden within that made him extremely fearful. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. At this moment, there was a strong desire in his heart. He wanted to see what kind of existence was behind the door after he stepped through it. Why was his desire so intense? Perhaps it was not just that. He felt that the blood in his body was also boiling. It was the will of the blood itself. At this moment, Su Yan was somewhat at a loss and did not know what to do. What was more frightening was that his body had already reacted at this moment. At this moment, an extremely terrifying head suddenly appeared in the door. The door that was hundreds of meters tall could only accommodate a head underground. How huge was its real body? The skin of the head was drier than the bark of an ancient tree. Su Yan couldn't believe what he was seeing. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world. At this moment, the huge head was trying its best to break free from the door. But the door suddenly released a purple light. The purple light was like countless chains that locked him in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. At that moment, the head opened its terrifying mouth, and an aura surged out. The rolling aura directly formed a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his left hand. The finger bones of his left hand suddenly lit up, and then a powerful force directly shot out. It was the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone. Compared to the great demonic dragon, the great heavenly devil lord's finger bone was much quieter. Most of the time, he did not move at all. But at this time, he actually began to release his own power. The great heavenly demon master was also an extremely terrifying and powerful existence from ancient times. He, who should have been alive, should have been the most powerful saint venerate in this world. He might have even surpassed this limit. At this moment, even if it was only a finger bone, it would probably have extremely powerful power. At this moment, a black light appeared and directly pierced through everything. The terrifying gale stopped in an instant. At this moment, the power released by the great heavenly devil lord had yet to disappear. Su Yan slowly raised his left hand, and the terrifying destructive light slowly moved with his left hand. In the end, the terrifying head was actually directly cut off by the black light. Finally, the black light flew out of the head, and the terrifying head directly turned into a shadow and finally disappeared. Su Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Finally, a few words came out of his mouth. Shadow creature, this is actually a shadow creature. Such a terrifying creature was actually a shadow creature. Then, would the shadow world be behind this door? But what was hidden at the end of this world? Why did he desire it so much? Su Yan clearly sensed that whether it was the Buddha's heart or the great demonic dragon's heart, they both desired to go forward. At this moment, he was very hesitant to enter. In fact, Su Yan's heart was filled with an incomparable desire. It was as if everything was urging him, but he knew very well that his power was still too weak in the end. Although he seemed to be all-powerful among the younger generation, it did not matter. However, this didn't matter at all. In a real battle, whether one belonged to the younger generation couldn't determine anything at all. If one was not powerful enough, only death would await one. It was at this moment that his expression suddenly changed. He discovered that behind him, something was rapidly flying towards him. He immediately spread out his divine telekinesis. Su Yan's divine telekinesis power was constantly increasing. As he broke through to the six dragons boundary, his divine telekinesis became even more massive, and it was even comparable to that of a venerable one. When he circulated his divine telekinesis power, he immediately realized that the thing that was rapidly approaching him was actually a divine telekinesis. It was the divine telekinesis of a venerable one. More importantly, he felt a sense of déjà vu toward this divine telekinesis. If it was not for this feeling, he would have already attacked. After all, no matter what, it was very dangerous for an unfamiliar venerable one to suddenly approach. As the distance closed, he finally recognized it clearly. Fang Yueshan. This was actually Fang Yueshan's divine telekinesis. Su Yan would not have sensed wrongly. This powerful venerable one's divine telekinesis was emitting Fang Yueshan's aura. How is this possible? How can he release such a powerful divine telekinesis? Su Yan could not believe it no matter what. He knew Fang Yueshan very well. To him, Yangming's cultivation was not strong. In fact, he was weak. However, at this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis was transmitted to him. Save me. The content transmitted by Yangming's divine telekinesis was very simple. There were only these two words. Su Yan's eyes immediately shone. This was Fang Yueshan's call for help. At this moment, he directly dispelled the thought of stepping through the door in his heart. That thought was too terrifying. He originally came to save Fang Yueshan, but at this moment, he actually forgot about this matter. This was not because he was irresponsible, but because the temptation of that thought was too strong. For the current Su Yan, he had to stay away from this door. He had to stay away from this place even though he had countless questions in his heart. Let's go. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yangming's divine telekinesis turned back, and Su Yan immediately followed closely behind. That divine telekinesis could only transmit a simple thought and lead the way because Fang Yueshan was currently enduring great pain. He had slowly refined the carnivorous insects, so the pain from his body had slowly decreased. However, the source of this pain was definitely not just that. More importantly, it was the pain from the high tower. He was resisting his ancestor. However, his ancestor's power was so strong that no matter how strong his willpower was, he could not stop himself from moving forward. His soul began to tremble. The pain he was enduring was countless times more intense than what he had imagined. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. He always felt that Su Yan was a trustworthy person. Therefore, he was willing to continue enduring this pain and wait. He was really in so much pain that the connection between him and his divine telekinesis became vague. At this moment, he felt that someone was approaching. Is he here? At this moment, Fang Yueshan opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yan was already in front of him. However, he was disappointed because the person who appeared in front of him was not Su Yan at all. It was the person he did not want to see the most at this moment, Rosen. Rosen looked at Fang Yueshan and said, Fang Yueshan, I said before that you can't escape from my grasp. Now, I'm here. There was an incomparable smugness hidden in these words. Yes, now he was here. Since he's already here, you, Fang Yueshan, have nowhere else to go. That's amazing. You've actually become a venerable master at this time. Rosen was immediately shocked when he saw that Fang Yueshan had actually become a venerable master. This was because this was not a change that he could imagine. He had never seen a person who could achieve such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Countless people would never be able to reach this realm in their lifetime, but he had actually completed such an improvement in a day. He had directly jumped from the early stage of the dragon realm to the venerable master, an entire realm. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. This was the power that Fang Wuhui had left behind. If not, how could he have done this? Fang Yueshan was just a piece of trash in his eyes, but now, this piece of trash could achieve such a huge improvement. Although you've become a venerable master, I can see that you're just flashy. However, this is good too. You don't deserve to have this power. Just give it to me. Rosen was extremely decisive. At this moment, he directly reached out to grab Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Can't wait for Su Yan to arrive? Then even if I die, I won't let Rosen succeed. At this moment, he stood up and stopped resisting that strand of will. He flew directly towards the tower. Right at this moment, a strand of sword energy whistled over. Luo Sen, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 760. Female literature, Rosen, get out of my way. The sword chi fell from the sky and slashed directly at Rosen. At this moment, Rosen's eyes surged with an extremely strong murderous intent. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. This guy actually appeared here. This damn guy, he was born to go against him. At this moment, he was furious to the extreme. Su Yan, you damn thing, how dare you appear here? Rosen directly blasted out a punch. This powerful punch suddenly rushed towards the sword chi that Su Yan had slashed out. Immediately, a boundless commotion erupted between the two. A terrifying power surged. At this moment, Fang Yueshan saw that Su Yan had finally arrived, and he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that Su Yan was still a step too late. At this moment, he had no choice but to be attracted by the power from the tower. Fang Yueshan, I'm here to save you. At this moment, Su Yan noticed Fang Yueshan's abnormal state. He did not dare to delay and directly threw out a power, and then suddenly entangled him. At this moment, his spiritual power actually turned into silk threads. From this, it could be seen that Su Yan's control of spiritual power had improved to an extremely high level. However, at this moment, a power directly fell from the tower. This power turned into a crescent, and without any explanation, it was extremely overbearing and directly cut off Su Yan's spiritual power. After Su Yan's fierce power was cut off, he felt as if he was caught off guard. This power was too strong, and he could not compete with it at all. No, not to mention compete, he could not even stand on the edge of it. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, Su Yan, I still have to thank you. At this moment, Fang Yueshan's mood was actually calmer. After all, Fang Yueshan had one more friend who was willing to take risks for him. Fang Yueshan. Su Yan cried out in alarm. Judging from Fang Yueshan's last words, this was clearly a dangerous place. Since he had entered this place, it was likely that he would not be able to survive. In the end, he was unable to save Fang Yueshan. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze suddenly fell on Rosen, and it just so happened that Rosen's eyes were filled with anger also looking at Su Yan. It's all your fault. These words came out of their mouths almost at the same time. If it was not for Rosen, then Su Yan might have been able to save him in time, and Fang Yueshan would not have to enter this place. In Rosen's view, if it was not for Su Yan's last sword chi, he could have directly captured Fang Yueshan and made him his own. Now, Fang Yueshan had already entered this tower, so for the two of them, everything was too late. Because whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, they were actually unable to enter this tower. Su Yan, you really are a meddlesome guy. You repeatedly came to ruin my plans. Last time, I was not lucky enough to spare your life on the ship. Today, I will directly kill you. I want to see if you still have the ability to interfere in my business. Su Yan's eyes were also filled with anger. He had promised Fang Yueshan that he would protect his life, but in the end, he was unable to do so. This was all because of Rosen. This guy who came from the limitless demon sex ghost killing hall was truly unforgivable. Rosen, people like you should not live in this world. As long as you live, more people will die because of you. At this moment, Su Yan was truly furious. If it was not for Rosen, then Fang Yueshan might not have met with such a mishap. This Rosen had his own ambitions. If he continued to act recklessly, then there would definitely be a flaw in everything. Last time, Xianxia and Feng Yueyu were harassed by a perverted dwarf, and the perverted dwarf was under Rosen's command. No matter which world it was, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. In order to prevent future troubles, the only way was to kill the source directly. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them had the intention to kill the other party. Su Yan, you and I have fought a few times, and you have always won. I admit this. I, Rosen, am not someone who can't afford to lose. However, you have to know that there is no one in this world who can win forever. From today onwards, you will definitely be the loser. His gaze was burning as he stared straight at Su Yan. In fact, there was nothing much to say. The two of them were mortal enemies, and at this moment, there was a new reason to fight. The battle was a matter of course. At this moment, there was no need for the two of them to test each other's strength. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, both of them used their full strength. Su Yan's sword light directly rushed out. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was surging all over. Previously, Su Yan had suffered a strong impact from the door that seemed to penetrate the world. That terrifying aura had forced Su Yan to almost lose control of himself. At this moment, he had a strong desire. At this time, all of this directly turned into a desire to kill. His killing intent was soaring. At this time, Rosen's demon god armament had evolved again. His power was already very strong, and after the evolution, the power he could exert was even more terrifying. The first collision between the two of them directly ignited an extremely terrifying energy vortex. Such a powerful force directly spread out in this world. This obscure and dark world was surging with extremely terrifying energy ripples at this moment. The powerful force continued to push forward, as if it was going to destroy everything. However, this tower was, after all, a very terrifying existence. Needless to say, the power of the two of them was very strong. However, such violent energy was unable to penetrate the energy defense of this tower. Rosen knew that the key to Fang Wuhui's inheritance lay in this tower, but he could not enter it now. Of course, he had his own unique skill to forcibly break through the defense of this tower, but now there was a person who was blocking him, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan's existence made him unable to break through with peace of mind. Therefore, this matter ultimately came back to the original point, which was to kill Su Yan. At this moment, his eyes flickered. As his eyes flickered, the devil god armament actually glowed with a brilliant radiance. This was a new change in the demon god armament. Before this, the demon god armament was already very powerful, but it had not produced such a change. However, at this time, such a change appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt a wave of pressure. Humph, Su Yan, compared to before, I have become much stronger. This time, I will definitely kill you here. His voice was so cold, and his aura was so strong that it was terrifying. However, at this time, the sword light in Su Yan's hand changed, and a powerful sword skill burst out again. This time, he used the deity vanquishing sword. This terrifying sword possessed the most terrifying destructive power. If Su Yan's realm was high enough and his power was strong enough, he could destroy anything. Back when the great heavenly demon lord was still alive, his deity vanquishing sword was so terrifying that it was almost unstoppable. In this world, no one could block its edge. Su Yan naturally could not use the deity vanquishing sword to such an extent now, but his power was not to be underestimated. At this moment, Yang Kai's strength was reversed, and the dense sword qi directly suppressed Luo Sen's demon god armament, directly blocking the attack from Luo Sen's demon god armament. It was a tie. They were evenly matched in this exchange. Su Yan was still fine, but at this time, Rosen's expression changed. In fact, Luo Sen had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the battle between the two of them. This was because in the previous exchanges, Su Yan had always had the upper hand. No, it should be said that Su Yan had always won every battle. As for Luo Sen's previous failure, it would become a shadow that would follow him in his heart. Rosen was able to cultivate to such a level, so naturally, he was a determined person. However, being determined in his heart did not mean that he could abandon everything. In this world, who could really abandon everything in the past? Perhaps even a saint could not. However, a saint's realm was very strong, and their thoughts were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Rosen was not a saint, so he naturally could not do it. Therefore, the pressure in his heart would accumulate in his heart every time. He was still brave and fearless, but as long as this thought existed, it would be his disadvantage. Just like now, this disadvantage was directly displayed. If he had gained the upper hand in the first exchange, it would have been fine. However, the result of this exchange was a tie. After the previous failure, in order to obtain greater strength, he had put in a lot of effort to improve himself. He endured the excruciating pain so that his body could better adapt to the devil god armament. He had put himself in countless dangerous situations so that he could achieve a breakthrough between life and death. However, the result of this battle was a tie. This was something that he could not accept. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was a powerful warrior and deeply understood that if he had any distracting thoughts during a battle, he would have already lost half the battle. He roared angrily, and then his strength began to surge crazily. Although the previous battle was not a test, it was only the beginning. Next, it was time to force out his own potential. Putting aside the grudges between the two of them, such an intense battle would allow the two of them to walk down the path of becoming a powerhouse even more smoothly. Mad God's heart, endless burning. At this moment, Rosen roared angrily. He roared angrily because he wanted to use this anger to dispel the distracting thoughts in his heart. At this moment, the demon god armament on his body suddenly began to shine. It was an extremely intense flame. It was different from the bright red of ordinary flames. This flame was actually golden. Chapter 761. Female literature, that was the purest gold. According to legend, the power of gold only belonged to the gods. The origin of this demon god armament was extraordinary. When the first elder of the ghost-killing hall bestowed this demon god armament to Rosen, he had spent all his energy to forge this divine weapon. However, as Rosen became more and more compatible with this demon god armament, he began to doubt the first elder's words. Such a powerful divine weapon was probably not forged by the first elder, because if he was really powerful to such an extent, he would have already become a supreme god. This demon god armament possessed an extremely mysterious and powerful power. Now, Rosen firmly believed that as long as he could master this power, he would become a god. At this time, he had already merged his cultivation will into it. At this moment, he was pursuing an all-round fusion between himself and this sword. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to make this demon god armament a part of his body. This demon god armament not only had an extremely powerful defensive power, but it could also help its owner directly increase his strength. It also had other unimaginable abilities. And this mad god's heart was an extremely heaven-defying skill that he had recently discovered. When the heart of the mad god was activated, his blood would be completely activated. It was as if his blood had been ignited. Such a terrifying power was almost unimaginable. At this time, his strength would directly increase. Moreover, with the demon god armament's enhancement, this kind of increase was even more powerful than crossing a realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly discovered that Rosen's body in front of him had begun to expand, and his entire body was emitting an inexplicably powerful aura. At this time, he was simply a battle puppet. Even though there was a distance between them, Su Yan could still feel such a powerful pressure from his body. Although Su Yan had defeated him many times, he had to admit that this guy was indeed an extremely difficult and terrifying opponent. If Su Yan could not kill such a person, he would definitely become a huge problem for him in the future. This time, he was even more determined to kill Rosen. Since Lawson had already started to show his true strength, he naturally couldn't let himself be tied down. At this moment, a brilliant light flashed across his eyes. A powerful aura filled his entire body. At this time, Su Yan suddenly froze because he suddenly realized that his three hearts had started beating at the same time. Although it was very faint, he keenly sensed that the three hearts were beating at the same frequency. He would never forget this feeling. At that time, when he was fighting against the Venerable One, the pressure he endured had reached its limit, causing these three hearts to awaken. When the three hearts beat in unison, the terrifying demonic face descended. Compared to the Godslayer sword that slept in his body and used his body as a scabbard, Su Yan was actually more fearful of Grimace. Until now, he still could not fully explain why Ghostface Su Yan was born. He could only guess that it was related to his three hearts. The three hearts were clearly not related to each other, so he still had no idea why Grimace would be awakened when they beat at the same time. At this moment, although the three hearts were only slightly vibrating at the same time, it still caused Su Yan's power to stagnate a little. In the midst of a battle between two powerhouses, such a move was no different from courting death. Naturally, a powerhouse like Rosen would not let go of a mistake like Su Yan. At this moment, he directly launched his attack. The violent power was like a whirlwind that directly charged towards Su Yan. The powerful power kept rolling as if it was raining fire from the sky that wanted to destroy the world. At this moment, Rosen was so terrifying, and the demon god armament became even more frenzied under his control. Vaguely, there was even the sound of breathing coming from the demon god armament. At this moment, Su Yan could only passively fight. He already knew that things were not going well the moment he stopped his power. However, there was nothing he could do about it because he was really afraid of Grimace. Su Yan had a hunch that if the frequency of Grimace's appearance increased, it was very likely that Grimace would replace him. This was definitely not something that Su Yan wanted to see happen. Before he could find a good way to truly suppress Grimace or even destroy Grimace, he did not want this monster to appear again. Even if this monster could help him get rid of Rosen as soon as it appeared. Su Yan, it seems like you've really gotten carried away with the previous fight. You actually dared to be distracted while fighting me. You're simply courting death. Rosen was filled with rage towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan was still behaving like this when they were fighting, which made him even more furious. However, he was secretly delighted in his heart because Su Yan's absent-mindedness had given him an opportunity. One had to know that in a battle of this level, even the slightest mistake could affect the entire battle. Now that Su Yan was at a disadvantage in the battle, it meant that he would be in a passive position in the following battle. It would be extremely difficult for him to turn the situation around. Su Yan clearly understood this point, but he could only think of ways to stabilize himself at this moment. As the saying went, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. If he tried to forcefully turn the situation around at this moment, he would definitely pay the price. He was not afraid that Rosen would hurt him, but he was afraid that he would awaken the demon in his heart. Therefore, he would definitely not act rashly at this moment. If he wanted to obtain the final victory, he could only seek stability. Otherwise, even if he killed Rosen, what was the point of summoning Ghostface and making him disappear from this world? Su Yan, you're at your limit now, aren't you? Your power is limited at the end of the day, so what's the point no matter how great your talent is? Everything is illusory in front of my great power. At this moment, he was truly arrogant to the extreme. As the saying went, like a wolf in a mountain, proud and arrogant. At this moment, Su Yan did not care at all. He knew that Rosen kept talking in an attempt to anger him to the extreme. Once he was truly angered by Yangming's words and lost his rationality, it would definitely not be a good thing. If that happened, he would be directly swallowed by the violent power. Therefore, no matter what Rosen said, he only pretended not to hear it. Moreover, in this world, nothing could be solved with words. Only the voice of the true victor was meaningful. Therefore, before he became the victor, any words he said were nonsense. That was Su Yan's understanding. As time passed, the battle between the two slowly entered a new stage. The power of the demon god armament was truly terrifying, and the violent power even caused Su Yan to suffer many injuries. However, that was not enough because the power could not directly get rid of Su Yan. As long as Su Yan did not suffer any fundamental damage, he would have a chance to turn the tables and win. As time passed, Rosen became angrier and angrier. It was clear that victory was right in front of him. However, the more it was so, the more he could not defeat Su Yan. He was only missing one last chance, but no matter how hard he tried, that last chance did not appear. He had begun to become irritable. Most of the time, there were some things that he could not control. Just like now, he knew that his emotions were very wrong. He also knew that if this continued, not only would he not be able to kill Su Yan directly, but he might even be turned around by Su Yan and lose the initiative in the end. However, at this time, his anger had gradually increased. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan suddenly showed a smile because at this time, his aura had gradually stabilized. The reason why he had to endure such a violent attack and even suffered so many injuries was because he had to focus on stabilizing his aura. He was very clear that if he could not stabilize his aura, he would lose. He would not lose to Rosen, but to himself. And now, his tactic finally had an important effect. At this time, his aura gradually calmed down. The faint resonance between the heart of the great demonic dragon, the heart of the demon god, and the Buddha's heart finally began to dissipate. As long as this kind of connection really dissipated, he could use his power as he pleased. As long as it did not exceed that critical point, he did not need to worry about the ghost face reappearing. At that time, it would be his chance to turn the tables. Many times in a battle, one could not rely on blindly advancing. Instead, one needed to rely on continuous detours. This was Su Yan's method at this time. "Why, Rosen, are you angry that you can't kill me?" Su Yan asked directly. Such an ordinary question was actually nothing, but at this time, this simple question was a fuse that directly ignited Rosen's anger. However, at this time, Rosen was so angry that he laughed, and there was even a hint of pride in his smile. He said directly, "Su Yan, do you know that you have done something wrong? You shouldn't have made me angry." At this moment, endless anger directly soared to the sky. Chapter 762. Female Literature. The heart of the mad god was a terrifying skill hidden in the demon god armament. When this skill was activated, the blood of the owner of the demon god armament would be ignited. In such a state, as the owner, he had a fatal weakness, which was that it was difficult for him to control his emotions. Therefore, in the battle with Su Yan, Rosen became more and more impatient. However, there were pros and cons to this. There was no need to talk about the cons. What was mentioned earlier was the cons. However, the advantage was the powerful strength it brought. With the support of such a violent aura, his strength would be even more powerful. Because of anger, he would go crazy. The angrier he was, the more powerful his strength would be, and there was no limit to his strength. At this moment, Rosen was like this. Under the state of the heart of the mad god, his aura was like a huge wave that kept sweeping. Such a powerful and terrifying power, even Su Yan felt that it would be tricky to deal with at this moment. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although it was troublesome, it was not hopeless. At this moment, he had already dealt with his own problems. As the saying goes, one must first settle the internal problems before dealing with external problems. Now that he had settled the internal problems, it was time to go all out. What a powerful strength. In that case, let's have a good fight. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and then a powerful force surged out. Powerful dragon energy overflowed. 6 streams of dragon chi, each of which carried the power of lightning. Under the contrast of lightning, the dragon energy became even more terrifying and violent. At this moment, this world of nothingness seemed to be attracted by his strength. Although this was only an illusion, it was already terrifying enough. At least at this moment, Su Yan's aura was already on par with Rosen's strength. "Kill," Rosen said straightforwardly. He charged directly at Su Yan. This time, he was so determined to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan didn't stop either. Instead, he simply charged towards him. The two immediately launched a decisive battle in the tower. The power of the two swept out like a gale. As the power of the two flowed, everything seemed to be hidden. However, at this time, both Rosen and Su Yan were too engrossed in each other's battle. They did not notice that at this time, the tower had changed. The walls of the tower were filled with cracks, but these cracks were so small that it was almost impossible to notice them. Of course, if the two of them weren't immersed in their battle right now, they would definitely notice the change at this moment. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. The battle between the two did not stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Around the two of them, there were terrifying whirlwinds, fierce flames, and violent thunderbolts constantly appearing. In terms of strength alone, Rosen had the advantage. His demon god armament was indeed powerful, and from the very beginning, his thoughts were very simple and firm, which was to revolve around the demon god armament. Because of this, his power at this time was so overbearing and full of extremely strong offensive power. At this time, there were countless lights flickering in his eyes. This was a light of destruction. Under the siege of the demon god armament, his body began to gradually deform. Su Yan. After another move, he directly shouted at Su Yan, "Su Yan, I know that you have also reached your limit. In this case, stop playing around. Let's fight to the end. I will let you know that you are actually nothing. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash." At that moment, his power began to surge wildly. That was because his power was simply too great. Behind him, a strange vortex of power even appeared. The moment this power vortex appeared, it directly attacked Su Yan. Just as he said, the battle would eventually end. At this time, he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, his support for the demon god armament had finally reached its limit. Therefore, he wanted to directly determine the winner with the final blow. Moreover, he also felt that it was not only him. At this time, Su Yan also felt the same. He had also reached his limit. Since this was the case, he would directly determine the winner at the last moment. In the face of Rosen's challenge, Su Yan did not retreat or dodge this time. His expression was so solemn. Rosen had used all his strength in this attack, and so did he. After all, Rosen was not an ordinary enemy. His power was really terrifying. With the help of the demon god armament, his strength was simply unimaginable. Among the younger generation, besides the mysterious Duan Wulonghu, he posed the greatest threat to Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to shine with golden light. Golden power, that was the domain of God. The reason why Rosen could use this power was because of the demon god armament. However, Su Yan also used it at this time. Rosen tried hard to calm himself down, but he was still filled with fear and respect for this power. He knew that he had to circulate all of his strength in order to block such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, he would most likely die here. Therefore, he made himself ignore the fact that Su Yan had used the golden power. It was just that he did not know that what Su Yan was circulating was not the legendary divine power at all. It was the regal sword aura. At this moment, the competition of power between him and Rosen had reached an extremely terrifying stage. At this time, he did not dare to use his other powers. This was because it concerned the three hearts in his body. Back then, he had introduced the demon god's heart into his body to maintain the balance. After the demon god's heart entered his body, it had indeed made his heart reach the state of a tripartite balance. However, it was a pity that at this moment, for some reason, when these three powers reached a certain limit, they actually reached a strange balance. In the end, this terrifying thing, the ghost face, was produced. This made the current Su Yan not dare to use this power at all. At this time, he could only rely on the power of the regal sword codex. Back then, Su Yan had cultivated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The great sun sword aura and the scorching sun sword complemented each other, and under the coordination of each other, they had an extremely powerful power. However, as time passed, Su Yan's regal sword codex became more and more mature. At this time, the regal sword aura actually directly swallowed the great sun-colored glazed sword aura and merged into one. Even the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture's circulation path had been assimilated by the regal sword codex. However, Su Yan did not feel that it was a pity because although the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was powerful, it was not his foundation. Su Yan's true foundation, his true trump card, was the regal sword codex. To put it bluntly, he could abandon all other powers in this world. Regardless of whether it was the power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the great sky demon lord, or even the power of the Buddha, he could abandon all of them. However, the regal sword codex was the only power he would not abandon. After all, this was his foundation. It was the foundation of his resurrection in this world. The situation with these three hearts made Su Yan no longer use this power. Therefore, he used the regal sword codex at the moment. Regal sun-shattering cleave. The sword aura kept spiraling and the endless sword aura formed a scorching sun. The appearance of this scorching sun blocked Rosen's terrifying attack. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes released a cold light. Shatter. At that moment, his sword chi surged, and that huge blazing sun shattered right away. The strongest attack of the regal sun-shattering cleave was this attack. Ah! Rosen let out a howl that was even more terrifying than a wild beast's howl. It was obvious that he was enduring incomparable pain at this moment. However, even so, he did not think of retreating at all. Damn it, Su Yan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. He kept howling and urging his power with all his might. This was his last attack. Time seemed to stop at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the power of the two people gradually started to come to an end. Rosen was filled with unwillingness. A draw? A draw? Why is this happening? I used all my power and did not hesitate to burn my own blood, but it is still a draw? A draw? No, it can't be. Daybreak sword. Su Yan's voice was a little weak, but the sword aura in this void had become even more powerful and terrifying. The scorching sun shattered, but it was not over yet. As long as the light did not completely dissipate, there was still dawn. After despair, the daybreak sword was the most terrifying. The appearance of this sword was shocking in this world. The sword aura filled the sky and everything began to wither. This sword was so domineering that it could destroy everything. Rosen's eyes were filled with despair. He lost. This time, he still lost. Gradually, a gray shadow began to appear in his heart. That shadow was like a tentacle that directly wrapped around him. Rosen, die. Su Yan urged the last of the regal sword chi and was ready to kill this enemy. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. At this critical moment, the tower directly erupted with an extremely terrifying and even shocking power. The power condensed and formed a peerless storm. Su Yan and Rosen were directly involved in this storm at this moment and could not control their bodies at all. The storm continued to sweep and actually directly pulled the two of them toward the tower. At this moment, the crack on the tower also directly flashed with light. Chapter 763. Female literature. The appearance of this crack was as if the void had been torn apart. Su Yan and Rosen were both sucked into the crack at the same time. The whirlwind was still going on, but at this moment, a figure slowly appeared. This gale was so terrifying, but he was still as steady as a mountain. Such a violent power could not affect him in the slightest. If Su Yan had not been swept in, he would have realized that this person was Duan Wulonghu, the person he feared the most. Su Yan was able to find this place in the endless darkness because of the guidance of Feng Yueshan's divine sense clone. Rosen was able to come here because he had planted a corpse-eating bug on Feng Yueshan. Both of them had come here in search of Feng Yueshan's tracks. However, this Duan Wulonghu appeared here out of thin air. His appearance showed how powerful he was. He looked at the tall tower and the terrifying whirlwind, then said, "This was really a wonderful battle, but it's a pity." After saying this, he did not speak anymore. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. He flew directly towards the tower and disappeared after a short while. This tall tower was extremely mysterious. It was something left behind a long time ago, and it was related to Feng Wuhui. Back then, Feng Wuhui was a peak Dizun master. Even in the long river of history, such a person could be ranked as one of the top figures. If this was his graveyard, then it was definitely not a simple place. How could the tomb of a Dizun be a simple place? It might even be a dangerous place in the world. Of course, there was one thing that could not be wrong, and that was that the greater the risk, the greater the benefits. That was why Rosen came here by all means. He wanted to seize Feng Wuhui's inheritance. That person back then was known as Great Emperor Wu Hui. At first, he was awe-inspiring and hated evil, but in the end, he became the person he did not want to become the most. Regardless of right or wrong, there was one thing that could not be false, and that was his strength. If he could obtain his inheritance, then Rosen's strength would definitely increase. Moreover, this increase would definitely not be small. Unfortunately, his plan was indeed very good, but in the end, it was still disrupted by Su Yan. What he did not expect was that even if Su Yan did not appear, he would not be so successful, because Duan Mulonghu had come. To Rosen, the name Duan Mulonghu was very unfamiliar. Perhaps he had read this name in ancient records, but it was more likely that he knew nothing about him. After all, when the demon sect's Hydralisk sent to bring Duan Mulonghu back, it was very secretive. This kind of thing was not known to anyone in the limitless demon sect. Moreover, even if Rosen knew about Duan Mulonghu, he would not put him in his eyes. Because his current strength had increased too quickly, his confidence had also increased too quickly. Although he was not arrogant, he would not put ordinary people in his eyes. Duan Mulonghu, on the other hand, was very good at hiding himself and becoming an ordinary person. However, Su Yan was sure that if Rosen and Duan Mulonghu fought, the one who would lose would definitely be Duan Mulonghu. Whether it was Rosen or Duan Mulonghu, they were both Su Yan's greatest enemies. Therefore, when he was free, Su Yan had done some calculations. However, no matter how he calculated, the final result was that Rosen was defeated. Although he had not been in contact with Duan Mulonghu for a long time, and his strength had increased extremely quickly. However, Su Yan still regarded this person who was resurrected from the ancient times as his greatest enemy. A powerful enemy, no matter how much one overestimated it, would not be excessive. Let alone Duan Mulonghu. For example, at this moment, Su Yan never thought that the enemy he cared about the most would actually follow him in the dark. It was as if the enemy had directly appeared behind him. At this time, Su Yan and Rosen were both involved in the tower at the same time. Right now, he was not aware that his enemy had arrived, and was unable to do anything to deal with the appearance of this enemy. The storm around the tower finally calmed down. Everything stopped. The surroundings were so peaceful. However, at this time, a pair of eyes directly appeared behind the tower. It was like a pair of eagle eyes, but this pair of eagle eyes had been magnified countless times. Under the gaze of such radiance, everything seemed so deep and profound. That kind of indescribable feeling was simply incomparably shocking. Inside the tower, everything was so quiet that it was frightening. This place was not filled with darkness. On the contrary, there was an extremely quiet blue light. This light was quietly jumping, and it seemed so peaceful. Su Yan and Rosen were floating in the air at this time. There was no power supporting them. At this time, they were floating in the air. Such a strange scene was truly frightening. Moreover, at this time, there was a pair of eyes staring straight at them. This pair of eyes was naturally not as big as the eyes outside, but if one looked carefully, one would discover that this pair of eyes seemed to be a pair of eagle eyes. Of course, to say that it was an eagle eyes was only because of its pupils. In fact, Su Yan and Rosen knew the owner of this pair of eyes. That was Fang Yueshan. At this time, Fang Yueshan was holding his chin with his palm. His expression was very calm, and he did not move at all. He only quietly looked at the two people in front of him, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, he was not doing anything at this time. The only thing he was doing was waiting for the two people to wake up. At this time, a third person appeared. It was naturally Duan Mulonghu. When he entered this place, he noticed these three strange people. Interesting. He smiled lightly, then his gaze fell on Fang Yueshan. Hee, this is really interesting. How should I address you? Should I call you Fang Yueshan or Emperor Wu Hui? Duan Mulonghu asked directly. As soon as he spoke, he immediately broke the silence of this dark space. His voice was like endless waves that directly spread in this place, and ripples spread out into the distance. At this time, Fang Yueshan finally raised his head, and his gaze fell on the person who suddenly appeared. Son of the Demon. Outside of a few very special people in the limitless demon sect, ordinary people did not know that the son of the demon was special. It was not only because of their identity and status, but also because they would obtain the demon origin mark. Of course, this demon origin was not a demon, but a type of demonic nature, a type of demon mark. This type of demon mark was extremely deep, and ordinary people would have a hard time finding it, let alone sensing it out of thin air. However, the person in front of him was able to see through it, so he was naturally not an ordinary person. Thus, he was not Fang Yueshan, but Fang Wuhui. Duanmu Longhu said with a smile, it really is you, Emperor Wu Hui. I must first congratulate you for your rebirth. Duanmu Longhu was already extremely handsome, and at this time, his sunlight could be said to be very bright. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the light in the night. However, Fang Yueshan, no, to be more precise, Fang Wuhui, did not care about his compliments at all. At his level, how could he let his guard down just because of a few words from the other party? At this moment, his eyes were somewhat sluggish. At this moment, his state was very strange. However, at this time, the thick aura emitted from his body could not be concealed. At this moment, he was even more powerful than before. At this moment, he was almost an extremely powerful legendary venerable. Son of the demon, why are you here? Fang Yueshan asked, but at this time, Fang Yueshan's voice was no longer the same as before. It was even louder. No, there is a problem with your life. You are not from this era. At this time, Fang Yueshan suddenly raised his head. A ray of light directly shot out from his eyes towards Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu smiled faintly. Then, he pointed his palm and a power suddenly appeared. This power blocked in front of him and blocked the ray of light. That ray of light was very powerful, but he was able to block it so easily. Fang Yueshan, no, he should be called Fang Wuhui, because at this moment, Fang Wuhui was clearly controlling this body. This is not your own power. At least, it is not your current power. You are indeed strange. When Fang Wuhui spoke, his voice was calm. Clearly, after the initial shock, he had already suppressed this emotion. Emperor Wu Hui, actually, we are the same person. My name is Duanmu Longhu, and I should be considered your junior. However, you and I are the same. Neither of us should be living in this world. However, we are now alive again. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and continued, however, I am different from you. The current you should not have been truly resurrected, but I have. When he said this, his entire body was filled with an extremely domineering aura. However, at this time, Fang Wuhui said, truly resurrected? After saying this, he did not speak anymore. Instead, his gaze calmed down. Then, he looked at Su Yan and Rosen. My two friends, since you are awake, there is no need to pretend to be asleep. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of oppression. Following his words, Duanmu Longhu immediately attacked. Two attacks flew towards Su Yan and Rosen. Almost instantly, Rosen and Su Yan opened their eyes and retreated to the side. Su Yan and Rosen dodged the attack. Then, their gazes alternated between Duanmu Longhu and Fang Wuhui. At this time, Su Yan spoke first, long time no see, Duanmu Longhu. Chapter 764. Female Literature, Long Time No See, Duanmu Longhu. Speaking of which, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. At this moment, he was looking at Su Yan with a smile. Just like a long time ago, he was smiling calmly and calmly. Su Yan would not be numbed by his kind smile. In his heart, he had always been extremely wary of this person in front of him. And at this time, he had actually appeared in the dark abyss. This was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Rosen suddenly spoke, Who are you? The move you just used was the limitless demon sex method, and it was the almost lost 9 hell demon slaying sword. Rosen was very clear about the inheritance of the demon sect. He could clearly see that this guy in front of him was definitely using the 9 hell demon slaying sword. Even he only knew the name of this move. In the entire younger generation of the limitless demon sect, other than the remaining 2 sons of devils, Rosen was already at the absolute peak. Moreover, at this time, even if it was the other 2 sons of devils, Rosen had absolute confidence that he was stronger than them. Perhaps the 2 sons of devils knew how to use the 9 nether devil slaying sword. As the sons of devils, they were naturally able to look up many ancient books that had almost been lost. However, the problem was that he knew both the son of devils, Sheng and the other one. This person was definitely not one of the 2 of them. Moreover, this person's name was Duanmulonghu, a name he had never heard of before. "Huh, Rosen from the ghost-killing hall, and you even inherited this demon god armament. You are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you seem to have lost to Su Yan again," he said calmly. However, this sentence directly angered Rosen. Losing to Su Yan was his sore point. And this guy in front of him actually spoke of this matter so directly. To him, this was an absolute taboo. Killing intent continuously flowed in his eyes. However, at this time, he was not stupid enough to directly attack because he felt an extremely strong sense of danger from this person called Duanmulonghu. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an ancient giant beast. He had an intuition that if he were to make a move now, he would definitely regret it. At this time, he was in a bad mood. In today's world, it was not enough that there was Su Yan, but at this time, there was actually such a person. However, he quickly remembered a sentence from before. "You and I are not people of this era." In addition, although he hadn't fully awakened earlier, he had vaguely heard the word son of the devil. Now that he had put these words together, he was able to guess some of the information. Son of devils. You are the former son of devils, Duanmulonghu. You are called Duanmulonghu. I remember now. 1,000 years ago, the Limitless Demons sect had a son of devils with the surname Duanmu. However, later on, this son of devils mysteriously died. Could it be that you are him? Luosan was naturally a smart person, so he was able to sort out these things in a short while. "Huh, you are very smart." As expected of the person who can inherit this demon god armament. At this time, Su Yan directly said, "Is Fang Yueshan dead?" At this time, he looked straight at the person in front of him. This time, his purpose of coming to the dark abyss was to save Fang Yueshan. Therefore, compared to the few of them, his focus was naturally on Fang Yueshan. At this time, Rosen directly said, "Su Yan, why do you still care about Fang Yueshan? I don't believe that you are not here for the Taishan bead." When the three words, Taishan bead, came out of his mouth, Duanmulonghu's smile became even wider. However, Fang Wuhui's expression was gloomy. The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure in the past. At that time, King Tai dominated the Jiuzhou continent and directly occupied the first position of the top 10 sections. At that time, their power was almost unimaginable. Later, Fang Wuhui fell into depravity and directly rose at an unimaginable speed. Then, he began to fight back against King Tai. Later, Emperor Wuhui even directly rushed into King Tai's sect. At this time, King Tai's Taishan bead was lost. After that battle, King Tai was unable to recover from the setback. Although in the following years, talents and powerhouses continuously appeared in each generation, allowing King Tai to maintain its position as one of the top 10 sects, it was now in an awkward situation of being at the bottom. According to legend, the Taishan bead was taken away by Emperor Wu Hui. Rosen came here today for the Taishan bead. At this time, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and glanced at Rosen indifferently, then fixed his gaze on Duanmulonghu. Finally, his gaze fell on Su Yan. He's still alive. These 4 words were plain, but Su Yan could clearly hear the endless sorrow in his voice. At this moment, a light flashed from his body. This light was the accumulation of a dense evil aura, and the power within it was even more terrifying. This light carried an extremely evil power. When the light flickered to the extreme, a bead appeared. Taishan bead. At this moment, countless lights flashed in Rosen's eyes. This was the light of greed. In the end, he came here this time to obtain the Taishan bead. However, despite all his efforts, he was still unable to obtain the Taishan bead. But at this time, the Taishan bead appeared directly in front of him. At this moment, he almost lost control of himself and rushed forward to grab the Taishan bead in his hands. But even at this time, he still had some rationality left. He knew very well that he was in a very bad situation at this time. This was not the same as before. Fang Yueshan had no power to resist in front of him. He could only be at his mercy. To put it bluntly, he was a weakling at this time. Not to mention obtaining the Taishan bead. If he was not careful, he might even be in danger of dying. Therefore, at this time, he could only be careful. His eyes wandered back and forth between Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu, and this person who he did not know whether was Fang Yuashan or Fang Wuhui. The Taishan bead. How interesting. Fang Wuhui, you really did bury the Taishan bead here. This time, if it weren't for Su Yan and Rosen leading the way, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it, he said calmly. But at this time, Fang Wuhui said, the Taishan bead was buried here? No, you're wrong. I never buried the Taishan bead here. In fact, the Taishan bead has never existed here for so many years. Hearing his words, Su Yan and the others felt that it was strange. If the Taishan bead did not exist here, then where could it be? Could it be that he took it from thin air? At this time, he continued to speak. For so many years, the Taishan bead has always existed in the outside world, in the bodies of my descendants. This time, if it weren't for you, Rosen, I wouldn't have awakened and would have slept forever. In a way, I should be thanking you. His voice was so calm, but when he said the last sentence, there was clearly a sinister meaning in it. At this time, Rosen naturally felt it. At this time, all the pores on his body stood up. It was a murderous intent, and it was an extremely strong and terrifying murderous intent. It was a murderous intent that was not held back at all. It seems that there is an interesting story behind this. In fact, Senior Emperor Wu Hui, back then, this junior also wanted to find clues about you and admire your elegance. Unfortunately, it didn't happen in the end, Duan Wulonghu said regretfully. Fang Wuhui said, do you want to know the method of immortality? Duan Wulonghu chuckled. I won't hide it from you, it is indeed so. Your legend is world-shaking. Back then, I suspected that you didn't die, but because of some reasons, I had to die once. So, I want to know whether you are dead or not. If you are not dead, or if there is a way to revive, how did you do it? Just as he said, back then, Duan Wulonghu knew that he was about to face a great calamity, and it was very likely that he would die directly. At that time, the only thing he could think of was a way to survive. So, he also searched for Fang Wuhui's tomb, hoping to find something from it. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu Hui's tomb was too mysterious. Even he couldn't find it back then. But fortunately, he found a better way in the end, so today, after 1,000 years, he came back to life. But he never thought that the thing he couldn't find back then would reappear in front of him now. He couldn't help but sigh. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. But when it came to treasures, who would complain about having too many? The Taishan bead was King Tai's treasure back then. It was because of this thing that King Tai was able to dominate the world. If it weren't for Emperor Wu Hui, the current King Tai might still be the overlord of the continent. Since Duan Wulonghu came back to life, he naturally had a lot of things to do. But because he came back to life, he had an extremely deep foundation, but his current strength was still not enough. If he could obtain the Taishan bead, it couldn't be better. Su Yan also looked at the original Fang Yuashan and the current Fang Wuhui. He also wanted to know an answer. Fang Wuhui's voice sounded again. But this time, his voice was different from before. At this time, he was actually suppressing his pain. You shouldn't have come to this place. The dark abyss shouldn't have appeared in this world. Especially you, Rosen. You shouldn't have brought my descendant here. Chapter 765. Female Literature. The Dark Abyss isn't just a dangerous place. I'm sure you've heard that the powerful Netherworld clan in the Jianghu continent disappeared here. His voice was still the same, as if he was suppressing incomparable pain. However, at this moment, he still sounded very calm. As long as one had access to ancient records, they would more or less know about the disappearance of the Netherworld clan. As for this matter, Duan Wulonghu was especially clear about it. The Netherworld clan refers to the humans who lived here in the past and possessed unique talents. They were born to be able to merge with the shadows. Every clan member was born to be an assassin or a warrior. In terms of the degree of danger, this clan was the most outstanding back then. If it weren't for the jealousy of the heavens, which made it difficult for their clan to reproduce, the Netherworld clan would have already swept through the entire Jianghu continent. However, it was a pity that this clan had disappeared in a single night. Senior Wu Hui, could it be that there is some kind of connection between the two? He didn't know about this connection, and it was also an unsolved mystery in history. However, judging from the current situation, the person in front of him obviously knew the secret, and this matter was very likely related to him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the rest. The dark abyss is actually just a door. This was Fang Wuhui's first sentence. However, when he said this, Su Yan immediately thought of the terrifying and huge door he had seen before. Even at that moment, he was still fearful of the gate from before. At that time, he only felt that there was another world behind this door. However, there seemed to be an extremely huge attraction in this world that kept calling him to pass through this door. Fortunately, Fang Yueshan's divine sense clone appeared at that time. That divine sense clone actually wanted Su Yan to save him, but inadvertently saved Su Yan. Now, Fang Wuhui was actually talking about this door. Therefore, Su Yan listened even more seriously. No matter what he would do later, this piece of information was very important, and he had to understand it clearly. Did you just say that this clan is envied by the heavens? In fact, strictly speaking, you can say that. They probably never dreamed that the homeland they lived in for generations was actually a seal. Behind this seal is a terrifying shadow world, the homeland of the shadow creatures. The Netherworld clan is indeed proficient in the Tao of Darkness. Their individual battle prowess is very strong, but so what? No matter how strong their battle prowess is, how can they be a match for countless shadow creatures? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Shadow creatures were notorious back in the day. Their appearance often meant the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Countless experts had died at the hands of these shadow creatures. Just as he had said, the Netherworld clan was indeed powerful, but when faced with the sudden appearance of a large number of extremely terrifying shadow creatures from another world, how could they deal with them? In the end, they were exterminated. Of course, it's all thanks to the Netherworld clan. Otherwise, the current Jianghu continent might not be dominated by humans. Fang Wuhui quietly finished narrating this piece of history. However, Su Yan noticed that at the end of his words, his voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it was a kind of suppressed pain, but at the end, it was actually a kind of vaguely revealed cruelty. This Fang Wuhui is strange. Su Yan thought to himself. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Duanmu Longhu and Rosen had already discovered the strangeness. After all, both of them were true geniuses. How could they be simple when they had been able to grow to such a level? Whether it was Rosen or Duanmu Longhu, they were actually dragons among men. However, none of them spoke about this situation. They only made preparations in secret. If Fang Wuhui in front of them had any changes, they would be able to take precautions. It must be understood that this guy's strength back then was not to be underestimated. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Duanmu Longhu was at his peak, he could not be compared to him in front of them. It was unknown what cultivation level Duanmu Longhu had reached at this time, but it could be estimated that he should not have reached the level he had at that time. As for Fang Wuhui, even if he was revived and did not reach the strength he had at that time, no, it should be said that even if this Fang Wuhui only had 1/10 of his strength back then, or even less, he could still kill them. At this time, the Taishan bead quietly floated, and its evil and deep aura faintly flickered. Fang Wuhui spoke again, but this time, his words were somewhat incoherent. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have come. It would have been better if you had let me die here forever, but why did you have to wake me up? I didn't kill them, I didn't kill them. But why did you treat Sonair like this? Why? You are really ruthless, really ruthless. As he howled, the light of the Taishan bead became even more intense, and the aura around him became even more powerful. What was worse was that this power had reached a level that Su Yan and the others could not withstand. A one-origin venerable? No, this was an aura that was even more powerful than a one-origin venerable. This kind of rolling thunder-like berserk power was simply frightening. The three of them immediately retreated. Taishian bead, you want the Taishian bead, right? Then, come, ha ha ha, come and get it. At this moment, his eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. The terrifying aura at this moment was like a curtain descending from the heavens. Kill, ha ha ha, I've already killed many, many people. Since that's the case, you can all die too. My children, you died so tragically, but you are innocent, you don't deserve to die. Sun Er is also innocent, she doesn't deserve to die either. Why? Those who deserve to die are not dead, but those who don't deserve to die are all dead. Kill. At first, he was still mad, but in the end, the last word was condensed with boundless killing intent. That terrifying murderous gaze was like thunder and fire. Oh no. The three of them were shocked. They all knew that they absolutely could not fight with this guy at this time. If they had to fight, only death would await them. However, the problem now was that just as they were about to escape, an extremely strange power floated, and then, the entrance that was still there before was directly sealed. Now, they were like turtles in a jar. Ha ha ha, didn't you want the Taishian bead? Give me your lives in exchange for it. At this point, he directly pounced on Rosen. At this moment, Rosen had already summoned the demon god armament. However, this powerful demonic god armament did not give him any sense of security at all. This guy in front of him was really too terrifying. He was once a peak emperor. At this moment, he mustered all his strength to resist, but he knew that he could not resist at all. He would die. At this moment, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu's voices rang out at the same time. Attack with all your might. Su Yan suddenly slashed down with his sword, and an intense sword ray appeared directly like a swimming dragon. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu also struck out with his palm. His palm directly turned into a ferocious ghost. Ghost weeping palm. At this moment, Rosen was already in despair, but he did not expect these two people to help him directly. If he was alone, he would definitely die. However, if Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu attacked together, he would have more hope of survival. After all, strictly speaking, the other party was not the real Fang Wuhui. He was just temporarily borrowing Fang Yueshan's body. Fang Wuhui's soul was definitely strong, there was no doubt about it. However, Fang Yueshan's body was weak, and he could not withstand too much power. If time passed, Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be baptized, but there was not enough time now. Fortunately, there was not much time, so as long as they joined forces, there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, even if the three of them worked together wholeheartedly, they would still be crushed to death by this person. Ha ha ha, brother Su Yan, I told you that you and I are very good allies. Indeed, we have joined forces again. Duan Wulonghu actually had the time to say such words at this moment. Su Yan smiled coldly, but did not speak. This scene fell directly into Rosen's eyes. At this moment, his expression was solemn. He had long discovered that Su Yan seemed to be somewhat acquainted with this Duan Wulonghu. Thinking back to when he fought with Su Yan was able to use the lost technique of his devil sect. At this moment, he was very certain that Su Yan had a deep relationship with this person in front of him. These two fellows definitely have a deep relationship. I have to be careful. At this moment, he had already realized that Su Yan and this Duan Wulonghu were not loyal to each other, but to protect themselves. Even if this Fang Wuhui was not in his right mind, and did not have even a tenth of his strength left, he was still a terrifying existence to them. Now, only if the three of them were alive would they have a chance to survive. If Rosen died, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu would definitely be under much more pressure, and it was uncertain whether they could survive. Chapter 766. Female literature. At this moment, the three of them were in the same boat. None of them could escape. However, he couldn't let his guard down just like that. In his opinion, no matter if it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, both of them were extremely cunning. If they had the chance to escape, they would definitely not mind tricking him and escaping with their lives. He had encountered too many of such situations. Therefore, at this moment, he had to be more vigilant. Humph, ha ha ha, come, all of you come and kill me. Master, martial uncle, all of you come and kill me. You killed Sun Air, and now you want to kill me? What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong. Since that's the case, all of you can go to hell. All of you, go to hell. After his attack was blocked, he became even crazier. His aura became even more powerful, and his attack became even more terrifying. The terrifying strike shook the entire area. There seemed to be a series of ripples in the air. Su Yan and the other two's expressions became even more serious. They were like turtles in a jar now. Under such circumstances, they had no way to retreat. The powerful force continued to oppress them, which made it difficult for them to even breathe. No, we can't defend. If we let this old thing continue to accumulate power, he will become even more terrifying. When that time comes, we won't have any hope at all. Duan Mulonghu said directly. Among the three of them, Duan Mulonghu was the most special existence. Although Su Yan and Rosen were both top talents among the younger generation, he still stood in front of the two of them. It was because he was a monster that had been alive for more than 1,000 years. Because of his terrifying strength, even in his current state, he was still ahead of Su Yan and Rosen. Moreover, his point of view was extremely correct. This guy was really too powerful, and he would continue to become stronger. Time had never been on their side. If they allowed this guy to continue to grow stronger, he would definitely reach a point where he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, the three of them would really have no chance at all. Therefore, no matter what, he could not be allowed to continue. If they wanted to survive, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to attack with all their strength and then launch a counterattack to defeat this person. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them once again unleashed their moves, and the violent power directly rushed out. The three of them had already reached this point, so they were naturally decisive people. They clearly knew how powerful the person in front of them was, so since they had already made a move, they couldn't give him any chance. His powerful strength was on full display at this moment. After the three rays of light converged, they formed an extremely terrifying ray of light. At this time, Fang Wuhui didn't seem to realize the impending crisis. At this moment, he was in utter agony. This seemed to be an excellent opportunity. This ray of death directly hit Fang Wuhui, and an extremely terrifying light was released in front of Fang Wuhui. In an instant, everything disappeared. This space was constantly shaking. Taishan bead. Such a terrifying power was so terrifying that even an extremely powerful venerable one would not be able to withstand it. If Fang Wuhui really died from this attack, no, even if he was injured, then the Taishan bead seemed to have become an object without an owner. At this time, their chance had come. If they wanted to seize the Taishan bead, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu would be a huge obstacle. Not to mention Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan had just been defeated by him. Naturally, he would feel extremely indignant. However, he had to admit that until now, he was still no match for Su Yan. Even when he had just been defeated, he had almost despaired, and it had already cast a shadow over his heart. Having a flaw in one's heart was definitely not a small matter. For a powerhouse like him, this would even affect his future path. Therefore, if he wanted to eliminate this effect, he had to directly defeat Su Yan this time. Moreover, he had to defeat him in a straightforward manner. The best way was to directly seize the Taishan bead in front of Su Yan. He didn't believe that Su Yan would come here and take the risk for a Fang Yueshan. People were used to judging others by their own standards and guessing the worst of others. Of course, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be even more terrifying. He was too strong. Until now, he still hadn't figured out where his limits were. Therefore, in the next attack, he had to finish it off in one fell swoop. He had to finish it off in one strike. Of course, this would depend on the armor he was wearing. If the armor could explode with all its power, then he could do it. At this moment, the powerful energy fluctuation gradually dissipated. His heart began to burn with passion. This thing was right in front of him. However, at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, Fang Wuhui's body appeared in front of them, unharmed. Of course, there were still some changes to his body. At this moment, his eyes had become even more profound. Furthermore, black veins had already appeared on his face. This seemed to be a kind of tattoo, but it also seemed to be an extremely strange mass. The moment this thing appeared, his evil aura became even more intense. Moreover, he didn't seem to be as crazy as before. Hee, do you want this? Then, come, let me see how strong you are. You actually dared to touch the Taishen bead. This voice seemed to resound directly in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the three of them felt that something was wrong. If he continued to be crazy, then they still had a chance. If the three of them worked together, they could catch him off guard and kill him directly. However, this was no longer the case. The other party's heart had completely calmed down. His gaze was so calm. This gaze was completely different from before. Although there was still a flicker of light, Su Yan knew that this guy had finally begun to settle down. You're the real Emperor Wu Hui. The one before was Fang Yulua. Su Yan suddenly asked. Fang Wuhui chuckled and said, not bad, you're really a smart child. His tone was calm and full of confidence, as if he already had everything in his hands. This kind of person was definitely not a simple existence. At this moment, he spoke again, Fang Yulua is nothing but trash. He can't even protect his own woman. This is truly tragic. Therefore, he shouldn't exist in this world. That's why I exist. Split personality. It seems that Senior Fang Yulua's split personality allowed you to appear in this world, Su Yan said directly. In a sense, this Emperor Wu Hui's existence was similar to Ghostface's. Although he didn't know the exact reason behind Ghostface's appearance, since he was a second version of himself, he could be understood as a second personality. Split personality? That's a new term, but you're not wrong. That's probably the case. Emperor Wu Hui didn't immediately attack, but continued speaking. Back then, Fang Yulua was King Tai's elite disciple. Back then, he had outstanding talent and was very popular among the younger generation in the sect. Although he didn't necessarily inherit the position of sect master, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he could become a powerful elder. This was practically set in stone. It's just a pity that this idiot fell in love with Li Sun, the limitless demon sex Li Sun. These two idiots clearly stood on different sides, but in the end, they still came together and tried in vain to live in seclusion. They clearly had powerful cultivation, but their thinking was so naive. They didn't know that in this world, there are many things that can be done as one pleases. In the end, they still paid the price for their naivety. Later, when Fang Yulua was out, King Tai's people finally found Li Sun heir and killed her right outside the sect. The great King Tai, who claims to be from a righteous sect, is actually so ruthless and unscrupulous. This world is truly heartless. A coward like you Luo shouldn't live in this world. Since that's the case, let me do it. These few short sentences immediately gave Su Yan and the others a rough idea of what had happened. To think that such a situation had happened back then. No wonder Emperor Wu Hui had been so merciless when he'd killed King Tai's experts. As long as he saw King Tai's people, he'd immediately kill them. Even if it was just a new disciple. Fang Yulua's heart had been traumatized to the point that her second personality had split and taken over. The second personality was incomparably extreme. If it had been Fang Yulua, perhaps she still had feelings for King Tai and would have only killed the main culprit. However, Emperor Wu Hui wouldn't. He had appeared in this world because of his extreme thoughts, so how could such a person have the slightest thought of mercy? Therefore, when he attacked, he'd definitely be ruthless. Fang Yulua was a genius to begin with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so highly regarded by the higher-ups of King Tai. Therefore, after he'd fallen and become a demon, he'd become especially terrifying. Cultivating both King Tai and the limitless demon sect's secret techniques, his cultivation had rapidly increased in a short period of time. In the end, even King Tai's sect master couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he'd killed his way into King Tai. In the end, the Taishan bead had fallen into his hands. Chapter 767. Female literature. Seriously, I can't believe I'm talking about these things with you. It seems that I'm really old, which is why I've become so long-winded. But it doesn't matter. It's actually quite interesting to talk to the dead. As he spoke, his strength was still increasing. You're just biding your time. This body isn't yours, but your descendants. That's why it's too weak. Are you using your own strength to refine it so that it's more suitable for accommodating your soul? Su Yan directly interrupted him, then continued to ask, this is your descendant. How could you be so cruel to him? You're simply incurable. He directly questioned him. At this moment, the other party laughed and said, descendant? So what? I'm not Fang Yulua, that damnable idiot. In my eyes, only my own pursuit of the heavens and earth is real. If that idiot Fang Yulua hadn't dug his own grave back then, how could I have fallen to this point? His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Obviously, he was really angry at this time. Ha ha ha, how interesting, Duan Wulonghu said, laughing and clapping his hands. I really feel sorry for Senior. I think if it wasn't for Fang Yulua, Senior would probably have become a saint venerable by now. Once you become a saint, you'll transcend the world. Duan Wulonghu's words were actually not too exaggerated. Moreover, Su Yan and Rosen knew that it was probably true. Legend had it that great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation did not improve after reaching the peak of the Emperor realm. In order to find a breakthrough, he used many methods, but in the end, he mysteriously disappeared. In his era, the peak of the Emperor realm was almost the peak of the world. Even King Tai could not do anything to him, and was even beaten to such a miserable state by him. How could he have met with misfortune? Now that he thought about it, the root of all this was his true soul, Fang Yulua. Although Fang Wuhui and Fang Yulua had different personalities, they were ultimately the same soul. Fang Wuhui could naturally think clearly and do whatever he wanted, but unfortunately, Fang Yulua could not. In other words, his soul was flawed. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to become a holy venerate. You're right, kid. That damned bastard. After I killed so many of King Tai's people, he started to feel guilty and obsessed. He even thinks that I've killed too many people, and doesn't want me to exist in this world anymore. That idiot. His words were filled with anger and disdain. Fang Yulua was ultimately a righteous disciple. Even though he had suffered such a mishap, the kindness in his heart had not been extinguished. His deep-rooted feelings for King Tai had not completely disappeared either. As Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui killed more and more people, the guilt in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In fact, the tragedy was destined to happen the moment he fell in love with Li Sun. He was in despair and pain. In the end, he didn't want to live in this world anymore. So you're saying that Senior came here to eliminate this trouble? Rosen asked. Fang Wuhui sighed, then said, that's right. Back then, I thought of countless methods, but in the end, he's still a part of my soul. How could I completely eliminate this damned bastard? I could kill everyone else, but he was the only one I couldn't kill. This is truly a huge regret. He continued, but later on, I finally thought of a method, and that was a shadow creature. Ha ha ha, a shadow creature, that's something between illusion and reality. If I could transform myself into that state, then I would be able to directly face my own soul and directly devour him. From then on, Fang Yulua would no longer exist in this world, only Fang Wuhui would remain. What a wonderful thing, but it's a pity. In fact, there was no need to say too much to imagine what would happen next. If he had really succeeded, then Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui would definitely not have disappeared for so many years and then sought to revive here. Clearly, he had failed. Alright, you've heard the story, so I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've tasted blazing blood. Speaking of which, it's quite nostalgic. Now, are you ready to die? He sneered. Suddenly, an evil light flickered in his hand. The evil light gently hovered, then turned into a long snake. Die. With these two words, the long snake directly pounced on Su Yan and the others. It was clearly created with his power, but it seemed to have its own soul. In a whistling sound, it had already pounced on Su Yan and the others. Su Yan, Duan Wulonghu, and Rosen all paled. Of course, they could see that Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui was even more terrifying than before. Although he didn't use his full strength before, it was close enough. The three of them joined forces, but they didn't cause any harm to him. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. And now, this person was even stronger than before. Their chances had become even slimmer. To put it bluntly, their lives were already in danger. However, even if they knew they would die in the next moment, they still had to struggle before death. This was human nature. Even ordinary people were like this, let alone these three young experts. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but it was impossible for them to stretch out their necks and wait for death. At this moment, the demon god armament had become even more profound. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu suddenly said, "The two of you want to continue living, right? If that's the case, then I have a method that we can try." His voice was very calm, as if he wasn't threatened by death at all. "What method? Let's hear it." Su Yan wasn't lacking either. At their level, they naturally knew that the more they panicked in this situation, the faster they would die. "Actually, it's very simple. We need to attack him based on his demon god armament." Duan Wulonghu glanced at Rosen and continued, "The demon god armament is one of the absolute treasures of the boundless demon sect. It has unimaginable power. If you can fully unleash the power of this demon god armament, then you will be almost as powerful as a holy venerable." Hearing this, Rosen's eyelids twitched. He knew that his demon god armament was very powerful and terrifying, but he didn't expect it to reach such a level. When its power was unleashed to the extreme, it could be mentioned in the same breath as a holy venerable. This meant that as long as he put all his effort into this demon god armament, as long as he could fully unleash the power of this demon god armament one day, then he would be as powerful as a holy venerable. What a pleasant surprise this was. Of course, he also knew that such a good thing wouldn't happen in this world. It would be very difficult to make the demon god armament reach such a level. However, this didn't matter. As long as there was a slight possibility, he would persevere and work hard. From the moment he made up his mind, his belief would never waver. Of course, now was not the time to think about this. He said directly, "The current demon god armament can't possibly be so powerful." He was right. No matter how powerful the demon god armament could become in the future, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the current demon god armament couldn't possibly reach such a level. "Even if I fully unleash the power of the demon god armament, I won't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all." This was a fact, a helpless fact. Emperor Wu Hui was too powerful. Even if Duan Wulonghu used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake Emperor Wu Hui at all. Even if Duan Wulonghu was a newly resurrected Emperor Wu Hui who had taken over the body of his descendant. However, since Duan Wulonghu had said those words, he wouldn't be speaking without thinking. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Thus, he said, "You naturally can't do it alone, but what if the three of us work together? If that's the case, it won't be impossible." As soon as he said this, Rosen was the first to object. He didn't doubt that the three of them could activate the demon god armament. After all, he already knew about Duan Wulonghu's identity. 1,000 years ago, he was the son of demon. The son of demon had another title, the crown prince of the demon sect. With such a status, it wouldn't be strange for him to know more than him, even if it was about the demon god armament in his hands. However, from a psychological point of view, he wasn't willing to do so. Because if he did so, he would be exposing his secret. Whether it was Su Yan or Duan Wulonghu, they were both people he feared. When the three of them attacked together, he didn't know what they would do. "I know you don't trust us, but you have to understand one thing. If we don't work together now, we will definitely die. Remember, this week includes yourself. You can see that you don't have much time left. Every breath of time, he will become a little stronger. Duan Mulonghu looked at Rosen with a smile. Obviously, he was sure that Rosen would agree. At this time, Rosen's expression was extremely ugly. However, as expected by Duan Mulonghu, he had no choice but to agree. In the end, he took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I agree." Duan Mulonghu said, "Don't worry, Duan Mulonghu won't let you suffer. If we really escape this time, then I will owe you a favor." I think Brother Su Yan also thinks so. He looked directly at Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, "No, I don't think I owe him. After all, he wants to live. If he doesn't want to do this, then I won't force him." Chapter 768. Female Literature. Su Yan's answer was so straightforward. He didn't agree with Duan Mulonghu's point of view because, just as Su Yan said, Rosen agreed to this matter because he had no choice but to do so. He wasn't warm-hearted and wanted to save Su Yan. Now, everyone was fighting for their lives, nothing more. "Humph," Rosen coldly snorted. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Su Yan's answer. However, he couldn't say anything bad about it, so he could only express his dissatisfaction in this way. Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, "Brother Su Yan is indeed a straightforward person. However, I, Duan Mulonghu, will keep my word. Rosen, if we can get out of here alive, then I will do you a favor." Rosen said, "Cut the crap. Tell me, what should I do?" The demon god armament has a skill called the demon god void rupture. In other words, it uses the demon god armament to directly break through space. I think the two of you are very clear now that it is impossible for us to kill this person. Therefore, what we need to do now is not to fight to the death, but to escape. Su Yan and Rosen expressed their agreement. After all, it was just as he said. At this time, Feng Wuhui had gradually become Emperor Wu Hui. His aura was too strong and his strength was very terrifying. With the strength of the three of them, they were simply no match for him. Wanting to kill him had become a pipe dream. Therefore, what they should do now was not to join forces to kill, but to escape with all their might. This concept couldn't be wrong. Demon God Void Rupture, I didn't even know about it. At this time, Rosen's expression changed. He was extremely shocked. It turned out that the Demon God armament had such an ability, but as the owner of the Demon God armament, he didn't know about it. "Brother Rosen, you don't have to worry about it. After all, as your strength increases and your compatibility with the Demon God armament is further improved, many things will gradually emerge. At that time, you will naturally understand. Back then, I was just lucky to know the secret of this sword armor. That's all." Duan Mulonghu continued, "Wait for a while. Brother Su Yan and I will directly inject fierceness into your armor. With the combined strength of the three of us, it should be enough to activate the Demon God armament and cause its power to erupt. At that time, we can directly achieve the goal of void rupture." Although Feng Wuhui has reappeared, his current situation doesn't seem to be ideal. Therefore, as long as we can leave this place alive, there won't be too big of a problem. As long as we reach the outside world, we will be free to fly. If the two of you have a righteous heart and are determined to slay demons, then you can naturally inform your elders. I think they will be very happy to come." Su Yan understood what he meant. After all, there was a treasure here, the Taishan bead. That was King Tai's top treasure. If this news leaked out, even if this place was a dangerous place, there would still be a large number of experts coming here to fight for it. And once they reached this place, they had no choice but to face Feng Wuhui. "Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and activate it. Otherwise, it will be too late," Rosen said directly. At this moment, Rosen's demon god armament changed immediately. 2 palm prints appeared on his armor. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu placed their palms into the palm prints almost at the same time. Then, a powerful force erupted. The injection of these two powerful forces caused the demon god armament to erupt with an extremely beautiful light. At the beginning of the light, Rosen's body swayed directly. Obviously, at this moment, he was still unable to adapt to such a powerful force. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's voice sounded directly in his mind. Discard all distracting thoughts and focus on sensing. Find a way to activate the demon god armament to break through the celestial demon space. Remember, this is related to your life. He emphasized the last sentence. Rosen snorted coldly and said, I don't need you to say more. I understand. He forcefully suppressed his body's discomfort and began to sense the demon god armament. Just as Duan Wulonghu said, the reason why he was unable to learn more powerful skills was because he was still not strong enough. The demon god armament was an armor that could be directly upgraded to the level of a holy venerable. It had endless uses and its power was definitely not inferior to the divine sword. If he could really completely master it, he would definitely become an earth-shattering expert. At this moment, as his mind continued to integrate with the demon god armament, a seal gradually appeared in his mind. He had never seen this seal before. The moment he saw this seal, he knew that this was the demon god Void Piercer's technique. Now that he wanted to get out of this predicament, this was the best way. He disregarded everything and directly rushed forward to pinch the seal in his hand. Then, he directly activated his power. Demon God Void Piercer, activate. After all, this was his first time activating it. Moreover, this power did not come from himself, but from the help of Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to activate this power. However, just as Duan Wulonghu said, he did not have a second chance. This time, he had to succeed. If he did not succeed, Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu would definitely die here, and he would have to stay here and be buried with them. No matter what, this was something that he was unwilling to do. He did not want to die, and he would not die. Break open the space for me. He let out an angry roar, and a terrifying power kept circling around him. Then, he charged into the sky with a powerful force. The extremely powerful power continued to spiral between heaven and earth, and everything turned into an endless will. As if the heavens had heard his voice, the door directly cracked open at this moment. Powerful cracks appeared one after another. The space sealed by Fang Wuhui was finally broken and torn apart. Fang Wuhui was indeed powerful, but at this moment, he was constantly transforming. He wanted to baptize his body, and at the same time, he had to fight against Fang Yuluo. Even if it was Fang Wuhui, he could no longer care about Su Yan and the others. Moreover, at this moment, he really did not care about Su Yan and the others. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. As long as he could be resurrected, where could these people escape to? Crack, 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 crack. Waves of tearing sounds were constantly heard, and the cracks in the space became more and more obvious. In the end, everything was completely annihilated. Rosen and the other two were directly surrounded by light. The demon god Void Piercer was directly activated. However, at this moment, Rosen's lips curled into a cold smile. For him, this was a good opportunity to kill Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu. Now, he also knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the Taishan bead. After all, the owner of the Taishan bead, Emperor Wu Hui, had been resurrected. He did not know what kind of storms this terrifying powerhouse would stir up after his resurrection, but he knew that there was no hope for him to obtain the Taishan bead. However, he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. This time, if it were not for Su Yan causing trouble, the Taishan bead might have been in his hands. There was also this Duan Wulonghu. His threat was simply too great. If he could directly kill these two people when he was qualified, it would be endless benefits for him in the future. Of course, it would not be easy to kill the two of them head-on. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was a fact that he had repeatedly lost to Su Yan. However, Duan Wulonghu's strength seemed to be even stronger. Although he had the demon god armament and his growth was very fast, he knew very well that Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu were also constantly growing. Moreover, their growth was even faster. Rosen did not know whether he could kill them in the future. Furthermore, he did not have much confidence. He might even be killed by Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu. However, he now had an excellent opportunity. The demon god destroyer had indeed been activated, but he had not promised to take the two of them away. Destroyer, activate. At this moment, his figure flickered. It was at this moment that he suddenly turned around and pushed towards Duan Mulonghu and Su Yan. As long as the two of them were left here, they would have to bear the wrath of Emperor Wu Hui. According to their personalities and strength, they would definitely not be willing to wait for death. Therefore, they would definitely take out their trump cards to fight against Emperor Wu Hui. Against Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so what if these two were even more powerful? They would most likely die in the end. Moreover, in this way, the two of them would be able to buy enough time for him. Wasn't this a wonderful thing? However, the moment he turned around, he saw Duan Mulonghu's face. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu was looking at him with a mocking expression, as if he was mocking his ignorance. On the other side, although Su Yan did not reveal such an expression, his face was calm as if he did not reveal any surprise at all. At this moment, his heart thumped and he immediately came to a realization. Damn it, these two guys were already prepared. He understood that he had his own plans. In that case, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not easy to deal with. They definitely had their own plans and contingencies. At this moment, the most important thing was to escape with his life. If Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were really naive, he would not mind sending them on their way. However, they clearly had their own plans. It was meaningless for him to act smart. His figure flickered suddenly. At this moment, he discovered that Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu had disappeared at almost the same time. This is spatial teleportation. It turns out that the two of them were already prepared. Duan Mulonghu did not expect me to bring them out. He wanted me to break the spatial barrier. Chapter 769. Female literature. Naturally, he was not a fool. Almost at this moment, he had already thought of some things. The power of space was indeed an extremely powerful thing, but this did not mean that everyone could not grasp it. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu were not insignificant figures. Since that was the case, it was not impossible for them to grasp some space power. These two people must have a plan long ago. They did not need him to take them out, but they just needed him to open a space. In fact, he also understood that if they needed him to get them out of here, it was equivalent to them pinning their hopes on him. However, this was an extremely unrealistic thing. If it were him, he would not do this either. After all, they were enemies. Even if they had no choice but to work together under special circumstances, when the conditions changed, there would immediately be a variable. It was just like how he had wanted to kill them earlier. These two people had obviously expected this, so from the very beginning, they had already planned this. After Rosen thought this through, he did not hesitate and directly chose to leave. Firstly, he knew that it was impossible for him to kill them, so it was useless to continue to stay here. Instead, it would bring unnecessary trouble to himself. Secondly, he was also afraid. Since the two of them no longer needed him, would they be like him? Would they be filled with killing intent and want to kill him at this moment? Although he had the protection of the demon god armament, in the face of these two people's fierce attacks, he had no confidence that he could survive unscathed. Moreover, the other party did not need to kill him directly. They only needed to make him unable to leave this space at this moment, then he would end up dead. At this moment, he had no time to think too much and finally directly activated his power. At this moment, Fang Wuhui directly raised his head and looked at this place. There was an indescribable coldness in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Humph, did you escape? Forget it, if you want to escape, then so be it. Do you really think that you can escape death by leaving this place? It's too late, it's already too late. His smile was extremely strange, and no one knew what he was laughing about. After that, he no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, his gaze fell on the Taishan bead in front of him. Inside the supreme profound bead, the shadow solidified at this time, showing a human figure at this time. This figure was none other than himself. Or rather, his other soul, Fang Yulua. He, you coward, it's so troublesome to kill you. God knows how many years have passed. If it wasn't for you, I would have become a saint sovereign by now. No, maybe I would have become a deity already. His tone was calm, without any awe-inspiring or other emotions. It was as if he was just chatting with his most ordinary friend. Fang Wuhui, you are me, and I am you. I can't watch as I make a mistake and walk further and further away. Back then, the tragedy between me and Sun truly caused me to feel heartache. But now, I already know that the matter of that year was far from being as simple as I thought it was. The main culprit naturally deserved death, but my other fellow apprentices were innocent. My master was also innocent. However, I personally killed them all. Enough, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. You coward, so be it. If you knew how to use your power to kill people, then you wouldn't have fallen to this point. In the end, all of this is your own fault. If I didn't appear, I'm afraid you would have already died. Fang Yulua said, if I didn't exist, how good would it be if I didn't exist? Yes, how good would it be if you didn't exist? Let me completely dominate your soul. You are a person who seeks death, so why are you still so fearlessly persisting until now? Look, you went through so much trouble to destroy yourself in this dark abyss, and then put the Taishian bead into your bloodline. Generation after generation, you wanted me to die forever. But in the end, I came back, and the Taishian bead returned to me again. So, how could someone like you possibly defeat me? You will forever be a loser, forever and ever a loser. Ha ha ha. This was good. He was terrifyingly crazy. What I want is not as simple as becoming a saint, but becoming a god. So, more lives must die in this world. Only then can I directly step into the realm of death and become the god of death. At this time, in the Taishian bead, Fang Yulua's soul said directly, I won't let you succeed. Emperor Wuhui should have disappeared from this world. This world doesn't need a god. Back then, even the great heavenly demon lord didn't become a god. What makes you think you can? The shadow world shouldn't appear in this world. Fang Wuhui's face turned cold. Then, he said, enough, this is not something you can decide. I will completely open the door to the shadow world. Just watch, this world belongs to me. No one can stop me. At this time, he had fallen into complete madness. Fang Yuashan, hold on. Protect your soul. Don't let it fade away. As long as you hold on, he won't be able to use the power of the Taishian bead, Fang Yulua called directly. There was no voice answering him, but there was a will. Back then, Fang Yulua had experienced countless pains, and finally, Fang Wuhui appeared. At first, Fang Wuhui was just a negative emotion of Fang Yulua, and he appeared to avenge Fang Yulua. However, as the killing increased, his independent personality became more and more perfect. In the end, he had his own obsession, and that was to become a god. Deities were only a legend in this world. Even during the most prosperous era of the 9 continents, there were only 7 Saint Venerables. However, not a single deity had appeared. However, in the legends, gods were immortal and ruled over everything. This was the goal of many strong people. Later, Fang Wuhui killed without any scruples. No matter who it was, no matter where they came from, as long as he wanted something, he would directly behead them. This was because he had embarked on an extremely terrifying path, and that was the path to becoming a god through killing. Fang Wuhui was able to become extremely powerful in a short period of time because of this. Every time he killed an expert, his strength would increase by a bit. In that era, he was simply the synonym of the Grim Reaper. Wherever he went, there would be endless death and slaughter. Under his butcher's knife, who knew how many people had died directly? Later, in order to quickly reach the path to becoming a god, he directly broke into King Tai. He needed King Tai's Taishian bead. Back then, even the powerful King Tai was defeated by him in the beginning. In the end, he was almost on the verge of destruction. In the end, he obtained the Taishan bead. However, this was also the way he was going to die. The Taishan bead was King Tai's most precious treasure. It contained extremely powerful energy. If he could refine this energy, he would naturally be able to break through again. However, he forgot that it was King Tai's treasure after all. Tai, who was in that area, directly displayed his own power. Then, he drew out the power within the Taishan bead and fiercely bombarded his body. Although he left with the Taishan bead, he himself was seriously injured at that time. At that time, Fang Yulua took the opportunity to make trouble and then temporarily obtained the right to control the body. At that time, Fang Yulua naturally thought of slashing him with a palm. However, doing so would provoke Fang Wuhui. He deeply understood what Fang Wuhui needed the Taishan bead for, so he directly put the Taishan bead into the bodies of his descendants and let them pass it down through the bloodline from generation to generation. Of course, this was also because he had given up. His descendants, since they had inherited his strength, there might be some abnormalities in their bodies. Who knows, there might even be a second Fang Wuhui, and the power of the Supreme Mystic Pearl would be able to cleanse the evil from him. Of course, at the same time, it also had the ability to seal. Therefore, almost all of his descendants were unknown, and there were no more super strong masters. After doing all this, he locked himself in this place. Then, he used the unique and terrifying power of this place to completely destroy his body. In the end, only a wisp of his soul floated out. Originally, Fang Yulua thought that all this was over. After all, his fleshly body had been destroyed, and his soul had been sealed away by him. In addition, very few people knew about this bloodline. At this time, Fang Wuhui would not be able to wake up. However, things were unpredictable. He did not expect that Rosen, out of greed for the Taishan bead, would bring his descendant Fang Yueshan directly here, and directly provoke Fang Wuhui to wake him up in advance. Now, Fang Yulua could no longer do anything. When Fang Wuhui came here, he used the means of the shadow world to forcibly separate the two souls. Then, he directly entered the Taishan bead. Now, he had no way to affect his soul. At this time, his only hope was on his descendant Fang Yueshan. After all, Fang Yueshan's real strength was too weak. However, he could feel that Fang Yueshan's soul still existed at this time. He had not been obliterated, but was still holding on to his last hope. Hee, Fang Yulua, you piece of trash. You actually placed your hopes on your descendant. Unfortunately, what you can't do, your descendant can't do either. Going against me, the only outcome for you is death. Chapter 770. Female Literature, the only outcome was death. These were the words of Emperor Wu Hui. Although he was in a terrible state, he was actually quite happy to see the situation in front of him. After all, the damned coward Fang Yulua's soul had been separated from his. Although the body in front of him was weak, it still had his bloodline. The Fang family had never produced a Qilan child for generations. Their cultivation wasn't strong, but it wasn't a problem of bloodline. It was because they were suppressed by the Taishan bead. And now, since his soul had invaded this body, everything would be fine. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to devour this descendant's soul and use his supreme strength to increase his strength. As his power gradually increased, Emperor Wu Hui would reappear in this world. Furthermore, he could do what he couldn't do before, become a god. At this moment, his power was gradually circulating. Powerful energy began to baptize this body over and over again. Of course, the most important thing was to destroy Fang Yueshan's soul. With a flash of spatial energy, Su Yan's figure appeared. When he first entered the dark abyss, he left a spatial coordinate in this place as a precaution. He didn't expect that such an unintentional action would allow him to escape a disaster. When Duan Mulonghu suggested that they work together to activate the demon god armor's demon god void rupture, he knew that things wouldn't be so simple. He knew Duan Mulonghu very well. He knew very well that this person would definitely leave behind a backup plan. Everything that he did, he would have his own purpose. Su Yan even thought that even if he didn't use the demon god void rupture, he could still leave this place and avoid being killed by Emperor Wu Hui. Just like himself, even if he didn't have the demon god void rupture, as long as he stimulated the power of the Godslayer sword, he could slash open a spatial crack and leave. Of course, compared to using the Godslayer sword, it was much easier to leave with the help of the demon god armor. Su Yan let out a long sigh. The change in the situation this time was simply beyond his expectations. First, Rosen's transformation. He had become stronger. The demon god armor was simply a cheating tool. Although Rosen was originally a genius, he couldn't compare to Wang Baichuan and the others. However, he had now completely surpassed Wang Baichuan. In terms of realm, even Luo Yunyang couldn't compare to him. Furthermore, there were more hidden dangers in his body than he had originally expected. Facing the ghost was like a fishbone stuck in Su Yan's throat. If he couldn't deal with this problem, then one day, he would directly become the second great emperor Wu Hui. There was also Duan Mulonghu, who had suddenly appeared. He had always paid close attention to Duan Mulonghu. However, it was a pity that Duan Mulonghu seemed to have disappeared after they parted ways in the ruins. There was no news of him at all. After his appearance this time, Duan Mulonghu's strength had become even more terrifying. The bottomless feeling became more obvious. Although Luo Yunyang's strength had increased by a lot, the feeling of danger didn't decrease at all. Su Yan sighed, and then his brows furrowed tightly. The situation was too bad. The revival of Emperor Wu Hui was definitely not a good thing. Luo Yunyang was afraid that the world would change again. After all, although Duan Mulonghu was also someone who had come back from the ancient times, he wasn't very strong. In the beginning, he wasn't even in the dragon realm. He would probably become very terrifying in the future. However, at least at this juncture, he wasn't that threatening. With enough time, Su Yan was confident that he could grow to that level. However, Emperor Wu Hui was completely different. He had just come back to life, but he had already displayed an extremely powerful side. In such a short period of time, he had already become a venerable. Fang Yueshan's original strength wasn't very strong. In fact, he was weak even to Luo Yunyang. At that time, Fang Yueshan didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of Rosen. Such a person actually became a venerable overnight under the power of Emperor Wu Hui. Moreover, the Taishan bead was still in Luo Yunyang's hands. What worried Su Yan even more was that Emperor Wu Hui definitely wouldn't have come to this place for no reason. There was probably some connection between the shadow world and this place. Was there any relationship between the half-faced man who led him to the shadow world and this Emperor Wu Hui? Su Yan didn't know these things. But now, where should he go from here? There was no hope of saving Fang Yueshan. Therefore, he should return to the Taihang sword faction. After all, he still had a lot of things to do. At this time, the double-winged tiger had already sensed Su Yan's aura. He directly went to Su Yan's side. Are you alright? I feel that something extremely terrifying is about to happen. We must leave now. The double-winged tiger's thoughts were directly transmitted. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. He knew very well how powerful the double-winged tiger was. Furthermore, a demon beast with a powerful bloodline like him had extremely sharp intuition. Sometimes, this intuition could even predict the future. Since he said that something extremely dangerous was going to happen, then it was probably no small matter. The first thing he thought of was the huge door that was hundreds of meters tall. At that time, behind the door, there was an extremely terrifying head that wanted to appear. Of course, in the end, the heavenly demon finger bone on Su Yan's left hand directly awakened and destroyed it with an extremely terrifying death ray tube. This prevented this thing from successfully appearing in the end. However, Su Yan couldn't be sure that there was only one terrifying creature behind the door. If there was a group or even more terrifying creatures behind the door, then what would happen to this world? Would it usher in destruction? Demons were indeed very terrifying creatures. When countless demons flew in the sky, the intense pressure was almost enough to make people despair. However, even if that was the case, it was still not too bad. After all, in history, in the war between humans and demons, it was humans who had won. Demons had huge bodies and were very powerful, but as long as their attack power was strong enough, they could be directly destroyed. However, these shadow creatures were completely different. The existence of shadow creatures could only be described with one word, and that was eerie. Facing these terrifying shadow creatures, ordinary attacks could not do anything to them at all. More importantly, they were almost invisible. Ordinary people did not even know when they would be killed, let alone kill them. In terms of the difficulty level, this was definitely the most terrifying creature in the world. One or two shadow creatures were already a headache. What if these shadow creatures appeared in groups? How would this world deal with them? Under the havoc of the shadow creatures, if humans were not prepared in time, they might not even have a chance to fight. Now, Su Yan could only hope that these were all baseless guesses. Otherwise, if that was the case, then this world would really be in danger. At this moment, the winged tiger had spread its wings and was about to fly high into the sky. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly saw a figure. Rosen. Rosen left through the demon deity warden, but he didn't expect that this guy's foothold would be so close to his. When he was inside, Su Yan had already made up his mind to kill him directly. After a bitter battle, Su Yan had also won. However, a storm suddenly erupted from the tower, which disrupted Su Yan's plan. But at this time, since Su Yan could see him again, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed with light. Obviously, at this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. Not to mention him, this time, the main culprit behind the revival of Emperor Wuhui was Rosen's greed. A person's ambition would never stop. Especially for a person like Luo Sen, as long as he doesn't die, then his greed will never die. This time, he had already caused a huge disaster. Who knew what kind of trouble he would cause the next time? Let's go and kill him. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly ordered the two-winged sky tiger. The winged tiger was originally a monster beast, and its killing intent was very heavy. At this time, when it heard Su Yan's words, it immediately became excited. It suddenly spread its wings and flew directly toward Rosen. At this time, Rosen still did not know that he had been targeted by Su Yan. He was furious and cursed, damn it, Su Yan, it's you again. You're the one who ruined my plan again. If it wasn't for you, I would have already gotten the Taishan bead. Damn it, Su Yan, I'll definitely make you suffer. His eyes were filled with incomparable resentment. Su Yan, I can't kill you, so I'll kill your friends first. Humph, I won't let you have it easy. Luo Sen was originally a person of the evil Dao, so he didn't have any rules in his heart. Originally, he did not have any thoughts of touching Su Yan's friends. This was because he wanted to directly defeat Su Yan. However, at this time, after experiencing another failure, his heart was already covered with a shadow. If one were to use a word to describe it, it would be that he was gradually falling. At this time, a strong wind suddenly blew behind him. He subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see an extremely powerful force rushing towards him. Chapter 771. Female Literature. It was a terrifying blood-red ray of death. Such a strong power was simply frightening. That kind of violent power was simply terrifying. Rosen did not expect that such an attack would suddenly appear behind him. In the face of such a power, it was too late for him to dodge even with the demon god armament. And at the end of this attack, he saw a person, and that was Su Yan. Su Yan. He immediately let out an unwilling roar. He did not expect that Su Yan would actually appear behind him at this time and launch a surprise attack. His heart began to beat faster. However, other than roaring in anger, he seemed to be unable to do anything at this time. Damn it, am I, Rosen, going to die like this? No, I don't want to die. At this time, he was extremely unwilling. Perhaps it was because his call and prayer had been heard, a ray of light directly descended from the sky at this time. This ray of light directly turned into a barrier and then blocked in front of him. Almost in the next moment, Su Yan's attack directly arrived. At this time, the violent and powerful power condensed at this time, and the two powerful forces directly began to fight. The terrifying impact was simply unimaginable, and Rosen was directly blown away at the first moment. Although Rosen was flying upside down in the sky, he immediately reacted. At this time, he realized that the person who saved his life was not someone else, but actually Duan Mulonghu. He finally stabilized his body in a sorry state, and then his eyes fell directly on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was riding on the two-winged divine tiger and coldly looking at Rosen, full of murderous intent. The first to break the silence was Duan Mulonghu. He chuckled and said, "Su Yan, sneak attacking and killing is not your style, and it is indeed not good, so please don't blame me." Su Yan said, "Duan Mulonghu, I know your personality very well, so don't say such nonsense. Today, I want Rosen to die. If you want to protect him, then let's fight." Su Yan's killing intent was so firm that he had no intention of backing down. Although there were two opponents, he had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Duan Mulonghu was indeed terrifying and somewhat unfathomable, but Su Yan now had the help of the two-winged divine tiger. Although the two-winged divine tiger had not yet reached the level of a divine beast, it was extremely close. At this time, as long as he made a move, Su Yan would be able to restrain this guy. No, he would even force out Duan Mulonghu's trump card. At this time, Su Yan was not only not afraid of the two people joining hands, but was also looking forward to Duan Mulonghu's arrival. "Su Yan, you actually have such a divine beast." At this time, Rosen was very angry and jealous. Why did this guy have such a terrifying divine beast? Unfortunately, Rosen was a bit late when he went to the surface of the sea. If he was a bit earlier, he would have discovered that Su Yan did not only have one divine beast. Compared to Rosen, although Duan Mulonghu was also very surprised, he was not so surprised. After a slight surprise, he had already calmed down. "Su Yan, everyone has just escaped from death. We can be considered to be comrades. Besides, the reason why we were able to escape with our lives was all because of Rosen. Why do you have to burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Duan Mulonghu said again. "Duan Mulonghu, enough of your superfluous words. Since you want to stop me, let's fight." At this moment, Su Yan was truly overbearing. Although the time he had spent with Fang Yueshan was not long, Fang Yueshan had already pledged loyalty to him. And he had also promised to protect him after all. But because of Rosen's appearance, Fang Yueshan had fallen to this state. His body was taken over by Heavenly Emperor Wu Hui, so how could he still be alive? Even if it was for Fang Yueshan, Su Yan's killing intent was already very strong, let alone this guy who had tried to kill his friends earlier. Su Yan was definitely not a pedantic person. He did not want to wait until something happened to his friends before taking revenge. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Rosen. This guy was the source of evil. As long as he died, there would be fewer clues in the future. As for Duan Mulonghu, if he insisted on standing up, then he could come at him together. He also wanted to know the depths of Duan Mulonghu's strength. This person had hidden too deeply. If he did not fight him once, it would be very difficult to know his true strength. Instead of guessing without knowing the truth, it would be better to directly fight him. It would also be good to know the extent of his strength. Duan Mulonghu's eyes turned slightly, and his gaze became somewhat cold. Clearly, he was really angry at this time. No matter what, he was an existence who stood by his words. Although he had restrained a lot of his temperament after his resurrection, the most fundamental tyranny would not change. Su Yan's attitude had already made him a little angry. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to repay Lawson for opening the spatial barrier and allowing them to escape. Instead, it was because Lawson was very useful to him at this moment. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let Rosen die just like that. He was a person who liked to scheme. He was like a natural chess player who wanted to turn everyone into his chess pieces. In the past, he had such an attitude towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan's growth was too fast. The current him seemed to be a little difficult to control, and this made him feel a little helpless. Rosen still had other uses for him, so he would not let Su Yan succeed. Brother Su Yan, we are supposed to be allies, so I shouldn't attack you. However, I did say that I owed him a favor, so I naturally have to stop you. Brother Su Yan has this powerful demonic beast, but I, Duan Wulonghu, will not back down. He gently waved his hand, and at this moment, a black shadow suddenly came directly towards them. When this shadow appeared, the double-winged divine tiger directly let out an extremely heavy roar, and a terrifying power directly rushed forward. The terrifying sound wave was even more frightening. Even Duan Wulonghu and Rosen unconsciously took a step back. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a strong wind blew, and the strong whirlwind directly turned into an extremely strong wind blade. It actually blocked Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger's attack. Phantom butterfly. At this moment, Su Yan said coldly. The phantom butterfly, according to legend, was a powerful demonic beast that didn't belong to the 9 provinces continent. This demonic beast was very beautiful, but its power was also very terrifying. And seeing that it could block the double-winged divine tiger's attack, this phantom butterfly was obviously not ordinary. Brother Su Yan has good eyesight. That's right, this is the phantom butterfly. I just subdued it not long ago. Let it play with Brother Su Yan's double-winged divine tiger. I think it will be able to relieve his loneliness. Duan Wulonghu still had the same indifferent look. Su Yan's brows furrowed slightly. This guy actually had such a powerful demonic beast. This really surprised him. He could already see that Duan Wulonghu was hoping that he could retreat in the face of difficulties, so that he could directly retreat and give up on this kill. Su Yan laughed directly. Hee, Duan Wulonghu, you are indeed a very terrifying person. You have actually obtained such a powerful demonic beast, but do you think that I will be afraid and retreat? I've already said that since you've decided to interfere today, then let's have a fight. I'd like to see how strong you are today. Su Yan's attitude clearly caused him to be extremely surprised. He originally thought that since he had already summoned the phantom butterfly, this guy would have scruples no matter what and directly retreat. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he arrogantly continued to provoke him. Just like how Su Yan understood him very well, he also had a certain understanding of Su Yan. In his opinion, Su Yan would definitely not do something that he wasn't confident in. Su Yan would indeed choose to take risks many times, but that was under the premise that there was no other choice. However, at this time, Su Yan was actually being so aggressive, so he was now suspecting whether Su Yan had other backup plans. This thought flashed in his mind, and then his expression calmed down again. Now that the conversation had already reached this point, there was naturally no reason for him to retreat. Brother Su Yan, since that's the case, let me have a battle with you. After we parted last time, I really want to know how powerful you are now. Su Yan sneered, and his aura directly released. Rosen's expression became exceptionally cold. He didn't expect that he would actually need the help of others to survive when facing Su Yan. This was a great humiliation for him. Su Yan, don't be too arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible? He was also an invincible figure. In the previous battle, he had gained some insights. Although it wasn't enough to make him soar, it made him stronger. Su Yan didn't say anything, but the scorching sun sword was full of sword chi. Master, don't worry. I will bite that spectral butterfly to death as soon as possible, and then come to help you. At this time, the voice of the double-winged sky tiger came in. Su Yan nodded, and then said, okay. Su Yan's killing intent directly locked onto Rosen. At this moment, he took a step forward, and then coldly shouted, dancing fish dragon sword. Roar, Su Yan slashed out with his sword. The sword chi roared like a real fish dragon roaring directly. The aura of his sword had become even more terrifying. Chapter 772. Female Literature, Good. Since you're so arrogant today, I'll send you to heaven. His mind expanded, and the devil god armor covered his body. A powerful aura suddenly erupted like rolling thunder, directly bombarding Su Yan. Su Yan shouted coldly, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. Rosen, I'll definitely kill you today. After the dragonfish sword, it was the Qingquan sword. 2 consecutive Taishang sword moves suddenly erupted. Duan Mulonghu finally made his move. Brother Su Yan, let me experience your sword move, indefinite wind and fire wheel. He suddenly attacked, and for a moment, wind and fire suddenly appeared, then condensed into a wheel, directly attacking Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes flickered. He did not expect Duan Mulonghu to be able to use such a method. The indefinite wind and fire will was not the inheritance of the Devil's sect. Since Su Yan's sword momentum had already been slashed out, there was no reason for him to turn back. At this moment, his body directly turned into a light shadow, and his whole body suddenly moved forward. At this moment, his speed was directly at the extreme. His speed was already very fast, but at this moment, his speed was actually even faster. What a fast speed! Indefinite wind and fire, block for me. Even Duan Mulonghu was surprised. This sword of Su Yan's was truly incomparably breathtaking. If Duan Mulonghu did not make a move today, Rosen, who was in such a state, would probably not be able to escape the pursuit of this sword move. Now, Su Yan's fear was directly reflected at this moment. It was as if he would never get tired. Previously, he had clearly used up a lot of energy, but at this time, he had recovered. However, he did not know that there were 3 hearts in Su Yan's body at this time. These 3 hearts were 3 power furnaces, which allowed Su Yan to have an endless supply of energy to fight. Rosen abruptly took 2 steps back. If he was at his peak, it would still be very difficult for him to face this sword, but he would definitely not be in such a sorry state as he was now. At the end of the day, the reason was because of exhaustion. In the battle with Su Yan, he had consumed too much of his strength, not to mention that the 3 of them had joined forces to activate the Devil God space-shattering Devil God armament. He was already a genius, and with the help of the Demon God armament, he recovered quickly. Now, he had recovered more than half of his strength. But Su Yan was even more monstrous than him. After taking 2 steps back, he finally opened up the distance between him and Su Yan. At this moment, with the help of the indefinite wind-fire wheel, Su Yan's sword momentum was directly slowed down. He angrily shouted, "Demon God Sky-breaking fist." A black shadow suddenly whistled and turned into an extremely terrifying punch. The punch rushed out, and then with the power of the indefinite wind-fire wheel, it directly dispersed Su Yan's sword momentum, and even launched a counterattack. This Su Yan is really scary. But this time, since Duan Mulonghu has already made a move, I will take this opportunity to kill him directly to prevent future troubles. Rosen had already made up his mind. At their level, each of them had their own plans. Duan Mulonghu was like this, and so was Rosen. Of course, he knew that Duan Mulonghu definitely did not help him for a favor. He did not believe that Duan Mulonghu's moral integrity was so good. Su Yan faced his opponent's counterattack, but he was very calm. At this moment, he raised the sword in his hand again, Supreme Sun-shattering slash. The boundless blazing sun suddenly bloomed at this moment. The terrifying light spread out directly, and then swallowed everything. Rosen had experienced Su Yan's move before, and he deeply knew how powerful and terrifying this move was. Moreover, he also knew that after this move, Su Yan still had more tricks up his sleeve. Duan Mulonghu, be careful of Su Yan's move and his follow-up attack. At this moment, he directly transmitted a message to Duan Mulonghu. In fact, there was no need for Rosen to transmit the message. Duan Mulonghu already knew that Su Yan's sword was definitely very terrifying. It was just that he did not know that there was an even more terrifying sword after this. His mind turned, and then his body directly flashed. Demon King Flash. He shouted softly, and then his entire body disappeared from the spot. Demon King Flash was a move that had been lost in the Limitless Demon Sect. Once this move was used, his speed would be as fast as lightning. Although it could not be compared to directly traversing through space, it was still extremely fast and terrifying. One had to know that this time, he did not want to fight to the death with Su Yan, but to protect Rosen from death. After all, whether it was Su Yan or Rosen, he still had value in the future. Therefore, his goal this time was very clear, and that was to stop the two of them from fighting to the death. As long as he could achieve this goal, he was not willing to pay a huge price directly. At this moment, he directly dodged Su Yan's attack, because he knew that Su Yan's main target was Rosen, and he was just incidental. Of course, in order to protect Rosen from death, he would interfere from the side. In this way, he would be able to achieve his goal with the least amount of trouble. The scorching light released by the supreme sun-shattering slash directly crushed forward. Just as Duan Wulonghu had expected, Rosen was indeed Su Yan's main target, and he was under great pressure at this moment. Rosen secretly cursed Duan Wulonghu for not being loyal, but he also knew that if Duan Wulonghu had not made a move at this moment, he would have died. However, he did not feel any gratitude towards Duan Wulonghu. Demon God Void Rupture. When he was fighting with Su Yan previously, he clearly felt the strength of this power, so at this time, he would not choose to court death directly. He was an extremely powerful person, and no one doubted that. Therefore, at this moment, he directly used the Demon God Void Rupture. Previously, he did not even know that the Demon God armament had such a skill. Moreover, from before until now, he had only used it once, and it was with the help of Su Yan and Duan Wulonghu's power. However, at this moment, he actually used this move directly. Such a talent was really frightening, and it was no wonder that the first elder of the Ghost-Killing Hall would make him his target. Of course, the Demon God Void Rupture naturally could not be like before, where it could directly tear open space on a large scale and leave directly. It could only allow him to achieve a small displacement. However, this was enough, and it was enough for him to avoid Su Yan's supreme sun-shattering slash, and it was enough for him to escape with his life. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed down. His eyes flashed with a cold light. "Do you think you can escape?" he asked directly, and then a terrifying power came pressing down at this moment, and the power of light was rotating at this moment. Endless light, the aurora of heaven and earth. Everything was rotating at this moment. Rosen did not react at this time, because according to his memory, after the supreme sun-shattering slash was the extremely terrifying Daybreak Sword. The last time he fought with Su Yan, he was directly defeated by the Daybreak Sword, and was almost killed. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use the Daybreak Sword. Cultivate to kill me, Mad God's Heart, activate. Seeing Su Yan's sword attack coming, Rosen was shocked and angry. At this time, he no longer cared that his strength had not recovered, and directly activated the Mad God's Heart. The Mad God's Heart exploded, and golden power surrounded him, and his blood boiled. This move, with his blood as the source, directly burst out a powerful force. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased. Therefore, almost in the next moment, he moved horizontally and dodged Su Yan's attack. Su Yan looked over. Rosen was able to escape from his attack range in an instant, which was indeed beyond his expectations. However, this did not matter. Since he had escaped, he could chase after him again. Regal Sword Teleportation. At this moment, the sword shield suddenly exploded. The speed of the Regal Sword Teleportation was simply heaven-defying. His body moved horizontally, and an extremely strong light shone directly on Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen felt his whole body tremble. He did not even have time to turn back, because he had already noticed that Su Yan was charging towards him at an extremely terrifying speed. Although his speed was fast, Su Yan was like a maggot in his bones, which made him extremely shocked and angry. However, he was unable to deal with it at all. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu finally interfered again. "Brother Su Yan, what a strong sword chi, what a fast speed. However, I can't let you kill Rosen." At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's voice became colder. He would not allow Su Yan to ruin his plan. At this moment, his aura increased again. It was still the flaming windstorm wheel, but this time, it was clearly filled with the aura of an evil spirit. "Duan Wulonghu, I have already said that if you interfere, I will kill you." Su Yan slashed out, and the strong sword chi actually split into two. The split sword chi went directly towards Duan Wulonghu. Duan Mulonghu, I can't kill you, and I don't even know if I can defeat you. However, if you want to protect Rosen, don't even think about it. Ah. Duan Mulonghu's flaming windstorm will was blocked by Su Yan's sword. In the next moment, the other half of Su Yan's sword chi slashed towards Rosen's body. At this moment, the demon god armament burst out with intense flames. Although it was not broken, the demon god armament had actually changed shape at this moment. From this, it could be seen how fierce Su Yan's sword was. Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu was furious. At this moment, he no longer controlled his strength, and the violent aura suppressed him. Chapter 773. Female Literature, 9 Dragons Aura. Su Yan was shocked. At that moment, Duan Mulonghu's aura had clearly reached the 9 Dragons realm. Duan Mulonghu was truly a terrifying figure. When they first met, Duan Mulonghu had just revived. His strength wasn't that strong. But now, his strength had actually reached such a level. If he was allowed to continue developing, then how strong would his strength be? However, after the initial shock, Su Yan had already calmed down. In fact, it was not surprising that he had reached the 9 Dragons realm. Back then, he was a real venerable one. Even though his strength had decreased after his resurrection, now that he had started cultivating again, it was not a big deal for him to advance by leaps and bounds. What Su Yan wanted to know now was why he was still in the dragon realm. He believed that with Duan Mulonghu's methods, even if he had reached the Venerable One realm, he would not have to spend too much effort. However, Su Yan now felt his true realm, the 9 Dragons realm. To others, this realm was considered very high, but to him, it was definitely not enough. He must be deliberately stuck in this realm for some reason. Su Yan immediately made this inference in his heart. Of course, this was only a conjecture. Moreover, Su Yan's most important thing now was to kill Rosen. At that moment, he had already made up his mind to kill Rosen directly. Although Duan Mulonghu was obstructing him at that moment, Su Yan knew that this was the best time to kill Rosen. This was because Rosen was not in a good state at that moment. After letting him escape this time, he would definitely have a deeper understanding of himself. When that time came, it would be even more difficult to kill him. This did not mean that Su Yan would not be his opponent in the future, but this guy would probably not give Su Yan a chance to attack in the future. After all, at his level, even if he could not defeat Su Yan, it would not be difficult for him to hide if he wanted to. Therefore, Su Yan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to close in on Rosen and kill him directly. His previous attack had the chance to kill Rosen. Even if he did not kill him, he would have the chance to severely injure him. However, this sword aura was weakened greatly because of Duan Mulonghu's interference. Therefore, Rosen was only lightly injured at that moment. At that moment, Su Yan directly exchanged a blow with Duan Mulonghu. At that moment, Duan Mulonghu's eyes were blazing flames. He was astonished by Su Yan's strength. What a powerful strength. This was truly a powerful strength. He was an expert in the 9 Dragons realm, but he did not gain any advantage in such a battle. At that moment, the will of the double-winged tiger was transmitted. Master, run. Su Yan felt great panic from the will of the double-winged tiger. Su Yan was startled. He immediately recalled the uneasy feeling that the double-winged tiger had mentioned earlier. At that moment, he turned his attention to the double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger was indeed ferocious. It had already defeated the phantom butterfly, and one of its huge claws was ruthlessly pressed down. As long as he had a little more time, he would be able to break through this line of defense and kill this monster beast. Duan Mulonghu was indeed powerful, but his monster was not comparable to Su Yan's double-winged tiger. The double-winged tiger did not need much time to do all this, but it still gave up without hesitation. One had to know that even though the phantom butterfly was not as powerful as it was still a high-level monster. If it could devour this monster, it would definitely benefit greatly. And if it wanted to do all this, it would not take long at all. But at that moment, the double-winged tiger did not have any reluctance. It gave up the opportunity to kill the phantom butterfly and flew directly towards Su Yan. Seeing the double-winged tiger like that, Su Yan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. At that moment, he raised his sword again, and a violent power surged out. He did not intend to kill the enemy with this sword, but to escape. At that moment, although Duan Wulonghu wanted to attack again, Su Yan's sword chi could not be underestimated. Moreover, the double-winged tiger had already arrived. He had subdued the phantom butterfly some time ago, and its combat strength was indeed not bad. However, he never expected Su Yan's double-winged tiger to be so powerful that it could directly defeat the phantom butterfly. With his intelligence, how could he not see that a huge change had occurred at this time? Otherwise, Su Yan would not have given up so suddenly when he was still so murderous. At that moment, Su Yan had already jumped onto the double-winged tiger. "Let's go." Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance and flew away. Duan Wulonghu did not delay either. Although the phantom butterfly was defeated, the double-winged tiger did not attack ruthlessly at the end, so he was not in any serious trouble. Therefore, at that moment, he suddenly flew up and headed straight for the top of the sky. At that moment, Rosen still did not understand the situation. The two people who were fighting fiercely just now actually chose to retreat at this time, which confused him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a great sense of fear in his heart. When he raised his head, he realized that there were already many shadows above his head. The moment these shadows appeared, his pupils shrank. Clearly, these shadows gave him an immense amount of pressure. No, it was not just great pressure, but the threat of death. At that moment, 4 words suddenly appeared in his mind: shadow creatures. They were the legendary shadow creatures, terrifying shadow creatures that could silently reap people's lives. Moreover, there were so many shadow creatures here. At that moment, his mind was completely blank. Before he could react, the shadow creatures had already charged towards him. Even though he had the demon god armament, he knew that he would not be able to survive against so many shadow creatures. His death was certain. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Yan left so decisively. It was because he seemed to have a premonition that the shadow creatures would appear. At that moment, he no longer thought about how to kill Su Yan. The only thought in his mind was how to escape with his life. At that moment, a gust of wind whistled and the phantom butterfly appeared not far in front of him. It was Duan Wulonghu. He immediately threw out a huge force. The violent force kept whistling and the terrifying aura surged, drowning everything. Any shadow creature that was touched by this aura died instantly. He wanted to save himself. Luosan immediately understood Duan Wulonghu's intention. Although he still didn't know why Duan Wulonghu wanted to save him, he didn't have the time to think about it. Being able to escape was already a great blessing. He directly soared into the sky and then jumped onto the phantom butterfly. The phantom butterfly flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. At that moment, an endless number of shadow creatures chased after him. Shadow creatures have appeared, and there are so many of them. In that case, Su Yan already knew about this. Duan Wulonghu's eyes flickered because even he did not know about this. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. In just a short moment, he had already thought of some things. Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wu Hui. It seems like these shadow creatures are related to him. Although this was only a conjecture, he was certain that it was not far from the truth. Otherwise, why would the shadow creatures go berserk and appear in this world after Fang Wu Hui's resurrection? Shadow creatures were terrifying. Perhaps even the demon clan could not compare to them. Therefore, this sudden change in the dark abyss would definitely become a huge variable in the 9 provinces continent. The dark abyss was relatively close to King Tai, so King Tai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. At that moment, the phantom butterfly fluttered in the air, but some shadow creatures still chased after him. For shadow creatures, human blood was their food. Therefore, when they sensed the aura, they would go crazy and chase after him at all costs. Low-level shadow creatures were very similar to low-level demons. They all acted based on instinct and did not have the ability to think. Therefore, even though he had released his powerful aura, the shadow creatures did not hesitate and madly pounced on him. Courting death. With Duanmulonghu and Rosen's methods, these shadow creatures were naturally very easy to deal with. They directly unleashed their power and immediately killed a large number of shadow creatures. Su Yan frowned when he saw this scene from the sky. Although he escaped from the shadow creatures safely, he could still feel how powerful and terrifying they were. If these shadow creatures were to spread, it would definitely be an extreme disaster. Even for ordinary cultivators, they were extremely frightening individuals. What more for ordinary people without cultivation? If they couldn't control these shadow creatures well, there would definitely be a huge disaster. I have to think of a way. Although he was not a compassionate person, he still didn't want to see the people in misery and suffering. King Tai, among the 10 great sects, the one closest to here is King Tai. Fortunately, these shadow creatures seem to be restricted and can't leave the dark abyss. However, if my guess is correct, these shadow creatures were released by Emperor Wuhui. He hasn't fully recovered yet, but that won't be too far away. Therefore, what we need to do now is head to King Tai. Chapter 774. Girls' Literature. King Tai, thousands of years ago, was the true colossus of the 9 states. But after the incident with great Emperor Wuhui, King Tai directly fell into decline. Now, although this sect was still one of the top 10 sects, they had been very low-key. Now, they were almost in a state of semi-isolation. In order to seize the time, Su Yan rushed to King Tai. Taishan Mountain was not far from the dark abyss. Of course, this distance was for the double-winged sky tiger. His speed was so fast that in about half a night, he had already arrived at the edge of Taishan Mountain. This mysterious Taishan Mountain was completely shrouded in a hazy fog. Compared to the Taihang sword faction, this was more like a paradise on earth. Su Yan's eyes were like torches, and he immediately saw that this fog was actually an extremely powerful matrix. The mysterious and unfathomable Greater One sect was most likely hiding behind this. If it were any other time, Su Yan would naturally use some gentle methods to visit this place that had been passed down for thousands of years, and its history could even be traced back to the same time as the Stupa sect. But now he could not. He did not know when those shadow creatures would rush out of the dark abyss. So, now he could only use some special methods. Jianghu, tell them that we are here, Su Yan said directly. The double-winged sky tiger understood. Its huge head nodded, and then suddenly let out a huge roar. The roar of the explosion spread out, and even the mountain rocks began to shake at this time. The roar of the sky tiger this time was really terrible, and it was simply shocking. How dare you? Who dares to be so presumptuous in Taishan Mountain? At this time, an angry roar came directly. Su Yan immediately knew that these people were King Tai's people. The clouds in the sky suddenly changed, and then one palace after another appeared directly in front of Su Yan's eyes. Above the palace, a group of people appeared directly, all of them holding weapons and angry. When they saw Su Yan and the two-winged heavenly tiger, they were immediately on guard. After all, the double-winged heavenly tiger was a powerful demonic beast. Judging from the aura it emitted, it was already comparable to a venerable one. Of course, if a true expert was here, they would be able to truly feel the terror of this two-winged sky tiger. At that time, they would know what true terror was. The leader of this group of people was a man of about 40 years old. His aura was deep, and as he breathed, there was an extremely strong dragon aura roaring and surging. Evidently, this person was an expert. Furthermore, it was highly possible that he had already reached the dragon realm full circle. Seeing that Su Yan did not directly attack the numerous disciples, he directly walked up and said, "Who are you, brother? Why are you disturbing my, King Tai's, cultivation?" Su Yan looked at this person, then jumped down from the double-winged heavenly tiger. He directly said, "I am Su Yan from the Taihang sword faction. Senior brother, if it wasn't for the fact that it was extremely urgent, I wouldn't have come to disturb your sect. However, something big has happened, so I would like to pay a visit to your sect leader." The middle-aged man slightly frowned. Su Yan noticed that after hearing the words Taihang sword faction, there seemed to be a different emotion in his eyes. At this moment, he calmly said, "The Taihang Sword Faction's sect leader, Xianxia, is very resourceful. Why would there be something that requires our King Tai's help? If there's nothing else, please go back. This matter is related to the Dark Abyss. It's really urgent." Su Yan was anxious. He continued, "Not only that, this matter is also related to Great Emperor Wu Hui." Impudent. In King Tai, the words Great Emperor Wu Hui were taboo. A mere traitor is worthy of being called an emperor? I don't care who you are, or what your goal is, but listen carefully. Go back to where you came from. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't be polite with the monster. At this moment, the middle-aged man's body actually directly emitted a burst of energy. Clearly, he wasn't joking, but was serious. Su Yan didn't expect this middle-aged man's attitude to change to such an extent. However, he really didn't have time to explain. "Brother, since you don't want to listen, then let me talk to your sect leader. Please believe me, this matter is really important. If it's any later, I'm afraid it'll lead to a big mistake," Su Yan earnestly said again. "A mere 6 Dragons Realm brat thinks he can cause trouble in my King Tai just because he has a monster bestowed by his elders? Do you think you're Xianxia? Get out of my sight." After the man said this disdainfully, he waved his hand. An extremely powerful force fell and suddenly rushed towards Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. He was truly infuriated. This guy was really stubborn. He had already told him why he had come, but he was still like this. If it had been any other time, Su Yan wouldn't have done anything. After all, his previous behavior was indeed impolite. However, this was not a normal time. The situation was critical. He didn't know when Great Emperor Wu Hui would be able to move again, or when he would release the shadow creatures. At this time, Su Yan simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Junior Su Yan, may I be so bold as to pay my respects to the headmaster of King Tai." His voice continued to spread and resounded throughout Taishan Mountain. This behavior completely angered the middle-aged man. At this time, he directly punched out. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man punched out, and the powerful force swept up an extremely strong aura. Such a terrifying aura was really frightening. After all, the 9 Dragons realm was not an ordinary person. When Su Yan began to transmit his voice, he had already guessed that this would happen, so at this moment, he directly punched out. When the middle-aged man saw that Su Yan didn't dodge his punch, there was an inexplicable anger in his eyes. A mere 6 Dragons realm cultivator dares to be so ungrateful. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Don't think that you're so great just because you have a demonic beast. At this distance, your demonic beast can't save you. Soon, the two people's fists directly bombarded each other. This time, a strong storm immediately swept up. At this moment, Su Yan and the ground under his feet directly shattered. It was also at this moment that his expression changed again and again because he was shocked to find that at this time, he was actually at a disadvantage. D***MN, what terrifying power. Where did this boy come from? At this time, he was extremely shocked. This boy who claimed to be a disciple of the Taihang Sword Faction. Why was his power so strong? Even if he didn't use all of his power, it shouldn't be something that a 6 Dragons realm cultivator could contend with. What? This person actually blocked Uncle Master's punch? Who on earth is he? At this time, many disciples who saw this scene were surprised. They clearly knew that their Uncle Master's cultivation was 9 dragons, and he was very powerful. But this young disciple of the Taihang Sword Faction in front of them actually blocked Uncle Master's punch directly. This made them unable to believe it. At this time, the middle-aged man's expression became even more ugly. After all, in front of so many juniors, his attack was blocked. No one would feel good about it. At this moment, anger flashed in his eyes. Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. Take this, my Taishan heavy punch. His right hand directly showed an extremely strange change, and then he threw a heavy punch. At this time, the powerful force continued to rotate at this time, and finally condensed into an extremely violent attack. Su Yan kept retreating. Finally, when he couldn't retreat anymore, he directly threw a punch. The two fists collided again, and this time, the power was even more terrifying than before. After this punch, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. However, he quickly stabilized his body. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, had already stopped after taking a few steps back. Without a doubt, this time he won. However, his face was still full of anger because at this time, Su Yan was still standing there unscathed. He actually managed to withstand his full-strength punch. Senior, I've already said that this is an extremely urgent matter. I don't have the time to exchange blows with you. Sorry for the offense, Jianghu. Su Yan knew that if he wanted to defeat this middle-aged man, it would definitely take a long time and effort, and what he lacked most now was time. Since this middle-aged man refused to back down, he couldn't blame him for not being polite. The double-winged tiger suddenly roared, and then directly opened its mouth. An extremely blazing light shone out. When the light flashed, the middle-aged man's expression immediately changed. At the very beginning, Su Yan asked the double-winged tiger to hide its aura a little. After all, if he showed all of his aura, it would be easy to cause a misunderstanding. However, now that things had developed to this point, there was no need to continue hiding. This power was too terrifying. The middle-aged man felt despair when he saw this light. He knew very well that if this light landed on him, he would definitely die. At this moment, King Tai's true expert finally made his move. A powerful energy fluctuation emerged, and then a mirror appeared. A person stood in the mirror, and just by standing there was a change outside the Greater One sect. Su Yan knew that this was a senior. He immediately said, Junior Su Yan of the Taihang Sword Faction greets Senior. A great change has occurred in the Dark Abyss, and Emperor Wu Hui has been resurrected. King Tai, please save the common people. This old man's strength was astonishing. Naturally, he didn't want to fight with him. Moreover, he wasn't here to fight, so he directly stated his purpose. If this old man still didn't believe him, then he had no other choice. Chapter 775. Female Literature. This old man looked at Su Yan with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through Su Yan. After a long time, he said, Young man, are you sure you're telling the truth? At this time, the middle-aged man directly said, Elder, such an ignorant child, what does he know without any evidence? In my opinion, this is more like unreasonable pestering. He, a disciple of the Taihang Sword Faction, dares to come to my, King Tai's territory, he should be taught a lesson. Ignorant child? Feng Yiliang, you used all your strength but still couldn't win. You call him an ignorant child, isn't it a bit ridiculous? The elder said directly. Feng Yiliang was the name of this middle-aged man. Although this elder didn't speak directly, the reproach in his words was very obvious. However, the elder didn't care about Feng Yiliang's reaction. He only said to Su Yan, if this is true, it is indeed a big matter. In that case, let this monster wait outside the mountain gate. Follow me into the sect and explain to the sect master. Elderly looked at Su Yan in the mirror. He was waiting for Su Yan's reaction. In fact, this was very unfavorable for Su Yan. In front of the powerful King Tai, Su Yan's only reliance seemed to be the double-winged celestial tiger. If King Tai's people really had malicious intentions, he would be like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. He didn't even know if he could survive. However, Su Yan smiled calmly and said, Tianhu, wait for me here. Don't be presumptuous. After that, he said to the elder, please lead the way. At this time, the elder shook his head and said, there's no need to lead the way. Before he finished speaking, he directly stretched out a hand and pulled Su Yan. Then, Su Yan's body directly crashed into the mirror. Su Yan only saw a blur in front of his eyes and immediately felt the space around him constantly shaking. Spatial technique. Although King Tai's ranking wasn't high, his foundation was indeed very rich. This elder could actually use such a spatial technique. At this time, the elder's voice sounded, "Little friend, don't be surprised. This is just the mystery of the heaven and earth mirror. That's why this old man can use his spatial ability. By the way, my surname is Li. You can call me Elder Li. The Taihang sword faction is really full of talents. It's really lucky to have a genius disciple like you." Su Yan was stunned. This elder's attitude was unexpectedly good. At this time, Elder Li said, "Feng Yiliang's master had a big grudge with your elder Xianxia, but his personal attitude doesn't represent King Tai's attitude. For example, this old man and Xianxia are good friends. Well, when you see the sect master later, you can tell him what you said before." At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood. No wonder the middle-aged man had such a big opinion of him and his attitude was so bad. It turned out that this was the root of the disaster that the ancestors had buried. However, he didn't take it to heart. He, Su Yan, was not a timid person. The shaking of the mirror soon stopped. Su Yan's eyes blurred and he found himself in another world. He felt a sacred aura here. At this time, Elder Li's real body also appeared in front of him. "Let's go. Let's go to the Tai Palace." Elder Li led Su Yan into the Tai Palace. Inside the Tai Palace, an old man was playing the zither. This soft sound was very melodious, giving people a feeling of emptiness in their hearts. Elder Li took the lead and said, "Sect Master, Su Yan has been brought here." Only then did the sect master stop playing the guqin. Then, his gaze landed on Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he was shrouded in moonlight. The moonlight was faint and very peaceful. At this time, his heart trembled. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of this person, this feeling alone made him feel that this person's cultivation was even higher than that of Xianxia, the leader of the Taihang sword faction. Xianxia, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, was already a dragon among men. His cultivation had reached the realm of Dao Master, so this person must be a Dao Master, or even higher. "Little friend Su Yan, this is an urgent matter, so I won't entertain you. Tell me the situation," he said indifferently. Su Yan didn't dare to delay and directly told him everything he knew. He told him that Rosen kidnapped Fang Yuashan and then came to the Dark Abyss, and he followed him here. In the end, he didn't even miss the matter of Duan Mulonghu. Because he knew that in front of such a person, any concealment would be discovered. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, his mind must be very mysterious and free to feel. Moreover, there was no need to lie about this matter. The sect master listened quietly and nodded at the end. Then he said to Su Yan, "Fang Wuhui's resurrection and the appearance of the shadow creatures is indeed a big matter. Moreover, this matter is related to our sect. It is indeed very dangerous. This old man thanks little friend Su Yan. Since this is the case, this old man will personally accompany little friend." Hearing this, Su Yan's heart trembled. He didn't think that the sect master would attach such importance to this matter and want to personally make a trip. However, this matter was very dangerous to begin with. No matter how important it was not excessive. Since the sect master was willing to personally make a trip, it couldn't be better. The sect master is very righteous. "Si Ming, come with me. Also, tell Yi Liang to face the wall and reflect on his actions for half a year." This was the sect master's attitude. Just as Su Yan had guessed at the beginning, this matter was very important. After King Tai found out, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. But he didn't think that the sect master would personally make a move. However, this was a good thing. This matter was related to Great Emperor Wuhui, so no matter how important it was, it couldn't be excessive. If the sect master was willing to do this, then it couldn't be better. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, the sect master was ready. This time, Su Yan didn't step on his double-winged divine tiger because the sect master directly rushed into the sky after throwing out an object. This object turned into a cloud in the sky. Su Yan, the double-winged divine tiger, and elderly Si Ming all stood on it. The speed of the cloud's flight was really terrifying. Even the double-winged divine tiger's full speed couldn't compare. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the dark abyss. At this time, the dark abyss was very quiet again. It was quiet inside, as if there was nothing. Su Yan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, shadow creatures were rampant here, so this place shouldn't be so quiet. But there seemed to be nothing in this place, which was very strange. At this time, the sect master spoke. There is indeed the aura of shadow creatures. Su Yan, can you still find Fang Wuhui? Su Yan's heart calmed down a little. After all, he didn't feel the aura of shadow creatures. If the sect master thought he was lying to make fun of him, it would be a big trouble for him. This junior will do his best. This place was inexplicably dark, and there was almost no direction. However, when Su Yan first came here, he had spent a lot of effort. Although he couldn't completely grasp the direction, he still had some memory. The speed of Su Yan and the others was extremely slow. After a long time, they finally found the tower. When he arrived, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, the tower was densely packed with shadow creatures. No wonder he didn't see a single shadow creature at the entrance. It turned out that they all ran here. Now, these shadow creatures looked like countless bats. They were densely packed in the cracked tower. At this moment, they were absorbing the energy. Such a dense group of shadow creatures made one's scalp tingle. If one had trypophobia, they would have probably exploded. As expected, it's shadow creatures. Li Siming's voice was trembling. Shadow creatures were terrifying to begin with, and now, there was such a dense group of shadow creatures. This was simply terrifying. Indeed, and this is only a small part of it. Su Yan said. He wasn't exaggerating at all. After seeing the terrifying door that connected the world with one's own eyes, one would understand the despair. Sect Master, what are these shadow creatures doing? Li Siming asked. At this time, the sect master's expression was ugly. He said, if this old man is not mistaken, these shadow creatures are absorbing the energy. But this is only secondary. Did you notice that at the top of the tower, many shadow creatures are disappearing? Su Yan was shocked. He said, Sect Master, you mean these shadow creatures are being absorbed and devoured? I understand now. These things were lured here by Heavenly Emperor Wuhui, and his goal was to eat them. At this time, Su Yan felt his scalp tingle. Great Emperor Wuhui wanted to eat all of these shadow creatures. How terrifying was that? If that was really the case, then Great Emperor Wu Hui's cultivation would increase in a short period of time. That is indeed the case. Sigh. At this time, King Tai raised his head and said, it would have been fine if we didn't know, but now that we know, we can't tolerate this. Those who should be destroyed, disappear from this world. Great art of destruction. As soon as the headmaster made his move, a boundless and terrifying power enveloped the tower. The densely packed shadow creatures began to disappear one by one. After all, these shadow creatures weren't truly powerful existences. They were as weak as ants in front of the Greater One Sect Master. However, Su Yan wouldn't be careless because he knew that ordinary people wouldn't fare much better against them. Chapter 776. Female Literature. Su Yan, this time my Greater One Sect is indebted to you. If it weren't for your warning and these shadow creatures all ran out of the shop, it would have been a great disaster for my sect. His words were calm, but there was some sincerity in them. The shadow creatures were all gathered on top of the tower, so it would have been easy for him to extinguish them. However, if the shadow creatures scattered, it would have been a huge problem. Even if he could kill all the shadow creatures in the end, the ordinary people in the vicinity would have suffered great damage. The casualties would have been disastrous. Senior, the biggest problem is still Fang Wuhui, Su Yan reminded softly. Although the shadow creatures were troublesome, they were only a problem. The true source of the disaster was Emperor Wu Hui, Fang Wuhui. Su Yan didn't know why the shadow creatures suddenly appeared in the ancestral land of the Netherworld race back then. However, just by listening to Emperor Wu Hui, he knew how much damage the shadow creatures had caused to the Netherworld realm back then. Originally, the door to the dark abyss was completely sealed. However, Emperor Wu Hui's appearance caused the ghostly creatures to reappear in this world. At that moment, Emperor Wu Hui's voice sounded, "This is King Tai's great illusion destruction art. Is it here so soon? Hee, it's quite fast. It's really beyond my expectations." This was Feng Wuhui's voice. Judging from his voice alone, this heavenly Emperor Wuhui's condition had improved. His voice no longer trembled in the slightest. At that moment, he seemed to be filled with an indescribably terrifying aura. King Tai closed his eyes and finally said softly, "King Tai's current sect master, Guangcheng, greets Senior." Back then, this person was a well-known powerhouse in the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have become one of the sect's legends. However, an accident really did happen. The previous Feng Yulua had become the current Feng Wuhui. This unforeseen event really made people sigh endlessly. This sect master's self-restraint was already very high. If it was an ordinary person, then at this time, they would have directly spoken ill of him. King Tai's sect master? Hee, so King Tai still exists in this world. This is really a happy and regretful thing. Then, sect leader King Tai, why did you come here today? Are you trying to kill me? He asked directly. At this moment, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, said softly, "If it's possible, we'll naturally kill Senior so that you won't be a scourge for another 1,000 years. If it's not possible, we'll do our best to seal you up." This sect master's words were not polite at all. They were full of gunpowder. At this moment, the sect master laughed. Interesting. Back then, even Tai Xuanzi couldn't do anything to me and was seriously injured by me. Do you think a junior like you can kill me? His words were contemptuous, but Su Yan knew that he was indeed qualified to speak like this. Back then, he was so powerful and domineering that he single-handedly broke into King Tai's sect. It was hard to imagine how tragic the battle was back then. How powerful a peak emperor master was not something Su Yan could imagine at all. That was a power of another level, which could then stir up space and cause incomparably terrifying and even severe injuries. At this time, King Tai's sect master, Guangcheng, smiled and said, "If Senior was still at his peak, let alone me, even if all the sect masters of the 10 great sects were here, they wouldn't be able to absolutely defeat Senior. However, Senior is not as good as you used to be." He raised his eyes slightly, and there was an incomparably solemn look in his eyes. "Su Yan has already told me a lot of things. Senior, you've just been reborn. Although you've recovered a lot of your strength in a short time, I believe that you've reached a bottleneck. It's not that easy to increase your strength. That's why you need to lure out shadow creatures to devour them so that you can obtain the energy you need. Am I right?" Great Emperor Wuhui did not deny it. He just nodded and said, "You're smart. You are indeed very smart. You are right. The current me naturally cannot be compared to the previous me. The difference between our realms is simply unimaginable. Therefore, if you want to kill me, it is appropriate to take advantage of this opportunity." However, although he said so, his spirit did not fluctuate at all. Everything was so stable that it was frightening. Then, he smiled and said, "But, Junior, do you really have the confidence to kill me?" Just as he was smiling strangely, the space suddenly changed. Shadows appeared one after another, surging strangely. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures appeared. Of course, they were not real humans, but shadow creatures. Each shadow creature was extremely terrifying. Su Yan could not sense their true aura at all. In other words, their strength had exceeded Su Yan's expectations. Such existences were at least venerables, and they were all extremely powerful 5 essences venerables. 6 essences venerables were Dao venerables, but now, 3 5 essences venerables had appeared. This is the world under my control. I can sense your cultivation. The realm of Dao venerables is not bad. However, you should know that Dao venerables are just the beginning. Although these 3 shadow creatures are not Dao venerables yet, they are very close to winning in this world. In this place, their strength can be displayed to the extreme. Even Dao venerables would not be able to handle them, let alone 3 against 1. Little Guangcheng, you still want to kill me now? Haha. You came a little too late. If you came earlier, I wouldn't have been able to control these shadowy creatures and it would have been very dangerous for me. But now, it's too late. At this time, his gaze fell on Su Yan. You're not bad, kid. It's a pity that Fang Yueshan is going to be destroyed by me. This time, not only did you fail to save him, but you also sacrificed yourself. Ha ha ha, what a pity, what a pity. He said with a chuckle. At this time, Su Yan said directly, in other words, Fang Yueshan's soul has not been completely destroyed? Hearing Su Yan's question, he laughed, interesting. His soul is naturally not completely destroyed because that coward Fang Yulua is still guarding him. However, I don't mind telling you that he won't be able to hold on for long. In the end, they are still too weak in front of me. Even if they can hold on until now, what's the use? Damn it, they will still die. Su Yan did not speak. His gaze fell on the 3 shadow creatures. He knew that their existence must be very dangerous, but he believed that King Tai's sect master Guangqing would solve this problem. Because at this moment, there was not even the slightest change in his expression. He said indifferently, no matter what, as long as he's alive, there's hope. Senior, you said that I came late, but in fact, I don't think it's too late. After all, you haven't completely controlled your body. Otherwise, what I need to face now is not these 3 shadow creatures, but your true body. After saying that, he took a step forward. At this time, Su Yan was shocked to find that this senior, who was clearly in front of him a moment ago, had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the shadow creatures. This was space crossing. This was a true space divine ability, space crossing. Only a true powerhouse could do this. Otherwise, no one else would have such great ability. This was the exclusive skill of a venerable sovereign, controlling space. It was completely different from the Godslayer sword that he had previously used. He directly arrived in front of the 3 shadow creatures. The 3 shadow creatures immediately reacted. They began to attack Guangqing's sect master in an extremely strange way. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword chi suddenly appeared in this space. The moment this sword chi appeared, Su Yan's entire body shook. Such a powerful force simply shocked him to no end. His sword chi was already very sharp, but compared to this sword chi, it was still a far cry. Apart from the evil sword Cold Jade and the Godslayer sword chi, among all the people he had seen, only Xianxia, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, had such terrifying power when he used the Taihang divine sword. In this way, the long sword in his hand was ready to be drawn. It was a divine sword. There were 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent, and one of them was King Tai's divine sword Taixian. It was no wonder that the sect master had made Su Yan wait for half an hour at the very beginning. King Tai's sect master was really farsighted. It turned out that he had already thought of what might happen here from the very beginning, so he directly asked for the help of the Taixian divine sword. As soon as this sword appeared, it swept up a boundless aura. The terrifying aura was simply terrifying. Under this sword aura, everything was directly destroyed. The 3 shadow creatures, which could almost kill a 5 essences venerable and even pose a threat to a Dao master, were directly obliterated at this moment. The power of this sword was so strong. It was no wonder that King Tai could still be ranked as one of the top 10 sects after all those years. The sect master of Guangqing pointed the Taixian divine sword diagonally forward. Killing intent gradually surged in his eyes, and then he said, "Senior, I've already said that I'm not too late." The divine sword diagonally pointed, and the killing intent was boundless. Chapter 777. Female Literature, It's Not Too Late. These were the words of the sect master of Guangqing, and he proved them with his actions. The Taixian holy sword had an unparalleled sword aura. If the holy sword did not appear, who could compete with it? When Su Yan saw the sect master of Guangqing display his invincible might, his heart was also stirred. There was no sword practitioner who did not want to reach such a level. At this time, Su Yan could feel a vibration coming from his body. This vibration came from the Godslayer sword. Su Yan immediately knew that this was the reaction of the Godslayer sword when it sensed a holy sword of the same level. At this time, Su Yan was really scared. He was afraid that the Godslayer sword would be agitated and directly explode. He was now only a scabbard, and a scabbard that was not strong enough. If the deity sword were to act strangely, there was nothing he could do. After all, the deity sword was sealed in the scarlet parting sword scabbard. The scarlet parting sword scabbard had been used by the seniors of the Stupa sect to put the deity sword into a deep sleep. However, the Godslayer sword was now in an awakened state. Fortunately, the Godslayer sword did not directly explode. Instead, it calmed down after experiencing a slight change. This made Su Yan relax a lot. His attention once again fell on the battle between the sect master of Guangcheng and Great Emperor Wuhui. These two experts are definitely going to fight. I don't know which one is stronger, but judging from the current situation, the sect master of Guangcheng has a higher chance of winning. After all, he even brought the holy sword. The power of the holy sword is terrifying. If the power of the holy sword can be maximized, it is possible to kill a holy venerable. The Godslayer sword is rumored to be a terrifying existence that has killed gods. At this time, Su Yan began to think. He was thinking about the odds of victory between the two sides, because at this time, he had not given up on one thing, and that was to save Fang Yueshan. From Fang Wuhui's words, it was easy for him to deduce that Fang Yueshan was still alive at this time. Even if it was like what Fang Wuhui said, and he could easily refine him, at least not yet. Although Su Yan couldn't figure out why Fang Yueshan was still alive, since he was still alive, there was still hope. Therefore, Su Yan's current idea was to save Fang Yueshan. Admittedly, this idea was a little crazy, but this was his honest thought. The sect master of Guangcheng stepped forward again. This time, he was not far from Great Emperor Wuhui. He said, "Senior, you are indeed very powerful, but you are not the Great Emperor Wuhui of the past. Now, I still have a chance to kill you." He walked forward step by step, his powerful aura surging forward. The Taishan sword? Haha, I didn't expect King Tai to still be able to refine this divine sword. That's really impressive. No wonder King Tai is still alive. A semicircular light arc appeared in front of the two of them. This was the constant confrontation between the two of them. However, as King Tai moved forward, the light arc between the two of them became more and more intense. The confrontation between the two of them was simply the most terrifying place in the world. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. These were all trivial matters. During this confrontation of power, spatial cracks even appeared one after another. As these cracks appeared, a powerful suction force was constantly emitted. Li Siming retreated immediately. At the same time, he reached out his hand and protected Su Yan behind him. Little friend Su Yan, these inconspicuous cracks are all spatial power. Once you are sucked in, it is very likely that you will be killed directly. Li Siming was a good person. He didn't want Su Yan to die just like that, so he protected Su Yan. Previously, he had used the mirror image mystic ability to appear before Su Yan and use an extremely powerful aura to stop the double-winged sky tiger's attack. Of course, this didn't mean that he had directly suppressed the double-winged sky tiger. However, this aura was enough to make the double-winged sky tiger feel apprehensive. At the time, Su Yan hadn't been able to determine his cultivation base. However, now that he had made a move, Su Yan immediately sensed his cultivation base. 5 Origin Realm. This kind of strength was already extremely terrifying. Now that he had made a move to protect him, Su Yan no longer felt any fear in his heart. At the moment, his gaze was fixed on the place where the two of them were clashing. This kind of battle was truly unrivaled. How could such an intense and terrifying battle be seen anywhere else? Although the two of them hadn't really made a move and were only competing in terms of aura, this was already a battle of the absolute pinnacle. The strength of the two people fighting was naturally at the pinnacle of the current era. At the moment, King Tai's sect master Guangcheng was advancing step by step. Su Yan could clearly see that Guang Cheng's current strength seemed to be above his opponent's. Therefore, at this moment, he was simply invading Fang Wuhui's domain. Although Fang Wuhui was smiling calmly at this moment, it was very obvious that at this moment, he was constantly being compressed. This was the result of the two of them not making a move. It was obvious that if the two of them really made a move, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. However, Su Yan really admired him. Under the circumstances, he was actually still so calm. Other things aside, just his calmness alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. Although he could also remain calm in the face of danger, the situation that the two of them were facing was obviously different. At the moment, he spoke again. Not bad, not bad. You're really impressive. The fact that King Tai's younger generation is led by someone like you actually means that there's hope for its revival. I just hope that you can really defeat me. You have to know that I'm not Fang Yuluo. I don't have any feelings for King Tai. On the contrary, what I have is a strong killing intent. He chuckled as he spoke. It was as if the one who had taken the initiative wasn't King Tai, but him. Moreover, Su Yan also discovered that the Greater One Sect's headmaster's face was very solemn at this time. He was clearly the one who had taken the initiative, but at this moment, his expression was so solemn. I've already said it, Senior. Since I'm here this time, I have to achieve something. Even if I can't kill you directly, I definitely have to hurt you badly. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly raised the Taishian divine sword in his hand. As the Taishian divine sword swayed, the balance of power between the two of them seemed to be broken again. Everything in the world started to shake. At that moment, it was as if a rainbow had appeared between heaven and earth. It was so breathtaking, yet so lonely. At the moment, the shattering of space was even more severe. All the rocks under Emperor Wuhui's body were directly shattered. Su Yan could easily shatter the boulder if he wanted to. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the boulder had to be under Fang Wuhui's body. Anything under him would naturally be protected by him. Under normal circumstances, the area around a powerhouse would be covered by his aura. It would definitely be very difficult to destroy it. However, with a gentle wave of the Taishian divine sword, all these things were shattered. This meant that Fang Wuhui had reached a critical moment. And this was only with a wave of the divine sword. At that moment, Li Siming said, "Senior brother's cultivation is really admirable. Back then, he wasn't a swordsman. Now, he can actually unleash the power of this sword to such an extent." If Li Siming hadn't mentioned it, Su Yan would never have thought that this expert wasn't a swordsman back then. He had just changed his path halfway through. An expert who had left home halfway through his life actually had such a sharp sword will at this moment. It was important to know that a swordsman wasn't just a matter of swinging the sword. A true swordsman could rely on the sword in his hand to condense his own will. Just like Su Yan, no matter what, his sword was his life. Of course, the sword referred to here wasn't the sword in his hand, but the sword in his heart. It was the sword will condensed from his own body, the sword's soul. Strictly speaking, the Taishang sword soul that existed in his sea of consciousness and suppressed everything wasn't his true sword soul. Swordsmen were almost always faithful to one thing. This was because once they cultivated other powers and switched to swordsmanship, it would be very difficult for their thoughts to be clear. If they couldn't let go of the past, how could they cultivate swordsmanship? Senior, does this mean that Great Emperor Wuhui will die here today? This was the question that Su Yan was currently concerned about. Would he be able to kill Great Emperor Wuhui today? If Fang Wuhui was killed, then Fang Yueshan's body would naturally be destroyed as well. If that was the case, Su Yan would feel very regretful. However, if he couldn't kill Fang Wuhui, then it would be a huge disaster for the Jiuzhou continent, or even the entire great world. He was a madman and an extremely powerful madman. If such a person could live calmly in this world, then it would definitely be the beginning of a disaster for this world. Li Siming was silent for a while before he sighed and said, "To be honest, I really hope that the sect master can kill him with his own hands today. However, he is Great Emperor Wuhui after all. Back then, He didn't die even when King Tai sent out all the powerhouses. I don't think that he will die here today. Li Siming's mind was actually unprecedentedly alert as he spoke. Su Yan didn't know that Li Siming was firmly ranked in the top 3 of King Tai. The sect master naturally had his reasons for bringing him here. If the battle between the sect master and Fang Wuhui reached its most critical point, then the final outcome of this battle would probably be decided by elder Li Siming. At this moment, the battle changed again. The sect master's sword finally slashed down.
Chapter 2293. Xiao Chen's Strength Sword. He advanced to 3-Vein Sovereign Emperor. His Thunder Dao domain broke through to the 6th layer, his Ice domain reached the 4th layer, and his 10,000 Dragons art broke through to the 3rd layer. Compared to when Xiao Chen first entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he could be said to have undergone a complete transformation, looking completely different. If Xiao Chen fought Tuoba Yun again, he would not have to worry about severely injuring him and could suppress him at will. As for someone like Dao Yan, he could fight boldly and bring out all his trump cards. It would be hard to say who would win or lose. His figure soared into the air. 4 hours later, he returned to the Thunderflame inheritance. Then he fell in through the hole he made. Before the surrounding ice scattered, Dao Yan attacked in a rage before he left, sealing the berserk Thunderflame in ice. In the main hall, many weird ice pillars were formed. Footprints covered the ground, turning the place into a mess. It was not hard to guess that during this period of time, there would be other guests who would come here one after another. However, they had all been blocked by the ancient bronze door and had to return empty-handed. Whoosh! After observing for a while, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, appearing like he teleported to the ancient door amid a flash of electric light. Then, he stretched out his hand and touched the mysterious lightning pattern. According to the records in the Thunderflame art, one had to cultivate this cultivation technique in order to grasp this seal. Xiao Chen only cultivated the lightning-attributed Great Dao and the ice-attributed Great Dao. Clearly, he could not cultivate the Thunderflame art and grasp this seal. This seal sealed an area. Even Dao Yan could not break it. Forcefully breaking it would not succeed. He could only use his wits. Xiao Chen let go, and the Thunder Great Dao energy circulated in his body. Circles of Dao patterns spread out, and electricity crackled and flickered continuously. The Dao might shook the area. The Dao might spread out, and the surrounding ice pillars sealing the Thunderflame trembled slightly. Then ice shards fell off. Whoosh! Xiao Chen used his Thunder Dao domain to support it. Then, he simulated the same lightning pattern on his fingertip before gently touching it. Xiao Chen touched the center of the ancient bronze door, and a loud sound rang out. Blood leaked out of Xiao Chen's mouth as he went flying, nearly crashing into the ice pillar. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's movement technique was agile, allowing him to change his position. Whoosh! Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, weaving through the strange ice pillars. Then, he landed before the ancient bronze door. It failed. What's wrong? Frowning, Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He took out the Thunderflame art and started reading it again. Thud thud thud. He tried a few more times, but all of them ended in failure. Instead, he suffered some light injuries. No wonder even Dao Yan had chosen to give up. Even though he had grasped the Thunderflame art, it was still so difficult. If this still doesn't work, then we really have to give up. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He planned to use the Universe Origin True Flame to replace the Fire Dao domain and imitate this seal together with the Thunder Dao domain. Suddenly, a wisp of primordial true fire rose from his palm. Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he stared straight at this wisp of flame. Xiao Chen used the Thunderflame art secret technique to drive the Thunder Dao domain. In an instant, thunder and lightning crackled around the flames on his palm. The instant the thunder and flames merged, the mysterious thunder mark appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, disappearing in a flash. Pa! In 1/10,000th of a second, Xiao Chen grasped that fleeting opportunity and pressed his palm on the ancient, bronze door's thunder mark. The thunder mark radiated light, and talisman scripts appeared on the ancient, bronze door. Then, surging lightning-attributed energy spread out from the ancient door. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, and the entire Thunderflame hall shook endlessly, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. The originally frozen Thunderflame came to life, and ice shards fell like snow. Crack! Crack! Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as the ancient, bronze door opened. He gently pushed off with his feet, breaking the rules of this body's owner and charging back. Whoosh! Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the remnant soul that he saw earlier appeared before Xiao Chen. However, this remnant soul's figure was dim and incredibly weak. It did not react much to Xiao Chen's appearance. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked seriously when he saw that the remnant soul's state was not right. The remnant soul replied calmly, "When you fought with that person from the Divine Sword Pavilion, you already broke the restrictions that I left back then. Before that person left, he sealed the rampaging thunder flame in ice. That will only stabilize it for a while." Xiao Chen thought very quickly, and he soon understood. The thunder flame inheritance would be like the ice inheritance, completely collapsing. After that, he would no longer be able to enter. However, that white-clad Yan Emperor had taken the initiative to destroy the inheritance before giving it to Xiao Chen. This remnant soul before Xiao Chen was passive. The collapse of the thunder flame inheritance was not under its control. Since that is the case, why don't you give me all the treasures of the inheritance, the medicinal pills, and the secret treasures? Xiao Chen thought, the hall is going to be destroyed. Rather than dying with it, I might as well be a good person and give them to myself. You are not the person I chose. Even though you entered this hall twice, you are not the person I am waiting for. The remnant soul remained calm when faced with Xiao Chen's somewhat shameless request. It said indifferently, "Aside from the dragon essence, which I cannot leave behind, the other treasures will be destroyed. Take care." Boom. Right after the remnant soul spoke, it vanished completely. At the same time, the entire hall went out of control. The thunder flame's berserk charge caused the neighboring halls to explode. The explosions looked like fireworks in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Chen felt somewhat depressed. If he were a prince, perhaps the result would be different. However, since he came, he could not leave empty-handed. The result was within Xiao Chen's expectations. What caught his eye was the vast dragon essence hidden in the thunder flame. The dragon essence in this hall far surpassed the other inheritances that Xiao Chen knew. Back then, the remnant soul had controlled it, preventing Xiao Chen from absorbing too much. Now, he could accept it without any worries. Rumble. The thunder flame inheritance was a superior grade inheritance, and it exploded. When many people saw this, they felt that it was unfortunate. In the future succession race, this inheritance would be removed from the list of inheritances. No one knew that Xiao Chen was happily collecting vast amounts of dragon essence amid the tragic fireworks explosion. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was boundlessly vast. Many princes and guests could see the shock waves from the thunder flame inheritance's explosion. However, even more princes and guests could not sense it. For example, the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar, who accompanied him, did not know. "Your Highness, this is Black Wind Ridge, a forbidden land of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Aside from the lingering sinister winds and baleful aura, there are no inheritances or dragon essence here. This is a rather ideal place to hide," the Heavenly Book Scholar said to Wang Yan as he pointed to the surroundings. It would be hard to find such a desolate place in an ancient blessed land like the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Dark clouds covered the place, and sinister winds blew endlessly. The spiritual energy here was thin, and weeds grew everywhere. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. Wang Yan showed a calm expression as he looked into the distance. The sinister winds howled like ghosts in the boundless darkness. If this person really wants to kill me, he will still chase me even in this horrifying forbidden land. Wang Yan did not show any worry or anxiety on his face. He only felt confused. Who in the world is in such a rush to eliminate me in the first round? The Heavenly Book Scholar remained silent for a while. He knew that Wang Yan was right, so he consoled, "Your Highness, there is no need to worry. Given our current strength, there is no need to be so cautious. However, there is no need to expose our strength in the first round and suffer losses." Wang Yan smiled faintly and said, "You might think that, but others might not. The more we try to avoid it, the more they will push their luck. I understand those brothers of mine too well." Just at this moment, Senior Feng frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid we will have to leave again." The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai looked around. After some thought he said, "I sense some strong auras. Wang Yan showed a grave expression as he shifted his gaze from the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Then he said indifferently, "We're not leaving. I want to see who is so overbearing." Wang Yan's repeated concessions had already crossed Wang Yan's bottom line. Wang Yan frequently guarded the borders, charging into battle, taking the lead. He had never been someone afraid of death. He had always been very reserved in the imperial capital, not competing with others. However, some people seem to have forgotten that he cultivated one of the most cold-blooded and emotionless Great Dao, massacre. Chapter 2294. I'm not retreating anymore. Aside from pushing Wang Yan's bottom line, the other princes would catch up to me sooner or later. The other princes would definitely sense Wang Yan holding the Yan imperial sword in the ancient Yan emperor tomb. No matter where Wang Yan hid, unless he gave up on becoming the crown prince, someone would catch up to him sooner or later. Since that was the case, Wang Yan might as well face them head-on. Right after Wang Yan spoke, the churning dark clouds in the sky scattered without any warning. A flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. Xiao Chen squinted his eyes and looked over. When everyone looked over, there was indeed a golden dragon image soaring through the sky. Its tyrannical dragon might layered over the sky, encasing this space. In an instant, a heavy pressure descended on everyone, causing their hearts to sink. The dragon god crown prince, Qin Ming. Hao Kai said softly, his expression changing slightly as he immediately recognized the figure in the air. What's wrong? Senior Feng asked, not knowing much about this Qin Ming. Hao Kai replied after some thought, this Qin Ming is the purple gold dragon emperor's proudest son. He possesses a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. Practically no one in the younger generation of our 8 great empires can outshine him. He is considered the person most likely to become the next dragon emperor. Hence, he is called the dragon god crown prince. Boom! Before Hao Kai finished speaking, a wolf howl rang out in the north. Tuoba Yun held the mace in his hand and walked over with heavy footsteps, one step at a time. Rumble! With every step, the ground trembled. Tuoba Yun brought out his 5-vein sovereign emperor cultivation to its limits. From a distance, he looked like a tall mountain, giving off heavy pressure. Poochie! 10,000 miles ahead, the ground suddenly exploded, and a white snake with a body as large as a mountain appeared. A white snake the size of a mountain flickered with resplendent electric light as it burrowed out of the ground. A handsome white-clad person stood on its head. Roars came from the south. When one looked over, a huge great desolate Ian holy beast image soared into the sky. It was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Zun. He had used his bloodline to force out the Hound Lion's ferocious might. Little 13. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Although he had not seen the 13th Prince Wang Yi yet, these 4 people appeared. The person hiding behind the scenes, who had been forcing him to the Forbidden Land, Black Wind Ridge, was also on the verge of appearing. Aside from the 13th Prince Wang Yi, no one else could send these 4 to be the vanguard. So. Qin Ming was bathed in golden light. Dragon shadows revolved around him as he slowly descended from the sky. Bai Yunfei, Xiahou Zun, and Tuoba Yun stood side by side, looking down at Wang Yan and the others from the air. Xiao Chen is not here. The heavenly book scholar, Wang Yan, and the other 3 at Black Wind Ridge were clearly visible. Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. Disappointment immediately flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan. Then he said, "Attack." He did not waste any time. After confirming that Xiao Chen was not around, he immediately made his move. Protect His Highness. This caused the heavenly book scholar's expression to change. His figure flashed, and he shielded Wang Yan. Can you protect it? Qin Ming took the lead and punched with the Emperor Dragon Fist. As his dragon might soared, a golden dragon image appeared resplendent and dazzling. Puxia. The heavenly book scholar barely managed to block this fist technique, which was known as the most ferocious offensive technique. Then he vomited blood. The heavenly book scholar's cultivation was not low. However, he was skilled in the Fate Dao. In a real fight, there was a clear gap between him and a heaven-defying outstanding talent like Qin Ming. Rumble! On the other side, Tuoba Yun faced off against Senior Feng. These 2 great perfection sovereign emperors quickly started fighting. They unleashed their Dao domains and emperor's might. After exchanging 3 moves, the battle turned incredibly intense. Every single move was earth-shattering. This was especially so when the two used soul tools. Tuoba Yun held a spiked club made of dark light, and Senior Feng held a black whip that could control the wind. The two were about equal in strength. Furthermore, they both had soul tools. Mysterious phenomena appeared, shaking the world. The might of the commotion was flabbergasting. As for the strongest, Hao Kai, he was surrounded by Xiahou Zun, by Yunfei, and the white python with the strength of a great perfection sovereign emperor. Hao Kai was a six-veined sovereign emperor with the golden crow holy beast's bloodline. Although he held a slight advantage, he could not free himself to help the others. Strong winds howled in Black Wind Ridge, and dragon roars rang out. The clouds in the sky scattered. The vast starry heavens looked incredibly clear, as if one could touch it with one's hand. Hao Kai and Senior Feng fared better in the three-way battle. The Heavenly Book Scholar found it the hardest. He faced the Dragon God Crown Prince's pressure alone. After a while, he was already riddled with wounds. He clearly knew that he could not defeat the Dragon God Crown Prince, but he could not fight. The Heavenly Book Scholar needed to buy time for Wang Yan to use his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others. Given the Heavenly Book Scholar's intelligence, he could naturally tell that the four before him were just the vanguard. The 13th Prince's true strength was still on the way. At that time, the Heavenly Book Scholar would be like a turtle in a jar. I need to hold on. Bang! Emperor Dragon Fist, unparalleled under the heavens. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, not showing any emotion in his eyes. Then, he threw another Emperor Dragon Fist. The dragons bowed their heads as Qin Ming turned into a golden divine dragon. Then, he leaped up from the heads of the dragons. The instant the fist light exploded, the light became even more dazzling than the sun. The Emperor Dragon's dragon might erupted to its limits, forcing the bowing dragons to kneel. This fist was unparalleled under the heavens, making all the dragons kneel. The folding fan in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand materialized thousands of miraculous images. Plums, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums appeared together. Righteous chi coexisted with the heavens. However, the instant the Heavenly Book Scholar touched the fist light, these miraculous images shattered like dreamy glass. A bloody bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in the Heavenly Book Scholar's chest. He wobbled in the air like a broken kite. Damn it! When Wang Yan, who was draining his dragon essence to summon Xiao Chen and the others, saw this scene, he had no choice but to interrupt his summoning. If Wang Yan still did not make a move, Qin Ming might smash the Heavenly Book Scholar to death. Whoosh! Wang Yan's figure flashed, moving like a phantom. Then, he caught the Heavenly Book Scholar and slowly descended. Qin Ming revealed a look of pity in his eyes. He said softly, "You gave up on summoning? Had I known, I would have been gentler. However, I had no choice. I only used 50% of my strength." "Your Highness, why did you give up?" The Heavenly Book Scholar could not help showing despair in his eyes. Given this, when the 13th Prince's main forces arrived, the Heavenly Book Scholar would not be able to escape. The 9th Prince Wang Yan's succession race would basically be over. So what if I gave up? I can't stand by and watch you die. Not bringing Xiao Chen and the others here was equivalent to giving up on the succession race. Changji, rest well first. Wang Yan passed a strand of dragon essence to the Heavenly Book Scholar to nourish his heart and lungs. Then, he restrained the Heavenly Book Scholar and stood up to face Qin Ming alone. Wang Yan's eyes turned cold as he gathered murderous intent in secret. The instant Qin Ming met Wang Yan's gaze, he felt slightly stunned. This prince before him seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. The huge light screen in the palace showed the 13th Prince leading his guests. They charged at Black Wind Ridge with surging murderous intent. This immediately startled the various feudal lords and the noble clan heads. The 13th Prince is going to Black Wind Ridge. He is trying to kill the 9th Prince. It does not look like he is just robbing the 9th Prince. I heard that the 13th Prince and the 9th Prince have a grudge. This is just the first round, and he is trying to kill everyone. Isn't that too much? Ha! The 9th Prince is going to be unlucky. How unfortunate! How unfortunate! Originally, the feudal lords and powerhouses thought that it was just a simple robbery. However, when they saw the 13th Prince leading his guests to Black Wind Ridge, they all knew that the nature of this matter had changed. Outside the drill ground, Mo Chen, Ao Zhao, Su Yi, and the other Misty Rain Pavilion's people all showed some worry when they saw this scene. Inside the Thunderflame inheritance, a heavy jade strip with 9 dragon images swam about. Xiao Chen absorbed nearly all the vast dragon essence in the inheritance. Ha! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had sensed Wang Yan's call from the jade strip. However, just as Wang Yan was about to ask, the call was interrupted in a hurry. Oh no! Something happened to the 9th prince. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. Then he grabbed the jade strip and turned into a beam of light as he flew out. Just as Xiao Chen felt helpless, fearing that he would not be able to rush over in time, crunching sounds came from his storage ring. The demon blood vulture was breaking out of its cocoon. On the other side, Xiao Suar and the others also sensed that something happened. I have a secret technique that can allow us to rush over quickly. Get close to me. I hope we can make it in time. Xiao Suar took out the Scarlet Blood War banner with a grave expression. Wu Meng and Qin Zhuolin quickly approached. Chapter 2295. The 13th Prince's group, which was rushing to Black Wind Ridge at full speed, made everyone feel the severity of the situation. At the same time, this made the 9th Prince's supporters in the palace worry. The 13th Prince's disciples were the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires' sovereign emperors. They all had great desolate Aeon bloodlines, and they were practically undefeated in the first round. Among the princes, his strength could be ranked in the top 3. That was because there were some princes who weren't as weak as they seemed on the surface, but their strength was definitely enough to rank in the top 5. As for the 9th Prince Wang Yan, he spent most of his time outside. His faction in the capital was practically non-existent. He had relied on Xiao Chen's connections and the Misty Rain Pavilion's resources to recruit guests. There was a great disparity in strength between the two events. In Black Wind Ridge, the battle was in full swing. Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was fighting 1 against 2. He was fighting Xiahou Zun, by Yunfei, and the troublesome White Lightning Python. Even though he had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation, neither Xiahou Zun nor Bai Yunfei dared to fight him head-on. However, the two of them were outstanding talents. They were intelligent and had astonishing comprehension abilities. By relying on his powerful foundation, he actually managed to stall Hao Kai. On top of that, there was the elusive white python, which could cause serious injuries if one was not careful. No matter how furious Hao Kai was, he could not break away from the two of them. He could not free himself to help the 9th Prince Wang Yan. As for Senior Feng and Tuo Bayun, the two of them were already fighting with all their might. Everyone took out inferior-grade soul tools and unleashed their full power. Dao domains clashed with Dao domains. Soul tools clashed with soul tools. They were equally matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor if there were no external forces. However, as time passed and the 13th Prince's army arrived, their advantage would become apparent. Time was not on Senior Feng's side. If they continued to fight, there was no guarantee that his mental state wouldn't change. Inside the imperial palace, all the feudal vassals, the big shots of the 4 regions, and the noble families were paying close attention to this battle. It was Qin Ming and the 9th Prince Wang Yan. There was no need to doubt Qin Ming's strength. He had been famous for a long time. Among the outstanding talents of the 8 great empires, the Golden Dragon race was grooming him as the next crown prince. He himself did not waste these resources. Since Xiao Chen's debut, he had used his various accomplishments to carve out the title of Dragon God Crown Prince. This showed that his reputation was not undeserved. However, although the 9th Prince Wang Yan spent most of his time outside, leading troops into battle, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was not an ordinary person. However, compared to talent, bloodline, and resources, they were all inferior. The only advantage they had was one thing. With the Yan Imperial Sword in hand, Xiao Chen could bring out strength that surpassed that of the other outstanding talents. The dragon fate in the sword could be converted into his own combat strength at any time. The two of them stared at each other, competing with their auras as they searched for each other's flaws. Qin Ming showed an indifferent expression, showing no joy or sorrow in his eyes. His Emperor Dragon might soared into the clouds. Vaguely, it turned into an enormous golden dragon that coiled in the sky, looking down at the common people from above. His clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome facial features were well defined, as if they had been carved out by a ghost axe, sharp and boundless. As Wang Yan held the Yan Imperial Sword, he showed a grave expression, feeling heavy pressure. Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than the other parties in the first place. Only a two-veined sovereign emperor. Furthermore, the other party had a divine dragon bloodline, so his aura was much weaker. If not for the Yan Imperial Sword, Wang Yan would have fallen long ago. However, Wang Yan's pitch-black eyes did not show any cowardice. His gaze remained resolute and calm. There was also a boundless killing intent that turned into a ferocious wild beast hiding in the depths of his eyes. This was the Massacre Dao. Even if one could not defeat the other party, one would not cower. After identifying the enemy, one would not rest until one party died, fighting to the death. Qin Ming sensed this determination, so he did not act rashly. He only used his aura to slowly suppress the other party. Sha! Sha! As Wang Yan faced off, Qin Ming unhurriedly took a step forward. He took this step very slowly. It was as if the flow of time had slowed down along with this stomp. Even the surrounding scenery was affected and slowed down. Slow. However, Wang Yan, who grasped the sword hilt, could not draw it. Although the other party was slow, he did not show any openings. As he raised his foot, it even contained a great aura, making everyone feel grave. However, if Wang Yan did not draw his sword, he might not have a chance to draw his sword when the other party's foot landed. Wang Yan needed to draw his sword. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes slowly gathered like thousands of sparks. Just as the sparks were about to gather, just as the Yan Imperial Sword was about to be drawn, Qin Ming's foot suddenly sped up. Fast. When he slowed down, time seemed to freeze. When he sped up, it was as if time had stopped. When he sped up, the boundless starry heavens in the sky changed. The starry heavens turned into a painting. Shifting. Boom. Dragon roars rang out, and the starry heavens changed. Before Wang Yan could draw his sword, Qin Ming's foot landed. Immediately, an emperor dragon's dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's foot. A gentleman is like a dragon, moving with the heavens, constantly striving for self-improvement. Qin Ming shouted, and a visible golden emperor dragon's dragon might swept out in all directions. Before the sparks formed by the thousands of sparks in Wang Yan's eyes could gather, he got knocked back, and his aura shattered. The world is like the earth, and a gentleman is virtuous. Boom! The entire ground trembled and exploded. Thousands of dragon images burst out, and Qin Ming soared into the air. Qin Ming's emperor dragon might soared in that instant. His speed was even faster than Wang Yan's as he flew back. Then, he charged over to Wang Yan at a startling speed and punched with the emperor dragon fist. The expression of Wang Yan, who was knocked back, changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on drawing his sword. Wang Yan held the sword hilt with one hand and the scabbard with the other, holding the sword horizontally in front of him. He infused his divine energy into the sword using the Massacre Dao. The dragon essence on the sword soared, and a dragon image coiled around the scabbard. Dang! Wang Yan vomited a mouthful of blood. His arm went numb, and he nearly lost his grip on the Yan Imperial Sword. The force of this punch knocked Wang Yan into the air. Without waiting for Wang Yan to land, Qin Ming pressed forward with a cold expression, continuously launching attacks. Immediately, the golden divine dragon's dragon might spread out. Golden dragon images filled the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. The Emperor Dragon Fist, known as the strongest fist technique in the world, pressured everyone to the point of suffocation. Even through the huge light screen in the royal palace, everyone could feel this overbearing fist light, which made them shudder in fear. The might of the Emperor Dragon Fist was clear without a doubt. The fist light was bright, howling like the wind. With every punch, dragon images roared ferociously. As Wang Yan punched repeatedly, the flickering dragon images could only be seen flashing with golden light because the fist light was too fast. He clenched his teeth and did his best to endure. Qin Ming made up his mind not to give Wang Yan a chance to draw his sword. This was because such a person who cultivated the Tao of Massacre would not be able to escape. However, once Wang Yan drew his sword, no matter how injured he was, he could erupt with startling offensive power. In the clouds in the royal palace, the Yan Emperor frowned slightly but could not do anything. Right now, Wang Yan could give up and leave. If he did not and got beaten to death, even the Yan Emperor would not be able to say anything. It ends here. The indifferent Qin Ming saw the huge opening that Wang Yan revealed. Then, he shouted coldly, and countless dragon images spread out in this world. The countless dragon images in this world gathered on Qin Ming's fist light. When he punched, Wang Yan lost his grip on the Yan Imperial sword. The sword flew out of his hand and into the sky. However, Qin Ming's explosive fist light did not lose momentum, continuing mercilessly towards Wang Yan's chest. Your Highness! Senior Feng, who was fighting with Tuoba Yun at the side, could not help crying out when he saw this scene. Wang Yan stared blankly at the Yan Imperial sword that flew into the air in a daze. He turned a deaf ear to Qin Ming's punches, his eyes only focused on the sword. Damn it! The Heavenly Book scholar, who was severely injured and unable to move, felt very anxious. His eyes turned slightly moist as he shouted anxiously, Your Highness, give up! Give up! Give up! If Wang Yan still did not give up, he would not be far from death when this punch landed. As Wang Yan looked at the swaying Yan Imperial sword in the air, many thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Yan thought about his mother's miserable death when he was young. He thought about offending his 13th brother and being forced to leave the imperial capital. He thought about the cruelty of the battlefield. He thought about Xiao Chen's scolding. What use do I have for you? Should I give up? Absolutely not. The killing intent in Wang Yan's eyes turned into sparks again. The flames of the killing intent burned fiercely in his eyes. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body. The instant Qin Ming's punch landed on his chest, Wang Yan used his finger as a sword and stabbed Qin Ming's chest as well. Poochie! A bloody bowl-sized hole appeared in the 9th prince's chest as he went flying back. Qin Ming did not move back at all. However, when he landed, he wiped his hand across his chest. Blood covered his hand, and a gash appeared on his chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Wang Yan's final sword strike had also pierced through his dragon might. You are seeking death. Qin Ming immediately felt enraged. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged over again. However, just at this moment, a flash of scarlet light flashed in the air like a burning flame. A figure leaped up and grabbed the Yan Imperial sword in the air. Then, that figure descended like a meteor and shielded Wang Yan, catching the punch. Bang! The instant the two fists clashed, that person did not move at all. Dragon roars came from his body, not showing any fear of the Emperor Dragon might that covered the sky. Emperor Dragon Fist, driving dragons to the sky. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly as he punched. Hearing the command, dragons soared into the sky. Supreme Dragon Fist, leaderless dragons. The newcomer was not flustered at all. He also punched out. The dragons that Qin Ming commanded collided with each other. They turned into thousands of light shadows and scattered in all directions, like headless flies in the air. Emperor Dragon Fist, Dragon's Bow. Qin Ming was enraged. This was the first time this kind of situation had occurred. Immediately, his spirit essence surged and he punched out again. Xiao Chen forced the thousands of dragon images in the sky to gather under his fist light and charge down. Supreme Dragon Fist, raging at the unfair heaven. Qin Ming was angry, but the person who came was even angrier than him. He was angry at the sky that was ruled by an evil dragon. If the heavens are unfair, then I'll shatter the heavens and restore my clarity. Boom! When Xiao Chen punched, the bowing dragon images shattered. The sky turned clear, and the vast starry heavens reappeared. Amidst the scattering starlight, Xiao Chen said softly, I'll also return a punch to you. I, the unique and righteous. What was a supreme? In the heavens and earth, only I am supreme. Chapter 2296. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. Grabbing the Yan Imperial sword, Wang Yan, who was on the ground, felt stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chen to arrive so quickly. Pa! Boom! Xiao Chen's expression was indifferent, but he did not have the slightest fear. Roar! The moment he said that, Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. He suddenly understood something. The moment the huge palm appeared, Qin Ming jumped in fright. He quickly stopped talking and jumped away in a panic. When Qin Ming, who was still falling, saw Xiao Chen break out of his cage and charge over again, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, Die! Even the turbid air that Xianxia exhaled was forcefully forced back into his throat. Divine Dragon Secret Skill, Prison Chain Frenzied Dragon. The powerful attack was like a torrential storm. It was simply breathtaking. Bang! Bang! He did not show any signs of frustration because of his previous defeat. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. Horizontally and vertically, they formed a cage, trapping Xiao Chen in the air. The fist light flashed and the dragon shadow shone brightly. At Xiao Chen's command, the demon blood vulture that looked like a blood phoenix in the air screeched and flew towards the electric white python. Gotcha! Firmament's rage. Bang! Bang! Sword catch. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The ancestor dragon's rage from the ancient great desolate Aeon appeared in the sky. Vaguely, there seemed to be a universe within it, containing the power of space. Bang! The continuous attacks made everyone feel as if a stone was stuck in their hearts, and the pressure was immense. Otherwise, the aftershock of a random wisp of sword light would cause a destructive blow to the surrounding space. An ancient king's aura spread out from his body. The so-called pure emperor dragons might immediately seemed immature before him. I almost thought you wouldn't be able to make it. Do you think I want to kill the 9th prince? Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he took out the Heavenly Alliance Envoy medallion unhurriedly. Compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist, these feudal powerhouses even felt that the Emperor Dragon Fist was not worth mentioning. Damn it, why is this strength so fierce? It could rival a strong 4-veined sovereign emperor. What did it mean by the #1 offensive technique in the world? Unwilling to listen to the other party's nagging, Xiao Chen stepped forward and stomped on the other party's head, crushing it into the ground. However, the supreme dragon fist that Xiao Chen executed now showed everyone what a sovereign emperor's violence was. Demon Blood Vulture, go help Senior Hao Kai. Earlier, Qin Ming had already shown them what the Emperor Dragon Fist was. However, not only had Xiao Chen stopped in front of him, but his move, I the Unique and Righteous, was also trying to send him flying. Qin Ming, who had landed on the ground, wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and grinned. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen's fist smashed through the protective shield formed by the dragon might and landed on his chin. Break! It was obvious how terrifying of a force Xiao Chen had exerted in this instant. At this moment, Qin Ming finally experienced what it felt like to be suppressed by someone using an offensive technique similar to the Emperor Dragon Fist. Furthermore, it continued to shrink. It looked like it would completely restrict Xiao Chen's physical body and invade his flesh, blood, and soul. Xiao Chen showed a relaxed expression as he turned around and tossed the Yan Imperial Sword in his hand to the 9th Prince Wang Yan. When Xiao Chen punched, that unruly and unyielding aura burst out from his body. Xiao Chen's fist light destroyed an inferior-grade soul tool just like that. Qin Ming said coldly, "My target has been you, the dragon race rebel, Xiao Chen, from the start to the end." The instant the sword light appeared, the entire world turned dark. A horrifying aura spread out in all directions. The entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt this terrifying sword intent. Qin Ming seemed to have an irresolvable conflict with the golden dragon race. A purple light flashed, and Xiao Chen appeared directly in front of Qin Ming. Then, he threw a punch. Xiao Chen's fist light was like a torrential storm, raining down relentlessly on the old man's chest. However, Qin Ming lived up to his reputation. In the blink of an eye, he executed the strongest move of the Emperor Dragon Fist as well. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of light and stomped on Qin Ming at an unimaginable speed. When Qin Ming clashed with Xiao Chen's punch, he felt his arm go numb. The huge force transmitted over, shaking half of his body to the point where he couldn't move. Qin Ming's father was the current dragon race's purple gold dragon emperor. He contained some of the dragon emperor's might. Regular dragon race cultivators would find it hard to stand stably before him. Crack! Qin Ming frantically formed hand seals with both hands. Suddenly, black dragon images appeared in the sky and on the ground. Qin Ming was incredibly strong before Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar. He was nearly completely suppressed. Qin Ming could not parry at all. He could not even bring out the might of the Emperor Dragon Fist. I possess the Emperor Dragon's might. How can this person push me back? Qin Ming could not retaliate at all. Shock appeared in Qin Ming's heart. He could not imagine how Xiao Chen's punch could be so horrifying. A dragon image came out of each of the two, roaring ferociously and glaring at Qin Ming. Qin Ming roared ferociously the instant Xiao Chen's force scattered. In reality, the Emperor Dragon Fist was such a cultivation technique. The stronger it was, the stronger it was. However, once it suffered a true setback, It would be very difficult to gather its might again, unable to bring out its true might. This was the pure Emperor's might from the purple gold dragon Emperor. Any dragon race powerhouse would fear this dragon might. Boom! The feudal lords and various powerhouses in the palace who saw this scene were all startled into speechlessness. It was completely useless. No matter how Qin Ming struggled, he was defeated by this punch. He was defeated. No wonder this person showed disappointment in his eyes when he saw that the summoning was interrupted. The instant the cage formed, time and space seemed to freeze. An ancient restriction flickered in the dragon pillars. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. 5 huge handprints immediately appeared on the ground. Qin Ming, who had soared into the air, sucked in a breath of cold air. Blood splattered in the air, accompanied by broken teeth. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Ming's lips as Xiao Chen forced him back a step. He revealed a doubtful expression in his eyes. The instant Qin Ming raised his head, he was about to capture Xiao Chen's figure when he discovered many fist images. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches, all of them surged out in an instant. Crack! Kasie! Kasie! Xiao Chen shattered Qin Ming's protective battle armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan thought of the assassination attempt that Xiao Chen faced at Mirror Lake. The other party's cultivation was clearly the same as Wang Yan's. What was supreme? The Emperor Dragon's dragon might seemed solid as it spread out from Qin Ming's body. That was the pure dragon might of a king. I'll take your life while you're down. Qin Ming continuously executed the supreme dragon fist. Be it his Dao domain, soul energy, cultivation technique, or mental state, he was weaker than Xiao Chen. Noisy. Qin Ming's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the other party could easily deliver such a strike after receiving 2 punches. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen could easily kill a great perfection sovereign emperor. A sword light also flew out of Qin Ming's medallion, and the dark world immediately lit up. The royal blue dragon bloodline flowed in Qin Ming's body. His name was written in the royal genealogy that had been passed down for countless epochs. Dragon images immediately filled the sky. One was golden, and the other was azure-colored. Boom! The berserk fist lights blasted Qin Ming, knocking him back and forth in the air like a broken kite. The black dragon images radiating heavy resentment crisscrossed as they flickered with light. A bright light immediately erupted from Qin Ming's forehead, and a sword light appeared. The 2 fists clashed, producing a deafening sound that shook the world. Once Qin Ming executed this move, he could force an expert like Wang Yan to not even have a chance to draw his sword. The 2 sword lights that inspired fear in peak sovereign emperors clashed in the air, clashing with each other. Then, they silently vanished. A colossal hand formed in the air. Lightning flickered in the palm, and saber light spread out. Boom! This is never-ending. Crack! Crack! The many powerhouses in the palace could clearly feel it through the huge light screen. Bang! I'll return a punch as well. Only I am supreme. As their strengths were equal, they cancelled each other out. Qin Ming truly lived up to being the Dragon God Crown Prince. He had many trump cards. Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired of this. He activated his alloy battle armor and supported his 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain. Qin Ming roared, and the sovereign emperor's might from the divine dragon empire burst out of his body. Qin Ming went flying. The Emperor Dragon Fist of the Golden Dragon bloodline lost to Xiao Chen again. Heavy murderous intent flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. This was a sword light that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor left in his sea of consciousness. It equaled a strike from the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen. Before Qin Ming could reveal a smile, Xiao Chen took out the Divine Lightning Talisman and broke this restriction with a wave of his hand. It turned out that Qin Ming's target had been Xiao Chen from the very start. Chapter 2297. Ah! Let go. Let go. At the same time, he felt even more shocked. Xiao Chen was still firmly suppressing the Silver Dragon King as he fought. The Silver Dragon King was incredibly frustrated, but he could not do anything to Xiao Chen. After all, the Dragon God Crown Prince was a Golden Dragon Race 3-vein sovereign emperor. It would be somewhat difficult to crush the Dragon God Crown Prince's head with one stomp. Xiao Chen. I'll take your life. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he unleashed his 4th-layer Ice Dao domain, stacking the 2 Dao domains. The more crucial thing was that this Xiao Chen had some fortuitous encounter, allowing him to erupt with such strength in such a short time. Boom! The Silver Dragon King wanted to take advantage of Xiao Chen's distraction to pull Qin Ming out. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, the Silver Dragon King's 6th layer Thunder Dao domain already reached the 7th layer Dao might. Don't be rash. Any reputable person in the Yanwu dynasty would see this scene. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor could not afford to lose face like this. Sikong Shu, who was dressed like a fisherman, appeared in the air. Under his conical bamboo hat, he looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was fighting the Silver Dragon King. However, others could not even see that silver figure's appearance. This showed how fast he was. Whoosh! Sikong Shu's Dao Might soared, reaching the 8th layer. The aura that Qin Ming burst out with was even more horrifying than when he activated his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen bore the brunt of the attack and got knocked back by a golden dragon image. However, he didn't expect to see such a situation after he arrived. Whoosh! The expected 9th Prince Wang Yan did not appear. Instead, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming was trampled on, unable to move. Sikong Shu's figure flashed, and he landed beside the Silver Dragon King. Then, he patted the Silver Dragon King's shoulder and said, "Believe in Qin Ming. Since he endured the humiliation until now and did not give up, he definitely has a way to escape." Ka! Bang! Bang! Is that so? How do you know that I am not doing it on purpose? I am already a traitor. Why would I care about the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's face? They were still neck and neck. There was no obvious sign of Xiao Chen's decline. While Xiao Chen looked calm and collected, in reality, he had already brought out his Thunder Dao domain without anyone realizing it. It should be the bridge of the nose. Xiao Chen did not hold back when he stepped on the Dragon God Crown Prince's face. Ah! But who knew that with this pull Qin Ming, who was being stepped on by Xiao Chen, let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Ming, who was trampled on the ground, slowly got up. Golden dragon scales appeared on his body, slowly covering his entire body. Whoosh! Hao Kai of the Golden Crow Empire was slightly startled. The Silver Dragon King also had such worries, not daring to bring out the peak strength of a 6-vein sovereign emperor. A silver light flashed, and the Silver Dragon King revealed his true body and retreated. The moment they saw this scene, a flaw appeared in their mental states. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still trampling on Qin Ming, Hao Kai shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, don't go overboard. He is Qin Ming, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's favorite son. Now is the succession race. Don't be too ruthless. I know you did not mean it. Let go of Qin Ming, and everything can be discussed." Since Xiao Chen had the opportunity to trample on this person, he would naturally do so ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's 30-kilometer-long body was different from his previous dermic world. Now, Buddhist might covered his body, bringing out nearly all the Buddhist might of the Mahasvara Buddha's Saraira. Retreat! If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, what did I do wrong? The Golden Dragon bloodline chased me across most of the Divine Dragon Empire. Just because I practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I defeated the Emperor Dragon Fist in front of everyone? Sorry, I cannot accept this. Silver light flickered endlessly around Xiao Chen's body. Every time Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike, a berserk dragon roar rang out, stirring up mysterious phenomena. No one knew what Qin Ming was thinking at this moment. Tuoba Yun, who was fighting Senior Feng, Xiao Ho Zun, and Bai Yunfei, who were fighting Hao Kai, were stunned when they saw this scene. However, Xiao Chen was in a slightly better state this time. When that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. However, he was in a slightly better state this time. The instant that gargantuan foot landed, Xiao Chen was trampled into a pile of mush. Furthermore, with such a strong Xiao Chen, it was impossible not to re-evaluate the current situation. Xiao Chen's body immediately wobbled. In the next moment, he suddenly soared up. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He turned his body to the side and sent out a palm strike. Instead, he instantly bound the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, who was under Xiao Chen's feet. Xiao Chen and the Silver Dragon King sensed that something was wrong and rushed over before the 13th prince. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. The sound of something shattering came from the ground, sounding crisp and resonant. Qin Ming's broken nose should be a blessing in a misfortune. Xiao Chen did not express his emotions. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen was a hypocrite, allowing this person to do whatever he wanted. At the thought of this, the Silver Dragon King could not help rejoicing, praising Xiao Chen in his heart. Fortunately, the Silver Dragon King did not succeed. Even so, Xiao Chen did not do anything. His spiritual sense already sensed a group of people with strong auras not far away. These people rushed over at lightning speed. Without needing to guess, it had to be the 13th Prince's group. Qin Ming, who had just stood up and executed the Golden Dragon transformation art, revealed a trace of redness on his face. Shu was right. Qin Ming had endured humiliation for a long time. Indeed, he had been preparing in secret. Good. Let Qin Ming use the Golden Dragon transformation art to defeat Xiao Chen. After this rebirth, he might be able to break through the shackles on the spot. Only then did everyone startle to their senses. It turned out that Qin Ming had been used as a sandbag, trampled under the Silver Dragon King's feet. The various powerhouses inside and outside the palace who saw this scene were all shocked as well. Since when did a three-veined sovereign emperor have such strength? The contrast was too great. Everyone found it hard to accept. The instant Qin Ming stood up, killing qi surged from his entire body as he stared at Xiao Chen, who got knocked into the air. The Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth at Xiao Chen's shameless words. He could not help wanting to erupt again. This. Clearly, the Silver Dragon King knew about this. Outside the palace, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His alloy dragon armor flickered with purple electric light, and dragon motifs dotted the armor. The alloy dragon armor sparkled, looking like a swimming dragon hiding in the lake, appearing indistinct. This thorn was buried in the Silver Dragon King's heart. The Silver Dragon Kings forcefully retreated and stood together. As they watched Xiao Chen trample on Qin Ming, they did not dare to act rashly. This person's dragon might soar again. Silver light covered the sky for 5,000 kilometers around, making it look like a silver lake in the sky, boundlessly vast and majestic. Whoosh! This was the Dragon God Crown Prince, an outstanding talent that even a regular four-veined sovereign emperor could easily defeat. Boom! A silver light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes like a ghost, disappearing in a flash. Before the Silver Dragon King could react, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the next moment, a gigantic foot stomped on him. Just at this moment, a transparent fishing line streaked through the air. While Xiao Chen fought the Silver Dragon King, this figure appeared silently. However, it did not attack Xiao Chen. Everyone already guessed the identity of this silver figure. It had to be the Silver Dragon King, one of the two super experts by the 13th Prince's side. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead, radiating Buddhist might as he formed hand seals. He watched the Kasyapa Buddha cautiously execute the lost supreme magic skill of the Buddhist sect's dermic world. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a horrifying great desolate Aeon dragon might burst out from Qin Ming's body under Xiao Chen's feet. As Xiao Chen spoke, he increased his pressure on Qin Ming's foot, pressing down a few more times. Qin Ming could no longer endure the pain, squealing like a pig being slaughtered. This is not a bloodline awakening. This is the secret technique of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dragon transformation art. Qin Ming fainted, his life or death unknown. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline absolutely cannot be profaned by you. Xiao Chen, I will definitely kill you today. The sovereign emperors fought until the sky turned dark, nearly tearing down Black Wind Ridge. At the very least, Qin Ming's head was still there. There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. This fellow wanted to do something to Lu Ruyue, even if he had to die. Even the Silver Dragon King could not do anything to him, unable to take him down quickly. Qin Ming's miserable shrieks forced Shu, who was secretly trying to save him, to take the initiative to let go of the fishing line. Right now, Shu did not dare to act rashly, as Xiao Chen was stepping on Qin Ming. If he got careless, he could cause Qin Ming's death. Shu originally thought that the battle would end after one clash. Unexpectedly, the battle lasted for so long in the blink of an eye. Boom! A temporary calm appeared as both sides faced each other. Ice Dao Domain. Buddhist sect major magic skill. Dermic world. How did Qin Ming lose in such a sorry state? Furthermore, his face was trampled on, rendering him immobile. Chapter 2298. Xiao Chen let out a cold shout. His killing intent, which was 7 times stronger than before, suddenly condensed together. The 13th prince and company saw a blood-colored figure flash in front of them from 10,000 meters away. The tip of the flag seemed to be streaking across his eyes. It was cold and threatening, and the killing intent penetrated deep into his bones. This was the might of the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. When he was alive, he moved unhindered everywhere, becoming unrivaled for half his life. Even though he had already passed away, his once blood-stained demeanor was still immersed in time and space, lingering for a long time. After returning to the 9th Prince Wang Yan's side, he stood with Senior Feng, Hao Kai, and the others. "What do you want?" A flag fell from the sky. Xiao Chen did not say a word. He silently condensed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, and his killing intent immediately exploded 7-fold. Millions of li away. Many princes sensed something. They all frowned, not understanding what was going on. But even so, Qin Ming was heavily injured and didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed dramatically as he cursed in his heart. The strength of the 9th Prince's guests all gathered had completely frightened him. Compared to what he had expected, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Chen drew his Yen Imperial sword, and a sword light spread out. A dragon image of massacre swam around the sword. Xiao Chen used the massacre Dao to activate the Yen Imperial sword in his hand. Thousands of cold stars gathered in his eyes, making him look like a grim reaper. Damn it! How could this be? One could only say that the Dragon God Crown Prince had too many trump cards, after all. However, Xiao Chen did not expect the dragon might that the dragon transformation art would bring out would be even more terrifying than activating his bloodline. Under the conical bamboo hat, Sikong Shu showed an unsightly expression. After he let go, he said, "The situation is not good." He managed to survive. However, he abused his secret technique and suffered a backlash. Hey, let's watch the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Perhaps the accumulations of the Golden Dragon bloodline can allow him to return to his peak. Wang Yan rejected coldly. "Sorry, many of these dragon essence came from my guests risking their lives to obtain them. I can't just give it to you for free." Even if Qin Ming was heavily injured and lost the ability to fight. The moment this saber appeared, Sikong Shu and the other sovereign emperors forced back the killing moves that they were preparing to unleash. Unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't take advantage of this great danger. With the support of the 7-kill seal, he drew his mid-grade soul weapon, Heavenly Slayer, the moment Wang Yi finished speaking. Damn it! The murderous aura had already materialized. In the thick black clouds, one could even vaguely see the phantoms of various ancient divine beasts. Buddhist might spread out. After stomping Qin Ming into a pile of minced meat, Xiao Chen's dermic world also dispersed. Damn it! 13th Prince, kill these people. The Silver Dragon King asked anxiously to Sikong Shu, who was checking on Qin Ming's injuries. Normally, Xiao Chen could use the Tyrant Saber to deal with most of his enemies. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared, preventing the other party's aura from coalescing into a whole. Right at this moment, a strange scene suddenly appeared. It was accompanied by a wave of majestic, resonant, and solemn voice that seemed to have traveled through time and space. Whoosh! Wang Yan did not back down. He could not agree to the 13th Prince's request. Without a doubt, Wang Yan revealed joy on his face. With the dragon vein protecting him, it was equivalent to this land acknowledging him. He instantly held the geographical advantage. Wang Yi said after some thought, "It's very simple. Hand over half of your dragon essence to me and cut off all possibility of becoming the crown prince. Naturally, I will let you off." Earth drawing as dragon. When Xiao Chen drew this saber with the 7-kill seal, scarlet lightning dyed half the sky red in an instant. Qin Ming, who was now a pile of minced meat on the ground, gave off a faint golden light as he slowly healed. Unless Xiao Chen destroyed Qin Ming's divine seal and soul, he would not be able to kill Qin Ming in one strike. There was a silver dragon, a white marsh beast, a swanee, and a heavenly wolf, all terrifying divine beasts from the great desolate Aeon. All the sovereign emperors, including Sikong Shu, had to take a step back. With this thought, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, taking the initiative to give up on Qin Ming's mangled body. However, he needed to draw Heavenly Slayer now. Wang Yan smiled coldly in his heart. So that is the case. However, this is really laughable. Never mind. When the banner stabbed into the ground, the entire world trembled. When the banner fluttered, it looked like a scarlet ribbon dancing in the air. This peak six-veined sovereign emperor from the Golden Crow Empire was Ao Zhao, enduring immense pressure. A warm feeling spread in everyone's heart, including the ninth prince's people. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, frowned slightly. He knew that he had lost the chance to land another strike. Qin Zhuolin casually waved his hand, and the surrounding terrain changed dramatically. A strand of the ancient dragon vein hidden in the terrain appeared, surrounding Wang Yan and the others. Originally, Wang Yan thought that the other party's strongest trump card was activating his great desolate Ian bloodline. Ninth brother, don't blame 13th brother for being ruthless. Back then, Xiao Chen relied on this saber to kill the four-veined sovereign Emperor Qin Yu's physical body and soul at the same time. Once it erupted, Xiao Chen did not dare imagine how horrifying it would be. Even peak sovereign emperors, who surpassed great perfection sovereign emperors, would have to retreat. Otherwise, only death awaited them. The strength of those carefully selected to help Xiao Chen went without a doubt. Even Xikong Shu did not dare to underestimate them. Furthermore, these people had the most horrifying trump cards. They could all bring out their bloodlines. Aside from suffering from Xiao Chen's stomp, they also suffered from the rebound of the secret art. At this moment, their souls fell into a deep sleep. Attack! With so many outstanding talents present, who dared to fight? A terrifying mysterious phenomenon appeared in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They had no choice but to retreat. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing intent was forced out of their heads, the pressure on them immediately decreased. Heavenly Slayer! A tense atmosphere spread in Black Wind Ridge. The many sovereign emperors clashing gave off a terrifying aura. On the ninth prince's side, aside from Xiao Chen, who appeared somewhat unfathomable, only the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai could be considered a sovereign emperor expert. Wang Yan showed a silent expression. Then, he stepped forward and looked straight at Wang Yi. 13th brother, this succession race has just begun. Aren't you in too much of a rush to kill me already? Wang Yan felt admiration for Wang Yan's decision from the bottom of his heart. Many times, one did not need to make the right decision, but one needed to be decisive. This was a peak medial grade soul tool forged from demonic tribulation lightning gold. The ancient thundercliff tree was the handle, and the ancient thunder dragon's true soul was infused into it. The demonic tribulation lightning gold was a transcendent grade divine material born from Mo Juning's true god tribulation. It could only be found and not sought. Boom! The demonic tribulation lightning gold was ferocious and tyrannical, containing the heavenly Tao's killing intent. It was sharp and could trigger the demonic tribulation divine lightning, like a heavenly punishment. If the demonic tribulation lightning gold drove it at full power, it could cause the sky to crack, the sun and moon to dim, and stars to fall. Although it was a medial grade soul tool, its might was infinitely close to that of a superior grade soul tool. The instant the terrifying killing intent erupted from Wang Yan's body, the sevenfold saber intent tore the dense dark clouds in the sky into pieces. Since that was the case, Xiao Chen might as well give it his all. The 13th prince still had the Silver Dragon King and Xikong Shu, two super experts. Aside from them, there were Tuoba Yun, Bai Yun, Xikong Shu, and 10-odd sovereign emperor outstanding talents. They all possessed great desolate Ian bloodlines and were elite selected from great perfection sovereign emperors. To the prideful Qin Ming, such an outcome was worse than death. Given this, even if the 13th prince defeated the other party, it would be a miserable victory. My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is scorching. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. My body is like a sword. The other person only needed to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away Qin Ming's body. Everyone inside and outside the palace felt startled when they saw this scene on the light screen. The Silver Dragon King was enraged. Murderous intent flared in his eyes. Now that Qin Ming was already like this, he no longer had anything to fear. Whoosh! A golden flame appeared in Hao Kai's eyes. Pure solar true flame burst out of his body and burned fiercely. Even though Hao Kai knew that he would lose, he did not cower in fear. Instead, he gathered his wills and focused. It's Heavenly Slayer! Wang Yi shouted coldly, and the guests behind him immediately burst out with startling murderous intent. The murderous intent of the 15 sovereign emperors burst out in shock. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, which was so clear that one could see the starry river. Even Xiao Chen could not retreat when facing the might of the Scarlet Blood Warbanner's inheritance head-on. Fight! The Silver Dragon King felt incredibly anxious. He snatched back Qin Ming's body in the time it took for a spark to fly, worry filling his face. How dare you! All Xiao Chen needed was one more kick to end this. Between Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, one of them would definitely hold him back. Xiao Suo, Wu Meng, and Qin Zhuolin also fell along with the banner. Boom! Xikong Shu, how is it? The 13th Prince Wang Yi did not care. He mocked. Ninth brother, don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. Just be frank. I have an old grudge with you. Even if first brother or eighth brother became the crown prince of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I would not worry too much. Only you. It is hard to guarantee that you will not take revenge. Although your chances of becoming the crown prince are slim, I still have to guard against you. Rage flashed in Wang Yi's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the 9th prince's team to be so united. Once he brought out the heavenly Dao's killing intent, he would injure himself if he did not kill. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Zhuolin was extremely weak. The body of a sovereign emperor had already transcended the mundane. Whoosh! Xiao Suo pulled out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Then, the Scarlet War banner suddenly unfurled and thrust its tip forward. This startled the Silver Dragon King. According to Xikong Shu, even if Qin Ming recovered from his injuries, he might not be able to return to his peak state. Chapter 2299. The others might be slightly inferior. However, Xiao Chen's Heavenly Slayer, Xiao Suo's Scarlet Blood War banner, the Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai, and Qin Zhuolin drew out the dynasty's dragon vein. The 13th Prince's group had to take this seriously. Should they continue fighting or not? To the 9th Prince Wang Yan and the others, it would naturally be best if they could avoid fighting. On the whole, the difference in strength was very obvious. The number of guests on the other side was more than double that of their side. Moreover, they all possessed great desolate bloodlines. If their bloodlines were activated and they fought to the death, it was certain that their side would lose. However, the 13th Prince's side had to think about the consequences of forcefully fighting. They would definitely win this battle, but without a doubt, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After this battle, aside from Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, none of the other guests could guarantee a safe retreat. As for the 13th Prince, Wang Yi, he would be reduced from a popular candidate for the crown prince position to a supporting role with no hope of competing. In a flash, Wang Yi thought of all kinds of possibilities, and his face became frighteningly gloomy. He had never thought that he would fall into such a dilemma. After the 9th Prince's guests displayed their strength, the people inside and outside the palace felt that this battle would not happen. However, the problem now was that Xiao Chen trampled on Qin Ming, ruthlessly trampled on him. The 13th Prince would find it hard to accept retreating like this. It was a simple sentence, but there was no suitable way for him to leave with dignity. Just think about it. A group of people came over aggressively and then left with their tails between their legs. How funny was that? 13th brother, do you think there's a need to continue fighting? Wang Yan said when he saw the 13th Prince's expression. He knew what the 13th Prince was thinking. Wang Yi said coldly, I can withdraw, but you must pay for injuring my guest. Otherwise, even if I have to fight to the death today, I will not withdraw. I'm afraid you have no choice but to retreat. Wang Yan said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yi looked around, and his expression changed slightly. In just a short period of time, many princes had secretly rushed over, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. It made sense. The battle between Xiao Chen and Qin Ming had already alarmed all directions. The other princes thought that it was the birth of some incredible treasure. At this moment, so many sovereign emperors were gathered in this startling confrontation. It would be hard for anyone not to notice such a phenomenon. Xikong Shu closed his eyes for a while before opening them again. 13th Prince, we need to go. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. I'll settle this score with you later. At this point, even if Wang Yi was unwilling, he had to leave dejectedly. Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to start a huge battle with Wang Yan while the other princes watched. So. The 13th prince's group withdrew their auras and quickly left. It looked somewhat comical and inconceivable. However, in reality, the moment Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer, this battle was destined to never happen. When Xiao Suo charged over with the Scarlet Blood War banner, he destroyed Wang Yi's final hope. After this group of people left, a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. His face had lost a lot of color. What happened? Wang Yan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. It's because of that saber, right? Hao Kai asked after glancing at Xiao Chen sheathing Heavenly Slayer. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Chen did not deny it, not saying anything more. The reason went without saying. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, it would trigger the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If one did not kill, one would end up harming oneself. However, this result was what Xiao Chen sought, so he had no complaints. If Xiao Chen truly decided to fight, he would definitely use the Tyrant Saber. He would only draw Heavenly Slayer after he was certain that he could kill the other party. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer to dissuade the other party. If a huge battle really broke out, Xiao Chen would not fear it. However, the fate of Wang Yan and the others would be hard to predict. The other party had Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, as well as a group of outstanding talents with great desolate Ian bloodlines. In the end, they were much stronger than the 9th prince. It's fine. This is a troublesome place. Let's quickly leave. Xiao Chen looked around. There were at least 8 princes hiding in the dark, with some experts among them. Wang Yan looked around and nodded. Come, let's go deeper into Black Wind Ridge. With a thought, Xiao Chen quickly understood Wang Yan's intention. With the reputation of the Black Wind Ridge, they could completely avoid the trouble at the back if they walked further in. By the time Wang Yan's group was far away, Xiao Chen had already arrived. What a pity. I didn't make a move. The 8th Prince Wang Feng shook his head and stepped forward with a regretful expression. The Divine Sword Pavilions Dao Yan, the Profound Heaven's Holy Son Wenren Yu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were all disappointed as well. If a great battle could really happen, just thinking about it was incomparably wonderful. The 9th Prince would definitely be defeated, and the 13th Prince would no longer have the right to fight for the title of Crown Prince. The 13th Prince could only rely on the 9th Prince to obtain the greatest benefits. But 9th Brother's strength has really exceeded my expectations. Senior Daoxian, this time I am unable to help you kill Xiao Chen. I am sorry. Wang Feng retracted his gaze and said apologetically. The murderous intent in Dao Yan's eyes vanished. He smiled and said, Your Highness, what are you saying? In my heart, nothing is more important than Your Highness becoming the Crown Prince. Personal grudges are nothing. Wang Feng felt satisfied with Dao Yan's respect. He nodded slightly and looked at the Profound Heaven's Holy Son, who carried a zither on his back. Brother Wenren, what do you think? Ha. You are the main characters in this succession race. We will follow the 8th Prince's instructions. Wenren, you came only for the ethereal Immortal Palace and did not care about anything else. Wang Feng knew what Wenren Yu was thinking, but he did not expose him. It was fine as long as he could help Wenren Yu for now. Just as Wang Feng was about to leave, he glanced around and saw a group of people walking over. The one leading the group was the low-profile 6th Prince Wang Ming. This person was even more low-profile than the 9th Prince Wang Yan, which Wang Feng found somewhat unfathomable. Greetings, 6th brother. Wang Feng performed a cupped fist salute, showing a respectful elder brother as he greeted softly. Holy Son, that is Yen Songming. He is from the Underworld God Hall. We fought with him in the final blood battlefield. His Death Dao domain is very terrifying. Mu Yunju's expression changed slightly when he saw Zhan Yuan and Yen Songming behind Wang Ming. There is no need to care about him. As Mu Yunju and Mu Yunju communicated, Wenren Yu's gaze happened to meet Yen Songming's. The two smiled faintly as if that life-and-death battle had never happened. Wang Ming nodded faintly and said softly, 8th brother, have you ever thought that 9th brother's target is Black Wind Ridge, the Forbidden Land? Wang Feng felt slightly stunned. What do you mean? Could it be that 9th brother did not choose to go further away to avoid us? Who knows? Since it is a forbidden land, there must be something incredible. Perhaps it will be of help to him in the second round. Otherwise, 13th brother would not charge over. He must have discovered something. Wang Ming smiled faintly. Although he said that, he did not lead the group into Black Wind Ridge. After saying goodbye to Wang Feng and the others, Wang Ming led the group of Abyssal Underworld sovereign emperors away. This fellow is really scheming. He already left, and he still wants to lure me into Black Wind Ridge to clash with Ninth Brother, Wang Feng said with some disgust. After that person left, Wang Feng's expression changed, and he spoke with some disgust. Wang Feng looked at the depths of the Black Wind Ridge and frowned. He thought to himself, could there really be something going on? Your Highness, the Sixth Prince's people are somewhat strange. As Dao Yan watched the other group leave, he said with a somewhat grave expression, if I guessed right, they should be the people of the Abyssal Underworld. The Sixth Prince is taking an unorthodox path. If he does not succeed, he will die trying. If the Sixth Prince did not become the Crown Prince, the Imperial Ancestral Temple would definitely pursue the matter. Wang Feng recovered his wits and said somewhat angrily, all of them normally hide so deeply, only to reveal themselves in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They are all not good people. When Wan Renyu's group heard this, they smiled to themselves. You're a hypocrite, a two-faced person. I'm afraid you're not a good person either. One could only say that the truly ambitious princes were not people to offend. The princes who had been hiding in the dark kept showing themselves one after another. If the 13th prince were still here, he would definitely rejoice that he did not make a move. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. However, no prince chose to enter Black Wind Ridge in the end. The confrontation between the 9th prince and the 13th prince came to an end. This farce made the 13th prince feel dejected, and he suffered a huge loss. This also showed the 9th prince's strength and accumulations, piquing their interest in him. After the farce ended, the first round of the succession race slowly came to an end. Half of the 40-odd princes would be eliminated, forced out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb along with their guests. Chapter 2300. In the depths of Black Wind Ridge. Sinister winds blew in all directions and demonic clouds surged. Everyone felt that something was wrong and couldn't proceed any further. This place is giving me an ominous feeling. I can't go any further. Geomaster Qin Ming said as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge, where the sinister wind grew increasingly denser and the strange atmosphere. Whoosh! The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai rushed over from behind. He looked at Wang Yan and said, Your Highness, as you expected, no one followed us. Wang Yan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Now that he was completely sure that they were safe, he said softly, Everyone, let's rest for a while. Those who are injured should rest more. Speaking of injuries, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar were the most severely injured. The only one left was Xiao Chen. The others were fine. The three of them took out medicinal pills and swallowed them, then sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to heal. The others stood guard around them while observing their surroundings. Black Wind Ridge? Elder Feng, why is this place called a forbidden area? Qin Zhuolin seemed to be very interested in this place's origin, so he asked Senior Feng, who understood this place the most. Senior Feng said after some thought, I heard that this place is also an inheritance. In the history of the Yanwu dynasty, a tyrant was buried here. However, almost none of the people who entered the core returned alive. As more people died, it gradually became a forbidden area. Very few people went to explore it, and it has always been a mystery. When Xiao Sua saw that Qin Zhuolin seemed to be interested in this place, he frowned and said, There seems to be great danger hidden in the deepest part of this place. It is similar to some of the taboos I ran into in the sea. It's mysterious, evil, and frightening. It's best not to casually touch it. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I am just somewhat curious about where the depths of Black Wind Ridge lead to. I will not really put myself in danger. As the group chatted idly, Wu Meng remained silent, guarding Xiao Chen and keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. After a while, joy appeared on Wu Meng's face. Xiao Chen, you're awake. The others immediately stopped chatting and looked over. Feeling everyone's concern, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I'm awake. I did not suffer any heavy injuries. I only suffered from the backlash of the soul weapon. He just needed to meditate for a while. However, he would not be able to use Heavenly Slayer for the time being. By the way, how much dragon essence have you collected? Hee. I have collected quite a lot. Qin Zhuolin laughed and took out his jade strip. The resplendent jade strip seemed to contain clear spring water, heavy and translucent. There were 4 dragon silhouettes swimming around the jade slip, flying up and down. The moment this jade slip appeared, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Both Senior Feng and Hao Kai's eyes lit up. Your harvest is truly astonishing. Hao Kai and I only managed to gather 2 dragon images each. However, you managed to gather 4 dragon images by yourself. Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Now that there were 2 dragon shadows, the difficulty of condensing 3 dragon shadows had doubled. Someone like Qin Zhuolin, gathering 4 dragon images in 1 jade strip, was truly incredible. A jade slip with 4 dragon images was comparable to 10 jade slips with 1 dragon image. This was the difference. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, Fortunately, this is the result of the 3 of us working together. Just at this moment, Wang Yan and the Heavenly Book Scholar opened their eyes. Senior Feng said quickly, His Highness is awake. Everyone, let's transfer the dragon essence to the 9th prince. 4 dragon images? When Wang Yan saw Qin Zhuolin's jade strip, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, You really gave me a pleasant surprise. Originally, I already had enough dragon essence. Now, my dragon essence will rank within the top 10 among the princes. After the others transferred their dragon essence to Wang Yan, the dragon essence around the Yan Imperial sword in his hand grew to 63 meters. Hold on to this. Don't use it for now. Xiao Chen stepped forward and handed his jade strip to the other party. However, Wang Yan's jade strip was indeed wrapped in a silk pouch. He could not see how many dragon images it contained. This is? Wang Yan put away the jade strip, feeling somewhat confused. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. It's fine. Given the dragon essence in your Yan Imperial sword, you will definitely clear the first round. You should keep this dragon essence of mine. It might be useful later. If I guessed right, you should not have any more chances to collect dragon essence in the next 2 rounds. Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He only told Wang Yan not to use his dragon essence for now. All right. Many thanks. The others were also curious about how much dragon essence Xiao Chen collected. However, since Xiao Chen did not say, no one asked. 9th Prince, what is the content of the second round? Qin Zhuolin asked. There was not much time left in the 30 days. The first round would end soon. The others were curious about Qin Zhuolin's words. Wang Yan replied after some thought. After the first round ends, 8 altars will appear in the core of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars lead to the Yan Imperial sword, and their purpose is to allow the princes to refine their Yan Imperial swords, allowing the prince's Dao to truly merge with the dynasty's dragon veins. Each altar can be used only once. After the second round, only 8 people will be able to compete for the crown prince position. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, the refinement process will not be easy, right? Wang Yan nodded. During the refinement process, aside from the princes undergoing a test from heaven, the altars will also suffer attacks from ferocious beasts. Normally, there will be at least 9 waves of ferocious beasts. Aside from that, the other princes and guests will interfere. Once they fail, they will be chased off the altar. In the second round, there would be no need to preserve strength. There would be no room for compromise. If 2 princes had their eyes on the same altar, it would be a battle to the death. Xiao Chen asked, can you tell me in detail what ferocious beasts we will meet? Wang Yan pondered for a while before replying, I can't say for sure. The specifics have to do with the various princes' great Dao. I cultivate the massacre Dao. The ferocious beasts we meet might be harder to deal with than the other princes. That is to say, we will meet ferocious beasts with even more murderous intent. If the other princes cultivate the ice great Dao, they will run into ice-attributed ferocious beasts? Xiao Chen confirmed with Wang Yan based on his understanding. You could say that. Hao Kai said after some thought, since it is a ferocious beast wave, then we will have to prepare some large-scale killing moves. We have to prepare them in advance. Those who are good at large-scale killing moves will focus on dealing with the ferocious beast wave. The remaining people will have to protect His Highness from the other prince's guests. The group discussed how to deal with the ferocious beast wave in the second round, expressing their opinions. However, they were somewhat insufficient. The 9th prince only had 7 guests left. His disadvantage in numbers would become apparent in the second round. Ha! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he looked into the depths of Black Wind Ridge. There, sinister winds and death chi filled the pitch-black darkness, giving off all sorts of mysteries. However, Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a misperception or reality, but he vaguely heard a voice calling out to him. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, that voice appeared in his heart again. When he tried to grasp it seriously, it disappeared in a flash, and he could no longer find it. Strange. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chen looked at the others and asked, "Did you all hear that voice?" "No. Xiao Chen, don't scare us. This place is strange enough in the first place. You can't be thinking of going in, right?" Everyone was startled. Aside from the sinister winds and evil chi, they did not hear any other voice. "I'll go and take a look. Wait for me here. Don't follow me. If you can't wait for me, then leave on your own." Whoosh! After speaking, Xiao Chen's figure flashed before anyone could say anything, entering the sinister winds and vanishing from sight. Wang Yan and the others felt somewhat confused by Xiao Chen's decision. "Let's wait for him. Don't act rashly for now." Wang Yan appeared somewhat helpless, but he did not overthink it. However, he was somewhat worried about Xiao Chen's safety. After all, Black Wind Ridge was infamous. They already felt fear when they ventured deeper, not daring to advance any further. Strange. It doesn't seem as threatening as the rumors say. As Xiao Chen dodged the nearly solid sinister winds, he did not run into much danger as he traveled. The sinister winds were strangely cold. If one got careless and got caught, one's soul would be damaged. However, if that was all, Black Wind Ridge would not live up to its reputation as a forbidden land. At the very least, while the sinister winds were not easy to deal with, they did not pose much trouble for Xiao Chen. Most importantly, a voice kept appearing intermittently, guiding Xiao Chen in the right direction. As a result, he did not get lost in this forbidden land where the sinister winds blew and spiritual sense was limited. Just at this moment, an incredibly vast pit suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The pit was empty, devoid of anything. However, just the pit alone sent a chill down one's spine. There should be something ominous in the pit. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and prepared to enter the pit. Just as he was about to enter the pit, the soil in the center of the pit suddenly split open, and a strange face appeared, opening its eyes. Chu Chaoyun. Chapter 2301. A human face emerged from the strange pit. It was the Chu Chaoyun that Xiao Chen recognized. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, Chu Chaoyun broke out of the pit and flew towards him. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and took a step back. Then, he looked at the dirt-covered Chu Chaoyun and sized him up. Feeling it strange, he asked, "Who chased you so badly that you even used the move of hiding in a pile of corpses?" Without a doubt, the person before Xiao Chen was Chu Chaoyun. If it were not Chu Chaoyun, there was no way to explain who guided Xiao Chen to this place. Then, Xiao Chen looked at Chu Chaoyun's state. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries and had not recovered yet. Xiao Chen concluded that Chu Chaoyun had fought with someone and suffered significant injuries. Then he hid here. Perhaps by chance, Chu Chaoyun obtained the inheritance of this place and discovered Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt that his guess was close to the mark. Chu Chaoyun did not deny anything. After some thought, he said, "I called you here to tell you about this. Be careful of one person." Who? The Xuewu dynasty's first prince, Xi. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked softly, "You mean the black-clad half-masked man beside the first prince?" "Yes. I have been investigating him for a long time on orders from the Universe Origin sect. Previously, I found some clues in the abyssal underworld. The situation is not good." "What do you mean?" Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes. After thinking for a while, he opened them and said, "You should know about the great war between the righteous and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. The Black Dragon King united the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld, breaking the world tree and destroying the deity world. From then on, there were no more true gods." "I know about this. All the cultivators of the Great Thousand Realms should know about this as well." "Then, what are you trying to say?" Xiao Chen revealed a confused expression. He had heard this many times and knew about it many years ago. In that battle, many deities fell, the heaven-bridging peak shattered, and the world tree snapped. The martial epic actually ended. However, because of one person, he defeated the Black Dragon King and sealed it, forcefully saving us from the calamity, allowing the martial epic to continue. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who had already defeated the Black Dragon King with the Wings of Time, a transcendent-grade soul tool. Without interrupting him, Xiao Chen signaled Chu Chaoyun to continue. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is actually related to you. Something to do with me? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. What was Chu Chaoyun trying to say? The great war between the righteous path and the demonic path resulted in the fall of all the eternal true gods. From then on, no one in the world could live forever, surpass reincarnation, and become independent of the world. Anyone with ambition can guess that the martial epic will end. They all want to start a new epic and become the new epic master. The epic master. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. This was nothing new. The dragon spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace had said that to Xiao Chen as well. It wanted Xiao Chen to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline, establish the Divine Dragon Dynasty, and start a new epic. Simply put, that dragon spirit wanted Xiao Chen to end the martial epic and lead the Blue Dragon bloodline to rule the new epic, making him the new epic master. Perhaps you do not understand. Let me explain it this way. You can think of the martial epic as a dynasty. After the great war between the righteous path and the demonic path, this dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The feudal lords all wanted to change dynasties. Chu Chaoyun said after some thought. After that, 50,000 years ago, your Blue Dragon bloodline's Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun finally could no longer hold back. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other party with some shock and said, "This is a shocking secret. Even if you are the Universe Origin Sect's Tao disciple, logically speaking, you might not know all this." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. After some thought he said, "Don't worry about how I know for now. How much do you know about this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun?" "I only know that after his ambition swelled, someone defeated him. Then, the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, and the Golden Dragon race took over." Xiao Chen gave a half-truth and half-lie. He felt some anticipation for what Chu Chaoyun could tell him. Indeed, Xiao Chen knew very little about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Even the dragon spirit had not told him in detail. At that time, aside from being the dragon race's Dragon Emperor, he had another identity, the demonic Tao Palace's Palace Master, Chu Chaoyun said unhurriedly, shocking Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Speak. I'm listening. Let's see what else you can say." "That is not important. What is important is that he nearly won back then. Unfortunately, he still lost to that person. Now that so many years have passed, no one has the courage and strength that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had back then, able to topple this tottering dynasty and start a new epic." Chu Chaoyun continued, "However, it is different now. The foe god experts of the various superfactions feel an increasing sense of threat and urgency. Although they do not know the exact reason, they are not surprised, as the epic changes and cycles endlessly. The peak experts of the old epic will be wiped out along with the old epic sooner or later, just like the martial gods in the past. It is very close. This time, whether they are willing or not, the various superfactions will have to make a choice. When the calamity descends, no one can avoid it. The person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun can only watch it happen helplessly." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. After some thought he said, "I roughly understand why you know these secrets." "Why?" Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen with interest. "Because the Universe Origin Sect is ambitious as well. They place their hopes on you, hoping that you will become the epic master and start a new epic, protecting the Universe Origin Sect's interests in the new epic. As for why you investigated Shi, it must be because he is the hope of the demonic Tao Hall." Xiao Chen explained his guess unhurriedly. Now, he more or less understood that this succession race of the Yanwu dynasty gathered all the people qualified to become the epic master. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "You can say that. Do you want to know who the person who defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun is?" "There's no need. I can guess that he is the epic master of the martial epic. That is the Holy Lord, who currently controls the foe god world. In reality, the 5 righteous Tao superfactions are his pawns. However, the situation is already set. The martial epic will be destroyed. These pawns will no longer be willing to be manipulated by him. Xiao Chen said calmly. Given that, the 5 super factions are actually responsible for the destruction of the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Hence, the 5 super factions worked together to make the matter of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun a taboo. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to connect the dots so quickly. It looked like Chu Chaoyun had somewhat underestimated Xiao Chen. Perhaps Xiao Chen knew many secrets that Chu Chaoyun did not. So, you came to look for me now to work with me to deal with Xi? Chu Chaoyun nodded. This person is too strong. The scarier thing is that he formed an alliance with the abyssal underworld. With the strong working together, I cannot think of anyone who can resist him. With the appearance of the ethereal immortal palace, the wings of time will probably be his. In this vast ancient Yan Emperor tomb, you are the only one who can trust me and earn my trust. If it were in the past, when Chu Chaoyun said this, Xiao Chen would have agreed without hesitation. However, things seemed different now. If Chu Chaoyun really wanted to start a new epic, the two of them would have to fight. Epics came and went in an endless cycle. The martial epic was coming to an end. Fate carried a boundless momentum. These people looked like the children of heaven, like the blazing sun. However, in reality, they had no choice in this surging tide. They could only make their own decisions. As Xiao Chen remained silent, the atmosphere between the two turned somewhat strange. Let's not talk about the distant, let's talk about the near. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared and she was defeated, would Chu Chaoyun give the wings of time to him? How did you get here? Suddenly, Xiao Chen looked up at Chu Chaoyun and asked an unrelated question. Me? I came alone, not with any prince. I roughly understand what you are thinking. Business is business. In that case, let's not talk about friendship, just benefits. If you agree, I will lend you a hand. This place is a copy of a certain tyrant of the Yanwu dynasty. Before he died, he killed more than 1 million cultivators and turned them into Yin soldiers to be buried with him. After some thought, Chu Chaoyun said, if you agree, I will give you the commander's tally and let you control these 1 million Yin soldiers to help the 9th prince clear the second round. Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a black metal medallion floated out of Chu Chaoyun's palm. The black medallion had a great desolate Ian ferocious beast carved on it, looking like it was alive. A scarlet light as thick as ink wrapped around the medallion, making it look even stranger. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze from the medallion to Chu Chaoyun's face. Then, he revealed a meaningful light in his eyes. Xiao Chen avoided the many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, and entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb without a prince. How did Chu Chaoyun do it? How about it? Deal. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant's commander's tally. Then he turned and left. Chapter 2302. Deal. Xiao Chen held the tyrant emperor commander's tally in his hand and turned to leave. Sinister winds blew endlessly in the depths of Black Wind Ridge, and a baleful aura pressed down. Resentment surged into the sky in the pit, condensing into lingering sin in the air. As Chu Chaoyun watched Xiao Chen's figure slowly disappear into the sinister winds, his expression turned somewhat complicated. Helplessness and disappointment appeared in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Helplessness. The cycle of epics came and went. Amid the overwhelming changes, there were startling fortuitous encounters that came only once every several million years. Who could remain unscathed? The weak could do nothing but drown in the torrent. Those with ambition would be like the blazing sun, doing their best to fight. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they would be dragged forward by the overwhelming momentum. This was helplessness. Anyone would feel some helplessness. However, what was the disappointment? Chu Chaoyun could not figure it out, unable to put it into words. Suddenly, Xiao Chen turned around. Just one step away from entering the boundless sinister winds, Xiao Chen stopped. Without any warning, without any trace, Xiao Chen suddenly drew his tyrant saber. The saber light was like the blazing sun, resplendent and dazzling. Then, it burned fiercely, looking like the blazing sun illuminating the sky. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly, as he sensed some rage in this saber light. Immediately, he found it strange. Where did Xiao Chen's rage come from? Boom! Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, the saber intent on Xiao Chen's body soared wildly. Soon it reached the peak of his saber domain. Then, it quickly broke through the shackles and rose again. Then, he swung his saber at the boundless sinister winds before him. In that instant, a strong wind blew. The saber light instantly scattered the sinister winds for 50,000 kilometers around, making everyone's eyes light up. Suddenly, they felt that this place was boundlessly vast, with nothing in sight. He broke through. Chu Chaoyun could clearly sense that Xiao Chen's saber Dao domain had broken through from the second layer to the third layer. Compared to the elemental great Daos of wind, thunder, fire and earth, the great Daos of saber and sword were much harder to improve. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. Since he was proficient in 3 Dao domains, the difficulty was even higher. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen drew his saber in rage, instantly breaking through the shackles of his Dao domain by 1 layer. The chilly wind dissipated, and Xiao Chen's blurry figure appeared clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun. He held the saber and stood there, using one saber to scatter the cold wind that had been circling here for 10,000 years. It was difficult for ordinary people to know how terrifying this saber strike was. However, Chu Chaoyun, who broke through the inheritance, was very clear on this. More importantly, the saber intent completely shattered the baleful Yin energy. Gotcha! Sheathing his saber, Xiao Chen disappeared from Chu Chaoyun's sight with a few leaps. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's expression turned solemn, as if he had understood something. However, he still chose to use the saber in his hand to forcefully carve out a path for himself. Can one choose one's fate in their own hands? Chu Chaoyun asked somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then he left, vanishing from Black Wind Ridge, where the baleful Yin energy no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 On the way back, Xiao Chen ran into the 9th Prince's group, which he was familiar with. Wu Meng, the heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the others were there. When they saw Xiao Chen, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen, what happened? We sensed that you ran into trouble earlier. The 9th Prince Wang Yan asked after sizing up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. It's dealt with for now. I already obtained the inheritance of this place. Everyone felt that something had changed with Xiao Chen. However, since he did not say anything, they naturally did not pursue the matter. On the other hand, the heavenly book scholar's eyes lit up. He said joyfully, I more or less understand the inheritance of this place. I want to change the way we play the second round of the succession race. In the 9th Prince's team, the heavenly book scholar basically played the role of a strategist. Wang Yan relied on the heavenly book scholar's suggestions and Senior Feng's experience for many of the plans and countermeasures. What do you mean? Wang Yan looked at the heavenly book scholar, waiting for his analysis. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, in the second round, we need to protect His Highness and not be disturbed during the refinement. We also need to split some people to deal with the ferocious beast waves. Furthermore, we need to preserve our strongest combat power to fight the guests of the other princes. We simply do not have enough manpower. That was right. Right now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests. Compared to the other princes, the 9th prince was at a great disadvantage in the second round. My original plan was to work with the other princes to attack the princes occupying the altars and muddy the waters. While preserving our strength, we could continuously disrupt the situation and reduce the number of guests of the other princes. Only by doing so would we have a chance of surviving the second round. This plan is too risky. It is easy for the other princes to work together to suppress us. If we are not careful, we might fail. However, there is no need for that now. We will take the initiative and occupy the altars. Then, we will wait for the other princes to attack. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, and a commander's tally wrapped in a viscous scarlet light appeared in his palm. He looked at the heavenly book scholar and said, It looks like you understand this commander's tally very well. The commander's tally of the dead that can summon 1 million Yin soldiers. Senior Feng was greatly startled. Clearly, he had not expected this rumored treasure to actually exist. Wang Yan sighed softly. I read about this ancestor in the royal court secret records. His character was tyrannical and his means were cruel. He was a tyrant through and through. During his 100 years on the throne, he suffered the wrath of heaven. However, before he died, he killed 1 million imperial guards to accompany him in death. The heavenly book scholar said softly, There is no need to care about that for now. Every time this tyrant's tally is used, it can summon 100,000 Yin soldiers. It can be used at least 10 times, easily dealing with the ferocious beast waves. Given that, we only need to focus on protecting His Highness. After discussing for a while, everyone felt that this plan was feasible. Although it was somewhat radical, it was worth a try. 2 days later, the first round of the succession race officially ended. Whether they were willing or not, the princes and their guests who did not collect enough dragon essence were forcefully sent out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures appeared out of nowhere in the palace's drill ground. Half of the princes were eliminated at the same time. The princes and guests showed different expressions. Some of the guests gained a lot and felt satisfied, showing joy on their faces. In the first place, these princes did not expect their princes to clear the first round. The harvest in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb was the key. The unlucky ones hung their heads dispirited, showing unhappy expressions. Clearly, they did not gain anything. There were also some princes who showed expressions of pity. They felt that if they had been slightly luckier, they would have definitely cleared the first round. He would definitely be able to get through the first round. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. The various powerhouses in the treasure hall in the clouds discussed the many eliminated princes. Many of the princes that they thought would be eliminated stayed, much to their surprise. This is really surprising. The 9th prince's dragon essence actually ranks within the top 10. Previously, I could not tell that he had such potential. There is nothing much to say. Since he could force the 13th prince to leave helplessly, we can guess the result. As for the 4th prince, everyone mocked him for only hunting ferocious beasts and not seeking inheritances. To think that he managed to clear this round. There is also the 6th prince Wang Ming. His guests are very incredible as well. The 1st prince is indeed the strongest. No one can shake his position. The first round of the succession race was a test of the waters. The true strength of the princes would be revealed, and in the second round, it would be completely unleashed. With only 8 spots, the competition would be even more intense. In the Misty Rain Pavilion's group, Mo Chen, Su Yi, and Ao Jiao showed anxious and excited expressions. He passed the first round, but it is hard to say for the second round, Su Yi said somewhat worriedly. The 9th prince's accumulations were very weak. Originally, he did not have any intention of competing. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, the 9th prince came to his senses and decided to fight for the crown prince position. Now, the 9th prince only had 7 guests left. He did not have an advantage over the other princes. Mo Chen and Ao Jiao did not place much importance on the succession race. The two cared more about Xiao Chen's survival. It was fine as long as he was safe. Uncle Hao Kai, I'll leave it to you. Ao Jiao stared at the flickering light screen on the drill ground, not hiding her selfish motives. She recruited Hao Kai into the 9th prince's team for only one purpose: to have him protect Xiao Chen at the crucial moment. Ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, the 9th prince's group, which cultivated in Black Wind Ridge, and a demon blood vulture roaming in the air, prepared to depart. Wang Yan looked into the distance. That was the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb, which contained even greater danger. Of course, greater fortuitous encounters accompanied danger. Chapter 2303. Go! The 9th Prince Wang Yan left Black Wind Ridge with Xiao Chen and the many guests, heading for the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb. At the same time, all the princes were getting ready to leave, and they were making their final preparations. After slaughtering ferocious beasts for 30 days, the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared very excited. He actually managed to pass the first round. The strength of the 9th prince's guests ranked below average among the many princes. On the surface, they were much weaker than the 9th prince Wang Yan. Mr. Yuan, thank you very much, Wang Yun said as he looked at the hooded Yuan Zhan. You're welcome. A hoarse voice came from Yuan Zhan's mouth as he said calmly, this is very normal. As long as the other princes fight for the inheritance, they will definitely suffer losses. With great opportunities came great risks. We slaughtered the beasts from the very beginning. As long as he can persevere until the end, he will definitely pass the first round. Your Highness, you don't have to be too surprised. This guy. The 4th prince's guests all felt that Yuan Zhan was overly calm. They were dissatisfied with the faint pride that came from Yuan Zhan's head as he spoke. However, Wang Yun did not care what these people thought. He asked, Mr. Yuan, are we still going to compete in the second round? I feel that our chances are not high. However, I am rather happy to be able to clear the first round. After we leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I will properly thank everyone. If Xiao Chen could survive the first round and leave the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he would definitely be conferred a higher noble title than the princes who left early. He had never dared to dream of such benefits in the past. Thank you, Prince. The guest cupped his fists and expressed his thanks. To be honest, although they didn't find any inheritance in the first round, they killed many beasts. All of them possessed dragon essence, and their entire bodies were treasures. After slaughtering for 30 days, the accumulated materials of these vicious beasts would also be a huge fortune. Furthermore, the rewards promised by the fourth prince made this trip worthwhile. Only Yuan Zhan smiled coldly and said, "Why not? In this round, our chances are limitless. If we had to be careful in the first round, then we would have to be careful. In that case, there was no need to worry about the second round. Just wait, it wouldn't take long. There will be other princes looking for His Highness to discuss the matter of cooperation." "Why?" Wang Yun asked doubtfully, a confused expression on his face. Yuan Zhan explained, in the first round, many of the other princes' guests suffered losses. Some of the princes who were neither strong nor weak but were full of ambition would definitely pull other princes to help them. Promise them a bunch of benefits first, and then kick them away after the deed is done. Fourth prince, not a single one of your hanger-ons is missing. Furthermore, you are famous for being weak. Everyone felt that they could control him, not fearing that he would cause any trouble. I don't believe that you're still not in high demand after all this. The moment Yuan Zhan said that, the fourth prince's expression turned slightly unsightly. He did not really believe Yuan Zhan's explanation. Suddenly, Wang Yun revealed a strange expression. He looked at Yuan Zhan in disbelief. Earlier, the third prince, the 18th prince, and the 17th prince all sent me a voice projection. They asked me to join their teams and promised me some benefits. They were very sincere. Ha 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 ha. Under the hood, Yuan Zhan guffawed a few times. Then he said after some thought, "Follow whoever promises you the most benefits. Such people are usually the most unreliable. Just agree to him for now. When he thinks that he has you under control, give him a fatal blow and kick him away. These people all think that you are a pushover. However, in reality, you are not weak at all. Killing ferocious beasts in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb is actually the most stable way to raise your strength. Under such spatial pressure, the more you fight, the more you will adapt to the spatial pressure, and the stronger your combat prowess will be." The eyes of the fourth prince's other guests immediately lit up. They could not help viewing Yuan Zhan in a different light. Wang Yun appeared somewhat depressed, his expression changing unpredictably. After some thought he said, "All right, I'll listen to Mr. Yuan. Since they all want to use me as a stepping stone, there is no need for me to be polite with them. I'll do it." Under the hood, Yuan Zhan's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile that no one else could see. 8 mysterious altars guarded the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The altars were several hundred meters tall, looking like small hills. Ancient talisman scripts covered the altars. The Yan Emperor Holy Flame burned endlessly in the center of the altars, waiting for the chosen one to arrive. However, it would not be easy to charge up the altars. Colossal lava beasts guarded the altar surroundings. To obtain the right to use the altars, one had to defeat the colossal lava beasts. The strongest person, the first prince, had arrived long ago and was currently fighting the colossal lava beasts. The flames on the altar burned fiercely, and from time to time, giant lava beasts would jump out of it. It looked like there was no end to them. The first prince stood at the back, showing a calm expression as he watched his guests block these colossal lava beasts with the strength of a sovereign emperor. If one looked carefully, one would discover that the first prince's guests were not using their full power. They only casually dealt with these colossal lava beasts, showing no intention of killing them. "Your Highness, that should be enough," Zhua Yu, the Imperial Guard commander beside Wang Fei, said as he looked at the nearly 500 colossal lava beasts. In reality, as long as one did not kill the colossal lava beasts that jumped down from the altars, one could use them when one ascended the altars. These colossal lava beasts could help one guard the altars and block the ferocious beast waves. If one ascended the altars early, one would not be able to use many colossal lava beasts. Of course, only the princes with stronger accumulations could afford to use this move. The other princes would not dare to release so many colossal lava beasts. Wang Yan's expression did not change. He looked at the black-clad masked man not far away and asked softly, "Lord Shi, what do you think?" She smiled faintly and replied, "I can add another 100. Any more and I will not be able to do it." Just at this moment, the 8th Prince Wang Feng led Dao Yan's group to the core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng looked around and saw the first prince's group fighting the colossal lava beasts. First brother is really fast. Dao Yan withdrew his gaze, and a disdainful look flashed in his eyes. He said, "Your Highness, this might be an opportunity. I see that there are only 2 guards by the first prince's side. The other guests are fighting the colossal lava beasts and will not be able to free themselves for a while. If you are determined to die, you can use this opportunity to kill the first prince with a lightning-quick strike, eliminating your greatest threat." It had to be said that this was a crazy plan. Once he succeeded, the first prince would be killed by him in the second round. This was indeed a great opportunity. But there were too many uncertainties, and the risks were huge. Wang Feng's heart pounded heavily. After a long time, he finally suppressed this huge temptation. He said in a deep voice, "There is no need to take such a risk. Let's play it safe this round. There are still 7 altars left. Just pick one." When Dao Xian heard this, he was slightly disappointed, but he did not say anything. "I'm afraid it's time to stop. Your Highness, please ascend the altar now," she said softly with a slight frown. Confused, Wang Fei asked, "Why?" Zhuayu glanced at the 8th prince's group and said after some thought, "Lord Shi is worried that the 8th prince will charge over and surround the 3 of us. At that time, if the other guests are entangled, they might not be able to intervene. I can't guarantee Wang Fei's safety." She raised his eyebrows and smiled mysteriously as he looked at Zhuayu. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes. Wang Fei pondered this for a while. That was indeed the case. The black-clad man and Zhuayu would definitely be able to protect themselves against an encirclement. However, it was hard to say for himself. Onto the altar. Whoosh! Wang Fei soared into the air and flew past the many colossal lava beasts, heading for the altar. Colossal lava beasts continuously leaped up to block him. The Black Lotus Holy Son, the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, and the other guests all blocked Wang Fei's path. Just as Wang Fei was about to ascend the altar, he drew his Yan Imperial sword. A dazzling sword light appeared, looking resplendent and dazzling. The sacred flame burned relentlessly, releasing a heat wave that illuminated Wang Fei's entire face, making him look flushed and somewhat crazed. "The Crown Prince position belongs to me." Wang Fei shouted ferociously and stabbed the Yan Imperial sword into the fierce flames. A beam of holy light immediately burst out of the altar, piercing the clouds and the starry sky, forming a resplendent pillar of light. A dragon image soared into the sky in the pillar of light, roaring in all directions. The previously ferocious colossal lava beasts below the altar all lay down obediently after the dragon roared. Shi, Zhuayu, and the others stepped on the kneeling bodies of the colossal lava beasts and ascended the altar step by step. In the distance, the various princes' expressions changed slightly when they saw the pillar of light. Their footsteps quickened significantly. Chapter 2304. Boom! After the first prince activated an altar, another beam of radiant holy light shot out from the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region. The radiant holy light on the altar was resplendent and dazzling, with dragon images circling it. No matter where one was in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, they could see it clearly. The core region originally had 8 altars. Now, only 6 remained. The princes, who were still on their way, grew even more anxious. They had to increase their speed. 6 hours later, the 9th prince's group finally arrived in the core region. At this moment, the ancient Yan Emperor tomb's core region was already extremely chaotic. 7 altars had already been activated. Countless ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. Some princes and their guests mixed in, attacking the princes who already occupied altars. Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that aside from the first prince, the 8th prince, and the 13th prince's altars, the other princes also occupied altars. Aside from the other princes, all the other princes had altars. However, this was within expectations. After all, these 3 princes were the strongest. No one would try to deal with them when they had a choice. Ruler's Great Dao? When Xiao Chen noticed the first prince Wang Fei's Great Dao, he felt slightly stunned, somewhat surprised. The ruler's Tao was not a great Tao that ordinary people dared to cultivate. Without sufficient fate and luck, one could not carry the banner of the ruler's Tao. Instead, one would be burdened by it. However, once one reached great perfection, one could not underestimate it, either. This person was indeed an ambitious person. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Fei's eyes. Xiao Chen ignored the first prince for now. Then, he quickly swept his gaze across the other altars, entering deep thought. Are we going to attack the altars of the other princes, or are we going to fight for the final altar? Qin Zhuolin asked the ninth prince and the others after withdrawing his gaze. 7 princes gathered at the last unactivated altar. The competition there was intense. If one attacked the other activated altars, they would have to face pressure from the ferocious beasts. There were only 2 choices before them. There were both pros and cons. As for the final decision, they would have to listen to everyone's opinions. Wang Yan's gaze fell on the heavenly book scholar and Xiao Chen, waiting for them to speak. Needless to say, Xiao Chen's strength was enough to secure his position as a core guest of the ninth prince. The heavenly book scholar calculated the lives of the common people. He could read people's fates and accurately grasp the strength of the various princes' luck. Choosing the weak and avoiding the strong was what he was best at. A brilliant light bloomed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes as he erupted with an unfathomable aura. The remnant might of the heavenly Tao flowed out of his body, looking mysterious and unfathomable. Apart from the second prince, the other princes who currently occupy the thrones are thriving and showing no signs of decline. However, the third prince, the fourth prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince have their eyes on the second prince's throne at the same time. If we attack it, we might face the combined attacks of the 5 princes. After some thought, the heavenly book scholar said, Xiao Chen, I lean toward snatching the remaining altar from the other princes. What do you think? Xiao Chen nodded. I have no objections. After listening to the other guests' suggestions, Wang Yan already had an idea. He said calmly, we'll do as Changji said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as everyone was about to take action, a group of people appeared from the side. It was the 7th Prince Wang Yun and his guests rushing over. The 7th Prince Wang Yun was one of the strongest princes. His accumulations were much stronger than the 9th Prince Wang Yan's. Every one of his guests was a great perfection sovereign emperor. 9th brother, you came at the right time. Are you interested in working with me to attack 6th elder brother's altar? Wang Yun invited the 9th prince with a faint smile. In Wang Yan's opinion, the 9th prince Wang Yan did not possess the strength to become the crown prince. He would definitely be eliminated in this round. Wang Yun invited the 9th prince, giving him a chance to obtain this round's fortuitous encounter. There should be no reason for him to reject. Sorry. 7th elder brother. I have no intention of working with anyone for now. Wang Yan rejected decisively. Without saying anything more, he led the group to charge towards the 2 altars that had not been occupied yet. The group left in a hurry, leaving behind a stunned Wang Yun. After a while, Wang Yun startled awake. Damn it! This 9th brother is really not giving me any face. This is going to be problematic. Wang Yun's eyes wandered about as he muttered to himself, 6th elder brother is deeply hidden. Without anyone working together, it will be hard to take down his altar. The other altars that are occupied are not easy to deal with, either. A skinny old man beside Wang Yun smiled faintly and said, 7th prince, since that is the case, let's not forcefully touch the princes that have already occupied their altars. We will rest here and wait for the 9th prince to fight the other princes before we reap the benefits. Wang Yun said softly, Humph. That's fine. If you want to put on a brave front, I want to see how strong you are. Let's go. Don't follow them first. Let's deliberately divert them. At the last altar that no one had activated, hundreds of colossal lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Hundreds of giant lava beasts occupied the surroundings. Their bodies formed by lava were like mountains, emitting steaming hot flames. The 7 monarchs split into 2 groups, currently fighting a chaotic battle. No one wanted to give up on this last altar. However, it was hard to determine a victor immediately. There were simply too many princes gathered here. This deterred the latecomers from choosing this altar. This was because occupying this altar would definitely result in the combined counterattack of the 7 princes. At that time, just thinking about it would be a headache. The leaders of the 2 groups were the 2nd prince and the 15th prince. With the help of the other princes, victory was hard to determine. Furthermore, with the presence of the colossal lava beasts, the situation became even more chaotic. Just as the two sides fought, a scarlet war banner descended from the sky. Boom! The scarlet blood royal might that erupted from the war banner swept out in all directions, forcibly separating the princes and guests fighting each other. Xianxia slowly descended. Holding the scarlet blood war banner, he looked coldly at the surroundings. Ninth brother? Ninth brother! The second prince and the 15th prince, who were the leaders, were slightly stunned. Clearly, they had not expected the low-profile Wang Yan to act so strangely. Instead of working with the other princes to occupy the altars that were already activated, he wanted to challenge them. However, the situation did not allow them to overthink. Xianxia used the Scarlet Blood War banner to forcibly separate the princes. A golden crow image formed by the solar true flame descended from the sky and charged over. Boom! The golden crow image immediately scattered the many colossal lava beasts surrounding the altar, forcibly carving out a bloody path. Wang Yan quickly followed, using this opening to soar into the air and fly to the altar. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Immediately, several of the guests of the 7 princes burst out with startling murderous intent as they charged at Wang Yan. They wanted to stop him from ascending the altar. Senior Feng, it's up to you. Hao Kai smiled faintly as he spoke to Senior Feng beside him. Got it. Senior Feng showed a grave expression as he quickly formed hand seals, sending a killing move into the 9th prince's body in advance. The killing move activated from afar. In that instant, a strong wind burst out of the 9th prince's body. This wind blocked the guests who wanted to charge at him. After blocking the first wave of attacks, Wu Meng, Qin Zhuolin, and the Heavenly Book Scholar made their moves at the same time, landing behind Wang Yan. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hao Kai and Senior Feng moved to Wang Yan's sides, helping him block the others. Xianxia, who was on the ground, used the Scarlet Blood War banner to delay the remaining guests. For a moment, Wang Yan walked unimpeded toward the blazing altar step by step. You want to ascend the altar? It is not that easy. The second prince felt enraged. He wanted to draw his Yan Imperial sword. However, the instant the second prince grasped his sword, a bone-chilling killing intent assaulted him, forcing him to look away from Wang Yan. At some point in time, a long-haired cultivator wearing silver battle armor decorated with dragon motifs and carrying a saber on his back appeared in front of the second prince. 2 ice-cold corpses lay at the second prince's feet. When the corpses were alive, they clearly wanted to stop the second prince. Unexpectedly, they ended up losing their lives. The second prince felt a chill run down his back. He did not even know how these 2 people died. He had not noticed them at all. The second prince's hand, which grasped his sword, trembled slightly. The person responsible for his safety was about to make a move. Stop! The second prince shouted. He felt that even if these 2 people made a move, they would not be able to stop this dragon-armored bladesman. Xiao Chen reached out and grasped the handle of the tyrant's saber on his back. Then, he formed the Buddhist sect's 7 kill seal with his left hand, expanding his killing intent by 7 times. What was even more terrifying was that this explosive killing intent spread out in all directions like flowing water. However, none of it landed on the second prince's body. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The Buddhist sect's 7 kill seal was real and illusory, putting immense pressure on one's heart. In the second prince's eyes, this dragon-armored bladesman's surroundings were like a boundless hell, pitch black and horrifying. However, the second prince himself was like a lotus flower in clear water, clean and untainted by dust. Strange, too strange. As Xiao Chen walked over, step by step, the second prince felt a mountain-like pressure. Sweat continuously dripped off his forehead. The second prince could not draw his Yan Imperial sword. Give up or die. Choose. The dragon-armored bladesman stopped and drew his saber by 1 centimeter. Clang! A dazzling saber light appeared like the blazing sun, so bright that the second prince did not dare to open his eyes. Chapter 2305. Forfeit or die. Xiao Chen's words were filled with murderous intent. When he drew the tyrant's saber by 1 centimeter, the second prince's mental defenses crumbled. Bang! 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 The second prince's eyes burned with pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he took a few steps back. The second prince stumbled and nearly fell. The other princes endured the immense pressure and stepped forward to support him. Second brother. How is it? The second prince covered his eyes and said sullenly, Go. Don't bother about me. Let's go together. We still have a chance. Do we still have a chance? A sour feeling welled up in the second prince's heart. He let the other princes go but not him. It was not that he could not. He did not dare to. This was because Xiao Chen did not allow the second prince to leave. He only gave the second prince two choices. Either die or forfeit. If the second prince did not want to die, he could only forfeit. The second prince had no other choice. The second prince pushed the other princes aside and shouted, I told you to go, so go. Don't bother about me. I forfeit. After the second prince's voice rang out, his figure slowly turned indistinct. Then he vanished, forcefully sent out by the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. Whoosh! His 10 guests left with the second prince. Immediately, the pressure on Wu Meng and the others, who were protecting Wang Yan in the air, decreased. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the other 2 princes with the first prince. Go! 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 The 2 princes' hearts pounded wildly. A chill invaded their limbs and bones, feeling horrified. They quickly called out to their guests and quickly left this place. Ignoring the princes who left, Xiao Chen turned around and looked in another direction. The demon blood vulture was suppressing the 4 princes, led by the 15th prince, by itself. Most of the prince's guests had already gone to attack Wang Yan, who was in the air. Not many remained on the ground. The demon blood vulture was like a blazing scarlet phoenix, dyeing the sky scarlet. Occasionally, it flapped its wings, kicking up a bloody rain and wind. The bloody rain was poisonous and corrosive, and the wind contained attributed flames. If one was not careful, one would be covered in wounds. Roar! Suddenly, the demon blood vulture opened its mouth, and a horrifying suction force burst out. Rumble! A strong wind blew, and a boundless suction pulled these people towards the demon blood vulture's mouth. The 4 princes drew their Yen imperial swords with unsightly expressions, doing their best to resist. However, Xiao Chen still could not avoid the demon blood vulture's suction. The Yen imperial sword in the prince's hand could provide him with boundless combat prowess in the Yenwu dynasty's territory. In the ancient Yen emperor tomb, this kind of support could be multiplied. However, after these princes drew their Yen imperial swords, their situation did not improve. This showed how horrifying the strength of the demon blood vulture was after breaking out of its cocoon. When the demon blood vulture saw that it could not devour these things, it became somewhat frustrated. The scarlet flame on its body flared up. His body grew rapidly, and as he spread his wings, everything within 5,000 kilometers was plunged into darkness. Phoenix fire ablaze. Then, it suddenly turned into a raging flame and swooped down. The raging flames instantly covered the ground, burning fiercely. The flames were so large that they were like a vast ocean, the waves roaring angrily. The 4 princes, without exception, fell into the sea of fire at the same time, screaming miserably. Your Highness! When the guests surrounding Wang Yan saw the situation, they were startled. They had no choice but to give up on stopping Wang Yan from ascending the altar. Then, they turned around and landed to save their princes. Wang Yan, who had been approaching the altar step by step, no longer faced any obstruction. He leaped into the air and landed on the altar. Wu Meng and the others heaved a sigh of relief, revealing joy on their faces. Earlier, they had blocked 40-odd sovereign emperors, putting them in a perilous situation. Fortunately, they managed to pull through. On a slope far away from the altar, the 7th prince and his group were observing everything that was happening in this place with great interest. When Wang Yun saw Xiao Chen scare off the other princes by himself, he frowned slightly. This Xiao Chen is somewhat scary. No wonder he could ruin first brother's wedding. He cannot be underestimated. The skinny old man at the side smiled coldly and said, Haha, no matter how difficult he is to deal with, he is just a 3-vein sovereign emperor in the end. There is no need for your highness to worry. Wang Yun nodded. After some thought he said, Right, I naturally know that. How can this prince be trash like second brother, forced to give up without even drawing his sword? 7th prince, look over there. Wang Yun looked around, and shock immediately appeared on his face. He was completely stunned by the demon blood vulture's strength. What demonic pet is this?
The skinny old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Demon blood vulture.
It should be a demon blood vulture. Furthermore, it is a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline, continuously reverting to its ancestral state. Interesting. Greed flashed in Wang Yun's eyes as he said, Demon blood vultures are rare in the first place. One with a mutated bloodline is even rarer. If it were in my hands, it would be incredible. Come, charge with me. Ninth brother is about to reach the altar.
Ha ha ha.
It looked like Wang Yan was about to reach the altar. Wang Yun, who had been waiting impatiently, laughed maniacally and immediately prepared to charge over. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others had just finished a huge battle and had not rested yet to take advantage. Wind! However, just as the group leaped off the mound and was about to take action, a strong wind carrying a boundless saber aura surged over. The wind swept up sand and sand, causing the group's clothes to flutter. They could not keep their eyes open.
What's going on?
Wang Yun squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a blurry figure slowly walking out from the sandstorm. That figure slowly became clearer in the sandstorm. That figure wore familiar silver battle armor with dragon motifs swimming around it. His facial features were delicate and distinct, and a sharp light radiated from his face. With just one look, Wang Yun felt a solid tyrannical aura surging over. If this was not Xiao Chen, who else could it be? How arrogant! Someone among the seventh prince's guests shouted and used his emperor's might to push back the sandstorm. Xiao Chen, who was wearing the alloy dragon armor, showed a faint smile on his face, not minding it. He allowed the strong wind to blow on his body. As his long hair fluttered, he exuded an air of calmness and calmness. Wang Yun's expression turned sullen as he said coldly, Xiao Chen, do you think that I am trash like second brother? Do you think that I will give up in fear before you even make one move? Xiao Chen replied softly, naturally not. The reason why the second prince could be frightened by me was because none of his followers were by his side. The seventh prince's guests are around, so he is naturally confident. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Wang Yun felt an irrepressible rage in his heart. He was a smart person and immediately understood what Xiao Chen meant. Xiao Chen was saying that Wang Yun was trash like the second prince, just that he had more guests by his side. The skinny old man smiled faintly and patted the seventh prince's shoulder. Seventh prince, there is no need to get angry. Leave this brat to me. You all quickly go and occupy the altar. He is buying time so that the ninth prince's guests can recover some strength. Hee. Trying to play tricks before me? Young man, you are still too inexperienced. Wang Yun was startled upon hearing that. This brat nearly angered him into losing his mind. Now was the best time to occupy the ninth prince's altar. Wang Yun did not have time to waste with this Xiao Chen. Humph. Let's go. There is no need to care about him. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of people soared into the air, wanting to bypass Xiao Chen and charge towards the ninth prince's altar. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, showing a calm expression. 6th layer Thunder Dao Domain. 4th layer Ice Dao Domain. 2nd layer Saber Dao Domain. 3 Dao domains layered over Xiao Chen's body. The pure Dao might in his body even surpassed that of a small world formed by a 10th layer Dao domain. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, drew his saber, and drew it. Xiao Chen carried the Dao might that surpassed a 10th layer Dao domain. The tyrant's saber in his hand erupted with a boundless saber aura. The saber aura soared into the clouds, covering the sky and covering the ground. As Xiao Chen's saber descended, it seemed like it was one with heaven. The guests that looked like they were about to fly over Xiao Chen's head all grunted as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The boundless saber aura that descended from the sky severely injured them. Then they fell like meteors at lightning speed. Bang! 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 This saber strike forced back the 9 great perfection sovereign emperors, as well as the 7th prince. The Dao might that surpassed the 10th layer Dao domain made Xiao Chen, who wore the alloy dragon armor, look like a dragon god descending from the heavens. As Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally, he looked straight at the skinny old man. Then he said indifferently, I did not agree to let them pass. Your words do not count. Mine does. Chapter 2306. Since arriving in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Xianxia rarely drew his saber. He mostly used the Supreme Dragon Fist to fight. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that the tyrant saber on Xianxia's back was just for show. After his conversation with Chu Chaoyun, Xianxia felt an irreversible rage and helplessness at the cycle of epochs. This allowed his Saber Dao domain to break through to the third layer, improving his Saber Dao further. Once Xianxia drew his saber, he could bring out a saber move that surpassed the 10th layer Dao might. When Xianxia swung his saber, he stunned the 7th prince and the guests that were forced back by the momentum. Dao Yan grasped a 10th layer Ice Dao domain and condensed it in an ice small world. His strength could be considered unrivaled in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. When Xianxia layered his 3 Dao domains into saber moves, he was no weaker than the other parties. If one treated Xianxia as a mere 3-vein sovereign emperor, that would be a joke. With one saber, Xianxia forced the 7th prince's group to a standstill amid the vast sandstorm. Xianxia had never thought of killing all these great perfection sovereign emperors alone. That would be too exaggerated. All Xianxia needed to do was block these people and give Wu Meng and the others time to recover their divine energy and soul energy. Actually, many people felt that this goal was unrealistic. However, the truth was that the might of Xianxia's saber forced all these guests back. Xianxia looked around and fixed his gaze on the 7th prince Wang Yun, who was currently wiping blood from a corner of his lips. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Xianxia raised the tyrant's saber in his hand and charged over. Whoosh! Leaving behind a purple electric mark, Xianxia's figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the 7th prince. Protect the 7th prince. The expressions of the other guests changed slightly as they quickly stood up to block Xianxia. In the end, there was only one person. Xianxia could not bring out a might surpassing the 10th layer Dao might with every saber strike. There was only one way to stop the other party from advancing. After killing the 7th prince, Xianxia continuously attacked, forcing the other guests to stay and protect him. This was an overt plot. Even if they saw through it, they could not do anything about it. As the weapons clashed, Wang Yun paled at the sight of Xianxia charging over. While the other guests were obstructing Xianxia, he hurriedly retreated. The many sovereign emperors tried to detain Xianxia several times. However, Xianxia did not linger in a battle. He retreated upon contact with his saber moves and killing chi. From the start to the end, it had enveloped Wang Yun, causing him to flee in all directions in a panic. Xianxia's 6th layer Thunder Dao domain allowed him to bring out the limits of the divine movement 9 variations. If he was determined to leave, few could keep up with his pace. Stay here. Boom. Suddenly, Xianxia sensed a dangerous aura and saw 4 tree trunks growing out of the ground. Ka. The tree trunks were stacked together, forming a wooden cage. Ka. When the tyrant's saber struck the surface, it produced a metallic clang. Despite the might of the tyrant's saber, each saber strike only left a shallow mark. Humph! Now that you have entered my heavenly wood cage, you can forget about leaving. The skinny old man, who had been enduring without making a move, hovered in the air. He showed a cold smile as he looked at Xianxia in disdain. No matter what, you are just a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Kill him. The other great perfection sovereign emperors had already had enough of Xianxia. When they saw this opportunity, they did not hesitate to execute all sorts of killing moves. In that instant, boundless emperors' might shook the sky. All sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. A horrifying killing chi spread out, creating a startling lineup. Even the princes on the altars could not help looking over, wanting to see what was happening. Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, in the mortal realm. Xianxia did not panic at all. He showed no fear in the face of danger as he executed in the mortal realm. Bang! The supreme killing Buddha that descended instantly burst the heavenly wood cage. That killing Buddha figure bloomed with the Buddhist mark on Xianxia's forehead and expanded continuously. Then, it pushed with both hands and blocked the killing moves from all directions. Rumble! Amid loud sounds, the sky shook and the ground shook. When the many great perfection sovereign emperors worked together to bombard this ancient land that had existed since the ancient immemorial era, a huge, boundless pit appeared. A purple light flashed, and Xianxia leaped out of the huge pit. The shocked guests once again fixed their gazes on the 7th prince, Wang Yun. When Wang Su met Xiao Chen's gaze, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He simply did not want to run anymore. He simply did not want to run anymore. Xiao Chen chased him like a dog. However, his subordinates could not catch him. Wang Su had had enough. "I'll spare your life. I'll take it later." However, Xiao Chen did not charge over as he expected. After saying that indifferently, he turned around and left. "Detain him!" the skinny old man shouted. Xiao Chen could come and go as he pleased. How could there be such logic? "Can you detain him?" Xiao Chen turned around and swung his saber, executing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, resolving the mundane, sending out an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. Boom! When the saber light swept out, the guests who were chasing Xiao Chen had no choice but to stop and block this move. When the shock wave scattered, the Buddhist might vanished. When everyone looked around, Xiao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. He had already turned into a flash of purple light, firmly drifting towards Wang Yan's altar. He came like flowing water and left like the wind. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure moved like the wind as he landed firmly like a falling leaf. The others on the altar had already recovered and were waiting for Xiao Chen to return. Seeing Wang Yan look over, Xiao Chen nodded. Everything went without saying. A sacred flame burned fiercely on the altar. The fiery light shone on the faces of Xiao Chen, Xiao Sua, Wu Meng, Hao Kai, and the others. All of them looked incredibly resolute and determined. These people shared the same thought. They had killed their way here, waiting for this moment. Wang Yan stepped forward and drew his Yan Imperial sword. The Dao might of his massacre Dao domain spread into the surroundings. The thick killing intent made the hearts of the people present tremble slightly. Just as Wang Yan was about to stab the Yan Imperial sword into the altar, Xiao Chen suddenly asked, "Ninth Prince, do you know what the origin of the massacre Dao is?" "I have never thought about this question. I would find it difficult to cultivate the massacre Dao to the 10th layer within a few hundred years," Wang Yan answered, feeling slightly surprised. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Xiao Chen and answered, "The end of the massacre Dao is the demon. Without a heart to pursue the demon, one will never be able to touch the origin of the massacre Dao. This demon is not what you understand it to be. Just make your move. Don't bother with my words." Xiao Chen still wanted to say something. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything. Wang Yan frowned slightly. He often guarded the borders, fighting with demonic Dao cultivators. Even if there were not 10,000 demonic Dao cultivators who died at his hands, there were at least several thousand. However, Wang Yan found Xiao Chen's words somewhat incomprehensible. "I will remember what you said." However, Wang Yan was still willing to believe in Xiao Chen. This trust stemmed from the fact that they had gone through life and death together. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen's unique air and the things that happened to him that inspired respect. "Thank you." Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, and his memories unfurled like a painting. The Wang Yan before him reminded him of someone. An old friend of the Kunlun realm. An old friend that Xiao Chen could never forget. Xianxia of the Massacre Sword Dao. During the final battle of the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, he became a demon with one sword strike, killing to seek benevolence. At that moment, Xiao Chen understood that the origin of the Massacre Dao was the demon. If Xiao Chen could defeat the Massacre Dao, he would be able to grasp the Massacre Dao's origin. However, back then, Xianxia felt that he could not grasp the origin of the Massacre Dao. He chose to commit suicide, leaving behind a tragic legend in the Kunlun realm. Boom! The Yan Imperial sword surrounded by the aura of massacre stabbed into the fierce flames. A holy light soared into the clouds, and dragon roars rang out. Xiao Chen finally occupied all 8 altars. The second round of the succession race reached its most intense moment at this moment. Grim Reaper Lin Feng looked over from the altar occupied by the 11th prince in the distance. When he saw this scene, he revealed a faint smile. Lin Feng had no choice but to become the 11th prince's guest. However, he had never stopped paying attention to Xiao Chen. Seeing that the 9th prince occupied an altar as well, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. The universe origin sex Chu Feng, who was beside Lin Feng, showed a different expression. He had a grudge with Xiao Chen in the faux god world. They could be considered mortal enemies. "This fellow is becoming more and more unfathomable," the 11th prince said. "Focus." The second wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive. Lin Feng and Chu Feng withdrew their gazes and looked at the boundless ferocious beasts in front again. At this moment, ferocious beasts occupied the entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The ferocious beasts densely packed the area, stretching as far as the eye could see. The princes who did not occupy altars mixed in with the ferocious beasts, attacking the princes refining their Yan imperial swords. Wang Yan, who occupied the last altar, could not avoid being targeted by the other princes. Chapter 2307. There were 8 altars in the core region. Each altar was built on the Yanwu dynasty's ancient dragon vein. The dynasty's dragon vein had been passed down for a long time, looking vast and heavy. What the princes needed to do was firmly embed their great Dao mark in the dragon vein. The Yan imperial swords in their hands would eventually become unique, becoming a true holy sword of the dynasty. I'm going in. I'll leave the ferocious beast wave to everyone. Wang Yan turned his head to look at the group as he looked at the Yan imperial sword in the fierce holy flame. Before Xiao Chen and the others, Wang Yan leaped up and entered the holy flame to sit down cross-legged. The refinement officially started. Only the princes knew how dangerous it was. No one knew whether they could succeed or not. However, if they could not block the ferocious beast wave, they definitely would not succeed. Whoosh! As Wang Yan leaped into the holy flame to refine the Yan imperial sword, the altar under his feet slowly trembled. Auspicious signs drifted down from the sky like snowflakes. When the auspicious signs landed on the group, they turned into a warm current that nourished their bodies, making them feel comfortable. Xiao Chen carefully sensed the auspicious signs that came from the dynasty's dragon vein descending. He felt his divine energy changing slightly. To think that there is such a benefit. If I receive enough auspicious signs, I can completely stabilize my newly advanced 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. Surprise flashed on Xiao Chen's face as he felt some joy in his heart. Everyone knew that after breaking through a bottleneck, one needed some time to stabilize their cultivation. It was not advisable to raise it blindly. Right now, the auspicious signs that descended nourished the physical body and condensed divine energy had outstanding effects. They could help Xiao Chen during this period. Rumble! As the group marveled, the ground shook. A black mass of figures appeared in the distance. Countless ferocious beasts surged over like the tide. After some thought, Qin Zhuolin said, I understand. These ferocious beasts are here for the auspicious signs. As the princes deepen their refinement, the auspicious signs will grow stronger. At that time, the ferocious beasts that are attracted will also grow stronger. The ferocious might of the ferocious beasts put immense pressure on the group from afar. The towering altar swayed under the pressure of the ferocious aura. The ferocious beasts seemed to be charging over ferociously. The heavenly book scholar looked around with a grave expression. He said softly, Brother Qin, you are skilled in the dragon-seeking art. You can connect to the luck of the mountains and rivers. How about you command the lava beasts under the altar? Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly. No problem. I happen to have the same intention. Senior Feng, Senior Hao Kai, the two of you are 6-vein sovereign emperors. Can you protect the prince and prevent other guests from sneaking up on him? If something happens to His Highness, we'll all be finished. Naturally, Elder Feng and Hao Kai were duty-bound to agree without hesitation. Brother Xiao Suo, you have the Scarlet Blood War banner. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Brother Wu Meng to lead the charge. No problem. Xiao Suo laughed heroically and soared into the sky with Wu Meng. Then, they leaped off the altar and charged at the many ferocious beasts. The heavenly book scholar's arrangements were logical and clear. Finally, his gaze landed on Xiao Chen. He asked somewhat uncertainly, Xiao Chen, can I use the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally? The Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally was a supreme treasure. It could hold 1 million Yin soldiers, a great killing tool. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to give it up. If Xiao Chen was unwilling, all right. Just as the heavenly book scholar was thinking about how to persuade Xiao Chen directly handed the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally to him. What do I need to do? Xiao Chen asked directly, feeling that the heavenly book scholar had a pretty good grasp of the big picture. This gave him more confidence in the heavenly book scholar. On the other hand, the heavenly book scholar was stunned for a while before receiving the Tyrant Sovereign Commander's tally. He smiled and said, Many thanks for your trust. Xiao Chen, you are the strongest among us. I hope that you can patrol the surroundings and wait for an opportunity to kill the beast kings and force back the other princes. That's what I was thinking. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a flash of purple light. When he landed, the demon blood vulture happened to catch him. Now, only Hao Kai, Senior Feng, Qin Zhuolin, and the heavenly book scholar remained on the altar. Brother Qin, these magma beasts contain a vast amount of dragon essence. If you can strengthen them with the dynasty's luck, you will be able to summon them. If you can use the dynasty's luck to support them, these colossal lava beasts can grow stronger. The heavenly book scholar said to Qin Zhuolin as he tightly grasped the tyrant sovereign commander's tally. Is that so? Let me try. Qin Zhuolin casually pointed and said softly, drawing earth as dragon. Boom. A mass of dragon aura burst out from the ground where the 200 magma beasts were standing. With the support of this dragon aura, the dragon aura was extremely powerful. With the support of this dragon chi, the colossal lava beasts' bodies continuously gave off crunching sounds. Their colossal bodies shrank at a visible pace. After a while, the colossal lava beasts shrank by half. His body had shrunk by half, but his aura had doubled, shocking everyone. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, "It is really effective." The heavenly book scholar did not show any surprise. He looked to the front and said, "They are coming." At the very front, Xiao Suo and Wu Meng watched the ferocious beasts approach. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. More than 1,000 ferocious beasts that rivaled one vain sovereign emperor surged over. Even the sky darkened before these ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Their attributes were also different. Some were covered in blazing flames. Some had snow-white fur, looking cold and sinister. Some hid in the ground and squirmed slowly. The ferocious beasts were sovereign emperors. However, they were ferocious beasts, after all. A human cultivator could easily kill a ferocious beast of the same strength as a sovereign emperor. In terms of intelligence, martial techniques, experience, schemes, and understanding of the great Tao, ferocious beasts were far inferior to humans. However, when the number of ferocious beasts reached a certain level, such shortcomings could be made up for. Rise! Scarlet Blood Battle Hunger. Xiao Suo roared and ferociously waved the scarlet banner in his hand. The blood-like flag fluttered in the wind like ripples in the waves. As the banner fluttered, the entire sky turned into a surging sea of blood. Wu Meng, who was at the side, felt startled. The battle hunger contained in this scarlet blood war banner was somewhat horrifying. No wonder the heavenly book scholar dared to let Xiao Suo take the lead. With Xiao Suo here to restrain the ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts that could charge over would be reduced by half. Xiao Suo grasped the war banner tightly with both hands, and a towering scarlet figure suddenly appeared behind him, holding a war banner as well. Boom! The scarlet blood war banner ferociously swung at the surging ferocious beast tide. Waves of blood surged in the strong wind. The ferocious beasts at the very front were immediately knocked into the air. Several of them crashed into each other and shattered, filling the air with blood. The startling strike of the scarlet blood war banner immediately disrupted the ferocious beast tide surging with killing chi. At least dozens of ferocious beasts were instantly crushed. The most important thing was that this group of ferocious beasts lost their insufferably arrogant auras. Kill! Xiao Suo and Wu Meng exchanged glances. Then, killing chi erupted from their bodies amid maniacal laughter as they charged over. Xiao Chen, who was circling in the air, looked around the ferocious beast tide before withdrawing his gaze. There were no beast kings in this first wave of ferocious beasts. They were just ordinary ferocious beasts. Given Xiao Suo and Wu Meng's strength, even if they got trapped, they would not get trapped. They could easily break free at any time. Rumble! The two blocked several hundred ferocious beasts. The remaining ferocious beasts continued charging towards the altar like the tide. However, the ferocious beasts had lost their formation and momentum. They looked like a group of scattered soldiers. It's my turn. Qin Zhuolin smiled faintly and pointed to the front. Boom! The colossal lava beasts that had shrunk to a size below the altar suddenly stood up. In that instant, these colossal lava beasts erupted with startling auras. Roar! These colossal lava beasts roared endlessly. The flames on their bodies burst forth with resplendent light, burning the sky. Countless flaming rocks rained down like meteors. Under Qin Zhuolin's command, This group of evolved colossal lava beasts charged forward, charging at the ferocious beasts that wanted to destroy the altar. A sacred flame burned endlessly on the tall altar as Wang Yan sat in it. A black aura of massacre shrouded Wang Yan's body, and his expression flickered. It would not be easy to imprint the mark of massacre into the dynasty's dragon vein. Hao Kai and Senior Feng stood to the left and right, cautiously watching the other directions. There were also blood-colored flames circling the altar in the sky. The surroundings of the altar were impenetrable, not even a single drop of water leaking in. This made the princes gathered in secret curse. They could not find any openings in this formation. Chapter 2308. Damn it! The 9th prince's guests advance and retreat in an orderly manner. They switch between offense and defense seamlessly, unable to see any openings at all. The 15th prince's group, which the demon blood vulture chased away earlier, gathered together. As they watched the heavenly book scholar and the others deal with the ferocious beast wave from afar, they frowned heavily and showed sullen expressions. Originally, the 2nd prince and the 15th prince had gathered a group of helpers to fight for this altar. Unexpectedly, the 9th prince Wang Yan led a group of people to snatch it away. On one side, the 2nd prince and Xiao Chen forced them to give up. On the other side, the demon blood vulture put them in a sorry state and forced them to retreat. The 15th prince Wang Qi was rather strong. Furthermore, he had the support of the 3 princes. Originally, his momentum had been high. However, after the demon blood vulture's killing moves and regrouping, the number of guests decreased by half. Originally, the 15th prince planned to charge over when the ferocious beast wave arrived while the 9th prince's guests were flustered. Unexpectedly, under the heavenly book scholar's command, Xiao Chen's group of 7 did not show any openings. The first wave of ferocious beasts did not even get within 50 kilometers of the altar before it was wiped out. 15th elder brother, how about we give up? Xiao Chen's demonic pet is too strong. It cannot deal with the demon blood vulture. We have no chance of victory at all, a prince in the crowd said with lingering fear. The demon blood vulture already had a shadow in his heart. The 15th prince showed an uncertain expression. The 15th prince's expression flickered. He was unwilling, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. None of the many guests here dared to step forward to fight the demon blood vulture. I promise anyone who can delay that demon blood vulture an inferior grade soul tool, a rank 9 heavenly pill of their choice, and 250 tons of origin liquid. Wang Qi gritted his teeth and promised to give away all the resources he could offer. However, when he looked around, no one dared to meet his gaze. They all modestly avoided his gaze. This angered Wang Qi into cursing, "Bunch of trash." Actually, these words were somewhat unjust. The guests under him were rather strong. The problem was that these guests did not listen to him. They only used him to obtain fortuitous encounters. There was no loyalty to speak of, but it was not a problem to protect your life. After all, if the prince left, the guest would have to leave as well. But if you want them to risk their lives, then you're thinking too much. The demon blood vulture's bloodline had clearly mutated. It now had divine might, which meant that it was infinitely close to the great desolate Aeon's blood phoenix. In the face of such a magical beast, the slightest bit of carelessness could cost their lives. Who would be so foolish as to stand out? No matter how big the world was, it was not as important as one's own life. Furthermore, these experts were divine Vane Realm sovereign emperors. No matter where he went, he would be the overlord of a region, enjoying the courtesy of everyone. He did not show much respect to the princes. Thus, no matter how angry the 15th prince was, it was useless. He, 15th brother. Why are you so angry? Everyone here is a sovereign emperor outstanding talent, much stronger than you and me. If they're trash, then what are we? So. A discordant voice came from afar. When that voice rang out, a group of people appeared before the 15th prince. Rage flashed on the 15th prince's face. When he saw the leader of the group, he demanded, "7th brother, are you here to teach me a lesson?" This person was the 7th prince, Wang Su. Xiao Chen toyed with him until he was in a sorry state. Naturally, he could not swallow this frustration. After Wang Su reorganized himself, he immediately charged over. "Greetings, 7th prince." The many guests around the 15th prince did not show much change in expression when they heard Wang Su. However, they more or less acknowledged him in their hearts, so they greeted him. After Wang Su responded politely, he looked at Wang Qi and said, 15th brother, you no longer have the ability to pose a threat to 9th brother. No matter what, you have to admit this. Wang Qi's eyes sank slightly, and his lips curled up in mockery. He mocked. So what if I am? Could it be that you have the strength to pose a threat to him? I saw that you were helpless when that Xiao Chen chased you earlier. These words sounded somewhat provocative, but Wang Su did not get angry. He said indifferently, Indeed, I do not have much of a chance of victory. However, if you are willing to help me, 9th brother will definitely lose this round. As for the demon blood vulture that you are worried about, my guests can deal with it. As for the remaining Xiao Chen, I have already thought of a countermeasure. Are you serious? Wang Qi asked in disbelief as he looked at Wang Su with a contemplative expression. Do you still have a choice? You can either choose to follow me now or go around asking for favors and wait for the second round to be eliminated. If I can clear the third round, you will definitely receive many benefits. Hehe. The ancient Yan Emperor tree will appear in the third round. There is no need for me to tell you what kind of fortuitous encounter there is, right? Wang Yun chuckled. He had a confident look on his face, not worried that the other party would reject him. 15th brother, just agree. 7th brother is stronger than us. If you do not agree, we will follow 7th brother ourselves. In any case, it is the same as everyone else. When the princes who followed the 15th prince heard Wang Su's words, they all felt tempted. Wang Qi's expression changed. After some thought he said, As long as you can deal with that demon blood vulture, there is no harm in me taking a gamble with you. Wang Su turned his head and looked at a middle-aged man among his guests. Mr. Liu, I will leave the matter of the demon blood vulture to you. That middle-aged man wore strange clothes and gave off a faint demonic might. He was actually a demonic Dao sovereign emperor. Mr. Liu nodded with an indifferent expression. The demon blood vulture was born in the ash-gray sea. Although it is incredibly strong, it is not without weakness. I have a way to deal with it. However, I am not a match for that Xiao Chen, so I can only rely on Senior Ma. The skinny old man chuckled and said, Don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he cannot do anything to me. The difference in cultivation is not that easy to deal with. I just need to change my mind and delay him until you chase the 9th prince out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Good. We will make our move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. Sure. After making up their minds, this group of people started to make preparations in secret. Including the 7th prince Wang Su, there was a total of 5 princes. With so many princes gathered, the powerhouses of the feudal lords outside the palace's drill ground felt nervous for the 9th prince Wang Yan. The princes occupying altars only suffered attacks from 3/5 princes at most. However, a total of 5 princes targeted the 9th prince. This 9th prince is really worrisome. Indeed. In the first round, the 13th prince targeted him, nearly wiping him out. In this round, 5 princes targeted him at the same time. It will be difficult. With 5 princes gathered, there are more than 40 sovereign emperor outstanding talents under them. The crucial thing is that this group of people is still very cautious. Based on their stance, they will only make their move after 2 more waves of ferocious beasts. The powerhouses of feudal lords and noble clan heads paying close attention to the 8 altars started to worry about the 9th prince. At the same time, the chaotic battles in the core regions slowly reached their peak. Naturally, the first prince Wang Fei had the smoothest refinement. He had many subordinates, all of them geniuses and experts. Be it the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, the Black Lotus Church Holy Son, or that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, they could all be considered super experts. There was also the even more horrifying Shi, who hid in the dark and did not make a move. The most convenient thing was that no other prince dared to target the first prince. This allowed Wang Fei to focus on refining the Yan Imperial Sword, unable to worry about anything else. However, the first prince chose the ruler Dao, the ruler Great Dao. Even without any interference, completing the refinement would not be easy. However, once the first prince succeeded, his strength would soar. Up until now, nearly everyone thought highly of the first prince. No matter who the other princes were, they were all slightly inferior. Aside from these princes, some of them could not be underestimated, either. For example, the 8th prince Wang Feng. When Dao Yan brought out his ice small world and sealed thousands of sovereign emperor ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand, everyone felt shocked. This level of strength could be said to be invincible. In the entire ancient Yan emperor tomb, aside from the 8th prince, no one else had brought out a 10th layer Dao domain. Furthermore, the profound Heaven Holy Land's 3 experts, the Holy Sun Wenren Yu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan, also showed the strength of super experts. The 3 waves of ferocious beasts easily destroyed the ferocious beasts 50,000 kilometers away from the altar. The 13th prince's altar showed another mysterious phenomenon. The royal teacher Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King spread out their great desolate Aeon divine might at the same time, forcing the surrounding ferocious beasts to tremble, not daring to approach. This method of winning without a fight was breathtaking. The other noteworthy ones were the 11th prince and the 6th prince Wang Ming. Each of them had an expert skilled in the Death Dao domain. They used the mysteries of death to revive the dead sovereign emperor ferocious beasts as corpses. They easily dealt with the endless ferocious beast waves, not flustered at all. The 1st prince, the 8th prince, the 13th prince, the 11th prince, and the 6th prince. In the opinion of the spectators, they would have no problems clearing the 2nd round. As for the other princes occupying altars, there were many variables. They might even get chased off. This was the general situation in the core region. To these powerhouses, there would not be any other variables. Chapter 2309. It's the 4th wave. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar looked at the boundless ferocious beast corpses on the ground with a grave expression. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood, the ground was covered with rivers of blood, and the corpses were piled up like mountains. The dragon essence contained in the ferocious beasts' bodies gave off a green light after they died, flickering like ghost flames. Xiao Suo, who was at the very front, was expressionless. One could not make out much of his expression. The scene before Xiao Chen no longer found it strange. Compared to the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, the Scarlet Sea and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance was nothing. Even so, it paled in comparison to a great sorcerer. It was still far from being comparable. Wu Meng sat on the corpse of a ferocious beast, wiping the blood off his weapon. He was also proficient in the Tao of Massacre, so he did not show much fatigue. However, each wave of roaring beasts was more ferocious and powerful than the last. Both of them could feel that the pressure on them had multiplied, and they were no longer as relaxed as they were at the beginning. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The sky was as auspicious as snow. It was much denser than before. Catching it, Xianxia allowed it to melt in his palm. After feeling the auspicious signs fusing with the divine sea, Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "The 5th wave is coming. Clowns, are you still not going to show yourself?" As he said, a black light appeared at the edge of his vision, surging over like a wave. Looking around, he did not see any other princes or guests. It seemed that after the first lesson, this group of people knew how powerful he was and didn't dare to be careless again. He hid himself and restrained his aura. If they did not expose themselves, it would not be easy for Xiao Chen to pull them all out in this chaotic situation. After a few waves of beasts, Xiao Chen had nothing to do other than kill 2 beast kings. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen secretly refined the auspicious signs to stabilize his 3-vein sovereign emperor cultivation. It moved. Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Chen sensed a powerful killing intent gathering in the surroundings. This group of people finally couldn't hold back anymore. North. Turning around, Xianxia swiftly looked toward the north. Xiao xiao xiao. 5 streaks of sword light appeared at the same time and gathered together, illuminating the sky. The imperial might was vast and mighty as it slowly approached. Above the sword light, a majestic dynasty was condensing. Those were 5 yen imperial swords drawn at the same time. The horrifying imperial might startled the other princes in the core region. On the altar, the heavenly book scholar showed a grave expression. After some thought he said, "Don't panic. Everyone, hold your positions. The plan will not change." Hao Kai and Senior Feng, who had the heavy responsibility of protecting Wang Yan, raised their guard, not daring to be careless. The prince's Yen imperial sword could multiply his strength in the ancient Yen emperor tomb. The stronger the draconic luck, the more powerful the battle prowess. When the 5 yen imperial swords appeared at the same time, no one dared to lower their guard. They all felt a mountain-like pressure. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and a purple thunderbolt mark streaked across the sky. He was ready to check out the situation. A figure flew over from the sky, carrying a towering emperor's might, forcibly blocking Xiao Chen's path. This person was the 7th prince's subordinate, the skinny old man. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person's heavenly wood prison. Move aside. As the 5 princes led their guests closer to the altar, Xiao Chen did not have time to waste with this old man. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his tyrant saber and chopped down. Grass grows and shadows fly, growing and never extinguishing. The skinny old man smiled coldly, and an exuberant life force burst out of his body. Layers of emerald green tree branches grew and condensed into a ball around him, growing and extinguishing. No matter how tyrannical Xiao Chen's saber moves were, he could not destroy this ball of tree branches. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes. Saber lights spread out, and electric images crisscrossed. However, that skinny old man relied on his advantage in cultivation to defend and not attack. As long as Xiao Chen could not severely injure the old man in one go, he would not lose. Sawdust fluttered in the air and filled the sky. The scrawny old man's figure was faintly discernible in the tree ball's life and death. He said with a cold smile, "I'm an entire major realm higher than you. The profoundness of my divine essence isn't what you can imagine. Although you're terrifyingly strong, if I don't make a move, there won't be any flaws." Xiao Chen turned around and stopped attacking. He frowned slightly. Encountering such a shameless old thing was indeed difficult to deal with. A trace of retreating appeared in his heart. He did not want to waste any more time. Saving the 9th prince was more important. "You want to leave? I didn't agree to let you go. This old man has the final say." The skinny old man was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Chen blocking the entire team of the 7th prince. When he saw the helpless look on Xiao Chen's face, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Dao might erupted, and a terrifying wood Dao domain spread out, instantly filling the sky. The instant the wood Dao domain supported the wood shavings that filled the air, the wood shavings scattered everywhere. The densely packed wood shavings flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen showed a cold expression as his 3 Dao might layered over each other, materializing a boundless saber move. Xiao Chen sent out an impenetrable screen of sabers to protect himself, not leaving any blind spots. However, this skinny old man's attack was extremely strange. The wood shavings actually stuck to the saber light. Then, they grew wildly, like grass growing under a rock. When they burst out, they could even send the rock flying. These wood shavings relied on this life force to forcefully break through Xiao Chen's screen of saber light. After that, wood shavings continuously landed on Xiao Chen's body, growing wildly. Soon, Xiao Chen's body was covered in trees. These trees tore at his physical body. The roots were like tentacles that pierced through his skin and penetrated deep into his body, destroying his internal organs and absorbing the life force in his body. Xiao Chen's strong blue dragon divine body gave these trees an even better space to grow. The rapidly growing trees shocked even the skinny old man somewhat. "Haha! Do you feel that you lost unjustly? Many times, the stronger an existence looks, the weaker it is. On the other hand, the unremarkable things like a blade of grass or a piece of wood are extremely tough and can bring out incredible power." The skinny old man smiled sinisterly. Then, he held his palms together and continuously infused his divine energy into the many trees on Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked extremely strange. Xiao Chen stood in the air with many huge trees covering his entire body. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes peered through the intertwining branches, calmly looking at the skinny old man. The skinny old man allowed the divine energy to infuse into the trees on his body. It seemed like he was helpless and resigned to his fate. Slowly, the skinny old man could no longer keep smiling. He felt that the life force in Xiao Chen's body seemed boundless. The wildly growing trees even seemed somewhat uncontrollable. The life force they exuded was so dense that even the skinny old man felt afraid. How can it be like this? Given his cultivation, after my seed absorbed so much life force, he should have turned into a dried corpse long ago. The skinny old man felt greatly startled. However, he could no longer stop. He could only clench his teeth and continue. "I really want to continue playing with you. However, I don't know what method you used, but you managed to restrain the demon blood vulture as well. This ends here." Fiendish saber inheritance, all things rejoicing together. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and the many trees growing wildly on his body assimilated with all things rejoicing together. Every tree, every branch, and every leaf burst out with resplendent saber light at the same time. The life force that terrified the skinny old man turned into countless saber lights and surged over. Whoosh! Without giving the skinny old man any chance to react, the saber lights filling the air surged over. When the saber lights scattered, the skinny old man's entire body was pierced through. Like a broken kite, the skinny old man wobbled and fell heavily. The many trees wrapped around Xiao Chen's body. He gently twisted his body and slid down like water. The roots of the trees in his body tried to grab hold of him but could not. The instant Xiao Chen left, the many towering ancient trees in the air without the vast life force in his body shattered and turned into ashes. The skinny old man looked incredibly weak. Then, he gently drifted down and walked forward step by step. The skinny old man appeared incredibly weak. Wounds covered the skinny old man's body, but he laughed maniacally. Xiao Chen, it's over for you. You can turn around and take a look. Turn around and take a look. Then, you will know what despair is. The 5 yen imperial swords above the altar where Wang Yan was gave off resplendent sword lights. Boundless sword moves encased the entire altar. The heavenly book scholar, Hao Kai, and the other two showed extremely unsightly expressions. Right now, it was not about whether Wang Yan could block the peak strikes of the 5 princes' yen imperial swords. Even if they managed to block it, the shock waves from the explosion could directly destroy the entire altar. Wang Yan, who was in the eye of the storm, would definitely die. Below the altar, Qin Zhuolin controlled the colossal lava beast and fought an intense battle with the 5 princes' guests. Qin Zhuolin showed rage on his face. He wanted to help, but he could not. On the other side, the demon blood vulture's belly pressed against the ground as it screeched miserably. The demon blood vulture did its best to spread its wings and fly. However, when the wind blew, no matter how much it screeched in pain, it could not fly. A black ball as heavy as a planet stuck it to the ground inside the demon blood vulture's body. Mr. Liu stood upright in the air with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled sinisterly and said, "After swallowing my imprisoning star pearl, no matter how horrifying you are, you will have to lie down obediently." Xiao Suo and Wu Meng, who were at the front lines, were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. At this moment, Qin Zhuolin, who should have led the colossal lava beast to reinforce them, was held up. The two were in unspeakable misery. They could only do their best to hold on as danger surrounded them. The 9th prince is finished. Outside the palace in the clouds, the powerhouses of the feudal lords in the palace in the clouds sighed as they watched the scene on the huge light screen. Although this was somewhat sorrowful, it was within expectations. How could the 9th prince stand a chance against the 5 princes? Such an outcome was just a matter of time. Something's not right. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber light flew over. Everywhere the saber light passed, the saber move sliced the sky in half like it was a piece of cloth. Cassie! Something strange happened in an instant. Before the 9th prince could see where the saber light came from, the 5 princes with surging auras above the altar got chopped in half at the waist. The peak strike of the yen imperial sword crumbled, looking like fireworks in the air. Go in peace. Then, Xiao Chen sheathed Heavenly Slayer and stepped forward. His tall and straight figure looked like a lone mountain. The instant Heavenly Slayer returned to the scabbard, the tip of the scabbard flew towards the severely injured skinny, old man at lightning speed. The incredibly weak, skinny, old man's face filled with despair. He muttered, turn back, turn back." "Sorry, I do not have the habit of turning back." Boom! Heavenly Slayer closed the scabbard and landed, crushing the skinny, old man into powder. The remnant might scattered his divine seal. The skinny, old man did not see Xiao Chen turn back even as he died. The skinny, old man did not understand why there was a need to turn back after Heavenly Slayer was drawn. Chapter 23:10. While Xiao Chen was defeating the 5 great princes' joint counterattack, the 5th prince was not so lucky. The 1st prince's altar burst out with resplendent light, looking like the sun, illuminating the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. All of them were forcefully sent out, turning into streams of light and disappearing. The group of people laughed at the same time. Clearly, they had always looked down on this Wang Yun, treating him as a joke. Yuan Zhan chuckled as he looked at Wang Yun. According to Yuan Zhan's plan, He should have made a sudden attack at this moment, killing off the unguarded third prince. Could it be that big brother is going to go on a killing spree? Wang Yun said with some certainty. He rushed towards Xiao Chen and Wu Meng, who were trapped in the ferocious beast tide. The fourth prince Wang Yun could not accept this at all. However, he endured it. After all, Yuan Zhen had not missed anything since the start. But no matter what, a prince was still a prince, and the other guests would more or less have some scruples. Congratulations, third brother. Hee. Third brother is really amazing. I believe there must have been some commotion in the refinement of the Yan Imperial sword. Fourth brother, I will take my leave first. Qin Zhuolin startled to his senses and quickly directed the colossal lava beast to turn into a surging flood. Like the roar of a raging river, huge waves surged and rushed towards the horde of beasts. But no matter what, the ninth prince's crisis had been resolved. On the altar, the four princes looked at the blazing sacred flame with different expressions. King's Way. In the midst of the blazing sacred flame, the princes all wore horrified expressions. Those fellows were even capable of getting the first prince to collude with the Xuewu dynasty. Ah! After Xiao Chen left, Wang Yun said somewhat angrily, Mr. Yuan, can you give me an explanation? With your strength earlier, you could have killed third brother in one move when he let his guard down. Why did you just give up? I've killed so many berserk beasts that I want to puke. Seeing a berserk beast's corpse makes me sick. Haha, this fourth prince is still as foolish as ever. He must have become foolish after killing so many ferocious beasts. Even now, you are still thinking about the berserk beasts. Fourth brother, we won't leave. We will protect you. Not only Wang Yun, but the other guests were also confused, expressing their confusion. He was well aware of his own strength and his own capabilities. However, it looked like the first prince's Yan Imperial sword was about to complete its refinement. The third prince smiled and said, This fourth brother of mine is good at everything, but he's a little silly and honest. Ha ha ha, but he's not stupid. He won't give us a chance, right? The Yan Emperor in the clouds remained calm. He did not show any rage or killing intent because of Xiao Chen's attack. 50%? So. If he is allowed to merge his king's mark with the dynasty's dragon vein, he will soar into the sky. No one knows what will happen. Given the selfish nature of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, it was practically impossible for them to be willing to pay a high price. The demon blood vulture soared into the air and let out a carefree cry as it charged at the ferocious beast tide. A hint of surprise flashed in the third prince's eyes. Fourth brother, are you not going to stay and share the dragon vein with us? In reality, princes had fallen in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb in every succession race. The 5 princes were split in half by a medial-grade soul tool. It was hard to say whether they could survive or not. When Wang Yun recognized Yuan Zhen, he felt greatly startled. The other guests were similarly startled. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Mr. Yuan? Why aren't you making a move? We have not suffered any losses yet. This is the best opportunity. When Heavenly Slayer was drawn, there was no need to turn back. The scene of Xiao Chen chopping down 5 princes with one saber strike was simply shocking. Wang Yun's heart pounded heavily. He had never thought that he could become the crown prince. After the 5 princes were forcefully sent out of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, their guests naturally could not remain. However, Xiao Chen used Heavenly Slayer. According to legend, if one did not kill, one would injure oneself. When it was unsheathed, one would definitely die. A murderous intent flashed in the 4th Prince Wang Yun's eyes, but he did not make a move. Yuan Zhen removed his hood, revealing his shiny bald head and the 12 ring scars on it. Yuan Zhen did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, Before coming, I did not know that the first prince chose the king's Dao. I also did not know that his refinement would be so smooth. The sword qi released by the 5 Yan Imperial swords on the altar scattered like fireworks. There's no need. There is a limited number of auspicious signs. If we fight over them, it will be hard to avoid harming our friendship. Third elder brother. Just remember your agreement with me. I'll bring my subordinates to the core region to sweep the area. The ferocious beast corpses covering the ground are great treasures. Yuan Zhen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This is a little too exaggerated. After this, the 9th prince's situation turned around. He should not have any problems in the second round. The third prince, the fourth prince, the 17th prince, and the 18th prince formed an alliance. They found an opening and directly chased the fifth prince off the altar, forcing him to forfeit. Senior Feng and Hao Kai exchanged glances, not saying anything for a long time. Before the third prince could reply, Wang Yun leaped off the altar and quickly led his guests far away. If Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had not rushed over, they would have died in battle. The succession race was not a friendly game. It was a cruel competition to the death. The first was to help Wang Yan become the crown prince. The second was the ethereal Immortal Palace. The third had always been hidden in the depths of Yuan Zhan's heart. Earlier was clearly an excellent opportunity. The fourth prince might have occupied the altar and succeeded in refining it. Wang Yun said seriously, "I trust Mr. What should I do now?" The other princes sneered as they watched the third prince leave. After a while, Elder Feng voiced out his concern. When Senior Feng turned his head to look, he happened to see Xiao Chen sheathing his saber. This scene stunned Senior Feng. His mind short-circuited, and he forgot to move. If it were any other weapon it would be fine. All he needed to do was use natural treasures and recuperate for a while, and his life would not be in danger. Yuan Zhan laughed maniacally. Then, he revealed an unfathomable smile under his hood. "Do you think the 5 princes have any chance of surviving?" Seeing that Wang Yun trusted him completely, Yuan Zhan smiled and asked, "Have you heard of the 9th altar? Do you know what the kingly Tao is?" "The kingly Tao is that those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The kingly Tao is to show such might. The stronger one is, the stronger one's Tao might and strength will be. They complement each other. What do you think will happen next?" The first prince Wang Fei roared as he drew the Yan Imperial sword in his hand, startling all the princes refining the Yan Imperial sword to their senses. Xiao Chen looked at the imprisoning star pearl in his hand, feeling its heavy weight. Then, he fiddled with it for a while before putting it away. The powerhouses of the feudal lords had long since grown accustomed to the deaths of princes. Qin Zhuolin had been commanding more than 100 colossal lava beasts to fight the 40-odd guests. Now that his opponents were gone, the pressure on him lessened significantly. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb shook intensely. The terrifying Imperial might cause the other altars that were far away to shake and tremble. The other guests felt somewhat dissatisfied as well. However, what does that matter? You might consider these things, but Xiao Chen would not care at all. In his opinion, this is a fight to the death. Either the 9th prince dies or the 5 princes die. The moment he drew Heavenly Slayer, he did not intend to turn back. Or rather, when he decided to help Wang Yan, there was no reason for him to turn back. Even if a prince died, it would normally be at the hands of another prince. Few guests would directly kill a prince. This somewhat cruel scene immediately elicited startled cries. To think that Xiao Chen was so bold. The book scholar shouted from the altar. As he spoke, he immediately leaped off the altar. Amid loud rumbling, a kingly Tao's emperor's might swept out in all directions, covering the sky. The 2 halves of the 5 princes suddenly appeared in the palace's drill ground. Senior Feng felt stunned. After a while, he no longer bothered with this question. Wasn't his question pointless? It turned out that the mysterious person that he looked down on was actually the top true inheritor of the hidden spirit temple. Hao Kai said calmly, "Everything points to disaster. However, he can definitely be saved. It just depends on whether the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are willing to pay a sufficient price." The third prince, who was the leader, rejoiced. He said seriously, "Many thanks to little brothers for helping. Otherwise, I would never have been able to climb this altar." The third prince did not reveal any of this, enduring silently. However, in his heart, this third goal was far more important than the first 2. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Chen. Compared to Senior Feng, Hao Kai's understanding of Xiao Chen was more thorough. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts showed hurried expressions as they quickly took away the bodies of the 5 princes. "Brother Qin, quickly go and save Xiao Suo and Wu Meng." In their opinion, aside from the first prince, they could give up on the others. Yuan Zhan said coldly, "I removed my hood in hopes that you will trust me more. This is a great opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. You should know that this land of absolute beginning had the help of the hidden spirit temple's ancestors. That was how the first-generation Yan Emperor managed to locate this place as the imperial tomb. Now, Yuan Zhan actually said that he had a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince and ascending to the throne. Everything went as Yuan Zhan expected. The four princes worked together and successfully chased away the strong fifth prince. Ha 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 ha. Actually, you don't have to care about this, because your opportunity is here. If you only had a 20% chance of becoming the crown prince before, it has now risen to 50%. Under the hood, Yuan Zhan looked around and sent a voice projection. Hee. There's no rush. I sense that something is about to happen. Just wait a little longer. This altar is not important right now. Let your third brother have it. What? Boom! The murderous intent in the fourth Prince Wang Yun's eyes vanished. Yuan Zhen. You are the Hidden Spirit Temple's Yuan Zhen. Doesn't the Hidden Spirit Temple never interfere in the succession race? Chapter 23:11. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. These words echoed endlessly in the vast core region of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. The sovereign Dao's might shook the world. A resplendent holy light shone on the first prince's altar, illuminating the entire core region like the sun. This made the altars of the other princes pale in comparison. This is the sovereign Dao? Amid the blazing holy flame, the yellow papers on the various altars opened their eyes at the same time. Intense horror flashed in their eyes. No one expected the first Prince Wang Fei to merge his sovereign Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein so quickly. It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Everyone expected the sovereign Dao to be much more difficult to merge than the other great Dao. It was impossible for the first prince to succeed so quickly before the other princes. Inside the palace, even the aloof Yan Emperor felt shocked. As he held the genuine Yan imperial sword in his hand, his body trembled slightly as he said, "Impossible? Why is it impossible? The facts prove that the first prince is indeed the chosen one, the leader of our Yanwu dynasty's resurgence." The Yan Emperor looked back and saw the imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor. Then, he suddenly understood something. You have already crossed the line. The ancestral teachings say that the succession race has to be fair. If you go against the ancestral teachings, my Yanwu dynasty will be destroyed. Everyone knew that the imperial ancestral temple controlled the entrances to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. They knew most of the secrets of the mausoleum. If they were willing to lend a hand, they would definitely be able to survive. If they helped, the first prince could merge his sovereign Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein at an incredible speed. However, this was equivalent to deciding who the crown prince would be. This completely went against the ancestral teachings, ignoring the ancestral teachings and shaking the foundation of the nation. A great calamity is approaching. The Yanwu dynasty is in the eye of the storm. If it does not change, it will self-destruct. Don't think that I do not know that you secretly went to Spirit Vulture Mountain. That group of bald donkeys did not agree to help you, right? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor's expression did not change as he looked coldly at the Yan Emperor, appearing exceptionally cold. The Yan Emperor felt stunned. Clearly, he had not expected the other party to know him so well. Based on your confused expression, that group of bald donkeys from the Hidden Spirit Temple probably did not agree to help you. Humph, this bunch of bald donkeys have always been high and mighty, acting as if they were otherworldly masters, but in reality, they're just collecting incense and worshipping the Devil Buddha. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said indifferently, "Do you want to draw your sword? You can't pull it out, right? You are already a thing of the past. A new Yan imperial sword will be born. Watch carefully, accompany us to the end of the last play, and obediently pass on the throne." So. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, many experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple appeared in the palace high in the clouds. The Yan Emperor had an unsightly expression as he looked at the elders walking out from behind the sovereign ancestor. He felt a deep sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he somewhat understood why the abbot did not agree to his request that day. This was because the dynasty was no longer under his control. The clan elder's influence was deeply rooted in the dynasty's bloodline. In the great hall below, the feudal vassals and the big shots of the aristocratic families were present. They did not know that a coup had quietly taken place in the palace in the clouds. The current Yan Emperor was stripped of his throne by the joint efforts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, The first Prince Wang Fei soared into the air amid resplendent holy light and looked around coldly. A tyrannical kingly Tao that looked down on the world made the four princes tremble. Damn it! How can this be? The eighth Prince Wang Feng felt startled and angry. His wind great Tao was only half a step away from perfectly merging with the dynasty's dragon vein. In Wang Feng's opinion, no matter what, he should be ahead of Wang Fei. Merging the wind great Tao was much simpler than merging the sovereign Tao. Oh no! The expressions of Tao Yan and the profound heaven-holy Sun Wenren Yu changed at the same time. This was because Wang Fei, who was high in the sky, fixed his gaze on Wang Feng, who was in the sacred flame. Eighth Prince, quickly leave the altar. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Wang Feng showed an unresigned expression. Give me a little more time, and I can perfectly merge the wind great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. There is no time. It is enough that you have already imprinted it. Tao Yan and Wenren Yu did not give Wang Feng a chance to speak. They worked together to pull him out of the sacred flame and shouted, "Quickly move away!" However, they were still one step too late. Wang Fei drew his sword, and a vast dragon image appeared. The accumulations of the dynasty that had existed for 100,000 years were vividly displayed in Wang Fei's sword. When the sword light landed, the altar that the eighth prince was on suddenly crumbled, turning into countless shards. Wang Feng appeared somewhat dispirited. My altar! The scattered shards of the altar were like bubbles in a beautiful dream to Wang Feng, drifting in all colors. It's gone. It's all gone. A terrifying shockwave spread out as boundless dragon energy poured out from the shattered altar. The dragon essence turned into many dragon images, continuously heading for Wang Fei in the air, causing his might to soar. Ha ha ha! Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. When Wang Fei felt the overwhelming power contained in the Yan Imperial sword in his hand, he entered a frenzied state as he shouted again. The might of one sword strike destroyed his greatest competitor's altar. The swelling energy made Wang Fei's heart grow infinitely larger. Oh no! The 13th Prince Wang Yi's expression changed slightly. Then he said decisively, "Retreat!" After dealing with the 8th brother, there was no doubt that first brother's target would be him. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat earlier. There was no need to insist on a perfect merger of his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein. Since the mark was already there, it meant that there was still hope. There was still hope. The altar was already useless. If he insisted on perfection, he would definitely be destroyed. Damn it. Although Wang Yi calmly analyzed the pros and cons in his heart, he still felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Whoosh! Sikong Shu, the Silver Dragon King, and the other great desolate Ian bloodline outstanding talents protected the 13th Prince Wang Yi as they jumped off the altar and fled. Bang! Nearly the instant Wang Yi jumped off the altar, the first Prince Wang Fei's attack arrived. The altar shattered in that instant, and the sacred flames scattered on the ground. The burning ferocious beasts howled miserably as they fled in all directions. Withdraw! Wang Fei smiled coldly. The Yan Imperial sword in his hand frantically absorbed the dragon essence leaking out of the altar. Aside from me, everyone else is an ant. The sovereign Tao, this is the sovereign Tao. The greater one's momentum, the stronger one's strength. After Wang Fei destroyed the 8th prince and the 13th prince's momentum, his own momentum swelled to a level that no one dared to look directly at. Below the altar, Lord Shi's group showed calm expressions as if they had expected this. How terrifying! How can first brother be so strong? The third prince, who had just occupied an altar, had just jumped onto it. He did not even have time to refine the Yan Imperial sword. When the third prince saw everything that happened before him, he was completely stunned, unable to continue fighting. Oh no! The third prince's expression changed dramatically. He felt a killing chi encasing him, preventing him from moving, and his entire body trembled. First brother. First brother. I have no intention of fighting with you. I'll give up now. Fear filled the third prince's heart. He stuttered, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Boom! However, Wang Fei did not give the third prince a chance to speak. When his sword descended, he destroyed the third prince along with the altar. This happened again and again. Wang Fei sent out 3 sword strikes, destroying an altar with 1 sword strike. 3 sword strikes destroyed 3 altars. Those who paid attention could tell that this was no longer Wang Fei's own strength. He seemed to have borrowed the momentum of the dynasty's dragon vein. Before the other princes could perfectly merge their great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. The dynasty's dragon vein already treated Wang Fei as the true crown prince. In this ancient Yan emperor tomb, the dynasty's dragon vein was equivalent to the Yanwu dynasty's 100,000 years of accumulations. As for the first prince Wang Fei, he was the embodiment of this dynasty's accumulations. With the Yan imperial sword in hand, he carried the mandate of heaven. When the fourth prince Wang Yun saw the dead third prince in the distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. If the fourth prince had not listened to Yuan Zhen earlier, he would have been the one dead. Wang Yun said sincerely, "Mr. Yuan, many thanks for saving my life." Shock also flashed in Yuan Zhen's eyes on his calm face under the hood. Clearly, he was somewhat surprised by the strength that Wang Fei displayed. "There's no need to thank me. We are in the same boat. Saving you is saving myself." Wang Yun did not care about Yuan Zhen's words. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Mr. Yuan, where is the ninth altar that you mentioned?" Yuan Zhen smiled faintly and said, "There's no rush. This is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you." Wang Yun felt slightly stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of Yuan Zhen's finger and saw the ninth prince Wang Yan's altar. Chapter 23:12. There's no rush. Now is not the time for you to be anxious. There is someone even more anxious than you. Wang Yun looked in the direction Yuan Zhen pointed. It was the altar where the ninth prince Wang Yan was. Confusion flashed in his eyes. "Haha. Stop looking. Hide first." Yuan Zhen pulled up his hood, hiding his face even deeper. Then he turned around and said, "Mr. Yuan, tell me, where is the ninth altar?" Wang Yun asked anxiously as he pulled up his hood and shifted his gaze to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun retracted his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Then he said anxiously, a crazed look flashing in his eyes. Wang Yun asked anxiously as he withdrew his gaze and shifted it to Yuan Zhen. Wang Yun had never felt so close to the crown prince position before. Since he was young, he had always been a joke among the many princes. Wang Yun clenched his right fist tightly, feeling a surge of hot-bloodedness. Yuan Zhen glanced over and saw Wang Yun's expression. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I like your current state. However, this is indeed not the time to tell you. Come and hide with me first. The destruction in the battle later will surpass your imagination." Battle? Wang Yun appeared somewhat confused. First brother was so strong now. Who would dare to fight him? Wang Yun felt helpless to have such an idiot. Yuan Zhen sighed in his heart. Then he gave a simple explanation. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. When your brothers wake up, they will understand this principle. They will only have a chance if they work together and destroy your first brother's altar. Don't you see that your first brother's guests are guarding the altar, not daring to move at all?" Wang Yun looked around. Indeed, that was the case. Although the Xue Wu dynasty experts and the six-vein sovereign emperors Wu Yu appeared relaxed, they did not relax at all. However, he did not let his guard down at all. He warily looked at his surroundings, his defense airtight, not revealing any openings. When Wang Yun thought of the battle that Yuan Zhen spoke of, he immediately felt horrified. If it was as Yuan Zhen said, just the ridiculously strong guests of the 8th prince and the 13th prince working together would not count the guests of the other princes. What kind of destructive power would that be? Wang Yun did not dare to imagine. Startled to his senses, Wang Yun shouted, "Go! Go! Go! Let's leave quickly. Don't move. Follow me." Yuan Zhen shook his head slightly. Then he led the way, leading the group of guests and the 4th prince far away. The storm in the core region intensified. The first prince, who had absorbed another altar's dragon essence, became even more ferocious. He was so strong that he was beyond reason. Just a look from him was enough to make people tremble in fear. At this moment, aside from Wang Fei's altar, only 3 altars remained. They were the 11th prince, the 9th prince Wang Yan, and the 6th prince Wang Ming. The other altars were either destroyed or abandoned. Grim Reaper Lin Feng and the Universe Origin Sex Chu Feng both had ugly expressions on the 11th prince's altar. Should we defend or abandon? The 11th prince looked at the two of them. He was still hesitant and conflicted. Chu Feng said after some thought, "There's no rush. He will definitely target the 9th Prince Wang Yan with this sword strike. Your Highness, you should focus on refining the Yan Imperial Sword. Only by perfectly merging one's great Tao will one have a chance to compete with him." Lin Feng glanced around and said calmly, "There are still many uncertainties. I think that the 8th Prince and the 13th Prince can't wait any longer." "That's right. 8th brother and 13th brother will definitely not sit back and watch 1st brother continue to be strong." The 11th prince made up his mind, no longer conflicted. Then, he focused on refining the Yan Imperial Sword. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The 11th prince did not want to give up yet. Amid the fierce sacred flame, Wang Yan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 1st prince Wang Fei. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The 1st Prince Wang Fei did not give anyone much time to react. He destroyed the 4 altars with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, he was so strong that no one could bear to look at him directly. The tyranny of the kingship Tao made Wang Fei's heart swell to the point that it nearly distorted. Wang Fei was ruthless and decisive when he attacked. Wang Fei eliminated 2 of his greatest threats and 2 of the weakest princes. At this moment, no one could compete with him. 9th Prince, your fate is already in chaos. I can see the situation of the various places. The fate of heaven is in chaos. The heavenly book scholar frowned heavily. At the crucial moment his fate failed, making him feel somewhat guilty. However, your Highness's fate is a clash of yin and yang. It is hard to determine good or bad. I suggest that your Highness avoid it for now. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. After Wang Fei finished refining the newly absorbed dragon essence, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan while laughing maniacally. As everyone expected, the target of Wang Fei's sword strike was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. "Xiao Chen, do you dare to receive this sword strike of mine?" When Wang Fei saw Xiao Chen on the altar, the murderous intent that he had been suppressing for a long time finally erupted without fear. Without any hesitation, Xianxia raised his sword and brandished it. The foundation of a dynasty that had more than 100,000 years of history. The 100,000-odd years of accumulations of a dynasty turned into a towering sword light, looking like a sharp saber piercing through the sky as it descended on the altar where Wang Yan was. This already equaled the peak strike of a 7-vein sovereign emperor, perhaps even more horrifying. Most importantly, this was in the depths of the ancient Yan emperor tomb. Even a true 7-vein sovereign emperor or an 8-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to display such might. The unparalleled sword light far surpassed the previous 4 sword strikes. This sword strike contained the vast sword light of the dynasty's might. It was also the legendary body of the dynasty that had weathered the river of time. The might of the sword made the vast and boundless core region seem incredibly insignificant. Should he defend? Or retreat? It all depended on Wang Yan's thought. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and let the strong wind caused by the sword might flutter his clothes and long hair. Wang Fei had specifically asked Xiao Chen to receive the sword strike. However, it was not up to him whether he wanted to receive it or not. It was not a matter of whether Wang Yan could receive it or not. Instead, if Wang Yan chose to retreat, receiving this sword strike would be meaningless. This king has never let anyone down in my life. Since everyone did not let me down, I will not let everyone down. Please help me receive this sword strike. We will live and die together. Wang Yan's calm words were indistinct before the vast sword might. However, it was like tar, igniting the hot-bloodedness in the hearts of Qin Zhuolin, the heavenly book scholar, and the others. They no longer showed any intention of retreating when facing this startling sword strike. Fight! My name is Xiao Suo. Today, I wield the flag with my body of flesh and blood. Scarlet Blood Pirate King, please bestow me an undefeatable fighting spirit. Half a lifetime of ups and downs, wandering from place to place. Half a lifetime of invincibility, running amok. Xiao Suo shouted and burned his life force. The Scarlet War banner fluttered in the wind. The undefeatable battle hunger that Xiao Chen inherited from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King crossed time and space, breaking through the barriers of time and space from the distant past. It turned into a blood-red sun and lit up the area, forcing back the sun-like radiance of the Wang Fei dynasty. The sun is like the sky. The true fire will never be extinguished. The Golden Crow Empire's Hao Kai's expression did not change. Then, like tar, he turned into the solar true flame and started burning. His eyes turned golden, and his great desolate Aeon bloodline was completely activated. Immediately, a golden crow circled around the altar, pointing at the sun as the sky, drawing the earth as the dragon. Qin Zhuolin brought out his dragon-seeking art to its limits. He pointed one finger at the sky and the other at the ground. The location of his finger happened to be the blood-colored sun formed by the undefeatable battle will, and it instantly turned into a small altar. Under the sword that was formed from the foundation of 100,000 years of the empire, it forcefully propped up the sky. His other hand pointed to the ground, drawing the earth as a dragon, summoning the image of a dragon vein to soar up with the resplendent golden crow. Righteous chi of heaven and earth, sun, moon, and galaxy. The heavenly book scholar could not care too much. He slowly opened the folding fan in his hand. Borrowing the sun, moon, and stars, he transformed his righteous chi into a blessing for this world. Aside from Xiao Chen, Wu Meng and the others on the altar did their best, even overdrawing on their life force. To block the unparalleled sword materialized by the 100,000 years of the dynasty's accumulations. Kill! Xiao Suo took the lead. He held the blood-colored war banner in his hand as he charged toward that brilliant sword light. It looked like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, a suicidal move. Even the feudal lords outside the palace could not bear to watch. Dang! The instant the scarlet blood war banner clashed with the sword light, Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared in his right hand, which held the war banner. Xiao Suo's undefeatable battle hunger actually blocked that unparalleled sword light for a moment. Everyone was shaken. This scene was just too inconceivable. Even the 8th prince and the 13th prince did not dare to receive this sword strike. To think that a guest of the 9th prince blocked it. Brother Xiao, I'll help you. Whoosh. It looked like the cracks on Xiao Suo's arm would spread to his entire body. Then, 5 figures soared into the air at the same time. Qin Zhuolin gathered all the power of the world that he could connect to himself. He turned into a dragon image and attacked the sword light materialized by the dynasty, one from the left and one from the right, together with the golden crow that Hao Kai turned into. Crack! Crack! Before everyone's incredulous gazes, cracks appeared in that sword light, showing signs of crumbling. The first prince's expression changed dramatically. How can it be like this? The kingship Dao that the first prince cultivated could not tolerate such failure. Once the kingship Dao failed, it would harm the great Dao's origin. However, just as the first prince prepared to attack again, he suddenly felt a chill. When the first prince looked in the direction of the chill, he saw that Xiao Chen had opened his eyes at some point in time. A towering azure-colored dragon image materialized behind him, containing the pure royal divine dragon's dragon might. Chapter 23:13. The Blue Dragon. The azure dragon image was eye-catching and clear. Unlike the dragon images of the past, the azure dragon image behind Xiao Chen looked very realistic. The scales were lifelike, and the fine details could be seen clearly. There was a spiritual light in its eyes, and it was vivid and lifelike. The pure royal blue dragon's dragon might made Xiao Chen look like a living ancient divine dragon behind him. This was the effect of the 10,000 dragons art breaking through to the third layer. The 10,000 dragons merged into one, and the royal genealogical record of Xiao Chen's true name. The moment this blue dragon appeared, all the princes and guests in the core region could not help looking over. The royal blue dragon's dragon might spread to every corner. It was like water or mist, real and ethereal. After the dragon might entered the bodies of the various cultivators, it brought fear and trembling. It was hard not to notice it. This, Xikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King, who had agreed to attack Wang Fei together with the 8th prince, were stunned. Their bloodlines were noble, far surpassing those of ordinary great desolate Aeon bloodline outstanding talents. They were very clear on how extraordinary Xiao Chen's dragon might was. A mixed blood dragon? Is this really a mixed blood dragon? I don't believe it. The Silver Dragon King's voice trembled slightly. His grade 7 Silver Dragon bloodline actually felt some fear. It was like the Silver Dragon King wanted to see a dragon, wanting to kneel and prostrate. This was extremely absurd. Although the other divine beast bloodline outstanding talents also felt fear in the depths of their hearts, they were not as fearful as the dragon race cultivators. Azure. Could it be that lost divine dragon bloodline? Xikong Shu thought of some secret records in the Bushan Palace. His expression changed, becoming uncertain. The sovereign emperor powerhouses in the palace clearly noticed the difference in the azure dragon image behind Xiao Chen. Interesting. This is already the dragon might of a king divine dragon. However, the 6-colored divine dragons do not have a blue dragon. There were rumors in the past that the divine dragons had 7-colored divine dragons 50,000 years ago. However, it seems like someone purposely erased these rumors. Even the various holy lands only have scattered records, so no one knows what happened. Who in this martial epic is so capable? You can force the various superpowers to make this a taboo? Strange things have happened one after another in this year's Crown Prince selection. I wonder what kind of omen this is. The various feudal lords and aristocratic family bigwigs were puzzled. At the same time, they had a bad premonition. There were also some big shots who wore grave expressions and did not dare to speak. Although the blue dragon's past was not a taboo, the factions that had existed for tens of thousands of years still knew about it. They also knew who had erased the news. This was the horrifying existence that stood at the peak of the martial epic, the one that no one dared to talk about or defy. But now the blue dragon bloodline, which had been wiped out by that person, actually had a survivor. How could these people who knew the secret not feel terrified and uneasy, not daring to say anything? When the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor saw the azure-colored dragon image in the palace in the clouds, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled calmly and said, "The martial epic is indeed at its end. Even the race that person personally wiped out reappeared. How weak is he now?" However, the Yen Emperor, who was restrained by a group of elders, could not smile. It looked like the Yanwu dynasty could not avoid the great calamity that the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot mentioned. Damn it! Why do these people think that the demonic Dao Hall will listen to their whims? Inside the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, Xiao Chen circulated the 10,000 dragons art in his body. Waves roared in his vast divine energy sea, forming thousands of different dragon images. Xiao Chen did not give Wang Fei a chance to attack again. The instant the azure-colored dragon image appeared, he soared into the air. Boom! Countless dragon images shot out of Xiao Chen's divine energy sea and entered the azure-colored dragon image. The dragon might of the azure-colored dragon image behind Xiao Chen's sword. Its ferocious roar shook the surroundings. 10,000 dragons returned to one. As Xiao Chen soared into the air, he gently stomped on the dynasty's sword qi that Xiao Suo and the other 4 blocked. Cracks already appeared in the dynasty's sword qi. It was like Xiao Chen had turned into a blue dragon. When he stomped, the towering azure-colored dragon image merged with him, and the dragon claw attached to his leg. When Xiao Chen stomped, it looked like an ancient blue dragon had clawed at this sword light materialized by the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations. Kasie! The sword light, which already cracked in the first place, instantly shattered. A dynasty turned to ashes before everyone's shocked gazes. Puxia! Above the altar, the originally unrestrained, unruly, and arrogant first prince vomited blood and fell heavily. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily onto the ground. The holy light that was as resplendent as the sun dimmed at an unbelievable speed. The kingship Dao was like this. The first prince could grow stronger quickly and weaken even faster. The somewhat dumbfounded Wang Fei kept falling, his mind blank. First prince, don't panic. While his stomp looked casual, he actually stored up power for a long time. He will not be able to unleash such a horrifying strike within a short time. Quickly destroy the remaining 2 altars while the kingship Dao's might is still resplendent. At the crucial moment, Lord Shi's voice was like a hammer to Wang Fei's head, rousing him to his senses. Right, that's right. I still have a chance. If I want to make up for my current injuries, I have to continue plundering. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. Wang Fei revealed a crazed expression in his eyes. Just as he was about to fall off the altar, he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die. The originally tyrannical words that Wang Fei roared out sounded somewhat tragic and crazy in his mouth. The resplendent holy light materialized by the kingship Dao on the altar suddenly extinguished. Wang Fei's eyes turned bloodshot. When he thrust his sword, he used his great Dao energy, divine energy, soul energy. Everything he had on this final sword strike. After Wang Fei sent out this sword strike, he seemed to age 100 years. His eyes turned scarlet. He forced himself into a desperate situation. Shill. The dynasty sword light that burst out of the Yan imperial sword split into two, charging towards the altars of the 6th prince and the 11th prince. The two streams of dynasty's sword light carried Wang Fei's everything. His will, his ambition, his madness, and even his life. It was even stronger than the sword light that the 9th prince faced earlier. The expressions of the 11th prince and the 6th prince changed dramatically. Their faces turned the color of chicken liver at the same time. He was still thinking that the 9th prince would block the sword for him and buy some time for the two of them, which was why he was secretly delighted. But now, he even had the thought of dying. The earlier scene proved that the 1st prince was terrifyingly strong. Just his aura alone rivaled that of a peak 7-vein sovereign emperor. However, this also meant that he wasn't so strong that he was unreasonable and undefeatable. As long as the brothers were of one mind, had the courage to go through life and death together, had the courage to press forward with indomitable will, and had the incessant boiling blood, they would be able to withstand this sword. However, the 11th prince and the 6th prince could not afford to bet on it. Their guests could not be as determined as Xianxia and the others. No one dared to be sure that the others would not abandon them. If they tried to forcefully receive the sword, they would end up dying miserably. The two did not dare to bet on it. They said unwillingly at nearly the same time, "Retreat!" Boom! In an instant, the two altars shattered, and two shockingly large amounts of dragon essence surged out. Two startlingly vast dragon essence surged towards Wang Fei like a hurricane. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Wang Fei stopped falling amid maniacal laughter and slowly rose up. The originally extinguished holy light on the altar flared up with an even more resplendent light. This sword strike not only allowed Wang Fei to return to his peak but also brought him to a higher level. "We can't wait anymore. Kill!" The 8th prince and the 13th prince, who had been watching, paled in fright when they saw this scene. They no longer dared to wait. They had to fight to the death. They had already reached a point where only one side could survive. The 1st prince had already forced them to the edge of a cliff. They had to fight even if they did not want to. Wang Fei smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. He said indifferently, "Block them." The mysterious man, Shi, waved his sleeve, and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black-Faced Holy Daughter led a few demonic Dao experts over. A frenzied battle between sovereign emperors instantly started at lightning speed. Be it the 8th prince's subordinates, the Divine Sword Pavilions Dao Yen and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wan Renyu, or the 13th prince's subordinates, the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, they could all be considered super experts. They possessed extremely horrifying strength. Any one of them could turn the ancient Yan Emperor tomb upside down. Now, these people worked together to charge at the 1st prince. At this point, the succession race had slowly spiraled out of control, inspiring fear in the spectators for some reason. "Xiao Chen, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, who knows when I could break through the shackles of my King Dao domain." Wang Fei, whose strength had clearly improved, smiled as he looked at Xiao Chen. However, an extremely cold murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Big brother." Xianxia, who had already landed on the altar, looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly. Xiaoxia's entire body was covered in wounds. His right arm was nearly crippled as it swayed weakly. Wu Meng and the others paled as they supported Xiaoxia. They were in a similarly bad state. Xiao Chen, who had the blue dragon wrapped around him, looked at Wang Fei expressionlessly. His thoughts raced. This Wang Fei was indeed a ruthless person. In a sure-death situation, he actually tried to escape death. When facing a stronger opponent, Xiao Chen could not think of any other way to fight aside from drawing Heavenly Slayer, not to mention the Dragon's Gate forbidden art. However, Xiao Chen had already drawn Heavenly Slayer to help Wang Yan out earlier, draining most of his divine energy and soul energy. Shattering Heavenly Slayer with his foot had drained him significantly as well. Xiao Chen had not recovered yet. If he drew Heavenly Slayer, a soul tool that rivaled a superior grade soul tool, he would definitely overdraw on his physical body and injure his foundations. Furthermore, even if he drew Heavenly Slayer, his chances of victory were only 50%. Should I draw this saber or not? Draw. Xiao Chen, who was conflicted in his mind, made his decision without hesitation. Heavenly Slayer reappeared in his hand. Then, he held it horizontally in front of Xiao Chen, grasping its hilt. "Big brother, you can't draw the saber anymore." Xiaoxia shouted hoarsely, his expression changing slightly when he saw the situation on the altar. A soul tool. The word forbidden distinguished it from ordinary secret treasures. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not attack recklessly. Otherwise, he would have drawn his saber long ago and killed until the sky turned dark. In the holy flame, Wang Yan, who was anxiously refining his Yan Imperial sword, opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Chen's actions, his expression changed dramatically. You can't, however, right after Wang Yan spoke, a saber light interrupted him. Then, Wang Yan drew Heavenly Slayer. The dazzling saber light looked like the blazing sun. When the saber was drawn by 1 centimeter, the sky shattered by 3 meters. Bearing the honor of the ruler, I draw my saber for the ruler. Chapter 23:14. Bearing the loyalty of a ruler, I draw my saber for a ruler. Right after Wang Fei spoke, he completely drew Heavenly Slayer. Heavenly Slayer, which rivaled a superior-grade soul tool, was forged from demonic tribulation lightning metal and infused with the ancient Thunder Dragon True Soul. It was perfectly compatible with Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao, containing the Heavenly Dao's killing intent. If Xiao Chen drove Heavenly Slayer at full power, it could destroy the sky, make the sun and moon dim, and make the stars fall. Xiao Chen had already demonstrated its unparalleled might once. When he drew Heavenly Slayer, he killed 5 princes with 1 saber strike. Once the Heavenly Dao's killing intent was brought out, it would not kill but injure. When Xiao Chen sensed the vast energy contained in the saber, he infused his soul energy and divine energy into it, not holding back at all as he drove the saber with all his might. The withdrawn Heavenly Dao's killing intent immediately manifested, spreading out in the sky, ready to be unleashed. Kill! Without hesitation, Xiao Chen held the saber in his hand and turned into a flash of purple electric light, appearing around Wang Fei. Good move. I'll make sure you never return. Wang Fei worried that he would not be able to take the initiative to fight Xiao Chen after he left the altar's dragon luck. Who could have imagined that the other party would use a soul tool to charge over? If this was not seeking death, what was? In this ancient Yan Emperor tomb, no soul tool could compare to the sovereign Dao Yan Imperial sword in his hand. Dang! 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 When the saber and sword clashed, Xiao Chen brought out his saber techniques to their fullest. In an instant, Xiao Chen exchanged hundreds of moves. His saber aura firmly suppressed Wang Fei. Before Xiao Chen, Wang Fei's sword techniques were riddled with openings. In just a few breaths, Wang Fei's body was covered in wounds. He bled profusely, covered in the marks left by Heavenly Slayer. However, Wang Fei did not care. His injuries healed at a visible pace, and he instantly recovered. He instantly recovered to his original state. Even though he was at a disadvantage, he did not cower in the slightest. Humph! It is impossible for you to kill me in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. I already obtained the acknowledgement of the dynasty's dragon vein. My great Dao perfectly merged with the dragon vein. Here I am heaven. Wang Fei ignored his horrifying injuries. Despite clearly being at a disadvantage, he continued suppressing Xiao Chen. Amid the maniacal laughter, the dragon image materialized by the dynasty's dragon vein appeared arrogant and despotic, bearing its fangs and claws. They clashed with the azure dragon around Xiao Chen, fighting each other. The two of them fought in the sky. The azure dragon image and the golden dragon bloodline incarnation covered the entire sky of the core region. It covered the vast starry sky, triggering boundless phenomena. Gales, lightning, and thunder rumbled without end. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party held too much of an advantage in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen had perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein, already gaining the acknowledgement of this world. Now, he could use the Yanwu dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years at any time. As he said, stabbing him 1,000 times would be no different from scratching an itch as long as he wasn't heavily injured. On the other hand, if he were to be struck by the other party's sword, even his blue dragon divine body might not be able to withstand it. This situation was simply like cheating. If not for Tian's Slayer clashing with the other party's Yan Imperial sword, Xiao Chen would not be able to fight such an enemy. He could only stay far away. All he needed to do was wait for a sure kill opening. With Heavenly Slayer in his hands, there was hope. The battle between the two was already intense enough. However, the battle below was even more bloody and brutal. The 8th prince's and the 13th prince's guests charged towards the altar at the same time. The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter and the Black Lotus Church Holy Son led people to block them. Close to 40 Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors attacked frantically. There was no lack of super experts like Dao Yan, Wan Renyu, the Silver Dragon King, and Sikong Shu. In the chaotic battle, killing moves and soul tools appeared. Great desolate Aeon bloodlines were activated, and boundless demonic chi surged out. At this point, the succession race already concerned life and death, honor and honor. The 8th prince and the 13th prince had to gamble everything for that tiny chance. The two's obsession and desire for the crown prince far surpassed that of the other princes. Naturally, their guests were not willing to lose. Dao Yan, who comprehended an ice small world, relied on his 10th layer Dao domain to move about without fear, advancing rapidly. No one could match him more than 3 times. Just when Dao Yan thought that he could charge over, a monk with handsome features and a lotus-like air stopped him. A monk with delicate features and a lotus-like air stopped Xiao Chen. This was the former Holy Son, the current Black Lotus sect venerate, Ming Xian. Scram! Dao Yan showed a cold and emotionless expression as he threw a palm strike. A soul-deep chill surged out. A 10th layer Dao domain was extremely horrifying. A regular Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor would find it hard to block this move. Their Dao domains would instantly shatter. Secret technique. Destroy. Ming Xian did not panic. He placed his thumb on the tip of his index finger and formed a hand seal with one hand. Then, he gently pushed forward. Immediately, boundless Buddhist might surged over and extinguished the incoming chill, regardless of whether it was materialized or directed at the soul. Dao Yan felt slightly stunned. When he saw the indistinct Black Lotus Church venerate image behind Ming Xian, he suddenly understood. So, it is a sinful disciple of the Buddhist sect. Humph. Originally, Dao Yan planned to use his ice small world on the mysterious black-clad man who had yet to make a move. Dao Yan snorted coldly, and the ice small world appeared, encasing Ming Xian. Ming Xian looked around. He could clearly see the figures of the others in the surroundings. However, he could clearly feel that there was a hazy boundary between him and these people. It was like they were in 2 different worlds. Of course, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Ming Xian felt immense pressure from the world. It was like the world rejected Ming Xian, feeling incredibly unbearable. His Dao domain was completely suppressed. His soul energy and divine energy were restricted, unable to circulate smoothly. 10th layer Dao domain. How horrifying. Ming Xian carefully sensed the various discomforts in his body. However, he did not show any panic on his face. Before Dao Yan's strange gaze, Ming Xian pointed at his forehead. Immediately, a swastika appeared on his forehead. Those who oppose me will live. Whoosh. After the swastika reversed, the originally golden Buddhist light instantly turned black, and its Buddhist might became even stronger. An ancient Buddhist light traveled from the distant past, breaking the restrictions of the small world and landing on Ming Xian. The various discomforts instantly vanished. Then Ming Xian smiled faintly and said, "With the support of this Buddhist light, even if I cannot defeat you, it is more than enough to block you. That will have to be tested before we know." Dao Yan showed a sullen expression. However, he was not satisfied with being blocked. Intense battles took place around the altar. The 2 princes worked together, carrying the momentum of a storm, wanting to destroy the first prince's altar in one go. Wang Fei sent out all the demonic Dao experts under him. However, he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It looked like he would slowly fall into a disadvantage. However, she still did not intend to make a move. He swept his gaze around and looked into the distance. Damn it! Yan Songming cursed in his heart when he felt Xi's gaze. Then, he looked at the 6th prince beside him and said, "Your Highness, you no longer have a chance. Please forgive this humble one for offending you. I have to follow the agreement and help the 1st prince ascend to the throne. Sorry for offending." Before the 6th prince could answer, Yan Songming led Zhan Yuan and the many abyssal underworld experts far away. Wang Ming was stunned, his expression extremely unsightly. Unexpectedly, this group of people was so unreliable. Yan Songming did not stand a chance at all before being abandoned. Wang Ming's expression flickered. He felt very dissatisfied in his heart, but he did not do anything in the end. Whoosh! A figure appeared before Yan Songming. It was Grim Reaper Lin Feng. Xiao Chen bought time for Wang Yan. He took the initiative to draw his saber and clash with the insufferably arrogant Wang Fei. If the battle was too intense, Xiao Chen would not be able to interfere or help. However, the two princes clearly held the advantage. As long as they destroyed the altar, they could resolve Xiao Chen's predicament. Even if Xiao Chen could not block everyone, he could at least block Yan Songming. Zhan Yuan, bring them over to help. Leave this to me. Yan Songming instructed with a calm expression. Then, he looked at Lin Feng. Zhan Yuan did not say a word. He led the other abyssal underworld sovereign emperors to the altar to help Wang Fei. Although Yan Songming had arrived, the appearance of Zhan Yuan's group greatly eased the pressure on the Black Lotus sect Holy Sun and the others. The slightly suppressed situation actually flipped around. The situation instantly turned for the better. Bang! Yan Songming and Lin Feng brought out their Death Dao domains to their limits. Dense black dragon patterns appeared on their faces. When their auras reached their peak, they instantly attacked and then retreated. A black state of death floated around the two, forming thousands of dark underworld flowers. Lin Feng looked at the black patterns swimming around his palm, feeling startled. To think that Yan Songming's strength has already reached such a level. Senior brother, you are not a match for me. Move aside. Yan Songming revealed a distant gaze on his calm face, not showing much hatred or hatred. Yan Songming continued in a somewhat hoarse voice. The gap between us can no longer be described with cultivation. I already touched the origin of death. I am one of the players in this situation, but you are just a pawn. Given the situation, if you insist on going your own way, you will end up like Xiao Chen when he draws his saber again. Only death awaits you. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He was here on Sui Renji's orders to represent the Heavenly Alliance to help the 11th prince. Lin Feng did not know about the deeper clash and chess game of the succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. This succession race already touches on the direction of the epic cycle. It is not something you can understand. Yan Songming showed a stern expression. A vast and distant aura appeared in his eyes, like a boundless sea. Lin Feng smiled and said, I do not understand. I only know that Xiao Chen is my friend. With you joining, the two princes will definitely lose. Since I want to help him, naturally, I have to stop you. You say that I do not understand, but how could I? I have always been your beloved junior brother. Yan Songming looked up. Wang Fei held the upper hand, like the heavenly Tao existed. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's aura was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. As this continued, danger loomed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, It does not matter. When he chose to draw his saber again, he was destined to die today. This is fate. Whether you stop me or not, it will not change anything. I have a saber that can cleanse everything and illuminate 3 lifetimes. Just at this moment, something strange happened in the sky. A blue lotus bloomed under Xiao Chen's feet. Time seemed to change as Xiao Chen's figure split into 3. Each figure sent out a saber and pierced Wang Fei's chest. The 3 figures represented the past, the present, and the future. The 3 sabers intersected and slowly destroyed the first prince's vast life force. No matter how the dragon vein supported it, it could not reverse the situation. Wang Fei revealed an extremely incredulous expression. He could not understand how he got struck. Chapter 23:15. Cleansing the glory, illuminating 3 lives. 3 saber lights intersected above the altar, illuminated by resplendent holy light, and pierced through Wang Fei. Wang Fei's life force drained at a visible rate. No matter how much the dynasty's dragon vein replenished it with dragon essence, it could not slow down the loss of life force. The 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other as many scenes flashed. These were Xiao Chen's present, past, and future. However, the scenes were blurry and distorted, disappearing in a flash. One could not clearly see what was happening. No one had expected such a scene. From the very start, Xiao Chen did not hold the advantage against Wang Fei, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Practically no one felt that they could defeat Wang Fei. Even if they could not kill him. However, Wang Fei was about to die now. This was real, not faked at all. Damn it! How can it be like this? How did Wang Fei die? The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor was stupefied in the palace in the clouds. A flustered expression flashed in his eyes. Although Wang Fei still showed signs of life, given their cultivation, they could tell that he was already dead. The instant the three saber lights intersected, Wang Fei died. Right now, the dynasty's dragon vein was using its supreme dragon essence to forcibly extend Wang Fei's life. However, this was like filling a bottomless bottle with water. No matter how much water one had, one could not fill the bottle to the brim. In the end it would empty. Imperial Ancestor. The other elders showed flustered expressions. They looked at the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor at a loss, clearly asking what they should do if Wang Fei died. In their plan, Wang Fei's death wasn't part of it. With the dynasty's dragon vein supporting him, he was an unrivaled existence in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He was the heavens of that world. How could he die at the hands of others? With Wang Fei's death, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's many plans could not be carried out. The suppressed Yan Emperor's expression changed slightly. Shock flashed in his eyes as the Yan Imperial sword in his hand trembled slightly. He could already draw his sword again. However, the Yan Emperor's face turned ashen. He had no desire to draw his sword at all. His heart remained deathly still, not having any thoughts. The Yan Emperor should hate Xianxia. However, he could not do so. It was the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor and the others who pushed Wang Fei to the edge of the abyss. However, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were his uncles. Similarly, he could not hate them. Right now, he was the loser. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders were also the losers. Is the Yanwu dynasty really unable to avoid a calamity? Thinking of this, the Yan Emperor could not help but close his eyes in despair, feeling disheartened. In the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the group of Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors fighting stopped what they were doing at the same time. They looked at Wang Fei, who had been pierced by 3 sabers, with some confusion. Big brother is going to die? The expressions of the 8th prince and the 13th prince changed slightly as joy and surprise appeared in their eyes. With the death of the eldest prince, that great threat would be completely eliminated. His subordinates would also be forcefully teleported out. At that time, the position of crown prince would only be between the two of them. No, there was another person. Wang Feng said indifferently. The next one has to be 9th brother. You don't have any objections, right? The 13th Prince Wang Yi smiled coldly and said, That's exactly what I wanted. The two did not feel any heartache over Wang Fei's death. Instead, they quickly set their sights on their next competitor. The coldness of the two was startling. Right now, only the 9th prince was still refining the Yan Imperial sword. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, the 9th prince would be the only one left. If he could perfectly merge his great Tao with the dynasty's dragon vein, he could become the first prince. This. Yan Songming, who was conversing with Lin Feng, felt greatly startled, his expression changing dramatically. Yan Songming raised his eyebrows and looked at Lord Shi in the distance. Lord Shi still showed a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking. You are very surprised. It looks like Wang Fei really did not deserve to die. Lin Feng keenly noticed Yan Songming's expression. There seemed to be some hidden secrets. Yan Songming withdrew his gaze and said after some thought, If that person is willing, no one can kill Wang Fei. Since Wang Fei is dead, it means that the first prince no longer has any value. Senior brother, I can no longer understand this Go puzzle. If possible, I hope that you can help me at the crucial moment. Stand in the shoes of a flood dragon human and help my junior brother. The world is about to undergo a great change. My flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Whoosh! Yan Songming sent a voice projection to Lin Feng. After saying that, his figure flashed far away, leaving the somewhat confused Lin Feng behind. The world is about to undergo a great change. The flood dragon human race is facing a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. Senior brother, you have to help me. Yan Songming's words lingered in Lin Feng's mind as he entered deep thought. Most importantly, who was the person that Yan Songming mentioned? Based on that person's tone, even Lin Feng felt reverence. Who exactly is this person? Who is so horrifying? Whoosh! Xianxia's 3 figures slowly merged. It was like time and space layered over each other, and many scenes flashed by. The scenes all showed Xianxia's past, present, and future. However, the scenes were distorted and blurry, appearing and disappearing in a flash. A scarlet flame shot over. The demon blood vulture descended from the sky and caught the swaying Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and held the wound on his chest, appearing pale. That earlier saber strike was the 3-life flower and not the 3-life flower. Xiao Chen used the state of cycle to drive the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to execute the 3-life flower. Xiao Chen traveled to the past and the future, merging the 3 saber strikes into one. Wang Fei, who revealed an opening, would die for sure. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to execute the stronger colorless killing. However, merciless killing was hard to control, and he was not confident of success. Hence, he could only settle for the next best thing, executing the more mature 3-life flower. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill the first prince, who was one with the world. No matter how severely injured he was, Wang Fei could rely on his horrifying dragon essence to instantly recover. He had a nearly undying body. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with doubt. He did not relax at all. The instant Xiao Chen executed the 3-life flower, he felt a horrifying killing intent. The fear that killing intent brought was something he had never felt before. Xiao Chen nearly could not execute it successfully. He even thought of giving up. However, that person seemed to have confirmed something. His killing intent suddenly vanished, and he successfully executed the 3-life flower. What did he confirm? A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. After he confirmed that my saber strike could kill Wang Fei, he chose to give up. That's right. That must be it. If my saber strike could only severely injure Wang Fei, he would have made a move to block it. If I could kill Wang Fei, he would have chosen to give up and reap the benefits. There was only one explanation. Xiao Chen could not kill Wang Fei, who was one with the world, in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Perhaps he had to pay a huge price to do so, which was why he sent me to kill Wang Fei. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the black-clad Shi, who wore a mask over his left eye, below the altar. Many doubts flashed in his eyes. However, even though someone used him, Xiao Chen did not feel any regret in his heart. Xiao Chen had 3 purposes in coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. He wanted to help Wang Yan become the crown prince and wait for the ethereal Immortal Palace to appear. He had never told anyone about his third purpose, only hiding it deep in his heart. However, he had never forgotten it. It was like a sharp knife carving into his heart. Kill Wang Fei. Wang Fei had to die. He had to pay the price for his little martial nephew, Ling Yu's death. Even if Xiao Chen had to face the boundless pursuit of the entire imperial ancestral temple, he had to kill Wang Fei. On that day, the scene of Ling Yu committing suicide made Xiao Chen swear in his heart that he had waited for this day for a long time. Wang Fei's body fell off the altar. When he felt his life force ebbing like sand, his eyes filled with despair. Dissatisfaction. He was not willing to die like this. When Wang Fei saw Shi below the altar, a trace of hope appeared in his despairing eyes. This man, whom he could not see through, possessed horrifying strength. Perhaps he had a chance. Lord Shi, save me. If I die, you will not have a chance either. Wang Fei muttered as he looked at Shi with hope. She said calmly, "Sorry, Your Highness, you are already dead. Even a true god cannot save you." No. Wang Fei shouted in despair as he grasped his Yan Imperial sword helplessly. However, no matter how much despair he felt, he could not change the reality. The instant he landed, his body scattered like sand. Everyone in and out of the area watched this scene incredulously. The insufferably arrogant Wang Fei, who had merged with the dynasty's dragon veins and could be said to be unrivaled, died just like that. Not even dregs remained. The person that everyone thought would become the crown prince was gone, just like that. Hiss. After the first prince died, the figures of his guests flickered continuously. This was the rule of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. After a prince died, his guests could no longer remain in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, just as these people's figures slowly turned blurry, the black-clad masked man suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the first prince's Yan Imperial sword. Whoosh! The sword immediately burst forth with a soaring demonic light, turning the entire sky dark. The azure lotus holy sun and the others' figures turned blurry. The instant the black-clad masked man grabbed the Yan Imperial sword, he forcibly pulled them back. The Yan Imperial sword is rather impressive. That's not right. It should be called the demonic Imperial sword now. She ferociously tore off his black robes, revealing the noble and evil dragon robes inside. That was the Shuawu dynasty's dragon robes. She tossed the black robes into the air and turned into a blood moon rising into the sky. Chapter 23:16. The blood moon formed by the black robes rose increasingly higher. In mere moments, it was as high as the sky. Pitch-black demonic chi covered the sky, and the blood moon appeared indistinct in the demonic fog. Everyone could not tell whether this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb or the Blood Moon dynasty's boundless demonic domain. Before one wave settled, another wave rose in the succession race. Everyone knew that most of the retainers under the first prince were from the Devil Dao. After all, while the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders colluded with the demonic Dao to keep the Hidden Spirit Temple in check, it was not unknown. At the very least, the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses present knew some clues. If the weak royal clan did not want to be controlled by others, they could only use a strategy to keep each other in check. However, based on the current situation, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders seemed to have gone overboard. The demonic Dao people were not in their grasp. The expressions of the various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses immediately changed slightly. Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do you think the situation is like? A feudal lord asked the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The succession race had already gone out of control. These feudal lords all felt somewhat uneasy. The royal clan seemed to be losing control of the situation. The Soaring Dragon Marquis frowned slightly. After some thought he said, "Let's wait and see. The Imperial Palace is where the luck of the entire dynasty lies. The royal clan has operated here for more than 100,000 years. Even if a foe god descends, he would not dare to be impudent here." Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis said that, he still felt that something was wrong, as the Yen Emperor had not appeared yet. Inside the palace in the clouds, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor walked to a corner. A pitch-black figure stood in front of him. It was just an image, but everyone could feel the overwhelming demonic might in its eyes. The two quickly conversed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor's expression changed several times before he finally nodded helplessly. When the image vanished, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor's expression returned to normal as he slowly walked forward. The clouds in front slowly vanished. It looked like the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor was about to walk to the platform. The tightly shut Yen Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and asked indifferently, "Who are you speaking to?" The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor paused for a moment but did not leave. After a while, his figure appeared before the many powerhouses in the palace. As he stood in the clouds he said, "Everyone, don't panic. Everything in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb is under the royal clan's control. The succession race will proceed as planned." "It's the ancestor." Seeing the patriarch appear, the various feudal vassals and aristocratic families felt slightly relieved. Since the Grand Ancestor had said so, there was nothing to worry about. After all, this was an important place in the imperial palace, and the dynasty had 100,000 years of accumulation. However, the battle for the crown prince position was even more complicated and confusing, making it even more difficult to predict. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. She held the mutated demonic imperial sword and revealed a baffling smile under the blood moon. Behind him stood the Black Lotus Saint, the Azure Lotus Saintess, and many demonic Dao experts. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, causing them to frown. The 8th prince and the 13th prince stood together. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know what this person wanted to do. What was even more confusing was how Xiao Chen could hold the Yen imperial sword in First Brother's hand. There were too many strange things. Both of them felt a trace of uneasiness, and they faintly sensed that the competition for the crown prince position had changed. When Xiao Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky, he suddenly felt like he was in a dream. It was like the Blood Moon dynasty had already occupied this place. What kind of agreement did First Brother make with the Imperial Ancestral Temple? To think that they brought such a monster into the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. The 13th Prince Wang Yi's eyes flickered. He no longer dared to act rashly. Wang Feng said softly, "Just wait and see. If he only wants to wait for the ethereal Immortal Palace to appear, the situation will not be that bad." The best guess was that this person was only interested in the ethereal Immortal Palace. The worst-case scenario was unimaginable. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King showed grave expressions as they looked at the blood moon above. The Silver Dragon King sent a voice projection. This person is called Shi. He is the first prince of the Xianxia dynasty. At the same time, the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master thinks highly of him. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely become the new demon monarch and control the entire demonic Dao. It looks like he is determined to obtain the ethereal immortal palace. Sikong Shu replied calmly, "It is not that simple. There are many factions of the demonic Dao entangling with him. For him to be able to unite the Black Lotus Church and the Azure Lotus Church under him, it means that he is very ambitious. This time, it's not as simple as the misty palace of immortals." Whoosh! On the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen, who was anxiously treating his injuries, sensed a figure descend. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had been hiding somewhere. Then, he appeared and landed beside Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun stared at Shi, who was below. After some thought he said, "This is really unexpected. I thought that after killing the first prince, he would be no longer a threat. Now I can't figure out what he is trying to do." "You can't figure it out? Actually, it is very simple. Ships come and go in the surging sea, all for the sake of profit. Putting aside the minor details, he used me to kill the first prince. Clearly, he wants to obtain the greatest benefit, to replace the first prince." Xiao Chen made a bold prediction that no one dared to think of. This startled Chu Chaoyun, not daring to reply. The Jianghu dynasty had existed for more than 100,000 years. Its territory was vast, and its accumulations were deep. Xiao Chen alone wanted to take over the entire Jianghu dynasty. This was a pipe dream, too exaggerated. "Isn't this a little too inconceivable?" Chu Chaoyun said with some uncertainty after a pause. After all, Ruashi was only doing this for the ethereal immortal palace. There was no need to expose her identity. It would be better to let the first prince block the spear. Aside from the various possibilities, there is only one possibility left. No matter how incredible it is the truth. "Do you know who else stands behind me, aside from the Heavenly Alliance?" "Who?" Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows. He had long sensed that Xiao Chen knew something that he did not. "The Hidden Spirit Temple. If not for the Hidden Spirit Temple's help, my strength would not have improved before the succession race. This game of chess is no longer as simple as the succession race. In the current martial epoch, the 8 superfactions are all here. They all have their own plans and backup plans." There was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not say. Back then in the Hidden Spirit Temple, Sword God Su Hanshan and the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang were there at the same time. Was it a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence? The strongest person of the Sword Dao and the strongest person of the Saber Dao appeared at the Hidden Spirit Temple at the same time. From the very start, this game of chess used the entire martial epoch as the chessboard. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked around, he saw Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King standing proudly in the Bushan Palace, enduring silently. The profound Heaven Holy Land's Wenren Yu stood silently behind Dao Yan with his zither on his back. The Underworld God Halls Yen Songming and Zhan Yuan looked like they were on the same side as the demonic Dao cultivators. However, upon closer inspection, they seemed somewhat distant. "There is one more person." Xiao Chen looked around but could not find the person in his heart. He frowned heavily and said softly, "There is one more person?" Chu Chaoyun felt confused, not knowing who Xiao Chen was referring to. Xiao Chen did not answer. He looked around but still could not find that person. He did not know where that person was hiding. However, Xiao Chen knew that that person had to be here, in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Otherwise, that person would not have asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. The blood moon hung in the sky, looking as resplendent as fire. She, who wore dragon robes, tightly grasped the demonic imperial sword. When he sensed that the sword in his hand had completely turned into the demonic imperial sword, he opened his eyes. His left and right eyes were different, adding a sinister air to them. Whoosh! She's somewhat tyrannical words came out calmly from his mouth, inspiring fear in others. She gently swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand, and the altar beside him split in half. Now, only the altar remained in the core region. Only Wang Yan anxiously refined the Yan imperial sword, hoping to perfectly merge his great Dao with the dynasty's dragon vein. It is time to end the succession race. She looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yan, who was in the fierce sacred flame. Then his lips curled up in a cold smile. Xi's unfathomable aura was even more terrifying and unfathomable than the first Prince Wang Fei's. Oh no! On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He guessed what she was going to do. Xiao Chen wanted to continue fighting. However, the moment he stood up, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Right now, he could not make a move. A flash of sword light carrying the dynasty's might came from a place no one expected and landed on the altar where Wang Yan was. This was also the dynasty's might. However, this sword strike contained the Zuman dynasty's might. The sword light turned into a blood dragon materialized by the dynasty's accumulations. Before Xiao Suo and the others on the altar could react, the sword wind blew them away. No! The sword wind contained too much Zuman dynasty's might. The severely injured Xiao Suo and the others could not block it, and the sword wind blew them away mercilessly. Then they watched as the sword light landed. The blood dragon opened its huge jaws and coldly swallowed up the entire altar. Boom! As the sacred flames scattered, the altar was instantly destroyed. The 8 altars in the core region were all destroyed, not a single one remaining. Xiao Chen held his chest and coughed continuously as he stared at the blood moon in the sky. That earlier sword strike came from the blood moon. No one had expected a sword to fly out of the blood moon. No one, not even Xiao Chen, had expected it. Upon closer inspection, that blood moon contained a dragon shadow. No one knew how deep the dragon shadow's accumulations were. A dragon hidden in the moon, existing with the sky. Whoosh! Without any warning, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened in the blood moon high in the sky. It looked down on all life, and the boundless sky seemed to be its body. A boundless pressure suddenly appeared on everyone's shoulders. As they looked at the blood moon in the sky, intense horror appeared in their eyes. That blood moon looked like a sovereign descending on the world, wanting to devour mountains and rivers. Hiss! 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 Strands of dragon essence flowed endlessly in the core region. The silk-like crystalline dragon essence continuously drifted into the sky and got swallowed up by the demonic clouds. The blood moon in the clouds seemed even more beautiful. Similar. Too similar. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily, and his hand trembled. This blood moon looked very similar to the one in the Blue Dragon ancient land. What exactly is Xi's relationship with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? You are right. He does indeed want to take over the Yanwu dynasty. That blood moon hides the Shuawu dynasty's dragon vein clone. It is slowly devouring the Yanwu dynasty's dragon vein. It looks like the Imperial Ancestral Temple has already sided with the demonic Dao Hall. This is not going to be easy, Chu Chaoyun sighed softly, sounding somewhat helpless. The other party had already gained momentum. The other party's guests and experts had just gone through a huge battle and were drained. No one dared to make a move at this moment. If not for Xiao Chen making a move to kill Wang Fei, things might not have gone so smoothly for the other party. However, Xiao Chen could not be blamed. Chu Chaoyun had planned this in the first place. After killing Wang Fei, Chu Chaoyun's guests would leave as well. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Should I say this as well? Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die? She said with a harmless smile. Then, he casually swung the demonic imperial sword in his hand. Rumble! Ripples spread out from the sword light, spreading out in front like ripples. It looked like a casual swing, but it carried a boundless aura like a surging wave containing vast demonic might. Silver Dragon's Rage. Raging stars. Vast sky fist light. Sorrowful cloud palm. The princes and guests who were still alive looked at the ripple-like sword marks that were moving toward them. Their expressions changed drastically. As they executed killing moves, they retreated frantically. The weaker ones bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining severe injuries and vomiting blood. With a casual swing of the sword, everyone moved back. She raised his head and looked at the demon blood vulture, which was forced back. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you,